My elder sister is a superstar. Chapter 518 to Chapter 572. They smoothly passed through the lobby and stepped out of the gate of the World Financial Center without encountering any security guards. Qin Baobao said, "We should call the police to arrest them." Qin Zhe said, "It's not as refreshing as beating them up." Qin Baobao kissed Qin Zhe's cheek through two masks and giggled. "Brother, you're awesome." Sister's kiss reward. The pair of limpid eyes under the sunglasses must have turned into beautiful crescent moons when she smiled. Qin Zhe was in a trance for a moment. How long had it been since he enjoyed Sister's kiss reward? From this year onwards, Sister rarely kissed him as a reward. In the past, when Sister was intimate with him, she would find excuses, such as Sister's chest is uncomfortable, help me rub it, for example. In fact, Qin Zhe had never rubbed his sister's chest. He couldn't bear to think about this kind of chicken dinner. Then, after Qin Zhe helped Sister rub, Sister would reward him with a kiss. After all, it was open and aboveboard. Other siblings didn't kiss all day long. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe couldn't get over the hurdle in their hearts, but with the excuse of reward, it was easy for both parties to accept it. Later, their relationship was like a runaway wild dog, running further and further away from the European continent. They didn't need to find reasons or excuses for kissing anymore. "Qin Zhe, thank you." Su Jiao stood beside the siblings with a smile on her lips, her eyes overflowing with light. Qin Zhe nodded and said seriously, "Remember to work hard to make money for me." Su Jiao, I was so touched just now for nothing. Don't you know how to speak? No wonder you don't have a girlfriend with your net worth. According to the gossip in the entertainment circle, although Qin Zhe claimed to have a girlfriend and was photographed strolling in the rain with a mysterious woman, there were paparazzi squatting outside Royal View Mansion 24/7. They had never seen Qin Zhe go out with a strange woman other than Qin Bao. Of course, paparazzi were not surveillance cameras and couldn't stick the camera on Qin Zhe. They recognized the license plate number, and when Qin Zhe accompanied Wang Zijin to work, he drove Qin Bao's little red pony. "Anyway, thank you. Please take care of me in the future." Su Jiao reached out her hand to Qin Zhe again. "Let's take care of each other." Qin Zhe shook hands with her. Su Jiao withdrew her hand and entered a very low-key small Audi. She started the car and waited for a moment at the intersection before merging into the traffic. Through the rearview mirror, she saw that Qin Zhe waved at the car from afar. He was a very interesting man. Su Jiao laughed briskly. The best way for an ordinary person to deal with a conflict in the elevator was to call the police, but her identity was different. She would rather endure it than call the police and expose it. Many female celebrities, even if they were protected by bodyguards, would inevitably be taken advantage of when attending events. They were even more unsafe than ordinary women. If she encountered someone she couldn't afford to provoke, she would endure it. If she encountered fans, she would also endure it. At most, she would turn around and scold the bodyguards. She didn't expect that Qin Zhe would hit people. A man of his net worth should be high and mighty, arrogant, and refined on the surface. He definitely wouldn't have a conflict with a few salted fish. Otherwise, if he fought with people in the elevator, his reputation would be swept to the ground, and it would be very degrading. Who would have thought that he would be so valiant? Even if the two big men were drunk and not so drunk that they couldn't stand properly, he still KO'd them with just a few punches and kicks. Was this still a Sonda practitioner? Was he so fierce? "Sis, you drive." Qin Zhe went around to the other side of the car and sat in the front passenger seat. "Oh." Sister got into the driver's seat, took off her high heels, and threw them to Qin Zhe. She, who hadn't driven for a long time, threw them very naturally. Qin Zhe, who hadn't been his sister's shoe boy for a long time, also caught them very naturally. "Low-class system, are you there? Come out." Qin Zhe fastened his seatbelt, closed his eyes, and summoned the system in his mind. The system ignored him. "System, great sir system, are you there? Please answer if you receive." Qin Zhe continued to summon. "Call me great sir again, and I'll answer you." The system's voice sounded in his mind. Speaking of this voice, it was said to be some kind of infrasonic sound. Other than Qin Zhe, other humans couldn't hear it. "You're so happy to be mischievous?" Xianxia said helplessly, "Great Sir System. Anyway, I'm also a salted fish, and I can reach out." The system was satisfied. "Speak." "Xianxia, I suddenly thought of something today. How does one become a big boss in the entertainment industry? There has to be a standard, right? I have a bunch of celebrities under me, and my company has tens of billions of assets. I can also be considered a big boss. In terms of earning money, star art can't even compare to our Tianfeng. In terms of scale, as long as I'm willing, I can take funds from Purple Crystal and Baozhe, and I can become one of the top capitalists in the entertainment industry in the country." The assets of the three companies added together was an unimaginable amount of wealth. It was enough for Xianxia to enter the top 3 of China's Young Rich list, and the top 20 of China's Forbes Rich list. Take a look at these rankings. How many tycoons are in the entertainment industry? The system, didn't I tell you the standard? Xianxia was confused. When did you tell me the standard? You have to be responsible for your words. The system, oh, then pretend you didn't. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Baobao said angrily, "You're disgusting, aren't you? Wipe the saliva off the windshield." Xianxia quickly took out a tissue and wiped his saliva. "Ying, you're being unreasonable. If you're disgusted, why would you eat my saliva?" The low-life system finally had some integrity. When the mission was first triggered, there were no detailed rules. Because your level was too low then, you could only see the mission, but not the details. Now, you can announce it. Xianxia asked suspiciously, "You really didn't forget?" The system, of course not. Xianxia, I've played online games for so many years, and I've never seen a mission that only triggered the name of the mission. I graduated with a bachelor's degree, can't you at least respect my IQ? The system, you talk too much. Here's the mission, accept it. A 3D projection popped up in front of Xianxia's eyes. It was similar to a game's personal homepage. Name, Xianxia, gender, male age, 23. It showed his age. There were 2 rows of words on the left, points store and mission. Clicking on the points store allowed him to listen to songs, watch movies, and criticize Japanese educational films from the parallel world. In fact, Xianxia could see anything in the points store, but he could not transfer it to reality in any way. For example, if he sang a song on a whim, it was fine, but if someone heard it, 30 points would be deducted automatically. It was a pain in the ass function. It was even more of a pain in the ass than when 3G had just entered the market. After redeeming the VR design blueprint, he only had 1,000 points left. There were 2 missions in the mission list: become a big shot in the entertainment industry within 2 years, create a new type of VR equipment within 1 year. Below both missions, there was a time display that moved like an electronic watch. The mission to become a big shot in the entertainment industry had been running for more than half a year. In half a year, he went from a stinky salted fish to Hei's king. Xianxia clicked on the first mission, and as expected, a detailed description popped up. 1. Company funds reach 30 billion. 230+ artists, A list, 1 person, B list, 5 people, C list, 9 people. I'm so stupid. The criteria to become a big shot are money and people. A pile of cash and a basket of followers. Isn't that a big shot? After seeing the criteria, Xianxia was excited. The 2 conditions were not difficult. He had 30 billion, and he could recharge it to Tencent. Recharge it to Tianfeng Entertainment. As for stars, he could just poach them. As long as he could complete this mission, Hei's king, would be able to pass the next tribulation without any worries. Even if the VR equipment mission failed, he would not have to die. It did not seem to be death. After the points were reset to 0, the lowly system would use the talent skill it was proud of, leave him, and find a new host. At that time, Xianxia's body was weak and could not withstand the system's energy extraction. Now, it was no problem. At most, he would be beaten back to his original state. Oh, you think the mission is easy? The system said, look carefully, there is a time limit. Xianxia immediately glanced at the mission details. Oh, maintain the above status, 1 month, what was this? It was not difficult at all. This girl, it's awesome. Xianxia held excitedly. Which girl? Qin Baobao's tone was cold. There was a murderous aura in the car. Qin hurriedly explained, no, this is a song. Qin Baobao sneered. What song? Why haven't I heard of it? The song was called. What was it called again? Qin hurriedly went to listen to the song record. He suddenly found that his points were not reduced at all. What does it mean? I clearly sang it. Why weren't my points deducted? Did the system change the rules? Qin was dumbfounded. What was the song called again? The lyrics were, "This girl, it's awesome." That's how it was sung, right? In order to deal with the situation of writing songs that could occur anytime and anywhere, he had been trying to listen to the songs in the point store. When he listened to too many songs, sometimes he would forget the name of the song. Qin looked at his sister. This girl, it's awesome. That's right, the lyrics are definitely like that. It doesn't fit the situation. I believe that when the original lyricist wrote the song, it should be like me now. Qin Baobao snorted. Forget it. If I give you 5 more minutes, you can already come up with the lyrics and the tune. Who doesn't know you're a fast shooter? Sister, you're hurting my heart. When others say that I'm a fast shooter, I'll bear with it. You also say that I'm a fast shooter? The last Teddy who teased me like that was crying and singing about being conquered. Qin Baobao restrained her anger and said sweetly, brother, did you hook up with a little cabbage? Qin started coaxing his sister. Stop talking nonsense. Don't kiss me. Which cabbage out there is prettier than you? If I don't meet a woman as beautiful as you, I won't hook up with her. His sister sneered. I'm not a cabbage. Cabbages are naturally green. Whoever is stupid is a cabbage. Qin, he was suddenly speechless. Why did his sister suddenly become so flirtatious? Qin could no longer look straight at the word cabbage. If he went to Beijing another day, what if Father Wang said, the cabbage that I've been raising for 26 years was taken by this pig? Qin would spit at him and say, your cabbage is naturally green. Qin Baobao smiled seductively. Tell me, I'll help you check. Qin gave her a sidelong glance. Then you'll say, hubby, is this the flirtatious B*TCH you've been messing around with outside? Qin Baobao laughed 3 times. I'll hang her up and beat her up. Qin, I can't be bothered to talk to you. His OCD was acting up. What went wrong? Why didn't his points get deducted? He asked the system in his mind. The system ignored him. Qin Baobao freed a hand and chopped his head. Damn it, are you trying to drag me down with you? Qin said, watch where you're going. I'll tell you slowly and you can listen. Qin Baobao said in a low voice, go on. Qin, don't worry about me hooking up with this and that. Let me tell you a story. A golden key was inserted into a lock. It couldn't be opened no matter how hard you tried. Then, an iron key came in and opened it easily. The iron key said proudly, do you know why you opened it? It's because I'm the first wife. No matter how rich you are, you won't be able to win her heart. The golden key said, are you crazy? I'm just poking it for fun. Why would I want her heart? Qin Baobao was stunned. She felt that it made sense and asked doubtfully, so, what are you trying to say? I'm saying this so you don't have to worry. Qin smiled. I'm just poking it for fun. Qin was just joking with his sister, but he didn't expect her to take it seriously. The car kept changing lanes. Regardless of the surveillance and weather points would be deducted, the female driver, Qin Baobao, showed her superb lane-changing skills. She didn't even care about the number of cars and directly stopped by the side of the road. The car was silent, and the noise outside was blocked. Qin Baobao turned sideways and stared at Qin without saying a word. In the silent stare, the little red guy was scared. Sister, dear sister, we were just joking. Qin said in a weak voice. As he spoke, he stared at his sister's expression, like a primary school student who raised his timid face in front of an angry teacher. Is it funny? Qin Baobao said coldly. I think it's funny. Actually, it's not funny, really, Qin said. When did you become so flirtatious? Qin Baobao said in a low voice. I've always been like this. Maybe, I've been a little naughty recently? Xianxia said something that didn't mean. When they were fooling around, Xianxia could kill a whimper with a punch. But when it really came down to it, he would surrender unconditionally, just like now. Although he didn't know what was wrong with his sister that made her have such a big reaction, it was right to admit defeat. If he admitted defeat, there was still hope. He could use the tricks that he had practiced for 20 years to coax his sister to make her happy and then have sex with her at night to save his lost face. Silence again. Qin Baobao suddenly said in a sweet and charming manner, "Oh, I was just joking with you. Look how scared you are." Xianxia glanced at her, turned his head to look out of the window, and said softly, "Oh, it's okay." Xianxia looked out of the window in a daze. He couldn't remember which philosopher had said, "Feelings are above sexual desire, but feelings are always no match for sexual desire." Note, this sentence came from the Life Coach newspaper seller. Piracy must be investigated. Xianxia felt that he had done it, just like the Life Coach above. Tianfeng Entertainment was filled with beauties. Outside, there were countless coquettish B****s who wanted to sleep with him. But he wasn't like those big shots and directors who slept with female celebrities everywhere. At present, the only woman he has had in-depth communication with is Suyu. When he is with Suyu, his feelings are better than ***. Therefore, he could never be Long Out Yin. At most, he could only be Wei Xiaobao. At least Wei Xiaobao could talk about emotions, but Long Out Yin was different. Long Out Yin was the most warm-hearted chivalrous person in the world. When he saw injustice on the road, he would shout, and when it was time to pull out his spear, he would pull out his spear. Qin Baobao focused on driving, and his face was a little gloomy. "Xianxia, sis, I still want to poach more people." Qin Baobao said, "Go back and do it yourself. I can't be bothered with these things." Was this the gesture of declining to chat? Xianxia also fell silent. Qin Baobao looked at him and said softly, "Do whatever you want. I won't stop you. Since we were young, when didn't I go along with you?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Thinking back to the past, it seemed that apart from some small and insignificant quarrels, whenever Xianxia showed an extreme desire for something or other, as his big sister, she would always follow him. Except for the 3 years of cohabitation in university, his sister was arbitrary and domineering. Take his wife as an example. He kept saying that he would return the money, but in fact, he was just saying it. He didn't really want her to return the money. If Xianxia had slapped her and said sternly and angrily, "Qin Baobao, you ***king return the money to me. If I did that, I might be killed." He felt that what his sister said was right, but there was something wrong with it. Qin Baobao said, "Work hard. If the young man is strong, China will be strong." Xianxia subconsciously replied, "If the young woman is strong, the young man will lean against the wall. If the young man is strong, the young woman will lie flat." Qin Baobao, "Xianxia, sister, I'm wrong. I'll try my best to control my mouth." Qin Baobao looked at him silently. Had her brother been bored for too long that he became a man? What should she do as his sister? Waiting online, urgent, Qin Baobao snorted and said, "Since we're siblings, I'll hold down Lin's ex's coffin for you." Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then he sneered and said, "Since we're siblings, I'll hold down your language teacher's coffin for you." Her language was average since she was young, sigh. She was only lacking in language. Otherwise, she could have gone to Peking University and continued to be deskmates with Wang Zijin for a few more years. She was clearly a woman, but her science results were excellent. Xianxia was clearly a man, but his liberal arts results were good. Qin Baobao? There was nothing wrong with what I said just now. That afternoon, Xianxia posted on Weibo, "Your voice is worth having. I'm very happy to be your personal composer. Please take care of me. Su Jiao." The netizens who saw this Weibo post were dumbfounded. They were all in Chinese and could read, but they couldn't understand when they were strung together. What was Xianxia trying to say? Shake hands and make peace? What did personal composer mean? What's going on? Am I seeing things? Is this a gesture of goodwill? What does he mean by "only we can have your voice"? I have a premonition that something big is going to happen. I'm afraid there's some PY deal. The person above is brainless. There should be a molten iron deal. Beep, deeply stuck. Beep, old pervert card. The people above are a bunch of idiots. Didn't Su Jiao and Qin Baobao just end their duel? Su Jiao has been scolded badly recently. What does Qin Zhe mean by posting this? Yeah, my Jiao Jiao's image is greatly damaged. What does he mean? I don't understand. As a popular little fresh meat with tens of millions of fans, Qin Zhe posted such a controversial and bizarre Weibo post, which naturally attracted the attention of many online media and entertainment industry gossipers. They were all guessing what was going on. Qin Zhe and Su Jiao had buried the hatchet, and Tianfeng Entertainment and Dynasty had made peace, and he was even Su Jiao's personal composer. Personal composer was an exaggeration. It was how Qin Zhe expressed his close relationship. Not long after, Su Jiao reposted Qin Zhe's Weibo, "Boss, please take care of me in the future." Soon after, Qin Zhe reposted her Weibo, "This is our company's new employee. Please take care of me as well." Su Jiao reposted his Weibo again without saying anything. She added a series of dog head emoticons. This time, it was lively. Weibo was the first place to explode. Su Jiao's Weibo and Qin Zhe's Weibo were flooded with countless fans and onlookers within half an hour. There were fans from both sides. Su Jiao was going to jump ship to Tianfeng Entertainment. Everyone was aware of this fact. A few days ago, they were still fighting fiercely, but in the blink of an eye, they were fooling around together. Even TV plots didn't have such an exaggerated reversal. The onlookers were excited and felt that there was a big show to watch. Su Jiao's fans were even more excited. Previously, they were scolding Qin Bao and Tianfeng Entertainment with all their might. In the blink of an eye, the fans had joined Tianfeng Entertainment. After a brief moment of confusion, many fans almost screamed. Personal composer, eh. Qin Zhe, eh. Who didn't know the great name of a fast shooter? Who wasn't jealous of Qin Bao's quick and refreshing speed of promotion, and now, their idol was able to enjoy the same benefits. After the album sales battle, Su Jiao once again dominated the trending searches and headlines. This was inevitable. The internet media would definitely not miss such a big piece of news. It wouldn't be long before pieces of gossip articles would be pushed to the internet and mobile phones. A large number of singers liked it, including Su Yunhan, Huang Yuding, and Ge Ling. Actually, there was another word in their hearts, envy, but it wasn't good to say this out loud, as it would cause their own entertainment company to have second thoughts. While the internet was abuzz with discussions, Royal Entertainment. Su Jiao handed in her resignation letter and unilaterally tore up the contract. The company's higher-ups were furious. They rejected Su Jiao's resignation letter and said that if she insisted on going her own way, not only would she have to pay for the breach of contract, but she would also have to face a lawsuit. Su Jiao's manager, Sister Zhang, was the first to take the lead and persuade her in the office. How did it end up like this? How did it end up like this? There was a steaming cup of tea in front of her. Sister Zhang clapped her hands with a pained expression. Sister Zhang, this is my decision. Su Jiao sat opposite her with a faint smile. Jiao Jiao, have you lost your mind? How is our Royal Entertainment inferior to Tianfeng? What benefits can Qin Zhe bring you by poaching you? Yes, the company's decision to increase the commission makes you uncomfortable, but the entertainment industry is like this. If it's Tianfeng Entertainment, it'll be the same, Sister Zhang said loudly. Qin Zhe can bring me opportunities. Sister Zhang, I've been stuck here for many years. You know very well that my acting career has reached a bottleneck, and I want to break through. Qin Zhe can give me opportunities, but Royal Entertainment can't. Su Jiao said in a low voice, trees die when people move. Sister Zhang persuaded earnestly, Jiao Jiao, I brought you from a young singer to where you are today, and Royal Entertainment has nurtured you for so many years. If you jump ship to Tianfeng now, don't you want your reputation? Su Jiao frowned. Whether I want my reputation or not is my own business. Besides, it's not a big stain. There are many artists who jump ship during the contract period, and I'm not the only one. What negative impact can it bring to me? Maybe it won't be as negative as hiring the internet water army to flood the album. Her tone was slightly heavy when she said the last sentence. Sister Zhang looked at her deeply. Those artists, there are indeed some who can become famous, but there aren't many. Do you think you can be like them? Sister Zhang taught you before that stability is the most important. As long as you can stabilize, sooner or later, you'll have a hard time. It's too risky to jump ship. You have to think carefully. Su Jiao smiled and took a sip of tea. She said in an exaggerated tone, Xianxia, a fast shooter. Sister Zhang, do you know what a fast shooter is? With him writing songs for me, why should I worry about not becoming famous? She changed to a worshipful tone. I'm too greedy. 2 songs a year is enough. That way, I can step into the ranks of A-list singers before I turn 35. As long as I step into that rank, the shelf life of a singer will be extended for many years, and I'll be remembered by the audience. Even if I'm old and weak, I'll still be a famous senior in the music industry. I won't be like other singers who used to be popular but lost their youth. After they left the peak, their value plummeted. Sister Zhang said with a straight face, think about how to get through this first. The company won't agree. The taste of a lawsuit isn't good. You're a veteran, so you should know. Su Jiao faintly smiled. Xianxia will help me. Sister Zhang sneered. Which poacher doesn't say that? How many celebrities were abandoned after losing a lawsuit? Do you believe him? I believe him. Su Jiao nodded, a sly glint in her eyes. I have a contract and a recording. In the office, there was also a female assistant who stood silently not far away, watching the 2 big shots' conversation. Su Jiao said, Sister Zhang, the tea is cold. Sister Zhang ignored her. She couldn't be bothered and looked at her assistant. Although I'm destined to be unhappy with the company, I'm still an artist of dynasty. Don't just stand there, help me pack my things. The assistant looked at Sister Zhang cautiously. Sister Zhang's face was dark and she didn't say anything. Su Jiao shrugged. Do it yourself. She packed her personal belongings as if no one else was around. Her persuasion failed. Su Jiao was determined to leave. Sister Zhang left with a dark face. After Sister Zhang left, news of Su Jiao's decision to leave Royal Entertainment spread throughout the company. For a time it attracted all kinds of discussion. Ever since the news came out on Weibo, all the employees in the company paid attention to this matter. They were nervous, angry, and expectant. Su Jiao was the mainstay of Royal Entertainment. At her peak, she could be ranked in the top 5. Now, she could be ranked in the top 10. And now, she was about to jump ship to Tianfeng Entertainment. This was undoubtedly a blow to the company's employees. For example, if a few of the company's executives suddenly jumped ship, the ordinary employees would definitely have thoughts, and it would greatly affect their morale. So many times, when you resigned, the boss didn't really want you to stay, but considered the feelings of the other employees. Royal Entertainment quickly responded by condemning Su Jiao on Weibo. They also posted a lawyer's letter to Su Jiao. Royal Entertainment had already filed a lawsuit for breach of contract, demanding 100 million renminbi in compensation. Royal Entertainment's post pushed this matter to the climax. The 100 million renminbi breach of contract replaced the topic of Su Jiao joining Tianfeng Entertainment as the headline and trending topic. Countless people looked forward to seeing how Tianfeng Entertainment and Su Jiao would respond. Busybodies muttered that Su Jiao was done for. Tianfeng Entertainment and Su Jiao remained silent and ignored Royal Entertainment. The rumors on the internet were rampant, but Su Jiao, who was in the middle of this matter, stepped into Tianfeng Entertainment amidst cheers of welcome. At night, Xianxia held a welcome banquet for Su Jiao. Almost all the company's executives were present. Tell the legal department to get ready. Whatever Royal Entertainment does, we'll deal with it. Xianxia said, let's try to settle this matter as soon as possible. It's too much of a loss if we don't serve such a great Buddha. Everyone roared with laughter. Su Jiao glared at him and raised her wine glass. CEO Qin, a toast to you. She was wearing a graceful and elegant black dress with 2 shiny platinum earrings. She was bright and beautiful. The marketing manager asked, CEO Qin, aren't you going to say something online? Royal Entertainment's Weibo. Xianxia shook his head. What do I say? Do I have to prove myself offline? You tell me how, it's meaningless. Just ignore it. When the contract dispute is over, we'll post on Weibo and announce that Jiao has officially joined Tianfeng Entertainment. Entertainment companies were used to such lawsuits and disputes, and they were all experienced. However, Xianxia still asked, "Are you confident? I've heard of a case before where a certain celebrity had a falling out with his company and sued the company in court. However, he didn't win the case and the court ruled that the contract was not allowed to be terminated. I saw it a long time ago. I don't remember who it was. Anyway, it's already dead now." The manager of the legal department was well informed and immediately guessed which case he was referring to. He explained, "I've studied that case before." At that time, it caused quite a stir. According to the court's judgment in the past, they would order the payment of liquidated damages, but allow both parties to terminate the contract. At that time, the court considered the interests of the management company for the first time. There were three main reasons why the artist lost the case. First, the contract was not a simple entrustment contract. The artist and the management company did not have the right to terminate the contract. Secondly, the artist bypassed the management company to take on private jobs for a year. Thirdly, three of the charges against the management company are not valid. Our legal department has already studied Su Jiao's contract. It's an ordinary commission contract, and the artist herself doesn't violate the contract, except for unilateral termination. Therefore, the main point of this lawsuit wasn't whether Su Jiao could terminate her contract with Royal Entertainment, but the issue of compensation. We will try our best to reduce the company's losses. The manager of the legal department said, "CEO Qin, how much do you estimate the compensation in your heart?" Xianxia joked, "Within 2 million. Everyone laughed. The manager of the legal department nodded solemnly. "We will try our best." Xianxia laughed. "I'm joking. Let's see how the first trial goes first." But the manager of the legal department said, "CEO Qin, please believe in our professional standards. A lawsuit is like a puzzle game. The law is only a set of rules. There is no justice or evil. It just depends on who has a deeper understanding of the rules." Xianxia laughed. Let's drink, let's drink. F***ck, don't say any more. If I continue, I'll be taken care of by God River Crab. Xianxia understood the logic. When he was young, he remembered watching a certain lawyer-themed TV series. The main actors were all decent people, and the core idea of the whole series was to uphold justice and strike down evil. At that time, he had a beautiful vision of being a lawyer. When he grew up, he realized that something was wrong. If all lawyers were so righteous, then what was up with the criminal's lawyer? Xianxia felt that his IQ had been brutally ravaged. He had a bottom line in his heart for compensation. It was within 5 million. Could it be that he really had to pay 1 billion to the dynasty? That was impossible. Throughout the years, artists' contract termination cases were at most a few million, depending on the artist's net worth. They often saw a certain company arguing with a certain company or a certain person, asking for compensation of tens of millions or hundreds of millions. In fact, that was an exaggeration. As for how much compensation should be paid, it depended on how the lawyer argued and how the court decided. A few million was nothing to Hei's king. General Manager Zhang Fu laughed. "CEO Qin, would you like to write a song to celebrate Jiao Jiao's joining?" When everyone heard that, they followed suit. Xianxia waved his hand. "How can it be so easy to write a song?" "Forget it." A manager laughed. "CEO Qin, who doesn't know that you're a fast shooter?" The air suddenly became quiet. Everyone cast admiring looks at him. The manager, who had drunk until his face turned red, looked embarrassed. He had drunk too much and spoke without thinking. He regretted it so much. Xianxia laughed. "I drank too much and lost my inspiration. Little Ming, get out of here." Everyone laughed dryly and changed the topic. Zhang Fu said, "Royal Entertainment must hate us to death." In fact, before Journey to the West, the two companies still had some business dealings. But business is business. They can't blame us for fighting back if they mess with us. Later, we'll draft a new contract and let the company's artists with potential sign it again. We have to prevent them from poaching. These words were not appropriate at the dinner table. Everyone present was in management, but Su Jiao was not. Everyone laughed and naturally skipped the topic. Su Jiao said, "Actually, there's another reason why I'm determined to leave Royal Entertainment." When everyone looked over, she continued, "Huang Yuding's contract is about to expire. He decided to jump ship to Royal Entertainment. Royal Entertainment contacted him in private a long time ago. Probably in July or August last year, when Huang Yuding participated in I Am a Singer. His current entertainment company is quite capable, but it can't compare to Royal Entertainment. Royal Entertainment can give him more resources, so it's normal for him to choose Royal Entertainment. If he comes over, as we're both singers, and my reputation just happened to be damaged, the company will definitely put him ahead of me and give him more resources." Xianxia was taken aback. "Who did you hear that from?" Su Jiao pursed her lips. "I've been in Royal Entertainment for so many years. Of course, I have my ways to know about the company's operations and information." The banquet ended, and everyone dispersed. Walking out of the hotel, the stuffy air hit them in the face. Xianxia drank a little and walked side by side with his sister. They went to the small plaza behind the hotel to get their car. Qin Baobao took out the car keys from Xianxia's trouser pocket, unlocked the car, and got into the driver's seat. At the banquet, she didn't drink and asked the waiter for 2 cans of coconut juice. Watching the men chatting and bragging, she felt like a wife accompanying her husband. Demure, gentle, and obedient. "I think what Zhang Fu said at the banquet is very thoughtful," Xianxia said. Qin Baobao looked at him with her beautiful eyes, waiting for him to continue. They chatted too much at the banquet, and her mind wasn't on other men, so she didn't remember. "It's time to change the contracts of our artists. It's common for artists to jump ship. It's too frequent. This isn't good, but there's nothing we can do about it. Leaving after becoming popular is a risk that all entertainment companies have to face. Our company is the same. If we do this, others can do the same. When Su Jiao becomes popular in the future, can you guarantee that she won't be poached by other companies? There's also Feng Rue, who just became popular in the company. That little girl with big boobs and perky buttocks. Someone might have already contacted her in private. Because our country's entertainment companies are generally a combination of film and TV and management. For an entertainment company, take Star Art for example. How many movies do they produce in a year? How many TV series do they produce? This isn't enough to split among their artists. Artists want to stand out and become famous, but they can't get too many resources. At this time, when someone promises them high salaries and resources, jumping ship is the inevitable result. But this is our country. Hollywood's system is more complete and healthy. They separate the two major businesses, film and TV, to promote the positive and healthy development of the entertainment industry. But there's a prerequisite. The labor unions in America are very powerful. There are labor unions in every industry. They're very impressive and powerful. What about our country? Take the Writers Association for example. What's that? It's just a false reputation. Qin Baobao tilted her head and looked at him. It's a good idea to bind them with contracts, but it's hard to guarantee that the artists won't make conditions. They'll have to make promises, or else they won't agree to change the contract. Don't mess it up. Xianxia chuckled. Then promise them that we'll film a few more movies and TV series and strive to give them more opportunities. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes charmingly. You say it as if it's easy to film and TV series. Xianxia smiled proudly. Who am I, a fast shooter? Before he could finish, his sister beat him to it. After saying that, she held her stomach and laughed. She leaned on the steering wheel and hit it with her little hands. Xianxia, one day, I'll King change this ridiculously low nickname. I want to poach Huang Yuding, Xianxia suddenly said. Qin Baobao turned her head. He was lying on the seat with his eyes closed. His face was slightly red, and the intoxicating aroma of alcohol wafted out between his breaths. That's too much. We've only just poached Su Jiao. You have to consider public opinion. Qin Baobao frowned. Hey, I didn't say that I'm going to poach Huang Yuding during the contract period. Su Jiao just said that Huang Yuding's contract is about to expire, and he intends to jump ship to Dynasty. We're on good terms with him. When his contract expires, he can just join our company. Qinzhe grinned, his eyes clouded with a layer of drunkenness. He might not be willing to join our Tianfeng Entertainment, Qin Baobao said. Want to make a bet? Qinzhe said. A bet where we can do whatever we want. Qin Baobao's eyes lit up. Forget it. He took out his phone and found Huang Yuding's private number in his contact list. He dialed Huang Yuding's number. After waiting for a moment, the phone was connected. Qinzhe, looking for me, what's the matter? Huang Yuding's voice was accompanied by strong panting. What are you doing? Qinzhe frowned. I am exercising. Huang Yuding's tone was panting. Qinzhe glanced at his sister. If you're doing exercise, stop for a moment. I have something to tell you. If you're doing exercise, then I'm sorry to disturb you. Huang Yuding said angrily, why would I do exercise in the middle of the night? Wait a moment, I'll call you back later. He hung up. Qinzhe glanced at his sister, embarrassed. His sister turned her face to the side, and her crystal earlobes seemed to be red. Qinzhe lowered the car window and bit a cigarette. Just as he was about to light it, he turned his head and asked his sister, can I smoke a cigarette? Qin Baobao said softly. The air conditioner was blowing in the car, and the hot wind outside the window blew in. It felt like ice and fire. Qinzhe lit the cigarette and puffed. Qin Baobao also lowered the car window. She didn't like the smell of cigarettes very much, but she wasn't like other women who frowned and waved their hands as soon as they smelled cigarettes, showing extreme disgust. But if Qinzhe finished smoking, she wouldn't kiss Qinzhe. So every time she went home, she would smell his mouth to see if there was any smell of cigarettes. Although they didn't practice kissing much, what if they had a whim? He thought that it would only take a few minutes, but in the end, 15 minutes had passed. A little bored, Qinzhe turned his head and admired his sister's graceful side curve. She was dressed more casually today. She was wearing a black close-fitting t-shirt that clung to her small waist. It was so thin that he felt like he could wrap his hands around it. There was no belly, and it was tight. Qinzhe had experienced it before. It was a pleated short skirt, light blue in color, which was Qinzhe's favorite. She wasn't wearing any stockings. Her legs were fair, straight, and slender. He wore a pair of white running shoes. A few minutes later, Qin Baobao glared at him. What are you looking at? Huang Yuding's phone call made her feel weird. Why was her brother staring at her after the phone call? What was he trying to do? Qinzhe looked around. I'm looking at the scenery. He was suddenly startled when he saw that someone was secretly taking pictures of them in the darkness outside the car window. At a distance of 30 to 40 meters, using the green belt and darkness as cover, ordinary people couldn't see it, but Qinzhe could. As his practice of times are calling deepened, Qinzhe's various senses and skills became more and more perfect. In the future, he would be able to *ck a bird in the sky, a turtle in the sea, or even a hole in the ground. Realization dawned on him. It should be the paparazzi or something. He and his sister were big shots, and many paparazzi dreamed of digging up their secrets. Whether it was exposing them or demanding a huge sum of hush money. In recent days, Su Jiao's sky-high compensation for jumping ship to Tianfeng Entertainment and Royal Entertainment had become a hot search and headline. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching and how many people were looking forward to the aftermath of this incident? It was normal for him and his sister to be targeted by the paparazzi. They were probably followed when they left the house. Then, this welcome banquet couldn't be hidden. Entertainment News would probably report tomorrow. Tianfeng Entertainment's top management invited Su Jiao to a banquet. It didn't matter, and there was no need to hide it. Su Jiao jumping ship to Tianfeng Entertainment was already an established fact. Paparazzi were very annoying. No celebrities would like them, but they were like annoying little demons that couldn't be shaken off. The best way was to treat them like air and try not to do anything private in public, such as kissing his sister. Xianxia pretended not to see the paparazzi taking pictures. He waited for another 5 minutes. He finished his second cigarette. He waited for another 10 minutes. He finished his third cigarette. After waiting for a total of more than half an hour, Xianxia got impatient and dialed Huang Yuding's number again. What's going on? Huang Yuding also has a low-level system, F***CK, it's almost going to last longer than me. At a certain high-end residence, Huang Yuding was lying on a spacious double bed. In the luxuriously decorated bedroom, the curtains were tightly drawn, and there was only a table lamp emitting an orange halo at the head of the bed. A woman with wavy curls was lying on the bed, revealing her snow-white, round, and fragrant shoulders. She blinked her languid eyes. Yuding, why aren't you returning my call? When Xianxia called just now, they were already almost done. In the end, Huang Yuding leaned against the headboard and stared at his phone for a long time without returning her call. Huang Yuding glanced at the time and shook his head. Let's wait a little longer. He had a girlfriend, and it was the woman on the bed, a young model born in the 90s. That was not right. Young models born in the 90s were already approaching their 30s. Only young models born in the 90s could be considered young models. Xianxia called you. Maybe it's about a song? His girlfriend urged. Hurry up and return his call. Don't you always want him to write songs for you? Huang Yuding was silent. This was a matter of a man's dignity. He could not compromise. He waited for another 10 minutes. I still want to love even in death. I won't be happy if I don't thoroughly and vividly. A loud voice sounded. Caller, Xianxia. Huang Yuding took a deep breath and picked up the phone. He was panting. What now? Didn't I say I'll call you back? There was a long silence. F***CK, my waist is not convinced. Huang Yuding panted. Hee, I'm gifted. There's nothing to be surprised about. His girlfriend, I'm not convinced either. Then you continue. We'll talk another day. Don't. Since you called, I'll stop for a while. Stop for a while. Is that okay? Hey, it's not a critical moment. It's okay to stop for a while. I'm still early. Xianxia screamed in his mind, hey, low-life system, what's going on? You're selling fake kidneys, aren't you? The system ignored him. Huang Yuding was full of arrogance. What's the matter? Did you agree to my request for a song? Xianxia said, asking for a song is a small matter. Let me ask you, is your contract about to expire? Huang Yuding said, it'll expire next month. Xianxia, you don't plan to renew your contract and jump ship to Royal Entertainment? Huang Yuding was shocked. How did you know? Don't spread this. Xianxia said, Su Jiao told me. So what if it spreads? It's not jumping ship. You and the company both know this, don't you? Huang Yuding said, my company is not big. If I stay here, my prospects are definitely not as good as Royal Entertainment. There was a company in the capital that wanted me, but it's too far away. I don't want to fly between two places and settle in the capital. There's nothing to stay in that shabby place. And the music director of Royal Entertainment is my classmate. He has been persuading me for a long time, so I plan to go there. Xianxia said, Huang Yuding continued, originally, I wanted to ask you for a song in the future and shamelessly ask for a few more songs. But you and Royal Entertainment have a feud. I'm afraid there's no chance now. He said in a tentative tone. Xianxia snorted. Definitely no chance. I won't give you a single song. Huang Yuding said dryly. Don't be like this. After all, we're friends. If he listened carefully, he could actually guess Xianxia's intentions. But when a man vented, not only was his body drained, his mental acuity would also decrease. Xianxia said, it's actually very simple to ask me for a song. As long as you promise me one thing, not only will I give you a song, I can do it every year, just like Su Jiao. This time, Huang Yuding understood. He was not surprised, not excited, nor did he refuse. A moment later. You want to poach me? Xianxia corrected him. I'm not poaching you. I'm waiting for your contract to end. But I feel that other than songs, Tianfeng is inferior to royal entertainment in all aspects, Huang Yuding said cautiously. That was in the past. Qinzhe said disdainfully, Tianfeng's current scale is indeed not as big as royal entertainment. They also don't have as many artists under them. But an entertainment company's prospects are not based on its scale, but on its potential. Look at the movie Tianfeng made this year, If I Become Memories. The domestic box office was 2.8 billion and the overseas box office was 800 million. As for Journey to the West, the two movies combined have already exceeded 10 billion. Not to mention the album. If you don't count Su Jiao, my sister has broken the record again. This is potential, brother. Tianfeng is flourishing now. It's inevitable that it will surpass royal entertainment. You entering Tianfeng now and in the future are two completely different concepts. What can royal entertainment give you? They can only help you take on more commercials, commercial performances, and give you more work to earn money. Tianfeng can give you the same. I'm not afraid to tell you that we don't have much work. Instead, we have too few artists, so there's no need to fight for resources for now. Moreover, in terms of career, singers still rely on their works. You know what it means if I write songs for you. Just look at Su Jiao's choice. Believe it or not, in at most 3 years, her position in the music industry will be on par with yours, or even surpass yours. And you, don't you want your celebrity to live longer and have a better reputation? It's the age of little fresh meats now. How many more years can you stay popular? Believe it or not, once the number of outstanding works decreases, your reputation will plummet. Finally, funds. You'll never know how much money I have. Let's not talk about Tianfeng. Guess how much I earn every month from Baozi Investment? Have you forgotten my title last year that was more famous than the fast shooter? God of Stocks, a god of stocks even more awesome than Xing Beach's little god of stocks. There's also my antivirus software. It's not as profitable as Baozi and Tianfeng for now, but it's not a problem to earn tens of millions every month. Huang Yuding pushed away his girlfriend who had leaned over to listen to the phone call. He pulled open the curtains in his pajamas. How many songs will you write for me every year? You're more famous than Su Jiao, and we're friends. At least 2 songs a year, at most 4. Singers usually release 2 albums a year. 4 songs is enough to make up a single album. If you take them apart, 2 songs from each album are mine. You've tasted the sweetness of love even when you die, right? Huang Yuding said, okay, I'll go to your company tomorrow. Qinzhe smiled. Wise, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really that F** King Long? Huang Yuding laughed out loud. This is considered long? Sit down, sit down. It's basic. He faced the window and didn't see his girlfriend curling her lips in disdain behind him. Qinzhe, F***ck, he didn't believe that Huang Yuding was so powerful. He must have taken a little blue pill. He hung up the phone. Qin Baobao asked timidly, hey, do all men take this long? Although she rarely came into contact with filthy things on the internet and had never watched any Japanese educational films, it didn't mean that her sister was a primary school student. She knew everything she needed to know in that aspect. She just lacked practice. Think about it, if she had to be stabbed for half an hour to an hour, would she be able to take it? Under the dim light on the car roof, her sister's delicate face was dyed with a layer of orange, like a piece of flawless yellow jade with a faint blush. Qinzhe snorted. Don't be surprised. Men should be this long. Men should be this long. And men should be this long. Actually, they had different meanings. Qin Baobao was stunned. You must be lying. She expressed her disbelief. Qinzhe thought to himself, so what if I'm lying? Can we still talk about it? Do you want to continue poaching people? Qin Baobao changed the topic and talked about that with her brother. No matter what, she was excited and embarrassed. She crossed out the excited part. Qinzhe nodded. Why? Qin Baobao asked the question in her heart. Forcing the system to force me. Qinzhe sighed. I can't stay in Tianfeng forever, and I can't really become a star. So let's develop Tianfeng as soon as possible. It'll save me and you a lot of trouble. I haven't spent so much effort on Baoza and Amethyst. But Tianfeng is my gift to my sister. No matter how tiring or troublesome it is, I will make it a top entertainment company. My sister should have the best. Sit down, sit down. Coaxing his sister was routine. Coaxing his sister was too easy. Every time he coaxed her, his sister would be happy for a while. This time, the effect seemed to be even better. Qin Baobao smiled sweetly. In that instant, she was like the incomparably enchanting Daji, but also like the bright and adorable Xianxia. She leaned over and wrapped her arms around Qin Zai's neck. Hey, do you want to eat the rouge on my lips? Yes. Ck Qin Zai felt a chill run down his spine. His scalp went numb. He suddenly remembered that there were paparazzi outside. If he guessed correctly, the high-powered camera with night vision function was focused on the inside of the car. At this time, his sister had put her hands around his neck, her pretty face flashed with shyness and joy, and her thin mouth was slightly open. In the next scene, if the paparazzi were not dead, then the sister and brother would be dead. The paparazzi may be extremely excited, stimulated, and surprised, leading to cardiac arrest and death from shock. No matter how he thought about it, the sister and brother were more likely to be dead. At this moment, if he told his sister that there were paparazzi secretly taking photos, his sister would definitely pull back from the cliff and make a move to distance herself. But in the eyes of outsiders, it would be even more strange, and those with a big brain hole would probably have a bad association. How to smoothly eliminate the ambiguous action into nothingness? In the blink of an eye, Swamp King had an idea. He first extended his left palm and pressed it on his sister's chest, giving himself a buff that turned his chest into bliss. Then, he swung his right hand and chopped his sister's head. Qin Baobao was stunned on the spot. What are you doing? She covered her head, pursed her small mouth, frowned, and looked aggrieved. That chop just now was a bit heavy. One chop, one chop. Qin Zai shouted and made 3 consecutive chop. It seemed to be a big move, but the strength was actually very light. After being hit by a series of blows, Qin Baobao launched a counterattack and hit Qin Zai's chest with 2 fists. Qin Zai also clenched his fists and fought back. Qin Baobao's advantage was revealed. If it were Wang Zijin, she would confront him with an aggrieved look and wait for Qin Zai to take the initiative to admit his mistake. If it were Su Yu, she would pretend to be heartbroken and accuse Qin Zai of being heartless. Not far away, the paparazzi hidden behind the green belt saw the sister and brother fighting in the car through the camera with night vision function. So naive? The paparazzi murmured. Just now, Qin Baobao was going to hug Qin Zai's neck, right? That posture was very ambiguous, and he was stunned at that time. The two of them were siblings, right? They weren't a celebrity couple, right? Soon, he found that he thought too much. The fast gunman waved his hand knife and shot Qin Baobao 3 times in a row. Qin Baobao angrily fought back. The siblings punched each other for half a minute. So, Qin Baobao was going to strangle Qin Zai's neck instead of hugging his neck, as expected of a female celebrity who was known as a natural seductress. Her every move was ambiguous and seductive. The paparazzi watched from the camera as the siblings messed around for a while. Then, they stopped, drove the car, merged into the traffic, and disappeared. Today, they still didn't manage to dig up any explosive news from the siblings, but they managed to capture the scene of Su Jiao and Elysium's higher-ups attending the banquet, so it wasn't a loss this time. In the car, Qin Zai breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Baobao said, "Are there really paparazzi secretly taking pictures of us?" Qin Zai rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense, which day hasn't there been paparazzi secretly taking pictures of us? I saw them when I was smoking just now. They were sneakily hiding behind the greenery. This bunch of paparazzi who are like plasters, I am willing to spend a good night with your mother." Qin Zai was drenched in cold sweat just now, and he was quite frightened. Qin Baobao, only a ghost would believe that there's a bosom friend in the sea. Qin Zai, luring grass on the plains, forget it if you don't believe me. Qin Baobao was stunned. So awesome, she didn't have any more poems in her stomach, so she sulked as she drove. After driving for a while, Qin Zai said seriously, "Let's be more careful in the future. especially in public places. You can't mess around like you do at home. If you get photographed, it won't be good for your reputation. Qin Baobao pulled a long face. I know, it's all because sister can't be seen in public. Qinzhe hesitated and said, if you feel that it's unfair, you can put yourself in my shoes. It's actually not good for my reputation. If I get photographed, I won't be able to face anyone. Both of them would be finished for this kind of thing, alright? And no matter how you looked at it, Qinzhe was more at risk. The old master would beat him to death. Qinzhe counted the B-list artists in the company. Li Wei, Su Jiao, Huang Yuding, and the 2 B-list artists who starred in A Journey to the West, there were exactly 5 of them. There were 9 C-list artists, and they were currently short of 2. Qinzhe immediately thought of Go Ling and Ding Lixin, a female singer duo, but he immediately rejected that idea. There were too many singers in the company, and it would cause an imbalance in the ranks of the artists. In a truly healthy and powerful entertainment company, film and television stars must be the mainstream, followed by singers. Also, he had promised Huang Yuding and Su Jiao, so the other singers would definitely make requests, or else they would feel unfair. Huang Yuding and Su Jiao added up to 5 or 6 songs a year, so it didn't matter. But this couldn't become a routine, or else everyone would use this as a condition. There were countless songs in the store, but Qinzhe's points were limited. Once again, Go Ling kept throwing flirtatious glances at him, showing that she wanted to seduce him. This violated sister's taboo. Sister had never liked her. If he poached Go Ling and they were under the same roof, Go Ling would definitely pursue him in a more daring way. Her mentality would probably explode. Right, Xianxia and Yi Lu. Xianxia was cheerful, lively, petite, and cute. Qinzhe quite liked this kind of personality. However, her acting skills weren't top-notch. She had acted in many dramas, but after being scolded a few times by haters online, she changed her main occupation to variety shows. As for Yi Lu, she was a rather interesting woman. She was tall and beautiful, and claimed to be his fan. Last time, when he accompanied sister to a reality show, he was in the same team as her. During this period, they would occasionally message each other. When it was a festival, they would send a few blessings. Hello, Qinzhe? After dialing Xianxia's number, it rang for a while before the other side picked it up. You're sleeping so early? It's only 10:30, Qinzhe said in surprise. I slept at 10, Xianxia said lazily. Boss Qin, why are you calling me? Do you want me to warm your bed? Sure, come on, come on. I have something to talk to you about, Qinzhe said. What is it? Say it quickly. Women who stay up late will age, Xianxia said. I want to invite you to join Tianfeng. Qinzhe went straight to the point. Huh? Xianxia's tone suddenly rose. Come to my Tianfeng, Qinzhe said. Xianxia, at this moment, Xianxia, who was sleeping soundly, flipped over and sat up. With her messy hair, she touched her forehead and smoothed her hair back. Boss Qin, don't tease me. I'm not teasing you. Really? I was watching you and Royal Entertainment quarrel the day before yesterday with relish. Now you're calling me and saying that you want to poach me? I'm a slut in the capital. I've never thought of settling in Shanghai. I don't care if you're a slut in the capital or in the northeast. As long as you're not a slut, I won't eat you. Besides, don't you have property in Shanghai? You spend almost half of your time in Shanghai every year. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known each other. As an artist, who doesn't travel all over the country? It's normal to be away for a few months for a drama. How much time do you spend at home? Don't talk to me about this, Qinzhe said. Xianxia was a cheerful and soft girl. When talking to her, there was no need to be too polite. Just banter and joke like friends. Qinzhe said, not only has Su Jiao joined my company, Huang Yuding's contract has also expired. He has decided to join our Tianfeng. Xianxia was shocked and speechless for a long time. In a soft and cute voice, she said, Are you for real? You're lying to me. Why would I lie to you? Boss Qin, what are you trying to do? You can't be so ruthless, right? Poaching so many artists at once. Can the company digest them all? It's very troublesome with lawsuits. Xianxia felt that he was too crazy. People did business and ran companies step by step. But he was moving too fast. What do you think? Xianxia asked. I'm not coming. Xianxia said, I'm doing well here. Why would I come to your company? Send me a boyfriend? I'm not a singer. It's useless even if you write songs for me. I'm not cut out for singing, so your Tianfang is not attractive to me. I don't want to be entangled in lawsuits. It's so troublesome. Time will pass. Think about it, Xianxia said. Xianxia burst into laughter and said coquettishly, no. She changed the topic and teased, do you have a girlfriend? Xianxia looked at his sister and said without hesitation, no. Salted fish knew how to choose. Xianxia giggled and said, then be my boyfriend. I'll come over. How should he answer this? It should be a joke, but if he rejected it directly, it would appear that his EQ was low. If he agreed, the jealous lover beside him would act up again. Allow me to ponder for a while, Xianxia said, yes, can't afford it. Pass. Xianxia did not react and thought that he was casually changing the topic. She smiled and said, all right. I'm just joking. I'm going to sleep. Bye. Xianxia sighed and said, I'll talk for a few more minutes. Listen carefully. When it's done and you still don't want to come, we'll treat it as if it never happened. Xianxia was stunned and said, wait a moment. She got out of bed and went to the living room to pour a cup of warm water. She took a sip and said with a serious expression, go ahead. I remember that you used to be a movie star, but after filming a few years of television dramas, you were criticized for your poor acting skills. Unable to take the blow, you gradually faded out of the film industry and became active in variety shows, Xianxia said. Why are you stabbing me in the heart for no reason? Xianxia said angrily. Actually, I've watched your television dramas in the past and quite liked you. You're beautiful and your acting skills are good. Why were you criticized to this extent? Indeed, your acting skills aren't top-notch, but there's nothing wrong with it. Why were you criticized as an actress with no acting skills who would never become popular? Xianxia asked. Yes. I also think that my acting skills are not bad. Xianxia felt the same way. But it's not up to the artist to decide what kind of show to film. Back then, all kinds of film companies would help me accept. There were many lousy shows, but I just gritted my teeth and acted in them. What could I do? I was helpless too. However, I'm doing quite well now. Variety shows are much more relaxed and cheerful. Xianxia said, no matter how popular variety shows are, you're just like that. Xianxia was silent. Xianxia guided her patiently. I can give you a chance. I can give you a chance to return to the film industry. Don't you envy those celebrities who become popular overnight? Don't you want to prove yourself? Are you really willing? Stay in variety shows forever and never leave? How many years have you been in the industry? Have you won the Best Actress award? You haven't even won the Best Supporting Actress award. How many red carpets have you walked? You even feel embarrassed to walk the red carpet, right? That's because you're not filming anymore. You're just slacking off in variety shows. Xianxia pretended to be relaxed and laughed. Mr. Qin, you really have a glib tongue. But we're friends, right? Don't paint a big picture for me. Variety shows are useless, but at least it's comfortable and there's no risk. If I agree, what if I lose the bait and lose the bait? How many years can you stay in variety shows? As you get older, there will be fewer and fewer shows looking for you. Xianxia said calmly, do you know why Su Jiao agreed to jump ship? It's not just because of the song. Our Tianfang will also take care of the lawsuit, compensation, and one-stop service. As long as you agree, we'll leave the rest to Tianfang. You just have to obediently rest at home for a while and then happily come to my embrace. You won't believe me even if I tell you. We can sign a contract. Tianfang guarantees that we won't give up on you and will help you settle these things. Xianxia didn't say anything and seemed to be thinking about it. I know you're worried that you'll jump ship, or will it be the same as before? Don't worry, it won't happen. I promise to give you better film and television resources. It's not like you haven't seen my movies before. Which one of them isn't popular? Think about it, if you came over earlier, If I Became Memories and Journey to the West would definitely have a role for you. Those who became popular because of Journey to the West, like Feng Rui. Those whose fame rose again, like Li Wei. Can your current entertainment company give you such conditions? Xianxia was bewildered. You'll really give me better film and television resources? Xianxia, we can sign the contract first. Later, you'll officially join us and we'll write it in the contract. Xianxia, take care of the lawsuit? Xianxia, N. Xianxia, hey, Xianxia, why are you doing this? First it was Su Jiao, then Huang Yuding, then me. How can you do this? I feel like you're just messing around. Xianxia, so I'm the big boss, and you're a small artist. Go. Xianxia said angrily, then I'll come to Shanghai another day. Let's talk business. You have to write those promises in the contract. Xianxia, no problem. Before hanging up, Xianxia suddenly said, what do you mean by A? Are you mocking me? Did I say that? I'm hanging up. I'm driving. Xianxia hung up. On the other side, Xianxia glanced at her phone screen, lowered her head, and looked at the outline of her breasts that were faintly discernible under her pajamas. She muttered unwillingly, I'm into B, okay? Neon lights illuminated the skyscrapers, and cars converged into a sparkling river. Qin Baobao straightened her back, clenched the steering wheel with both hands, and looked ahead attentively. She looked very cute when she was driving seriously. Did Xianxia agree? Sister asked. That's true. With me around, who can't handle it? Xianxia chuckled. Yes, yes. Brother, you'll definitely have a bright future if you work in MLM. You're also good at bewitching people. Qin Baobao said seriously. Xianxia was too lazy to argue with his sister. It's over now, right? Is there anyone else? Qin Baobao said. Also, I plan to poach Yi Lu too. However, it's too late this year. Let's talk about it tomorrow. You, still want to poach people? Are you crazy? Of course, Qin Baobao didn't know that her little brother was a cheater. She couldn't understand Xianxia's actions. Even if he wanted to make good food for her, he didn't have to do it like this. He was like a hungry ghost who ate 3 days' worth of food. If he didn't die of bloating, he would vomit. It's just a basic operation. Don't be surprised. Xianxia couldn't explain the reason to his sister, so he bragged, when have I ever done something that I'm not confident in? Qin Baobao chuckled. When have you ever been outstanding in anything since you were young? Xianxia's scar was exposed, and he said angrily, I'm a late bloomer. How can a golden carp be a fish in a pond? It will turn into a dragon once it encounters the wind and clouds. Yesterday, I was already dead. Today, I'm Hei's king. Hei's king, what do you plan to do next? It's easy to poach people, but it's not easy to run a business. Writing songs isn't a problem. After all, my little brother is a fast shooter. I'm proud of him. I believe that you can satisfy Huang Yuding and Su Jiao. However, what you and Xianxia promised, is it really not nonsense? Don't go back on your word when the time comes. If you can't give them good resources, there will be disputes again, Qin Baobao said. She finally acted like a good wife and mother, a good wife and sister, a good sister and sister. Xianxia didn't criticize when he did things. He would always give careful warnings after the event. She was so virtuous, she must be an older sister. Because his girlfriend couldn't be virtuous. His girlfriends were all juicers. Don't worry, it's not a problem. As long as I complete this task, I can have as many movies as I want, Xianxia said. He could do whatever he wanted with points. In other people's eyes, Xianxia's actions were childish and stupid. To use a fashionable saying, if you take too big a step, you'll easily pull your balls. However, Xianxia was a cheater. As long as he completed the task of Entertainment Circle's big boss, he would get tens of thousands of points. It wasn't a problem to exchange as many movie and TV scripts as he wanted. Qin Baobao pursed her lips. Regardless of whether her younger brother was bragging or not, since it was already like this, she couldn't just stand by and watch. Go online and see which movies have the highest box office recently. Let's go watch some other day and gain some experience. Xianxia turned on his phone and logged onto the ticket purchase website. He read from his phone, the box office is ranked first in America's Women's Federation. The second is Thailand's Wrestling I'm the Best. The third is Our Country's You're Embarrassed, I'm Embarrassed. Qin Baobao asked, what's your D? Xianxia couldn't help but glance at his sister's proud and perky chest. Visually estimated to be 36D. Qin Baobao looked at him blankly. When she met her younger brother's gaze, she was both embarrassed and angry. She freed her right hand and hit his head. You're so annoying. You don't have to worry about the movie. I'll handle it myself. You just have to practice your singing or film, and occasionally manage the company. As for the concert, I'm sorry. I'll probably be very busy in the next few months. The key is the issue of funds. The compensation for these celebrities and the acquisition of Purple Crystal's factory will all cost money. Xianxia said, when Journey to the West is taken off the shelves and the money comes in, we'll hold a concert. It's like a national tour, okay? Qin Baobao said in an indifferent tone, okay. Anyway, she wouldn't run if she could. It was enough for her to release albums. Wasn't it tiring to run around? She also had to worry about the intruder taking advantage of her absence and eating the pig she had raised for 24 years. It was only 3 kilometers away from the neighborhood. When the car passed by the 24-hour supermarket, Xianxia said, stop for a while. I'll buy a pack of cigarettes. The car stopped by the roadside. Xianxia opened the door and got out. You can only buy 1 pack, Qin Baobao shouted at his back. Qin Baobao limited his cigarettes to 1 pack every 2 days. He could only buy 1 pack at a time. If he bought too many, she would get angry and throw them away. It didn't matter during the day, but when she got home from work, she definitely couldn't let her brother smoke. She couldn't stand the heavy smell of cigarettes. Got it. Xianxia put on his mask and cap as he walked. When he entered the supermarket, there was a kid in middle school standing behind the counter. He had a childish face. Perhaps his parents had something to do, so he was helping to look after the store. Xianxia took out a 100 yuan note. Give me a pack of Chicken Lord. The kid's gaze swept across the glass cabinet and turned to look at the wall cabinet with cartons of cigarettes. He shook his head and said, Chicken Lords are sold out. Xianxia frowned. There's no Chicken Lord, then give me a pack of Chicken Lord. There's still Chicken Lord. The kid took out the cigarettes and handed them over, keeping the 100 yuan note. There was no need for change. Both Chicken Lord and Chicken Lord were the same price, 100 yuan. Xianxia put the cigarettes in his pocket. He only smoked Chicken Lords. Chicken Lords were strong, but pure. Chicken Lord was soft. Although it tasted good, it was too bland. Only sissies would sleep with women. Men should F***C came in. For reference, only sissies would suck Chicken Lord. Men should smoke Chicken Lord. He would just be a sissy for a day. Just then, a man and a woman walked into the supermarket. The man stood at the counter and pointed at Chicken Lord. Give me a pack. Xianxia thought, yo, your brother is also smoking Chicken Lord. No, this is the shell, the kid replied. Then give me a pack of Chicken Lord. The man took out a 100 yuan note and placed it on the glass counter. The kid held the cigarette in one hand and the money in the other. He turned around and put it through the money detector. The woman suddenly said, wait, you can pay with Zhizhibao, right? Sure. The young man took out the QR code and placed it in front of her. The woman took back the $100 bill and handed it back to the man. Then, she pointed her phone at the QR code and scanned it to pay. But then, the man changed his mind and insisted on paying with cash. He pushed the $100 bill to the young man. Xianxia saw that the man had been holding on to his wallet the whole time. He had secretly swapped out the $100 bill. He still had a fake bill in his hand, which had been blocked by his wallet. Through the woman's manipulation, he took out the fake bill and handed it to the young man. The young man was young, but he didn't know how sinister people were. He didn't suspect anything and took it. The man and woman looked at each other and smiled. Just as the man reached for the cigarette, Xianxia was one step ahead of him. He pressed down on the packet of dummy cigarettes that cost $100. The man stared at him. "Brother, what's the meaning of this?" They looked at each other silently, trying to use their eyes to tell Xianxia not to meddle in other people's business. Xianxia retracted his gaze and pushed the packet of dummy cigarettes back to the young man. He said lightly, "Give the money back to him and let them scan the QR code to pay." The young man was confused. He didn't understand what was going on. Everything was fine, but the man beside him suddenly interfered. "What does it have to do with you? We're buying cigarettes." "Are you crazy?" the woman shouted. "Young man, give us the cigarettes. We're in a hurry." The man glared at Xianxia again with a strong threat. The young man handed over the cigarettes, but this time, Xianxia directly took the cigarettes away. The man was so angry that he cursed. A middle-aged man walked out of the supermarket. Perhaps he heard the noise outside and came out to check. "What's the matter?" He glanced at Xianxia and the other two. The young man was confused from beginning to end. He looked at his father blankly. He didn't know how to explain. The woman immediately said, "We're here to buy cigarettes." "I don't know what's wrong with this person. He snatched the cigarettes and refused to give it to us. He probably doesn't want your family to do business." The man agreed. "This person is crazy." The fake bill was still on the counter. He reached out and quietly took it back. "We're going to scan the QR code to pay." The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia with an unfriendly expression. Xianxia pointed at the money the man took out. "Boss, he used fake money to buy your cigarettes." The middle-aged man was stunned. "What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense, you know? This is real money." "This kid checked it on the money detector just now," the woman shouted. Hearing this, the young man nodded. The man pulled out the real banknote without batting an eyelid. "Do you want to check it again?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "No need, you can pay by scanning the QR code." The woman shouted, "What do you mean? We're here to buy cigarettes, not to be wronged. I'm not buying any more. You don't know how to do business at all." As she spoke, she pulled the man out of the supermarket. The middle-aged man quickly took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed one to Xianxia. He said in a grateful tone, "Brother, thank you." Xianxia shook his head, took the cigarette, and put it on his ear. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette and said with disdain, "I can tell from their accent that they're from another country." "Bah." Xianxia thought to himself, "Because of their accent, you choose to believe me?" The middle-aged man explained, "I've been running this shop for so many years. It's not like I haven't suffered this kind of loss before." He looked at his son. "Did those two people buy cigarettes with real money first, then take it back and give it to you?" The young man nodded. The middle-aged man scolded, "Little punk, grow a brain. Didn't I tell you to be careful?" The young man looked aggrieved. Xianxia left the supermarket. After a few steps, he was blocked by two men and a woman. Was this a form of revenge? Xianxia glanced at the man blocking the way and then looked at the man behind him. The two men were advancing and retreating. "What's wrong? You want to beat people up?" Xianxia said. "Change this 100 yuan for us and pretend that this didn't happen." The man took out a red Grandpa Mao note. "What if I don't want to?" Xianxia was very calm. "Then you don't want to live." The woman was full of vigor. "It's illegal to send fake money to the market. It's more serious than you beating me up. This is Shanghai, not your fellow countrymen in the corners of the country." The man who was in the supermarket with the woman said, "We didn't send fake money. We're the victims. Don't talk nonsense. Give us the money." Xianxia had seen similar reports on the news before. Many people used this method to quietly send fake money to the market. The woman sneered. "If you don't give us the money, we'll beat you up. It's your choice. Even if you call the police will only ask about such a small matter. They don't even need to file a case. It's pointless to take a beating. Before she finished speaking, the man standing in front of Xianxia was kicked in the stomach. He fell to the ground and rolled a few meters away, groaning in pain. After dealing with one easily, he turned around and swept his leg, sweeping the man behind him to the ground. He wondered if he should call the police and let the police handle it. Beep. Beep. A car horn sounded in the distance. His sister waved at him from the car. Xianxia walked in front of the woman and slapped her. Xianxia is a local. I have 100 ways to make your life difficult, but you can't do anything about it. He jogged to the car, opened the door and got in. Qin Baobao looked at the 3 people in the distance. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. What's going on? You got into a fight with someone again. They're scammers. Xianxia briefly explained the situation. It's something that was announced on the internet, the kind where fake money is exchanged for real money. That's crazy. We actually encountered them. Qin Baobao was shocked. Well, it's happening all over the country. It's not surprising. Xianxia said. Many people who saw the news would scold the people for not being in the old days. Gangs, similar cases all over the country, the methods were the same. Considering the source of the fake money, it was terrifying. First, where did so many fake money come from? Ordinary people don't have many chances to see fake money. There must be a gang that makes fake money. Second, how did they train their hand speed? It was more like group training. Third, XX almost didn't crack down on such incidents. When encountering this kind of situation, and he had the ability to do so, Xianxia didn't mind pulling out his blade when he saw injustice. For royal entertainment, Su Jiao's departure was undoubtedly a very bad thing. Losing money was a small matter. The key was that their reputation was greatly damaged. Hiring a water army to slander a journey to the west was malicious competition. Although this kind of thing was common in the entertainment industry, tacit understanding and exposure were 2 different things. Boosting album sales and false hype. In the end, not only did it not succeed, but it also had a very negative impact on the company's image. After losing the company's money to boost sales, Su Jiao's album sales were very weak. On the other hand, Qin Baobao's album had been selling well. Then, the person involved, Su Jiao, suddenly jumped ship to Tianfeng Entertainment. It was even more absurd than a melodramatic drama. Royal Entertainment had lost all face. The face they had lost in the past few years was not as much as the face they had lost recently. Today, a few executives took advantage of the break after lunch to have a simple meeting. Tianfeng Entertainment has gone too far. We must fight back. Wei Tong slapped the table. Use all the connections that should be used. We must win the lawsuit. Even if we can't win, we must drag it out for a year or so. Actually, we don't have to go head-to-head with Tianfeng, someone said. No, I can't stand this grievance. Royal Entertainment can't stand it either. Wei Tong said, contact Huang Yuding and let him announce the news of him joining Royal Entertainment as soon as possible. Su Jiao left, so be it. Huang Yuding is much more famous than her. In the last meeting, the higher-ups had made a joint decision, should we attack Tianfeng Entertainment? The result was attack, ruthlessly. The experienced higher-ups even came up with a plan to beat them at their own game in a very short period of time. After analysis, there were 2 reasons for the failure. First, Tianfeng Entertainment had a lot of money and could afford to wage a war of trolls and sales. Second, the quality of Su Jiao's album was not as good as Qin Baobao's. This was an ironclad fact, so when the trolls from both sides fought, the audience was more willing to believe in their own feelings. This meeting was still discussing Tianfeng Entertainment and how to deal with the relationship between both parties in the future. Most of the higher-ups thought that since the grudge had been formed, they would just wait and see. Sooner or later, they would get back at them. A small portion of the higher-ups thought that there was no need to harp on Tianfeng Entertainment. They would attack when it was time to attack, and cooperate when it was time to cooperate. What if they couldn't defeat them? Wei Tong said, Huang Yuding joining Dynasty, the PR department must remember to publicize it. What's the big deal about Su Jiao leaving? Let the outside world know that our company doesn't lack talent. Our company is still a giant in Shanghai's entertainment industry. Also, have you poached any artists from Tianfeng? Are there any who are willing to jump ship? Manager Zhang said, we've tried to contact artists from Tianfeng Entertainment. There are a total of 6 of them. 2 of them are male stars with more potential who are willing to jump ship to Tianfeng. There's only 1 female star for now. Also, they're all movie stars. It's too difficult to find singers. Those singers dream of Xianxia writing songs for them. If they continue to stay in Tianfeng, who knows when the opportunity will come. Wei Tong said, what about that Feng Rui? Her potential is quite good. Manager Zhang shook his head. I didn't get a definite answer. After all, Tianfeng personally made her popular, and it hasn't been long. If she leaves after becoming popular, it will have a very negative impact on her reputation. If Tianfeng manages it well, they might even destroy her. So they must have this concern. Suddenly, Vice President Li Guangzhou's phone buzzed. Because it wasn't a formal meeting, he picked up the call. What did you say? Li Guangzhou shot up from his seat, his eyes wide and filled with shock and surprise. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. Wei Tong asked curiously, what's the matter? Li Guangzhou said, I'll go take a look myself. He hurriedly hung up the phone and opened Weibo. He searched for Huang Yuding and quickly clicked in. The first Weibo that caught his eye was, my voice has always been there, just waiting for CEO Qin to pick up your noble pen. Hashtag Xianxia, welcome to Tianfeng Entertainment, Guru Huang. I have good songs here, do you have a good voice? The Weibo post was posted 5 minutes ago. The person who called him was one of his employees. He said that Huang Yuding had posted on Weibo that he had officially joined Tianfeng Entertainment. Li Guangzhou wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. He might not know if his ears were playing tricks on him, but his eyes were definitely not playing tricks on him. That was the truth. Li Guangzhou raised his head, pushed his glasses, and said with difficulty, something big has happened. What is it? Everyone started asking questions at once. Li Guangzhou said bitterly, Huang Yuding has been poached by Tianfeng Entertainment. At first, there was silence, then a commotion broke out. Don't let it be some unreliable gossip. Give old Zhao a call and let him communicate with him. No one believed this. They were shocked and doubtful. Li Guangzhou waved his phone. It's posted on Weibo. The executives hurriedly picked up their phones and logged into Weibo. What's going on? Didn't they say it was a done deal? Where's old Zhao? Isn't old Zhao his classmate? Is it reliable? Who did you hear it from? Ask him what he wants. Our royal entertainment will try our best to satisfy him. Seeing the truth, they were shocked and angry. Everyone started discussing. Wei Tong personally called the music director, old Zhao, and asked him to communicate with him. 10 minutes later, old Zhao helplessly called back. President Wei, Huang Yuding said it's a pity that he can't join royal entertainment. He's made up his mind. Wei Tong said angrily, ask him to state his conditions. Anything is negotiable. Old Zhao smiled bitterly. I did. I even played the card of being classmates, but it was useless. He said that what Xianxia can give him, royal entertainment can't. Although we're classmates, when it comes to our future, being classmates is useless. Even so, I still pestered him for 10 minutes before he hung up. Wei Tong punched the conference table. After a moment of silence, someone said in a low voice, then, regarding Tianfeng, should we fight back? Everyone didn't know how to answer such a sad question. Inexplicably, things had developed to this point. From the most normal box office battle, to the album sales battle, and finally, Su Jiao's departure and Huang Yuding's loss. From a small loss, it had evolved into a huge loss. What exactly went wrong? Why did a rising newcomer in the entertainment industry make royal entertainment suffer again and again? Why did the Water Army lose again and again? Why did the celebrities get poached again and again? Was it the loss of morality or the distortion of human nature behind all this? After pondering for a while, many higher-ups of royal entertainment came to a sad conclusion. They really couldn't go against Xianxia. Using their connections in the entertainment industry to ban Tianfeng Entertainment, it wouldn't work. Tianfeng's best-selling movies and albums were all independently produced. Unless Royal Entertainment could make director Guangming a scapegoat. After Huang Yuding and Qin Zai's Weibo interaction, the internet was in an uproar. Secondly, before the popularity of Su Jiao joining Tianfeng dissipated, there was another singer who was even more famous. From the album sales battle until now, Tianfeng had participated in almost all the headlines and trending searches in the entertainment industry for more than a month. Huang Yuding joined Tianfeng Entertainment? F***ck, I'm shocked. Tianfeng Entertainment suddenly exploded. In my impression, shouldn't Tianfeng Entertainment be a third-rate entertainment company propped up by Qin Zai and Qin Baobao? In half a year, how many second-rate stars does Tianfeng have? Who can calculate? Their development is too fast. Qin Zai is simply poisonous. We keyboard warriors can't see through the big shots world. Tianfeng's fame rose to another level. In the past, Qin Zai and Qin Baobao's fame had spread far and wide in the entertainment industry, but Tianfeng had always been a nobody. Even though they had produced If I Become Memories and Journey to the West, there were still not many people in Tianfeng Entertainment. It was just like when you watched a movie, you would never pay attention to the production company and would rarely find out who the director was. But starting from this period, Tianfeng Entertainment had become an entertainment company that many people were familiar with. Even Qin Zai's fame rose greatly. There were girls confessing their love for him everywhere on the internet. Sister Yi, I sincerely invite you to join us. Qin Zai said, don't worry about the lawsuit. Tianfeng will also take care of the compensation. I can write clearly on the contract for you. It's best if there's a movie or TV series every year for you to be the female lead. You're worth this price. Qin Zai, don't paint a pie in the sky for me. I don't want to jump ship, Yi Lu said. Reality proved that it wasn't easy to poach people. Su Jiao and Huang Yuding both happened at the right time. Even Xianxia wasn't too immersed in her role, which was why she was poached by Qin Zai. Yi Lu's development was very smooth. It wasn't flourishing, but it was very stable. In such an environment, she definitely wasn't willing to take the risk to jump ship. Also, my relationship with the higher-ups of Mei is pretty good. If I jump ship, it won't be good for my reputation, Yi Lu said gently. Stop bullshitting. I know you want to run out and open your own studio. I did my research before calling you, Qin Zai said in annoyance. Then why did you still call me when you already knew? Yi Lu said. You can also set up your own studio if you come to my Tianfeng Entertainment. Also, the resources will definitely be better than if you open your own studio outside. I can promise you that I'll let you be the female lead once this year. I don't need to repeat the results of Tianfeng Entertainment's TV series, right? Once you've thought it through, remember to call me. Qin Zai rubbed his temples and stared at the name list on the table in front of him. On it were the artists and phone numbers. Yi Lu wasn't his only choice. Qin Zai would give her at most 3 days. If she didn't agree, he would look for other artists. Right now, the most important thing was to complete the mission. Salted Fish Zai's harem group chat, Suyu, what's Qin Zai busy with recently? Baoza has a bunch of things waiting for him to settle. Qin Zai had been at Tianfeng Entertainment for nearly a week. He was in a pair with his sister and the siblings returned home together. Suyu was very angry, but thinking that there were indeed a lot of things happening at Tianfeng Entertainment recently, she held it in and didn't call Qin Zai to make a fuss. Wang Zijin immediately agreed. Purple Crystal isn't coming either. I don't have a lot of management experience. He doesn't even know how to help me. Despise, Qin Baobao originally didn't want to bother with them, but they kept mentioning her. She said helplessly, he's crazy. He's still trying to poach people. Suyu, is he trying so hard to expand Tianfeng's scale? Baoza hasn't expanded in a long time. He doesn't care either. A series of despise emojis. Wang Zijin's tone was sour. Purple Crystal also needs to expand. Ace will be staying at Purple Crystal for the next month. He's doing well. Don't worry about him. Qin Baobao, hee. Suyu, hee. The 3 women were in a show. They bickered for a long time. Nan Man Pei suddenly came online. Recently, I've been preparing to hire a senior manager to help me manage the funds. My think tank suggested that I should personally come up with the questions. Think tank and whatnot. It sounded so high and mighty. She had to get A's to build a think tank one day. Qin Baobao thought to herself. Suyu, sister man, are you sure the think tank isn't trying to slack off? Nan Manpei, I think it's quite interesting. I plan to give it a try. But I've never been an interviewer before. I usually hire people based on their qualifications. Then, I send people to work at the grassroots level. Those who are reliable will be promoted. This time, I plan to set up a management team directly. Suyu, I'll help you think about it. Soon, she posted a large number of unique questions from the interviewers during the interview. Nan Manpei, you have it all on the internet. Be serious. Qin Baobao, do you want to test ability or character? Nan Manpei, both. Wang Zijin, ability is easy. Send a set of professional exercises. Finally, we'll look at the results. If it's character, I have a question that's quite interesting. Nan Manpei, say it. Wang Zijin, if you were locked in a room with a naked woman, and you were only given 20 minutes, what would you do? Wang Zijin, this question is very deep. Those who answered courteously are hypocrites. Those who said that they wanted to do something were very lustful. If you want to write, you'll do it if you don't want money. If you want money, you won't do it. Those who are diligent and thrifty are able to hold on to their career. Those who talk about emotional exchanges first are far-sighted. Nan Manpei, why do I feel that it's not reliable at all? Wang Zijin thought to herself. Of course it's not reliable. I just made it up. Nan Manpei, let's see how Qinzai chooses to Qinzai. Qinzai heard a ding-dong from his phone, indicating that someone had at him. He clicked on it and almost peed in his pants. If you were locked in a room with a naked woman for only 20 minutes, what would you do? Wang Zijin's question might be accidental, but Nan Manpei definitely had ulterior motives for letting him answer. Qinzai couldn't be blamed for thinking this way because the night he had sex with Suyu was almost like this. Suyu took off her clothes and asked him, "Do you like me?" Took off her clothes and asked him, "Do you like me?" Qinzai couldn't resist the temptation. Nan Manpei knew about his relationship with Suyu. Suyu told him that she confessed to Nan Manpei about their intimate relationship. Big sister man, are you trying to beat me? Qinzai thought. Then how should I answer? If I muddle through, big sister man will definitely be dissatisfied. Answer truthfully, God, I may not live past tonight. Nan Manpei, Qin Baobao, is Qinzai next to you? Qin Baobao, yes, he's looking at his phone. Since his sister said so, he couldn't pretend not to see it. Qinzai took a deep breath and typed, I will use 19 minutes to shower, 55 seconds to flirt, and the last 5 seconds to let her know what a man is, humph. Suyu, Qin Baobao, Wang Zijin, Nan Manpei, this humph is very naughty. The group fell silent, and Nan Manpei lurked. Qinzai breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Big Sister Man was satisfied with this answer. In fact, he had already confessed. Because he had some connections in Shanghai, under Qinzai's operation, Royal Entertainment and Su Jiao's lawsuit quickly passed the first trial, which was already 2 weeks later. This was not the result that Dynasty Entertainment wanted. Their original plan was to complete the first trial within 3 months for the simple process and 6 months for the normal process. The second trial would be decided within 3 months. Adding up the first and second trials, it would take at least a year and a half. Making Su Jiao go into hiding for half a year in disguise. But within 3 months. 2 weeks was also within 3 months. After sending people to find out, they found out that it was Tianfeng's doing. The verdict of the first trial, Su Jiao compensated Royal Entertainment with 3 million. The lawsuit entered the second trial phase, and it was already mid-August by the time Su Jiao's case was settled. Tianfeng Entertainment didn't stop there. Soon, news of Xianxia and Yi Lu joining Tianfeng Entertainment was released. Once again, it caused a huge sensation on the internet. To Tianfeng Entertainment, all they had to do was fight a few more lawsuits and lose a few million yuan. But to the onlookers, Tianfeng Entertainment's continuous absorption of big shots and crazy expansion was simply insane. Everyone had a premonition that a huge capital of the entertainment industry was about to rise. Xianxia's mission progress had reached a bottleneck. Other than the number of artists, there was another requirement: 30 billion yuan in funds. Tianfeng Entertainment could still take out 30 billion yuan, but their cash flow wasn't that terrifying. Various investments, such as albums and movies, hadn't been paid back yet. What should they do? Borrow from Purple Crystal and Baozhe and inject funds into Tianfeng Entertainment? I need a month, really. I'll return the money after a month, Xianxia swore solemnly. After a month, the money will be cold. No, Suyu replied. After a month, do you believe that Purple Crystal would have already gone bankrupt? Wang Zijin replied. The two women had the same firm attitude on this matter: no money, no life. Money? No, scram. Even though Xianxia kept saying that he would return the money, as long as Tianfeng Entertainment wasn't at the end of its rope, the two of them weren't willing to lend money. Because Xianxia's reason wasn't convincing. Why did Tianfeng need so much money for no reason? Did they want to expand again? Not only did they want to expand, they even King used their money to expand. Could it be that Tianfeng Entertainment was their biological son, while Baozhe and Purple Crystal were free gifts? At night, while his sister was bathing, Xianxia slipped into Wang Zijin's room. He gave her a flattering smile first. Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin was sitting at the head of the bed, reading a book. Under the light of the table lamp, her face was crystal clear. Wang Zijin ignored him. Xianxia slipped on the bed and chuckled. Wang Zijin still ignored him. Xianxia teased her with all his might, moving his hands up and down. Wang Zijin said angrily, "You want money again?" Xianxia said, 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers are always love. Can you just give me 1 billion yuan? Wang Zijin said, no, scram. With that, she crawled under the covers and showed him the back of her head. Xianxia harumphed and said, hey, I'll try peaceful means before resorting to force. Since you're so disobedient, don't blame me for using the family law. Wang Zijin giggled. The family law of a little pervert? What kind of family law could a cowardly little pervert have, other than that one time when he confessed to her and when they were intimate in bed? Wang Zijin had always considered herself as the big sister. She felt that Xianxia would definitely be a henpecked husband in the future. In a woman's eyes, a capable man who was also henpecked husband could be said to be perfect. Wang Zijin held the initiative from beginning to end. Even in bed, she actually held the initiative. If she wasn't prepared, Xianxia wouldn't be able to get through. Xianxia chuckled and said, you've seen my family law. I often use it on Qin Bao. Wang Zijin was taken aback. What family law? Slap. A heavy slap landed on Wang Zijin's little butt. She screamed, covered her butt, and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. He hit me? He hit me? Such a beautiful and cute girlfriend. How could he do that? Wang Zijin said angrily, even if you kneel on the keyboard, I won't forgive you. Xianxia smiled and waved his hand. Slap, slap, slap. Slap, slap, slap. Accompanied by the loud slaps and Wang Zijin's screams, the bedroom was filled with a happy atmosphere. Wang Zijin resisted at first, just like Qin Bao's fierce resistance, but the two best friends couldn't escape the fate of being beaten. I'll give it to you, I'll give it all to you. Wang Zijin pleaded. Xianxia stopped. Wang Zijin kicked him under the quilt and said angrily, get out, you don't love me at all. Xianxia said with a straight face, you're sensible. I'll go out first. Go to sleep. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would soften again. Wahahaha. I finally toughened up in front of Sister Ziwei. Women don't take a beating for a day, the ancients didn't lie to me. Political power comes from the barrel of a gun, the chairman really didn't lie to me. Xianxia spent a little effort to coax and pester. In the end, there was no problem. So you had always been in charge. Wang Zijin may be arrogant for a while, but Xianxia was confident that he could get money from Sister Ziwei. But occasionally think about it, I'm going to be the man of Heiai's king. It's not a good thing to keep being soft. It turns out that I'm really the man who can be Heiai's king. As soon as he stepped out of the door, his cell phone rang. Caller ID, Uncle. Uncle, Why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Xianxia answered, Hello, uncle, what's the matter? A's. Su Guang's voice sounded strange, something happened on my side. What are you up to now? Xianxia raised his voice. Did this guy gamble with the hundreds of thousands and get into debt again? Su Guang hesitated for a long time as if it was hard to say. I was caught by the police when I was helping a poor woman improve her financial situation. There was a few sneers on the other side of the phone. Xianxia, damn it, this is the first time I've heard someone talk about prostitution in such a fresh and refined way. Xianxia's liver hurt badly. Xianxia suppressed his anger. Are you asking me to bail you out? Which police station are you at? Su Guang said, You can't do this, you have to ask your aunt. I don't have the face to call her. The other side lowered his voice, A's, help me think of a way. If your aunt knows about this, she'll definitely divorce me. Can you bear to see your uncle's wife and children separated? Xianxia said angrily, You deserve it, it's all your own damn fault. Su Guang defended himself, I have a reason, it's because I helped you look after the factory. Some time ago, I found one in Xishan and inspected it a few times. The equipment is quite new. As for the other party, they're planning to finance it and don't want to sell it. I've had a lot of social engagements in the meantime, and I just wanted to take them out to have some fun tonight. Who knew I'd fall for it? I rarely did this kind of thing before, if not for you. Xianxia was speechless for a long time. Yes, you did it for me. Thank you for your hard work. I can't thank you enough. Su Guang said, Come quickly, I'm still locked in a small dark room, and the police aren't around now. I'll make it short, quickly ask your aunt to come and redeem me. I'm afraid the police station will inform your aunt later. Damn it. After Xianxia got the address of the police station, he silently hung up the phone. Fine, it's because of my factory, I can't just ignore it. But my aunt is a prideful and stubborn person. She's worked hard for the family all these years and feels that her husband owes her a lot, so she's naturally resentful. If she knows that my uncle is sponsoring a poor girl in the middle of the night, she'll explode. Xianxia thought for a while, then went into the toilet, closed the door, and dialed his aunt's number. Hello, Ace? His aunt's voice was calm, without any anger or irritation. Xianxia exhaled slowly. Fortunately, the police station hasn't informed his aunt yet. There's still a chance to develop. Xianxia activated his acting skills and said, Aunt, bad news, something happened to my uncle. His aunt almost peed when she heard her nephew's panicked tone. She asked anxiously, What's wrong, what happened? Auntie knew what kind of person her husband was. Her heart sank. What happened? Why did Ace call her? Didn't Su Guang say that he was helping Ace with his business? What happened? Could it be a car accident? Auntie saw that Xianxia did not say anything and asked, What happened? Ace, tell me. Xianxia said, Uncle drank some alcohol because of a business dinner and was arrested for drunk driving. He is currently at the police station. Not only will he face a fine, but his license will also be suspended. He might even be detained. Auntie panicked and said, How did this happen? Why did he drink? He is more reliable than this person. Xianxia comforted her. It's fine. I have connections at the police station and have already communicated with them. They plan to classify Uncle as a prostitute and fine him. There is no need to detain him or suspend his license. Later, the police station will call to inform you to go over to pay the money and collect the person. You just go over there with a peace of mind. When you get there, don't ask anything and don't say anything. Just admit that Uncle is a prostitute. Auntie asked, Will it work? Xianxia assured her. It will be fine. There is no car accident and no one is hit. It's not a big deal. Auntie calmed herself down. Okay, Auntie understands. Thank you, Ace. Xianxia said, It's fine. It's what I should do. Sigh, this is all I can do. After hanging up, Auntie waited for about half an hour before she finally received a call. A woman's voice said, Hello, is this Madam Li? Auntie replied, Yes, it's me. Is Su Guang your husband? Yes. He was arrested for prostitution. The address is XXX police station. Come over to pay the money and collect him. Okay, okay. Auntie hung up and heaved a sigh of relief. Ace did not lie to me after all. Auntie took her bank card and told her mother, Mom, I have to go out to do something. Grandma was sitting in the living room with Suyu and her brother on her left and right. They were watching TV with her. Grandma, what's the matter? It's so late. Auntie thought for a moment and said truthfully, Mom, don't worry. Ace has already made arrangements. I'll go over and pay the money, and I'll be able to get him back. Grandma stood up shakily and said, Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Okay. His aunt responded and hurried out of the house. Grandma slapped her thigh, exasperated at her son's failure to live up to her expectations. There's not a single moment of peace throughout the year. What a sin. How could I have given birth to such a wilted child? Suyu comforted her, Grandma, with cousin's help, it'll be fine. The younger brother added, When I grow up, I want to show off like my cousin. Suyu's face darkened, and she reprimanded her younger brother, Where did you get those words from? Don't use them carelessly. The younger brother wasn't convinced. I didn't use it carelessly. Cousin is a pervert. His aunt hailed a taxi at the entrance of the neighborhood and went straight to the police station. The taxi driver was a chatterbox and talked nonstop. You don't sound like you're from Shanghai, the driver said. I'm from Suzhou, his aunt answered absent-mindedly. After about 10 minutes, his aunt looked at the time and said lightly, Sir, were you a racer in the past? The driver was stunned. No. I've been driving for more than 10 years, but my skills are no worse than a racer's. His aunt said unhappily, You're not a racer. I thought your habit of going in circles was a side effect of driving a racer. The driver was speechless. The chatterbox driver didn't say anything else along the way. When they finally arrived at the police station, his aunt told the police officer on duty the purpose of her visit. Oh, you're here. The officer on duty was a female police officer. She said lightly, I'll bring you in to sign the fine. After you pay the fine, you can get your husband back. Then, she added, Do you know what your husband did? Auntie insisted, whoring, river crab, prostitutes. The female police officer was stunned by her straightforward tone. After his aunt signed the document and paid the fine, she saw her husband being brought out of the small dark house by the police officers not long after. The male police officer who brought him over said, This is your husband's first time being arrested, so after paying the fine, it's fine. If there's a next time, he'll be detained for 10 days. You husband and wife go back and talk to each other. Don't let this happen again. The surrounding police officers looked over with interest. Prostitution was the best way to watch the show. Every time they caught such a person, after notifying their family members, they would definitely make a scene. The fiercer ones would even hit their husbands directly. Every time they encountered such things, the police officers would gloat and say, If you want to make a scene, do it outside. This is the police station. Su Guang became listless. After all, it was a very embarrassing thing to be caught for prostitution. His aunt glared at him. Why are you so careless? Be more careful next time. The police officer was speechless. In an instant, the way he looked at his aunt changed. How could there be such a broad-minded woman in the world? The female police officer reminded her, Your husband is a prostitute. His aunt said, Yes, 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 I know. Thank you for educating him. I'll be more careful next time. The police officers looked at each other. What the F***? The couple left the police station and stood by the roadside to hail a taxi. Su Guang stood silently at the side, ready to welcome the storm. After waiting for a long time, it was unexpectedly calm. Su Guang said weakly, Xiaoru? His aunt said, What's wrong with you? You drank and drove. You don't have any confidence at all. Where's the car? It's with the traffic police. Also, where did you get the car from? Drinking, car, traffic police, Su Guang probed, A's told you? His aunt said angrily, Nonsense. If he didn't have connections and changed your drunk driving to prostitution, you can forget about driving this year and would have to stay in jail for 10 days to half a month. Damn, my nephew is indeed not an ordinary person. He's as smart as me. Su Guang heaved a sigh of relief. It's all because of him. I have to entertain clients. How can I not drink? If I don't drink, I won't drink and drive. If he doesn't help me, he's an ingrate. Su Guang was frantically cheering for Xianxia in his heart. Right, the factory executive that he entertained was still in the police station, waiting for his family to come and pick him up. Su Guang mourned for him in his heart. It was business entertainment. Drinking, eating, and playing with women was an ironclad culture in the business world. Otherwise, why would the big boss's secretaries be so beautiful? Although Su Guang had been doing nothing for more than 10 years, he was very experienced and had strong interpersonal skills. His aunt asked, "Where's the car?" Su Guang said, "Ace gave me the car. He'll take care of it himself. Let's not worry about it." His aunt said, "You're not young anymore. This time Ace has something for you to do. You should do it honestly. It's better to follow him than to fool around outside. Maybe in a few years, you'll be able to save up a generous dowry for Yaya. You'll also be able to save enough money for your son's wife." Su Guang replied listlessly. Follow his nephew well, hearing that hurt his self-esteem. Right, give him a call and let him know that you're safe. His aunt remembered this. At home. Okay, I got it. Uncle, be careful in the future. Xianxia hung up the phone. What's wrong with him now? Qin Baobao sat on the bed with her legs crossed. She had just taken a shower. She used a towel to dry her hair. The best way to protect her hair was, first, don't dye it or perm it. Second, don't use a hairdryer. Having beautiful hair was a very important thing for female celebrities. After becoming a celebrity, Qin Baobao rarely used a hairdryer. Nothing. Uncle got caught for drunk driving. But it's settled now, Xianxia said. He definitely couldn't tell the truth. My uncle was caught with a prostitute, and I managed to fool my aunt with a phone call. I can brag about this to my friends. But he couldn't brag to his girlfriend or sister. His image would collapse at any moment. You can't do anything right, Qin Baobao muttered. Whenever her uncle made a small mistake, she would feel extremely disgusted. Women and men were really different. They were emotional. If they liked someone, they would give up everything. If they hated someone, they would hate them regardless of the occasion. Hey, let's continue. Qin Baobao ran her fingers through her hair. What are you going to do with the money after you get it? Shoot a new movie? No. The money will stay in Tianfeng for a month. I'll return it to them later, Xianxia said. Qin Baobao was stunned. Then what do you want the money for? Xianxia, I'm not telling you. Qin Baobao was speechless for a long time. She thought that this brother of hers would have some kind of grand feat. Was it just money transfer for fun? Just then, Xianxia's phone rang. The caller was Yu. Suyu? Xianxia picked up. Hello, cousin. Are you asleep? Suyu's soft voice sounded. Yeah, soon. I'm going to sleep with your cousin, Xianxia said. Suyu, Xianxia, what's the matter? Suyu said softly, I want to find a job during the summer break. Can you arrange it for me? Xianxia, no problem. Suyu immediately said, then I want to go to Tianfeng Entertainment. I can even run errands. If there's a show, I'd like to play a small role. Xianxia, you want to be a celebrity? Suyu, no, I think I'm too introverted. I don't like to communicate with others and my interpersonal skills are bad. I want to train myself. Suyu was indeed introverted. She was quiet and didn't like to talk much. Perhaps it was because of the environment she grew up in that she had low self-esteem and wasn't good at socializing. Smooth and slick people might not succeed, but those who succeeded were basically smooth and slick. Xianxia felt that it was good that his cousin had such awareness. No problem, but you can't say that you're my cousin. I won't take care of you too much. Otherwise, it won't be meaningful, Xianxia said. Suyu thought so too. Okay, thank you, cousin. Report to Tianfeng Entertainment tomorrow. I'll arrange it for you. They ended the call. It was 10:30 p.m. Wang Zijin, who woke up at 5 a.m. every day for her morning jog, was already asleep. His sister was a little later and was yawning sleepily. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you want to sleep over here or in your own room?" Qin Baobao quietly snuggled under the blanket. "Since you're begging me to sleep over here, I'll reluctantly agree." "Xianxia, then I'll have to thank you very much." Lights out. Sleep. My family has a daughter who has just grown up. Everyone knows her when she's 26. When the waiter helps her up, she feels weak and weak. She doesn't regret it. Her kidney is haggard because of him. "Mom, I'm leaving." Suyu was wearing a pair of running shoes, a woman's backpack, a white shirt, a woman's suit, and black shorts. Her outfit was not more than 500 yuan, but it was her latest and most expensive outfit. "Wait a minute," her aunt ran out of the kitchen and helped her flip out her collar and flatten it. Then, she pulled down her shorts. "You're just missing a pair of high heels. Your cousin owns a big company. Won't it be a little tight?" She meant that it was not a good match. "I can't wear high heels. No one knows about my relationship with my cousin." Suyu grinned, showing her two small canine teeth. "I'm leaving." Normal high school girls had already started to use cosmetics and high heels, but Suyu did not have the qualifications, nor did she have the capital to compete with her. The 80-square-meter house was not small, but it was too cramped for a family of 5. She was 18 years old this year, but she still did not have her own room. She slept in the same room as her grandmother, but on different beds. She had never worn high heels, and the only cosmetics she used were Debeo Sod honey. She bought at most 2 sets of clothes a year. Other than food expenses, her daily allowance was 10 yuan. What could she buy with 10 yuan in Shanghai? Her grandmother was most afraid of getting sick. Shanghai residents had better health care than residents in other areas, but it was not like they did not have to spend money. If she got sick, she would still go bankrupt. If she had to go back to before liberation, she would still go back to before liberation. There was no room for discussion. During the new year, her cousin gave her a bank card. Suyu secretly went to the bank to check the balance. It was 500,000 yuan. The little girl was scared out of her wits. She did not even touch 500 yuan that many times. After that, she secretly called her cousin to return the money, but she was scolded. She did not dare to tell her parents. The bank card was still in her hand, and she had not touched a single cent. She did not know how to spend the money. Her family was not short of money now. Her aunt gave her mother a few thousand yuan every few days, saying it was for her grandmother's nutrition expenses. Her mother did not want it at first, but her grandmother said, "When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will follow him." She used to complain that her father was a burden to her aunt, but that was because her aunt's family was not rich and could not afford such torment. Her mother heard this and did not say anything. Suyu faced the morning sun and stepped out of the neighborhood. She was like a thriving sapling, full of vitality and thriving. Life would get better and better, and she would work hard to get into a university. There was no hope for Fudan University, but there was still some hope if the University of Finance and Economics worked hard. Those who were more attentive could find an interesting pattern. When we were in primary and middle school, there were more female straight-A students than male straight-A students. Moreover, the female straight-A students were all beautiful and were the targets of the male students in the class. However, in high school and university, the number of male straight-A students would surpass the number of female straight-A students. At this time, it would be difficult for female straight-A students to find a delicate and beautiful flower. To sum it up, beautiful women don't have good grades. Suyu was a little cabbage that countless people coveted. She couldn't be described as a little cabbage anymore. She didn't even have a boyfriend. How could she be considered a natural beauty? He didn't have the right to call himself a cabbage. She was very beautiful, but her brain was indeed very ordinary. In Qinzai's life, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin were not considered top students. At most, they were considered top students. After all, there were many female students in Fudan University and Peking University. The two of them were not outstanding among them, so they were not considered good-looking. The only one who can really be called a top student is probably Suyu. After taking the subway, it took 40 minutes to arrive at Tianfeng Entertainment. For the first time in her life, she stepped into an office building in the CBD area. Suyu stood in front of the door and hesitated for a long time. Even if there was no access control in the office building, anyone could enter and leave at will. But for a high school student, it was a different world. She looked at it with fear. White-collar and gold-collar workers in formal suits were the elite class that she yearned for but also felt inferior to. Suyu took a deep breath, tightened her shoulder bag, and resolutely stepped into the lobby. According to the address given by her cousin, she took the elevator and soon arrived at the floor where Tianfeng Entertainment was located. Then Suyu made a phone call. A few minutes later, a middle-aged woman dressed fashionably came out, stuck her head out, and stared at Suyu for a moment. "Are you Suyu?" "Yes." Suyu responded crisply. "Come in," the middle-aged woman said. Suyu was led to a small conference room, and the middle-aged woman handed her a resume to fill in. The little chick who just entered the society was ignorant step by step. The fashionable and coquettish woman didn't know that the little chick in front of her would be the cousin of the big boss. Probably only the ordinary-looking assistant knew about this matter, because Xianxia had given her the task of handling it. After writing the resume, there was actually nothing to write. What kind of resume did a high school student have? It was nothing more than the date of birth, the talent she was good at, and the name of the school she attended. For the time being, you can run errands in the backup artist team. You can listen to the teachers when they are in class. What you can learn is up to you. After all, you are just a summer worker. The middle-aged woman said, "But you look good. Remember to seize the opportunity when you encounter it. Maybe you will be rich." There was no lack of girls in the entertainment industry who were discovered when they were students and became famous. Suyu entered the company with such an identity. "Can I be in a movie?" Suyu asked. "Our company will indeed be shooting a new drama in a while. The specific time is not set. I also heard it from the leader. If you can be chosen, it is not impossible to choose a small supporting role." The middle-aged woman painted a picture of her. "Then can I act with Xianxia?" Suyu was full of hope, and her eyes were shining. "Dream on," the middle-aged woman warned. "In the company, you have to call him Chairman Qin. Is the name of the big boss something you can call directly? Since you are out of school, it doesn't matter if you are real or fake. Put it all away. It is never wrong to have more wisdom in life. Okay, go upstairs and report." At the end of August, Tianfeng Entertainment's crazy poaching incident came to an end. Xianxia and Yi Lu officially entered Tianfeng Entertainment. Xianxia fulfilled his promise. Other than Xianxia, Huang Yuding and Yi Lu both had their own teams and studios under Tianfeng Entertainment. If they were to use studios to classify artists, the head of Tianfeng Entertainment would be Qin Baobao, and the three tiger generals under him would be Li Wei, Huang Yuding, and Yi Lu. The three of them all had their own studios. The next level was the ordinary second tier to third tier, and the number decreased by each level. The backup artists were probably the low-level minions that charged into the front lines. Suyu had been among the low-level minions for half a month. Perhaps because there was no direct conflict of interest, she was pretty, delicate, and obedient, the backup artists all treated her quite well. They also didn't expect that the little girl who usually ordered them to serve tea would be the cousin of the big boss of the company. Today, Chairman Qin brought the big shot Yi Lu over to train the backup artists. Yi Lu talked about some of her thoughts and experiences in acting, as well as some of the troublesome things she would encounter on the set. She also told the female artists how to reject the unspoken rules that were hard to talk about. The entertainment industry was deep, but it didn't mean that the female artists who rejected the unspoken rules wouldn't have a bright future. People with ability, acting skills, and social skills could avoid the unspoken rules. At most, they would climb slower and miss some good opportunities. People with background and status could also avoid the unspoken rules. After class, Xianxia and Yi Lu left side by side, talking and laughing. "How about I tell you a joke?" Xianxia said. Xianxia had been close to Yi Lu recently. She was a woman with a high EQ, so they had a good time together. Qin Baobao once chewed on a potato chip sourly and said, Ayaya, Ace is indeed infatuated with his sister. He can't get his sister, so he wants to seduce her. Xianxia chose to die when it came to his sister's shameless words. Okay. Yilu nodded with interest. She was about 1.7 meters tall and was considered tall among girls. A tall woman with a pair of long legs was very invincible. She was a female artist with a decent reputation and image. She had debuted for many years without any negative rumors. This was one of the reasons why Xianxia liked her. He didn't want a female artist who was too flirtatious. She would bring bad influence to the company. Even though the entertainment industry was full of evil, Tianfeng Entertainment wasn't absolutely clean either. Xianxia said, Tang Sanzang and his disciples passed by a village. Seeing the villagers' worried faces, they went up to ask. The village chief cried and complained, a demon came to the village. He's very licentious. The women in the village were all ravaged and harmed. They can't walk on the ground. Tang Sanzang turned pale with fright and asked, what demon is he? Xianxia said, why don't you guess? Yilu tilted her head slightly and her beautiful eyes turned. She had an answer. Zhu Beiji. Xianxia shook his head. No. Yilu frowned. What demon? Xianxia chuckled. Essential bomb. Yilu was stunned. Then, she held her stomach and laughed. Xianxia also laughed, and the air around them was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. 1,000 cups are too few to drink with a bosom friend. Congratulations, I'm very comforted. Through the open door, the backup artists in the room looked at Yilu and Xianxia's back view as they chatted cheerfully. A charming girl said, a fresh flower on a pile of cow dung. Suyu was standing beside her. When she heard that, she was unhappy. How is CEO Qin not worthy of her? He's young, rich, talented, and charming. She hated it when people talked bad about her cousin. The charming girl said faintly, I know. Otherwise, why would I say fresh flour stuck on cow dung? Can a woman do the verb insert? Suyu was speechless. She didn't understand but thought it was awesome. As soon as he returned to his office, he received Suyu's message. After hearing those words, Xianxia threw his head back and laughed. Thinking back, even if it was half a year ago when he was famous, if he was with a beauty like Yilu, he wouldn't be able to escape being called a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Half a year ago, when he was with his sister, all the passers-by would say the same thing, a good cabbage was taken by a pig. In 1 year, Salted Fish Lake evolved, Hei's King, when he was with Yilu and his sister, the words of others became, Qin Baobao was lucky to have such a brother. Yilu was so lucky to hook up with Xianxia. This was the difference between Hei's King and Salted Fish Lake. Salted Fish Lake was listless while Hei's King was not only a dragon among men, but also a dragon among men. For men, the latter gave them more pride than the former. During this time, Xianxia was very satisfied. The mission was completed and there were piles of points in his account. He was satisfied just by looking at them. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would pull out the points store and take a look. He looked at it again and again like a miser. He was scared of being poor. He was happier than when he earned a few hundred million. With points, Tianfeng Entertainment could develop further. For example, the TV series industry that the company had never entered before. The popularity of the TV series industry had decreased in recent years. In an era where everything was fast, movies were obviously more popular than TV series. Or else, how could fast shooters be so popular, but TV series had its advantages. They could make an artist famous more than movies. Also, TV series would always be more profitable than movies. If Tianfeng wanted to develop actively and healthily, it was impossible for them not to touch the TV series industry. Xianxia had already announced a long time ago that Tianfeng Entertainment was about to start producing their first TV series. This would be one of Tianfeng's most important moves in the second half of the year. It was because of this that the middle-aged woman said those words to Suyu on the day she joined the company. Countless artists were waiting for this opportunity, dreaming of becoming famous in one TV series and becoming the next Feng Rue. As for what kind of TV series he wanted to film, Xianxia hadn't decided yet. To be precise, he hadn't had time to find a TV series he liked in the Point store. Because they promised to let Ji Lu be the female lead this year, there was a limit to the drama they could choose. If it was a drama with the male lead as the first person, the female lead's presence and highlight would be greatly reduced. This was the battle between the male and female lead. If you don't believe me, why don't you flip through the male lead's TV series? Xianxia was more inclined to shoot a TV series with the female lead as the first person. Moreover, it had been proven countless times in the market that female TV series were more popular than male TV series, and they also saved more money. "Sis, are you going to shoot a TV series?" Xianxia asked. He was looking forward to seeing his sister's ancient dress fluttering in the wind. Qin Baobao looked up at him. "The female lead?" Xianxia, "No. The female lead is Ji Lu. I promised her." Qin Baobao, "No, get lost." Xianxia, "Don't be like that. You can be the second female lead or something." Qin Baobao, "No, get lost." Xianxia, "Why?" Qin Baobao, "Shooting a TV series takes at least a month and at most 3 months. There's even half a year for crazy ones. I won't be home for half a year. Don't give birth to a wolf cub with a wolf in the house." Xianxia, "It's up to you whether you want to shoot it or not." He ignored his sister and opened the Point store as if no one else was around. He searched for TV series and summoned the system to set up a rating function. Xianxia wanted to find good TV series that didn't cost too much, didn't look old, and had high ratings. The TV series could also be watched for free in the Point store, just like listening to a song. However, Xianxia clearly didn't have that much time to watch TV series. He only watched a few TV series in a year in this world. It wasn't like he was Wang Zijin. Other than eating, drinking, and going to work, all he did was read and watch TV series. "Hey, this TV series is not bad." Soon, Xianxia found a period TV series with high ratings. The title of this TV series was very naughty. It was so naughty that even Xianxia, who had won the second prize for his essay in junior high school, couldn't recognize this word. "System, I don't read much. Can you mark it in pinyin? How do I pronounce this word?" "The systems." Voice sounded in his mind, "Huan, drink 5 bowls of huang." Yes, yes, yes. Xianxia suddenly realized, so it's Huang Xuan. "Huang Xuan, I've decided on you." Xianxia planned to spend half a day watching the TV series. He rarely watched TV series because they often lacked logic and because they were too long. They were not as condensed and simple as movies. Therefore, it was easy to get tired of watching TV series and the acting skills of the actors. However, there would be 1 or 2 super exciting TV series every year. Only then would Xianxia force himself to watch them. Except for the female series. It was very difficult to get into the female series, even if it was really good and very popular. Now, he looked at the problem from a different perspective. Even if Huang Xuan was very boring, the fact that it could get a high rating meant that the market response was good. Then, it was worth Xianxia's points to exchange for it. What he wanted was results. It didn't matter if it was a male or female series. As long as the ratings were high and it could make money, it was enough. "Oh right," Xianxia said, "Sis, does our company have any experts in TV series?" Qin Baobao didn't even raise her head and answered directly, "No." Scram. "Xianxia. Can you speak properly? If you continue to be naughty, I'll spank you." Qin Baobao pursed her lips, "We really don't have any. Before we bought Tianfeng Entertainment, it was like a worm. Don't expect to have many talents. And after we bought it, we haven't made any TV series. The 2 small companies we bought before did have experience in TV series, but I don't think you'll like them." The drawbacks of Tianfeng Entertainment's rapid development were immediately apparent. The talents couldn't keep up. It was like suddenly becoming rich. Their wealth kept up, but their quality couldn't match their wealth for a while. "Then let's borrow some people." Xianxia directly called the experienced driver Huang Yizong. The call went through. "Hello, CEO Huang. You've been having fun at the clubhouse recently." The words came out of his mouth completely subconsciously. Huang Yizong had a kind of indecent charm. He didn't care that his sister was beside him, so he regretted it the moment he said it. Qin Baobao perked up her ears. Haha, this question is very much to my liking. As expected, Huang Yizong became excited. Qin Zhe coughed and didn't dare to say more. There's something I need your help with, bro. I know. Masterpieces are common, but talent scouts aren't. Bro, you can be this talent scout. What the hell do you know? Please stop talking. My sister's gaze is murderous. Be serious, bro. I'm such a decent person. How can you make such a joke with me? I understand now. Huang Yizong really understood this time. I was joking just now. Then, let's talk about business. I want to shoot a TV series, but the company doesn't have any talents in this field. Can you lend me a director? Qin Zhe asked. Sure. For a TV series, the scriptwriter is also very important. Do you have one? Huang Yizong agreed so readily because Qin Zhe had borrowed MOU from him last time. Although they were both directors, TV series directors and movie directors were different. In a movie, the director's position was the most important. But in a TV series, the scriptwriter's position was not lower than the director's. Because a TV series was long, there were relatively more small details and monologues. These were things that the scriptwriter had to figure out and fix. Movies, on the other hand, were more condensed and needed the director to coordinate. In addition, filming methods were different. If an inexperienced film director was to shoot a TV series, the results wouldn't be good. If one was more careful, they would realize that some famous directors either focused on movies or TV series for 20 years. It was rare for them to be in their element in both. I don't have one here, but I have a ready-made script. It's not enough even if you have a script. It's best if you have a professional scriptwriter on the side. Then I'll have to trouble you. Although we're brothers, don't be pretentious with me. I'll pay you every cent who's being pretentious with you. It'd be a waste if I don't take advantage of this rich guy. The scriptwriter and the director were settled. Qin Zhe once again felt the importance of connections. The more friends one had, the more options one would have. The wisdom of the ancients was like his own. He was glad that he didn't completely fall out with star art in the heat of the moment. Sometimes, Qin Zhe was very puzzled. In some novels, the protagonists were impulsive, self-opinionated, and unforgiving. Whoever stepped on them, they would kill their entire family. How did they live for more than 1,000 chapters? Did they have a low-level system like him? I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. The phone that he had just hung up rang again. Qin Baobao swallowed the line of questioning. The caller was Suyu. Qin Zhe answered, "What's the matter?" Suyu's voice was a little anxious, a little panicked, a little angry, and very complicated. She said, "Qin Zhe, something happened at the company." What happened? Qin Zhe looked at his sister and did not stop her from eavesdropping. Zhen Yoxin, the manager of the billing department, ran away with 300 million yuan. Suyu gritted her teeth. What happened today? Qin Zhe's tone sank. Yes, he disappeared after the bank made the payment today. Suyu said. Qin Zhe was stunned for a while. I'll come over now. Just after hanging up the phone, Qin Bao eagerly asked, "What's the matter?" What do you mean he ran away with money? 300 million yuan? So much money, and he just ran away? Io, this old lady's heart hurts. Qin Zhe, Bao's billing department, the industry is relatively special. 300 million yuan is not a small amount. I'll go and see it first. In the development and operation of a company, it is inevitable to encounter many inevitable troubles. The boss Huang He ran away with his sister-in-law, and the employees' wages were gone. This is one of the crises that employees don't want to face the most. If the previous sentence is slightly modified, the department manager ran away with hundreds of millions of yuan of funds and cheated the company and customers' money. This is definitely one of the crises that the boss and the company don't want to face. The company's senior executives take advantage of their positions and run away with the money. Whether it is at the beginning of the economic recovery or now that all aspects of control and supervision have been perfected, this kind of thing is common. It's just that ordinary people don't know about it. Compared with the industry, doing finance is more convenient and has more opportunities in this regard. And one time, he ran away with a large amount of money. Xianxia, the manager of the billing department, cheated the bank when the bill was discounted and ran away with 300 million yuan of funds. Looking at the rise of the billing department to the dusk, in just a few years of history, there are too many such incidents. It is precisely because of the disorder and chaos of the market that the government intervenes and causes this industry to become a thing of the past. The huge profits are not there, but there is still a good profit space, so Baoza Investment has not given up. After Xianxia received the call, he immediately rushed to the company and happened to see Suyu at the door of the company sending 2 policemen out. The 2 comrades greeted Xianxia kindly. When encountering this kind of thing, it is necessary to call the police and file a case. Xianxia and Suyu walked side by side to the office. What's the situation at the bank? Did anyone participate? Xianxia asked. I don't know for the time being. It will be clear after the investigation. Suyu said. The money was the company's money, and Baoza helped to discount it. The bank had the right to transfer the money. After going through a more complicated process, the bank transferred the money to the company, and Baoza took a certain commission. Baoza was equivalent to an intermediary, pulling the strings in the middle. He had acquaintances in both banks and enterprises. Xianxia might have used his acquaintance's relationship to manipulate and deceive, or he might have colluded with his acquaintance to scam money. How's the company doing? The phone is blowing up. Not only companies, but also other intermediaries. Many of the tickets we collect are from other small intermediaries. Suyu sighed. 300 million is nothing, Xianxia said. We're already doing that, Suyu said. Actually, she had already dealt with the things that needed to be dealt with. But now that Xianxia was here, she felt relieved. It was as if she had found her backbone. 300 million yuan was a big loss for Baoza Group. Although it was not enough to hurt them, it was still 300 million yuan. The whole company was shocked. Then, as early as this afternoon or as late as tomorrow, the whole industry would know about it. Because such things had happened before, the news would spread all over the industry the next day. This circle was actually not big. Financial fraud cases emerged one after another. Today's incident could also be classified as a financial fraud case. Xianxia, who came from the finance department of the University of Finance and Economics, had seen countless related cases in textbooks. Some money could be recovered, and some could not. When he set up the investment company, he had considered this aspect in his heart. Later, he handed the company over to Suyu. The 2 discussed it. In order to prevent the finance department from running away with the money, important things like the seal and stamp had been held in Suyu's hands. Suyu naturally had a way of doing things. For example, she let Xianxia manage the bill industry. Xianxia was one of the talents sent to Baoza by Nan Manpei. Based on the trust in Nan Manpei, that group of people could be said to be the confidants and mainstays of the company. Just as Xianxia and Suyu entered the office, the employees whispered to each other. I guess the money can't be recovered. I don't know where it went. It's very troublesome. When the bank freezes the account, it will be too late. We lost 300 million yuan for nothing. This money is really easy to earn. Shu, keep your voice down. Don't talk nonsense. Manager Zhen has lost his mind. Where will he go with the money? He will be wanted. But this is 300 million yuan. He can't earn so much money in a lifetime. He can live a comfortable life abroad. Fortunately, our company has a strong foundation. If this was a small investment company, the boss would jump off a building. Xianxia muttered, where is Xianxia from? Suyu said, he's from Huanan. Sister Man sent him here. Xianxia said, call Sister Man, Suyu nodded. Yes, I almost forgot to call Sister Man. Xianxia lit a cigarette and frowned. Xianxia, this old guy, even dared to cheat Hei's king's money. Looking back on the past year, Xianxia had always valued this group of old people who came from Nan Manpei. They had no shortage of benefits, wages, and bonuses. What an ungrateful person. Suyu hung up the phone and turned his head. Sister Man said she knows. The loss is on her and will be deducted from her dividend. Xianxia ignored him. He knew that Suyu would not agree. Sharing the risk was what every partner had to do. Summon all the managers for a meeting, Xianxia said. 10 minutes later, Xianxia held a simple meeting with the senior management and made a brief discussion about Jin Yoxin's matter. Jin Yoxin's matter makes me very sad and even angry. I don't think I've mistreated him or anyone here. Xianxia glanced at everyone. I don't believe that a person will change without warning. Something must have happened to him. But no matter what happened, what he did was digging his own grave. It's best to get the 300 million back. If not, he will spend the rest of his life in prison unless he doesn't come back to China. We are all wise people. If you need anything, you can tell me or Boss Su. But don't follow Jin Yoxin's example. Boss Jin Yoxin may have owed a loan shark outside, someone said. Gambling? Xianxia frowned. He seemed to know the truth about Jin Yoxin running away with money. Yes, Boss Jin, a manager who came with Jin Yoxin said, he's a gambling addict. He's a frequent customer of the gambling company. Last year, he lost more than $1 million to buy balls outside. We tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen. Plus, his income is not bad. Then, at the beginning of the year, I heard that he went to AO Men with someone. When he came back, he was in a state of excitement. He told us that he won 2 million in 3 days. After that, he seemed to go to AO Men every weekend. Just like that, last month, he suddenly asked to borrow money from us. He said that he lost a lot of money and was being chased by loan sharks. He even said that he would definitely make a comeback and return the money to us after he won. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Suyu said angrily. We didn't borrow money. We tried to persuade him. He listened to us and thought that he would settle down. Now that she thought about it, Jin Yoxin was probably possessed. He was planning to cheat the company so that he would have enough money to repay his debt or make a comeback. Among prostitution, gambling, and drugs, gambling was undoubtedly the most dangerous. It was not rare for a multimillionaire to go bankrupt overnight. How much could a prostitute earn? A few million was enough to take drugs until you died. However, millions or even tens of millions could disappear overnight on the gambling table. Did you say that when the police asked you? Suyu asked. That person nodded. Yes. Xianxia said, then that's it. Go back to your work. Until now, Xianxia still did not show much anger. He was calm and collected, which made people feel at ease. Li Linfeng and a few managers, including Wang Wuqing and Jiang Jinghua, were on good terms. They closed the door and smoked in the office. Li Linfeng lowered his head and took one puff after another. Jin Yoxin is such a person. Why didn't I see it before? Li Linfeng sighed. Maybe he lost too much money and got anxious, Wang Wuqing said. Li Linfeng glanced at him and sneered. You think you can run away with the company's money if you're anxious? When you came to Baoza, how much did you earn each month? 20,000. It's below average in Shanghai. How much is your monthly salary, bonus, and annual income? Based on what we did, the executives of other investment companies would only do better. To be honest, half of the money was due to gratitude. Yes, Boss Jin is not short of money. He has a wide range of ways to make money and has the ability. But people cannot repay kindness, but they can't bite the hand that feeds them. 300 million, if it's another company or enterprise, the boss will be worried. Jiang Jinghua sneered. This son of a bitch will be a rat crossing the street in the future. When encountering this kind of thing, the anger and bad mood were far greater than the heartache of the loss of money. Xianxia sat on the sofa in the center of the office, smoking silently. Suyu was next to him, with a cigarette in her red mouth, pretending to be depressed. You said that Brother Ao Tian's body shook and all parties bowed down to him. His followers are loyal. Why did he suddenly become realistic when it comes to me? Xianxia hugged Suyu and sighed. I boast that I'm a dragon among men, not much worse than Brother Ao Tian. Why don't I have loyal followers? Suyu said, maybe it's retribution. You poached so many hot stars these days, and then retribution came to Baoza Investment. Xianxia, you still have the nerve to say that? You have the biggest responsibility for the company's problems. Suyu nodded and said, "Your Majesty, don't treat me as a human tonight." The two of them found joy in the bitterness. In fact, they couldn't do anything else. They could only wait for the news from the police. But they knew in their hearts that if they really paid off the loan sharks or squandered money on the gambling table, they could catch the person, but the money, they probably couldn't get it back. 3 days after the Xianxia incident, the culprit still hadn't been caught, and of course, the money couldn't be recovered. But life went on, and work went on. Xianxia worked hard for 3 days, relying on the speed of his fingers that had been single for 23 years, and finally finished the script of True Adultery. Xianxia was looking forward to seeing how erotic this TV series was. Unfortunately, the script seriously affected the reading experience, and there was no satisfaction at all. Xianxia didn't plan to follow this series. After all, a TV series was not a movie, and it was time-consuming. Besides, his sister wouldn't participate, so there was no point for him to follow. In addition, he also asked Mou, a director, and 2 scriptwriters to learn from the crew. In these 3 days, the company had already started the auditions and casting. Xianxia showed a rare fatigue, and he couldn't find the energy to do anything. This morning, at Baoza Investment, he fell asleep on the spacious sofa until Suyu woke him up for breakfast. Suyu accompanied Xianxia to eat. Seeing his poor appetite, she frowned slightly, holding chopsticks in one hand and the phone in the other. "Xianxia, have you been feeling unwell recently? You look listless." 10 seconds later, in the group, Wang Zijin replied, "A little bit, and he didn't have the energy to run in the morning. Maybe Tianfeng Entertainment has too many things to do. Didn't they say they were going to shoot a TV series? At Crossdresser, useless thing, you can't do anything." Qin Baobao was not convinced. It's not Tianfeng Entertainment's problem. He threw the task of shooting a TV series to the company. And his lack of appetite is not because of this. "Suyu, then why?" "Wang Zijin? Qin Baobao, you don't know, right? He has a very serious compulsive perfectionism." "Wang Zijin, Suyu, I'm more educated than you, who are you fooling? Is there such a disease?" "Qin Baobao, believe it or not." "Suyu. Then tell me." "Qin Baobao, it happened a few days ago." Ever since A's debuted, he has always thought of himself as a little immortal who succeeds in everything he does. He has never tasted failure, so he is very proud of himself. This should be the biggest setback he has ever experienced in his life. Wang Zijin asked, "That's all you've got after pocketing 300 million yuan?" "Qin Baobao, believe it or not, it's up to you." Wang Zijin. "Go on." Qin Baobao, obsessive perfectionism is a combination of obsessive-compulsive disorder and perfectionism. My brother has been listless since he was young and has always been bad at everything. Because of this, he's a perfectionist at heart. That's why he especially admires me, his perfect sister. This is the best evidence. What he cared about was not the 300 million, but the damage to his perfect image in his heart. No matter what he did, he had to do it perfectly. That Zhen Ji that disgraceful fellow, had ruthlessly betrayed him. It was like a thorn in his heart. He was like, what did he do wrong? Not enough charisma? Was there a problem with the bonus distribution? In fact, he himself didn't have any weight in the hearts of the employees, so he didn't hesitate to betray him. Suyu and Wang Zijin were stunned. Nan Man Pei suddenly jumped out. Actually, it's just a lack of confidence. It's a manifestation of inferiority. Qin Baobao, it's not inferiority. It's somewhat similar to the manifestation of inferiority, but his heart is different. His mood at the moment is already annoyed, angry, and trapped in his own alley. After all, he thinks he's a little immortal. He'll be fine after a while. Suyu, don't impose such a disgusting name on him. Get out. Wang Zijin, ditto. Suyu put down her phone, ate a few mouthfuls of rice, and said sweetly, little immortal, don't have a glass heart. Come rub your sister's chest. Xianxia? What the hell is a little immortal? Goosebumps rose all over his body. Don't give you a nickname. Xianxia frowned and rubbed his hand on Suyu's soft, river crab, chest. Suyu hit him with her palm. Rub your face. Xianxia said disdainfully, your breast capacity is not enough. What's the point of rubbing a facial cleanser that can't even suffocate him? He was indeed depressed these past few days. He became famous on the stage of singer, and then he achieved consecutive victories in the stock market. After that, whether it was in the entertainment industry or in business, everything was smooth sailing. He was not a thick-skinned person, so of course he was depressed in his heart. If it was an ordinary small boss, his hair would have turned white from worry. On the other hand, it also showed that his background was too shallow. He was just a big boss accompanied by a low-level system. Making money was not a problem. But he didn't mix in the underworld, and he didn't participate in politics. He was cheated of hundreds of millions. What else could he do besides calling the police? When Father Ma encountered this kind of thing, he could only call the police. Suyu said, look at you sulking all day. I asked you to come to my house tonight, but you didn't come. Did Wang Zijin F***ck you? Why are you so reluctant to leave her? Xianxia, he looked at her in surprise. Don't F***ck me. When did you speak so harshly? Where's your goddess-like style? Suyu said blankly, it's funny. It's the same adjective. When I scolded F***ck, nothing happened to you. When I said F***ck, your reaction was so big. You look down on this word. Xianxia's face was black. Believe it or not, I will tear up the Xinhua dictionary on the spot for you to see. When the two were alone, Suyu didn't have much scruples about speaking, but she wouldn't be so vulgar. Xianxia understood that she wanted to attract his attention and not always think about that thing. Suyu drank some water, stopped chopsticks, and took out a tissue to wipe the corners of her mouth. We should set up a regulatory department to supervise the use of funds by the managers of various departments. The funds don't have to be directly passed through by the managers. As for the bill department, there is not much way. Zheng Youxin used the company and the bank to have a good relationship. He didn't bring the bill to the bank and directly let the bank transfer the money first. There are many defects and loopholes in this industry, and it's impossible to guard against them. The loss is not only the company's money, but also the company's reputation. Whether customers or banks, they no longer believe in our company. To put it bluntly, it still damages your credibility. Suyu said, I'm not going to make checks anymore. I'll concentrate on making electric bills. Even a mosquito has meat. The electric bill system is safer. Xianxia nodded. Okay. The two chatted for a long time. Suyu saw that the depression on his face disappeared a little and was relieved. What is obsessive perfectionism? She suddenly said. Ah? Xianxia was at a loss. Look at your phone yourself, Suyu said. Xianxia took out his phone and saw a series of conversations between his sisters. Suyu came over excitedly. She didn't expect Xianxia's body to hide. What are you doing? I've seen it all. Suyu said. Xianxia ignored her and changed the group. Note back. He would never change the group note again. He always felt that he would be found out. After reading the conversation in the group, Xianxia's mouth twitched. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder, I admit, but perfectionism doesn't count. It's too shameful to be called a little immortal. Suyu said, actually, I think Qin Baobao is right. You are a perfectionist. Maybe you don't realize it yourself. It's always hard for you to see yourself clearly, but the people around you know it clearly. Let's not talk about work. For example, when we have sex. Xianxia knocked her head hard. Don't talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Suyu, what's the difference? Xianxia said, by the way, how are PE and VC doing recently? Especially PE. I remember that last year they were preparing for the listing of Feng Lin Animal Husbandry. Suyu said, it's already in progress. The earliest is September, the latest is November. Feng Lin will be listed. At that time, we'll pull it up for a week and then ship it. After this, I want Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin to kneel down and call me daddy. Xianxia said, send me a report later. I'll try my best to help you this quarter. Private equity with potential mainly invested in PE and VC investments. Stock investments, wealth management, they were all just for fun. Risk investment and equity investment were the way to go. When it was almost time to get off work, Xianxia suddenly received a call from Nan Man Pei. Still investing in Baoza? He hadn't seen Sister Pei for a long time. He missed her voice. Yes, what's the matter? Xianxia said. Do you want to go to Chongming to have fun? Nan Man Pei smiled. Now? Yes. Not going. Nan Man Pei pretended not to hear and said, old Madame Li was not in good health some time ago. She was in the hospital for half a month. She was bored. Today is Friday. My brother-in-law took her to Chongming. It's not good to go to places far away. I thought that you were quite bored recently. Let's go together. Xianxia whispered, now? Nan Man Pei said, we'll be at your company in 10 minutes. So you said, Sister Man? Xianxia nodded. She asked me to go to Chongming. The Li family is going too. The Li family from Shanghai. Xianxia had heard of them for a long time. They were Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi's father. He had only seen them on TV but had never seen them in person. Ever since he became friends with Nan Man Pei, Xianxia had never revealed his intention to get close to the Li family. Firstly, it was too far away. Secondly, with Nan Man Pei and the Wang family's relationship in Shanghai, most problems could be easily solved. Furthermore, he was the son-in-law of the Wang family. He should be quite famous in some circles. Xianxia was confused about the relationship between the Wang and Li families. He didn't want to do anything unnecessary. Xianxia sent a message to Wang Zijin. I'm going to Chongming with Sister Man today. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi's family are going too. Wang Zijin replied quickly. Have fun, but don't hook up with those flirtatious B*****s outside. These words had a double meaning. Xianxia smiled knowingly. Siyu leaned into his arms and said, oh, I'm afraid you and Sister Man will be together. Xianxia said, are you afraid? Siyu rolled her eyes. Sister Man is righteous. She won't bully her friend's wife. I believe in her. A few minutes later, downstairs, Siyu said with a bitter face, Sister Man, I'm going too. I'm going to Chongming too. Nan Man Pei said helplessly, why are you going? There are too many outsiders. I'll be embarrassed too. Siyu said angrily, he's not an outsider? We've been friends for so many years. How long have you known him? Nan Man Pei held the steering wheel with both hands and said, he's Donglai's master and Ziqi's crush. I invited him to play, but why would I invite you? You're my friend. You have nothing to do with the Li family. Pei Ziqi's crush. Sister Man also knew how to say witty things. Okay. Xianxia patted Suyu's shoulder and laughed. Didn't you say you were relieved? It's okay. I won't hook up with those flirtatious B*****s. Suyu pursed her lips. Now I'm worried. Xianxia was both amused and annoyed. Sister Man is joking. Pei Ziqi has no breasts and no buttocks. How can I like her? He thought that Suyu had heard Pei Nanman's witty words and was worried. Suyu curled her lips. Who's worried about a silly girl with breasts and buttocks in the car? Visual estimation is 32D, only a little smaller than your sister. Xianxia finally knew Nan Man Pei's size. He always thought it was the same as his sister. Was this mountain the tallest in the world, or was there another mountain higher than the sky? Even if his sister was at the peak, there were still people in the world who were taller than her. Xianxia had met someone at Tianfang Entertainment, but he couldn't even remember which department she was from. There was one time when he went to the washroom, and a young woman in her 30s brushed past him. How broad-minded she was. Her scale was enough for all the heroes in Wulin to have a sword fight. Nan Man Pei's scale was also very good. Although she couldn't be Mount Hua, she could be Ouyang Feng. In the south, even the sisters who had children were not as big as her. Sister Man was a northeast pervert. The gift of northeast perverts was envied by the south perverts. Xianxia, you drive. When Xianxia was about to get into the passenger seat, Nan Man Pei suddenly said, I don't know the way to Chongming. Xianxia was reluctant. It would take at least 1.5 hours to get to Chongming. Plus the evening rush hour, it would take 2 to 3 hours. I've driven back from Hangzhou. Nan Manpei must have known this, so she asked him to drive. Sure enough, women were the most vicious. If you don't know, look at the navigation. Can't you drive straight along the Yangtze River Bridge? Nan Manpei said lightly and looked at him with disdain. Xianxia sighed and saw a bottle of chewing gum in the sink beside his seat. He unscrewed the cap and poured half a cup in one go. He chewed and said vaguely, "Eat some bubble gum to refresh yourself." "I like to eat big mouthfuls of sugar and drink big mouthfuls of wine." Pei Nanman glanced at him but did not bother to reply. "Sister man, you didn't drive your Maserati?" Xianxia asked. The car he was driving now was a BMW, but he wasn't sure what series it was. Speaking of cars, Qin Baobao seemed to have asked a celebrity friend to buy a dark blue Porsche overseas last month. She even selected a Bentley for Xianxia, but Wang Zijing joined in the fun and said that the car's appearance was too European and did not have the smooth curves of a shark, so she did not want it. The so-called appearance was too European, it was the kind of shape that looked like a square box. But Qin Baobao thought it was quite good. It was fashionable and domineering. Not only were they hipsters, but they were also a little bit angry. Some women looked like internet celebrities, and their personalities were also like internet celebrities. They worshipped foreign things. The sister with the sharp fox face was hit 10,000 times in the heart. She laughed and said, "A certain walking steamed bun face, fight me if you dare." So the internet celebrity fought with the steamed bun. The internet celebrity won for the nth time, but Xianxia did not buy a sports car. Maybe she forgot after the fight. Xianxia, MMP. Xianxia did not care much about sports cars. He was not a maverick. He hated anything that was too eye-catching in public. Because there were too many secrets and things that couldn't be exposed in his heart, he was used to moving silently in the shadows that were hard to see. But after becoming a celebrity, he paid more attention to the protection of privacy. He did not drive luxury cars, did not show off in public, did not participate in catfights, and did not let his family contact the media. Everything was to cover up the thoughts in his heart that he could not hide. After driving for about 15 minutes, a group of people gathered on the side of the road. Screams and noises came from the crowd. Xianxia looked over and saw 3 or 4 women fighting. They pushed a woman to the ground, scolded and hit her. Through the gaps in the crowd, he saw that the woman who fell was dressed fashionably, young and beautiful. Nan Manpei also saw it, but she did not care about it. She leaned lazily on the seat with her eyes half closed. Xianxia asked, "Sister man, are we in a hurry?" Nan Manpei said softly, "Just in time for dinner, 8 o'clock." Xianxia looked at the time. It was 5:40. He said oh and stopped the car by the side of the road. Nan Manpei tilted her head slightly. Her dark and bright eyes stared at him calmly with some doubts. Xianxia explained, "If we are not in a hurry, let's watch for a while before we go. I think they are about to take off their clothes." As he spoke, he turned on the video recording function and pointed the camera out of the window. Nan Manpei's mouth twitched a few times. She seemed to want to teach this fellow a lesson, but she thought of something and held back. In a place like Shanghai, one would notice a phenomenon. Small things were casual, but big things were urgent. If you called the police for petty theft, the police would be slow to respond. If you said that you were robbed in a certain place, the police would respond quickly. The urban enforcement officers, who could be seen everywhere in small cities, could not be seen in Shanghai. In the bustling crowd, the urban enforcement officers were not important. Therefore, the quarrel between the women could not be effectively stopped for a long time. This gave the majority of the men a chance to enjoy the benefits. Sure enough, they started to take off their clothes. It was not known when it started, but women fighting and taking off their clothes had become the same as gangsters fighting and reporting. It had become a necessary process. There was no supervision, and it was all about self-awareness. It was 100 times more serious than the relevant departments. After watching for more than 10 minutes, Nan Manpei was speechless. She suppressed her anger and asked, "Is it good?" Xianxia said, "It's good. I have only seen it on the internet before. Today, I can see it in person. It is not a wasted trip." Nan Manpei said lightly, Xianxia, let me ask you a question. Xianxia said, Sister Man, you are not from Shanghai. Don't speak in a Shanghai tone. I want you to say a few words in northeastern Chinese, such as, oh my God. Nan Manpei said, when it comes to this kind of thing, there are more men than women watching. Why did no one go up to stop the fight? Why did they let the woman be stripped naked and humiliated? Xianxia made an orchid gesture with his fingers. This is a man's specialty in Oahu. Don't be too excited. Nan Manpei suddenly wanted to hit him, but she was no match for him. Xianxia said seriously, usually, when it comes to this kind of thing, all the men will beat up the mistress. Why should others interfere? When women are fierce, they are very difficult to deal with. What if you go up to stop the fight and they hit you too? It's not that men don't hit women, but generally, men will not hit women in front of so many people. If I am harassed by a woman on the street, I will take a detour and not care about it. If a woman touches you in private, 90% of the men will slap her, and 10% of them are cowards. As soon as he said this, Xianxia was slapped in the face. Slap. It was not the same as the word slap. It was a literal slap in the face. Xianxia's face gradually stiffened. Slowly, he turned his head and looked at her. She was not on guard at all, and she did not have a trace of hesitation. Can I take back what I said just now? Or change it slightly? 9% are cowards, and the last 1% are real gentlemen. For example, me. Nan Manpei shook her hand. Oh, you are quite thick-skinned. After that, she turned her face and put her white and beautiful left face close to him. Do you want a big slap? Xianxia was angry. If a tiger does not show its power, do you think I am happy? I will F***king, take out an 18-centimeter large artifact and slap you. Salted Fish Lake Evolution, see Swamp King. Xianxia raised his hand. Salted Fish Lake Evolution, see Swamp King. Evolution failed. Xianxia put down his hand and snorted. I am too lazy to plan with a woman like you. Nan Manpei was not angry at all. Her white face raised a charming smile unique to a young woman. Tisk, coward. Suyu is right. Okay, I am a coward, okay? Xianxia put away his phone and was ready to start the car. Nan Manpei said, Xianxia. He ignored her. Nan Manpei raised her voice in anger. Xianxia. Just say it. Nan Manpei pursed her lips and said, I haven't asked that question yet. Xianxia looked at her. If these women outside, the one lying on the ground is called Suyu, and the two standing are called Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin, what will you choose? Nan Manpei smiled. Xianxia's eyes widened. What a powerful woman. She said a more fatal question than who should I save first if your mother and I fall into the water at the same time. My sister will not do this, and Wang Zijin will not do this, Xianxia said. How do you know? A woman's heart should never be measured by common sense. No means no. With their upbringing and character, they will not do such a thing. Why don't you tell me what I should do if they fight with me in the future? I may think about it. Then what will you do? Nan Manpei crossed her arms and dragged her plump 32D breasts. Shake your body, smile with the air of a bastard, and frighten them with your unique charm, slap. It was another slap, but it was much lighter than the previous one. Nan Manpei smiled, but her eyes flashed with cold light. Will it kill you to talk seriously? I am not Suyu, and I am not your sister who can be easily coaxed with a few words, nor am I Wang Zijin who looks smart but is actually stupid in some aspects. Xianxia said angrily, then you are my woman? What are you worrying about? Nan Manpei smiled. Do you want to be my man? Xianxia, the noise outside the car window continued, and it was very lively. In the car, Nan Manpei said in a half-joking and half-serious tone, I am very rich. If you hook up with me, I dare not say that you will struggle less for 10 years. After all, you make money too fast. 5 years is enough. Suyu and I are like sisters. If you get together with me, isn't it exciting? Don't all men like this? I was married, yes, but that was many years ago. I can't compare to Suyu. She gave you her virginity. Compared to those unmarried girls who have countless ex-boyfriends, I am much cleaner, right? And I won't have children. Being a mistress or a lover is the only choice. I don't have to worry about having illegitimate children outside. Anyway, I have been single for so many years. I am used to it and have never thought about marriage. Isn't it quite comfortable to be alone? Suyu is much more clingy than me. Now she wants to drive Wang Zijin away and be the empress. Don't you think it is too much? She doesn't even look at her own status. She is not loved by her grandmother and uncle. How can she be compared to the daughter of the Wang family? This kind of woman is stupid, a fool who lacks love. She would be so touched by a little warmth from others that she is willing to give everything. At least you have a little conscience and gave her most of the company's shares. If she meets a more scheming and cold-hearted man, I can see her ending with nothing. Sister man is much smarter than her. You are single, and I am also single. I will inevitably be lonely. If you want to find me, just come. I won't ask you for anything, and I won't ask you to take responsibility. Even if you get married in the future and want to continue the relationship, it's fine. If you want to break up, it's also fine. I can help you with your career far more than Suyu. My experience in bed. Well, I shouldn't be as good as Suyu. But don't you men like to conquer strong women? Qinze was sweating profusely. Sister man, let's talk nicely. Nan Manpei smiled and said, I'm serious, I'm not joking. You are such an excellent man and young. I have been in Shanghai for 10 years, and I have never seen such an interesting and excellent man like you. Or are you a straight man who only wants virgins? Tisk, it's not like you are picking a wife. Why do you care if she is a virgin or not? Qinze was completely dumbfounded. Did Sister Man take drugs today? Otherwise, how could he explain her nonsense? A woman like her who independently supported such a large industry was inevitably stressed and out of breath. It was very likely that she took some drugs to relax. Qinze scratched his head. If I say that I hate dating and one-night stands, will you say that I am pretentious? Nan Manpei said seriously, no, because as far as I know, you have no other woman except Suyu. So I like you. I have seen a lot of men who are richer than you, and there are even more who are not as rich as you. Which man doesn't have a woman on his left and right? He has a few college students as his mistresses, white-collar women, and he goes out to eat snacks on weekends when he is free. Qinze said, I have a good appetite. I have a bad stomach since I was a child. Sister man, I may have something to do tonight and can't go to Chongming. You can go by yourself. Can you drive? Or I will call the company's driver. As he spoke, he unbuckled his seat belt. At this moment, an auxiliary police officer came over from outside the car window and slapped a ticket. The middle-aged auxiliary policeman slammed on the window. Do you know that you've parked illegally? How long has it been? Look at how long it's been parked here. Hurry up and drive away. She scolded in a low voice, little red guy. Only then did Qinze realize that the chaos had stopped. The 3 police officers were evacuating the crowd while detaining the perpetrators and victims. There was no parking space by the roadside, so it didn't matter if they stopped for a while. Qinze stopped for about 10 minutes. Nan Manpei raised his eyebrows and said, still not leaving? Qinze had no choice but to open the window and pull the ticket in. He threw it under the windshield and stepped on the accelerator. The car sped away. The auxiliary police officer caught a glimpse of Nan Manpei's face and was stunned. At this time, he recalled Qinze's appearance and felt that he looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. If he had looked at it carefully just now, he would have probably remembered it. Fortunately, the uncle did not have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Otherwise, he would have to think about it before he slept tonight. Just like Qinze, who had obsessive-compulsive perfectionism. Occasionally, in the middle of the night, his thoughts would wander and he would suddenly feel that he couldn't remember anything. He tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. It was very annoying. He scolded himself 10,000 times in his heart. He should have gone to bed earlier. What nonsense was he thinking about? The car drove onto the Yangtze River Bridge and completely bid farewell to the serious traffic jam. However, the car was not fast. After all, there was a lot of traffic. There were also more trucks. He got a driver's license in his senior high school exams, but in fact, he didn't have much driving experience and didn't exchange for advanced driving proficiency. He was most afraid of running into trucks. Every time he drove side by side with a truck, he would feel nervous. The reputation of the high-speed killer was like thunder in his ears. Rear end with an ordinary car. The winner was Reuben. Friction with a big truck. The next one was Brother Snake. It was over. The scenery under the Yangtze River Bridge eased Xianxia's nervousness very well. Having lived in Shanghai for 24 years, it was Xianxia's first time crossing the Yangtze River Bridge. He had never been to Chongming, so of course, he had never been to the Yangtze River Bridge. For the locals of Shanghai, there was actually nothing fun in Shanghai. Just like the Oriental Pearl Tower, the Bund, and some other small tourist attractions, the locals of Shanghai were too lazy to go there. It was the same for the people in other places with famous scenery. There were many places that Xianxia had never been to. He had never been to Chongming. This place was not part of Shanghai at that time. There was also nothing worth visiting. A long time ago, this place was mostly rural and the construction was poor. But now, there were many vacation villas here. The scenery was good, the air was good, and the greenery was good. Many people liked to come here for a vacation to pass the weekend. The Yangtze River flowed quietly. Fishing boats were scattered here and there, leaving a rippling course behind. Xianxia's first impression was that it was big. It was so spacious that it seemed to have no borders. It didn't look like a river, but like the sea. His second impression was that the water quality was poor. If he didn't know that this thing was called the Yangtze River, he would have thought that he was looking at the Yellow River. The yellow water was surging, and the turbid flow stirred up white bubbles. When I was young, I knew that the Yellow River was yellow. But I thought that the Yangtze River should be a white river. Now I know that it's a yellow river. Xianxia lamented. Nan Manpei leaned on the chair and closed his eyes. He said impatiently, "Shut up. Do you believe that I'll throw you into the Huangpu River? You've said that many times." Xianxia muttered. "Just now," Nan Manpei said faintly, "if you had nodded, we wouldn't be going to Chongming now. You would be in a sack and thrown into the Huangpu River." "Really?" Xianxia was speechless. "Just now. So what you said just now was just to test me?" Fortunately, I didn't move and wasn't tempted by beauty. After all, I was born in China, grew up under the red flag, and tried my best to kill me before I was even born, but failed. Sister Man is indeed deeply dissatisfied with me. By the way, Sister Man, if those women on the street were Su Yu, Wang Zijin, and my sister, what would I choose? But I said that they wouldn't do that, but you didn't believe me. Xianxia said, "Then I want to ask you. Back then, when my ex-husband cheated on the daughter of an official, why did you strip her clothes?" Nan Manpei didn't respond to this question. Xianxia said, "Oh, I forgot. There was no such tradition at that time." Nan Manpei seemed to be asleep. At this time, it was already dark. The fishing boats at the estuary of the Yangtze River came and went like light boats. The fishing boats were brightly lit. Nan Manpei didn't sleep. She was looking for her boat. At this time, it was about to cross the Yangtze River Bridge. A fishing boat. After breaking through the turbid waves and entering the sea, it gradually drifted away from other boats. Under the cover of darkness, it disappeared from sight. In the cabin, there were 7 or 8 men who were not tall, but burly and strong, wearing vests, revealing explosive muscles. Some of them had cigarettes in their mouths, some held steel pipes in their hands, and some crossed their arms in front of their chests, laughing and watching the fun. A man in a suit was lying on the ground. His expensive suit was stained with blood. His face and hair were dirty with blood. His face was unrecognizable. It was vaguely seen that he was a gentle, middle-aged man. "The money is gone, the money is really gone." The man's voice was like a worn-out blower. Every time he said a word, his chest rose and fell violently. "Damn, this son of a bitch is really fast. In 2 days, the money disappeared. I can't find it. A man with a scar on his face spat out a mouthful of phlegm and beat him with a steel pipe. The man was beaten until he let out a hoarse wail, like a desperate wild dog. I washed the money away from the underground money house. AO Men has a special place to do this, River Crab, so I don't use the real name, you know, don't say I made a mistake. Blood with white foam flowed out of the man's mouth. He said with difficulty, I owe a lot of money. If I don't pay it back, I will be killed. The scarred man kicked him. Where is the rest of the money? Xianxia laughed. Brother, do you want a cigarette first? The scarred man snorted and took the cigarette from one of his men and lit it for him. Xianxia said, that's right. After paying back 40 million, I still have more than 200 million. It is enough for me to make a comeback. If not, I can still do well overseas. After he took the money, the police opened a case on the afternoon of the same day. Such a big case could not be delayed. Actually, he did not have much time left. He could only transfer the money through some channels. Before he decided to do this, he had already prepared a backup plan and contacted the channels. However, he could not leave Shanghai as fast as he could. In those television dramas, the bad guys broke the law and sat calmly in the airport, waiting for their flight. The police rushed over like crazy, but they were too late. The flight had already taken off. Or there was a chase on the highway. In fact, it was all nonsense. It was about the country's eggs. Flights were not a natural rule. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. The operation was very simple. He just had to make a call to the airline company. We are XX Public Security Bureau. Long Out Yen has been blacklisted. Immediately check which flight he bought. With just a call, any flight could be delayed. Petty thieves did not need to escape overseas. Basically, those that needed to escape overseas were not small matters. In the face of such a big matter, the airline company would not dare to say, get lost. I want to fly. Moreover, flight delays were common. There were even simpler ones. They could directly enter the blacklist system and the airline company would receive the information. The ticket would be automatically screened during the ticket inspection. After committing a crime, it was like a joke to escape on a flight. Did the country not care about its reputation? Therefore, it was very impractical to escape on a flight. Either they had flown away before the case was opened, or they were caught directly. There was no third possibility. From morning to noon, Xianxia still had to convince the bank. Xianxia, will transfer the money. The process of discounting the bill determined that he could not leave in advance. This is related to the complicated process of discounting, so I will not go into details. According to Xianxia's plan, he would hide in Shanghai for now. He would leave by fishing boat or hire a black car. He would take the national highway and not the highway. He would head west to Myanmar. Myanmar has the largest casino in Asia, second to none. There, the gambling industry was the leading economic industry designated by the government. Every year, it brought in more than 30% of the government's tax revenue. At its peak, it even exceeded 50%. The game was a combination of Chinese and Western games, and there were as many as 50,000 employees. It was a paradise for gamblers. The gambling industry provided important conditions for the government to implement low-tax and duty-free policies, attract foreign investment, and develop the export processing industry. This wasn't a joke on the news broadcast, it was real. Compared to that, the scale of AO Men was just a small matter. Furthermore, the lottery industry was responsible for most of the traffic in Hong Kong and Macau. As long as they reached Myanmar, it wouldn't be difficult for Xianxia to go to AO Men. The plan was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. He was caught the day after the incident. In the middle of the night, he was directly unlocked, put in a sack, and knocked unconscious. When he woke up, he was locked in a small dark room. A group of burly men forced him to return the money. He didn't know how these guys found him. Was Xianxia really that resourceful? Xianxia choked on the cigarette and coughed. His face turned red. This cigarette is so King lousy. I only smoke big cock. No one answered him. Xianxia curled his lips. In the end, he couldn't bear to throw it away. He took a small puff and held it in his mouth for a moment before spitting it out. He said leisurely, "That's right. We're all working for others. Why do we have to work so hard? Are you going to take the money back and send me to the police station? I still haven't received a call from Xianxia. I've been wondering why the big boss didn't show up. It's all you minions." He continued, "Now I understand. He probably doesn't know about this. You guys did it yourself, right? Damn it, you beat me up for so long. You just want money, right? Brothers, how about this? There are 7 of you here, I will give each of you 1 million yuan. If you let me go or send me to Myanmar, I will give each of you another 500,000 yuan. How many years would you have to work for him for 5 million? 1.5 million? The scar-faced man gave Xianxia a similar look as the other men and kicked him in the face. 5 million. Xianxia covered his head and said in a voice that sounded like an old blower, 5 million each. After a while, the expected blow did not come, and he calmed down a little. No one could resist the temptation of 5 million yuan. Xianxia picked up the remaining half of the cigarette and sucked it hard. If I give you more, you can kill me. Leave some leeway when you do things. I still need to rely on that bit of money to make a comeback. Otherwise, I would have risked my life to become a wanted criminal to scam such a huge sum of money. It's impossible for me to lose everything. If you push me too far, I'll just break up." The scarred man chuckled. "Interesting." A certain burly man frowned and said, "I don't have time to talk nonsense." "Where's the money?" Xianxia rolled his eyes and ignored him. The man was furious and raised his foot to kick. The scar-faced man blocked it and stared at Xianxia. "You won't spit it out?" Xianxia sneered. 6 million. 6 million each. The scarred man shook his head. Xianxia's mouth twitched. 7 million. 7 million at most. He carefully observed the expressions of the men, trying to see the struggle and desire in their eyes. But it seemed like there was none. At this moment, the scarred man clapped his hands. "Brothers, let's get to work." "Work? What kind of work? Are they going to beat me up again?" Xianxia saw a man walk to the corner of the cabin and lift a dark green tarpaulin. Under the tarpaulin was an iron cage. It looked like a dog cage, but it was bigger and sturdier than a dog cage. It was also heavier. Xianxia's heart sank for some reason. 2 men escorted him to the iron cage, opened the door, and pushed him in. You. What are you doing?" Xianxia's voice trembled. Other than the scarred man, 6 other men carried the cage out of the cabin and onto the deck. At the same time, the lights outside the deck were turned off. The light in the cabin shone through and the men's faces were hidden in the darkness. "Let me out, let me out." Xianxia's voice was filled with fear and agitation. The scarred man squatted in front of the iron cage and played with a dagger in his hand. The dagger hit the iron cage and made a crisp sound. Xianxia shouted, "Murder is against the law, against the law. Send me to the police station. I want to turn myself in, I want to turn myself in." He laughed sinisterly, "If I throw you down from here, you'll be eaten alive in 7 days at most, leaving only a pile of bones. When the waves come, the scattered bones will roll out of the cage and disappear into the boundless sea. You'll never be found. Your 170 pounds of meat will only be used to feed the fish." The men pushed the iron cage to the side of the deck. In the darkness, the dark waves hit the boat and made splashing sounds. Xianxia's last bit of rationality turned into fear. Endless fear, like the moonlight and the waves. The scarred man squatted in front of the iron cage and finished his cigarette in silence. He dialed a number. "Boss, I'm done here." A cold female voice came. "Give him the phone." Xianxia heard an unfamiliar voice, but the wind and waves were so strong that he couldn't hear it clearly. The scarred man passed the phone into the cage. "Boss wants to talk to you." Xianxia was like a hopeless person who saw a ray of light. He trembled and quickly took the phone, put it to his ear, and cried, President Qin, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I will pay you back. I will definitely pay you back. Please forgive me and give me a chance to live." Xianxia's voice didn't come from the phone. Instead, it was a cold and textured female voice. It was pleasant to the ears but cold and emotionless. "It's me," the woman said. Xianxia stopped crying. He was a little confused. He didn't know the woman on the phone. Even though he was arranged by Pei Nanman to invest in Baozi, he had never met Pei Nanman in person. He was only a senior executive of a small company under Pei Nanman's management. He had a master's degree in finance and was outstanding in his abilities. Hence, he was assigned to Baozi Investment. It was the general manager of the company who arranged for him to come. "Nanman Pei," the woman said. Xianxia felt like he was struck by lightning. He remembered. He remembered who the woman on the phone was. She should be his real boss, the other major shareholder of Baozi Investment besides Xianxia and Su Yu. With his status, it was impossible for him to know about this. But last year, he met Nanman Pei at the annual meeting. He had the same feeling as many men when they met Nanman Pei. "I might have seen this sister somewhere before." He liked her and had a strong curiosity about her. So after that, he beat around the bush. "So you had replied to them like this, your big boss." "Boss, I was wrong. I was wrong." Xianxia cried. "I'll pay you back. Please let me go." "Please, it's not him," the woman said. Xianxia didn't understand what she meant. "It's me who wants you to go, not him." "It's not his fault," the woman repeated and then hung up. The scarred man smiled and waved his hand. "Push him down." Under the cover of darkness, the iron cage was moved out of the deck inch by inch and slid into the deep abyss. During the process, Xianxia screamed, wailed, and begged for mercy. In the loud splash, the scarred man had a cigarette in his mouth and watched Xianxia's ferocious and twisted face drown in the sea. Fine bubbles appeared on the turbulent sea and then disappeared completely. The scarred man's dagger flew between his fingers. He looked in the direction of Shanghai and sighed. "Sigh, I haven't worked for many years. Back then, it was the Huangpu River. Now, I can only take people out to sea." The BMW finally left the Yangtze River Bridge and drove into the street. Xianxia's ears moved and he smiled faintly. "Sister man, who's calling?" Nanman Pei hung up and closed her eyes. Xianxia asked, "Sister man?" Nanman Pei shouted, "It's none of your business." Xianxia said indifferently, "I'm just curious." Nanman Pei opened her eyes and stared at him. "You heard it?" Xianxia looked innocent. "What did I hear?" "You have such a big reaction." "Yo, did you just call your mistress?" Nanman Pei closed her eyes again. "You talk too much. Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the Huangpu River." She closed her eyes, so she didn't see Xianxia's fingers on the steering wheel tremble slightly. Shoot for wisdom, RBQ RBQ. Along the way, Xianxia became silent and occasionally glanced at Nanman Pei. She was lying on the semi-reclined seat, resting with her eyes closed. Her facial features were three-dimensional and very beautiful. She should be 31 years old this year. She was mature, elegant, and fierce. Young men with little social experience would probably feel a sense of pressure when facing her. When Xianxia first saw her by the Huangpu River, he felt that kind of pressure. She was like the female head teacher in high school. He couldn't help but want to bow his head. At that time, he felt that such a woman could only be matched by a successful, elegant, handsome man in his early 30s. Xianxia couldn't help but imagine the budding Nanman Pei. She was more pure with a pair of rippling eyes. When she saw the roses in the corner of the wall, the corners of her mouth would rise with a brilliant and pure smile. In her era, she might even have 2 braids. His ideal literary girl with a sense of the times should be someone like Nanman Pei, in his imagination, and definitely not a walking Bun Wang Zijin. The female student uniform of the Republic of China period, blue shirt, black skirt, a pair of embroidered shoes, and 2 braids. It would be best if she could hold a book in her arms. Su Yu, his sister, and Wang Zijin couldn't do it. The modern atmosphere was too strong. The only one who could make Xianxia fantasize was a big sister like Nanman Pei. Although she was born in the era where the Confucian shirt and skirt had long been a thing of the past, lost in the long river of history. If it could be like Japan, where girls would wear Han Chinese clothes on a certain festival, it would definitely be a rare scene. Chongming had a lot of rural tourism, and it was very well done. There was also a forest park with excellent scenery. There were also countless fun entertainment facilities. When they arrived at the hotel, it was almost 8 o'clock. Xianxia and Nan Man Pei stopped the car and got out. He stood in the night and looked around. He didn't see any super luxury cars. However, he left behind a few economy cars with unusual license plates. The destination was a very grand hotel that covered a very large area. In addition to providing accommodation, it could also be used for company tours, meetings, and other activities. A white ferry stopped at the entrance, and the staff greeted, "Please get on." Dinner was held on the second floor. The dome was high, and small lights decorated the ceiling like stars, clustered around a huge crystal chandelier in the middle. The large private room on the second floor was not spacious, but it was exquisitely decorated with 3 tables. The adults sat at 1 table, while the children and women sat at 2 tables. The Li family wasn't the only family that came to the forest park to play. There were a few other families that were of high status and had good relationships with each other. Using the words of ancient times to describe it, they were friends of aristocratic families. In modern terms, political alliance. Nan Man Pei said that old Madame Li had recovered and wanted to go out for a walk. This was one of the reasons. But this time, they came out to play not just to relax. You could think of it as reminiscing between friends. However, those who were qualified to sit were not ordinary people. At the table on the left, in addition to Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, there were a few boys and girls that Xianxia was familiar with, but he didn't know their names. He knew at least 2 of them, the little fangirl Chen Qingyuan, and the sister, "I have milk sickness," by Guowei. There were also a few boys who appeared at Pei Ziki's birthday party. However, Yang Lingdong, who had been pursuing Chen Qingyuan, was not there. He or his family was not qualified to be here. Chen Qingyuan's mother was in business. Her father was in the government, but his position was not high. The real boss was Chen Qingyuan's grandfather. Bai Guowei took a sip of juice and whispered, "Dong Lai, let's drive out tonight." "What's so fun about Chongming? We can't even find a bar." Half of the young people at the table were underage. Juice and coconut juice were the standard. Although they had learned to smoke and drink, no one dared to drink, not even beer. No one dared to smoke. As soon as Bai Guowei finished speaking, her sister knocked her on the head and said, "Don't you dare sneak out." Li Donglai said, "Qingge and I agreed that we won't go to bars before our sophomore year. But we can play cards together at night to satisfy our cravings. Don't come if you don't have enough money." Bai Guowei's sister, Bai Feng, laughed and said, "You're not allowed to go to bars, but you're allowed to play cards? This brother Qin of yours must be a retard. You're the retarded one." Bai Guowei, Li Donglai, and Pei Ziki were in the middle, but Chen Qingyuan heard it clearly and retorted faintly, "Little girl, who are you talking about?" Bai Feng glared at her. "It doesn't matter who I'm talking about. It'll be awkward for whoever answers." Chen Qingyuan ate her meat expressionlessly. Chen Qingyuan and Bai Feng knew each other, but they were not very close. Bai Feng had seen Chen Qingyuan a few times. At that time, she was still a pure girl, but she learned how to put on makeup and nails like a woman. She was full of pride and arrogance from head to toe. In the eyes of Bai Feng, who was born in the 90s, she hated it so much that she wanted to destroy it humanely and be reborn. In the process of social development, there was a very interesting phenomenon. The people born in the 70s criticized the people born in the 80s. The people born in the 80s thought that the people born in the 90s were retarded. The people born in the 90s thought that the people born in the 90s were incurable. The rule was that the previous generation criticized the next generation. The next generation's children were not the children of the previous generation. Have you ever seen parents criticize their children's generation for being retarded and incurable? Why was it like this? In fact, it was a kind of shame and disgust that saw themselves in the past. It was just like when people did things that they thought were cool and awesome when they were young. Many years later, when they thought about it, they were so ashamed that they wanted to roll on the ground. When people born in the 80s saw the retarded people born in the 90s, they felt that they had seen themselves in the past. It was especially shameful, and then there was the envy, jealousy, and hatred of aging. It was the same when people born in the 90s looked at the Queen of Balls. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. 10 years later, the Queen of Balls would criticize the people born in the 90s for being retarded and incurable. But the people born in the 90s would not, because they were born in the 90s. Li Donglai coughed and mediated in the middle. He explained, Xianxia said that it's meaningless to hang out in bars. It's useless except for wasting one's youth and time. But playing cards is different. It's a test of memory, card skills, and logic. It's just like those children who seem to have bad grades but are actually very good at playing. They're very smart. Chen Qingyuan said, that's what Xianxia said. Then let's add one more thing. I want to play tonight. Whose room should I go to? Pei Ziki said, let's go to my room. Bai Guowei said, I suggest we play a werewolf game or a killing game. It's more interesting and tests one's logic and reasoning ability. The other boys and girls agreed. Excluding those who drove expensive cars and hung out in bars, as well as some parties that children of the same age dared not even think about, this group of children was actually no different from ordinary teenagers. Bai Feng had never met Qin Zhe, but she knew that the Xianxia they were talking about was the famous fast shooter in the entertainment circle. Her attitude towards Qin Zhe was more complicated. She admired and was curious, but also angry and resentful. Because last year, Bai Guowei said to her in a deranged manner, Sister, I have milk sickness. What hurt her the most was that when Bai Guowei glanced at her chest, she revealed a blank and confused expression. At that time, when Qin Zhe demonstrated to her, Qin Baobao's full chest was indeed worth fainting. When it came to his sister, it seemed a little difficult to make her faint. But in order to ease the relationship between the siblings, Bai Guowei forced herself to faint. Later, Bai Guowei told her that it was Qin Zhe who taught him to say that. It could be imagined that Qin Zhe taught her brother with an extremely bad attitude. It was like when a delinquent taught a child, go lift up your sister's skirt, and I'll give you a lollipop. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why you had such a devilish brother. Pei Ziki looked at her phone and frowned. Auntie is not here yet. Li Donglai, give her a call. Li Donglai laughed and said, why should I? You don't have a phone. Chen Qingyuan said weakly, Ziki, your auntie is not sitting at our table, right? Pei Ziki nodded. Of course, she's sitting at my grandma's table. The boys and girls at the table breathed a sigh of relief. The younger sister-in-law of the Li family was very famous in their small circle. She was very beautiful and elegant, but the boys who had seen Nan Man Pei felt pressured and couldn't speak clearly. It was the same as how they felt when facing their dignified parents. The table on the right. The silver-haired old lady smiled kindly under the sympathy of the table full of madams. The women at the table were gossiping about trivial matters of the family. Man is not here yet, the old lady asked. Beside her, a gentle and delicate woman laughed softly and said, Mom, not yet. Maybe she's stuck in a traffic jam. The old lady nodded and complained, this girl is always busy. She doesn't even bring Donglai and Ziki home. Man is 31 this year, and she doesn't have a boyfriend, the woman agreed absent-mindedly and said that the Li family's sister-in-law was not good. She also had a younger sister, but her younger sister and brother only had the chance to visit the Li family during festivals. They were both the Li family's sisters-in-law, but the difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. Nan Man Pei was really treated like a daughter by the old lady. The old lady had a daughter in her early years, but she died before she finished junior high school. She was about the same age as Nan Man Pei. The friendship between the Li family and the Pei family was a thing of the past, but the old lady said that it was a friendship formed during the revolution. How funny. A rainbow army soldier and a bandit. Where did the revolutionary friendship come from? Mom, I'm full. I want to go play. Beside the woman, a 10-year-old child put down his bowl and chopsticks. As he spoke, he jumped down from the chair. Stay inside. Don't run out, okay, the woman said. Outside the private room, the hotel manager and a dozen waiters were waiting. Naturally, the child would be followed closely when he went out. The child walked around the tables, looking left and right. There were no children around his age, so he was very bored. He strolled to Peiziki's side and mumbled, "Peiziki, I want to eat meat." Peiziki turned her head and glanced at him coldly. She ignored him. Baifeng waved her hand. "Xiaohao, come here. I'll get some for you." She gave him a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. "Hey, open your mouth. Don't use your hands," Baifeng said. The child had already reached out and grabbed the meat. He didn't eat it. Instead, he slapped Peiziki's back and touched her a few times, wiping the grease from his hands on her body. "Little girl, ha ha ha." The child stuck out his tongue at his sister. Peiziki was furious. She slapped him to the ground with the great monument smashing hand. She learned this move from Qinzai. During the tutoring period, Qinzai taught Li Donglai fighting skills. He always used the great monument smashing hand to knock down the fierce and aggressive Li Donglai. It was domineering and direct. Peiziki watched from the side a few times. She had to admit that it was indeed very cool. At this moment, he subconsciously used it. The child fell to the ground and cried loudly. The loud and shrill cry instantly attracted everyone's attention. Numerous gazes fell upon him. The people who heard the commotion looked over. They looked at the child on the ground, then at Peiziki. Their expressions varied. Some were mocking, some were helpless, some were contemplating. The children of the two ex-wives of the Li family did not return home all year round. They lived with their aunt, as if there was a huge conflict between them and their father. They were all family friends, so they knew about this. The root of the conflict was the stepmother and the son. There was a show to watch. How, what's wrong?" The woman hurried over. "She bullied me, sob." The child clutched his mother's sleeve tightly. Snot and tears were running down his face. He looked miserable. The woman frowned and looked at Peiziki. The two women, one old and one young, looked at each other silently. The old lady of the Li family stood up shakily. At the main table, a handsome middle-aged man with glasses hurried over to help his mother. The mother and son walked over. The old lady was not old. She was not even 70, but she had just recovered from a long illness. Her body was a little weak. "What's wrong now?" The old lady looked at her granddaughter, then at her daughter-in-law. The woman did not speak. She hugged her son and looked at Peiziki with deep hatred. "Grandma, she bullied me." The grandson pointed at Peiziki and wailed. The old lady heard and said unhappily, "Ziki, you bullied your brother again." Peiziki was not convinced. He was the one who started it. "My clothes were dirted by him." And the old lady was even angrier. "He's still a child." "How old are you? What kind of sister are you? It's fine if you make a scene at home, but don't you know where you are?" Peiziki looked at her father. As usual, the man ignored her coldly. Peiziki's eyes reddened. Boys and girls of the same age would look down on other people's family matters. Moreover, it was the Li family's family matter. They had no right to interfere. Perhaps because he had his mother's support, Li Hao, who was young but sensible and hated his half-brothers and sisters since he was young, suddenly broke free from his mother's arms. He clenched his fist and punched Peiziki's waist. A 10-year-old child was actually quite strong. He did not know when to stop. Peiziki frowned in pain. She slapped him with the back of her hand. The child wailed loudly. It was heart-wrenching. The girl hurriedly hugged her son as tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at the old lady and sobbed, "Mother." Old Madame Li was furious. The Li family was located in Shanghai. In ancient times, they were considered wealthy. Face was the most important thing. The older generation was particular about family harmony and prosperity. Family scandals should not be aired in public. Behind closed doors, no matter how much Peiziki and Li Donglai quarreled with her stepmother, she didn't really like to pay attention to them. What kind of occasion was this now? Furthermore, she had always doted on her little grandson and was usually reluctant to hit him. This slap was a little too heavy. Damn girl, damn girl." The old lady hit her son a few times and said hatefully, "How did you teach your daughter? How did you teach your daughter?" Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open. The hotel manager led Nan Manpei and Xianxia in. Everyone looked over. Nan Manpei was quite famous in Shanghai. There were many young men who coveted her. If they married her, not only would they be able to connect with the Li family, but they would also be able to form a powerful alliance. However, the young man beside her was a bit unfamiliar. When they got closer, someone immediately recognized Xianxia. Xianxia, the rising star of the entertainment industry. In terms of popularity, almost no one in the room was more famous than Xianxia. Nan Manpei's gigolo? That was the thought in everyone's mind. Rich people liked to keep young models and actresses. It was not strange for rich women to keep young men. Women weren't fairies who didn't belong to the mortal world. A few young men who thought they had the ability to hook up with Nan Manpei suddenly felt jealous. Seeing the lively scene in the private room, Xianxia was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't it supposed to be a family dinner? There were 3 tables full of people. Pei Ziki burst into tears. She choked and said, "Auntie." Nan Manpei patted her head and smiled. "Old lady." The old lady put away her anger and waved at her. She complained, "You're too late." Nan Manpei automatically took Big Brother Li's place and held the old lady's arm. "I went to pick up a friend." She looked at Xianxia. Xianxia immediately said, "Old lady, Mayor Li." The old lady nodded reservedly. Big Brother Li also smiled. Nan Manpei looked at Pei Ziki and then looked at the crying child in his mother's arms. He smiled and said, "What's going on?" The old lady had a headache. "What's going on?" "They're making trouble again." Li Donglai was expressionless. Xiao Hao smeared his meat on Ziki's body, and Ziki pushed him. Then Xiao Hao punched Ziki, and Ziki slapped him. This round, the siblings are tied. There are all kinds of highlights. 1-1. Shall we continue with the second half? Xianxia, he looked at his disciple seriously. After not seeing him for a long time, his disciple had become even more outstanding. The old lady was furious. She grabbed Nan Manpei's arm tightly. "Look, my Li family has given birth to 3 evil children in this generation. I'm so angry." Nan Manpei said apologetically, "I didn't teach them well." The old lady glared at her son. "Some people don't know how to give birth." Nan Manpei smiled and nodded. "You're right." Big Brother Li was a little embarrassed. He frowned. "Stop crying." Li Hao was suddenly enlightened. He had always been afraid of his father. He looked at his mother carefully and felt relieved. He didn't care and continued crying. Nan Manpei saw this and smiled. It's not all brother-in-law's fault. It's the father's fault for not teaching the son well. Isn't there a saying that goes, "A loving mother will spoil the son"? My sister left early and didn't have time to teach him. But as his mother, she can't spoil him too much. He's always causing trouble. He's still young now. What can he do when he grows up? She looked at the woman and said, "Sister-in-law, is what I said reasonable?" The woman secretly gritted her teeth and forced a smile. "It's my fault." Nan Manpei said unhappily, "Ziki, your mother has apologized." "What are you doing?" The woman, Nan Manpei said again, "Xiao Hao, have you finished your summer homework?" Li Hao ignored her. Nan Manpei turned to the old lady and said, "Auntie, education should be done early. Send Xiao Hao back tomorrow. He can come out to play when he finishes his homework." The old lady nodded. "That makes sense." Li Hao cried even harder. Xianxia looked at Nan Manpei with admiration. It was said that birds of a feather flocked together. Suyu was Sister Man's best friend. Why didn't she learn her palace skills from Sister Man? Nan Manpei said, "Xianxia is Donglai's tutor. Donglai's college entrance examination results are so good this year because of his teaching." The old lady looked at Xianxia in surprise and said, "He's Donglai's tutor? He's so young?" Good, good. If Donglai had met you earlier, he would have been able to get into Fudan University and Jiaodong University. Xianxia smiled modestly. Nan Manpei was particularly talkative today and interrupted, "Why don't you ask him to be Xiao Hao's tutor? Or let sister-in-law ask him for advice on how to teach children to improve their grades." Xianxia answered truthfully, there's no good way. If the child cries and doesn't study hard, just beat him up. Li Hao cried even harder. The woman said lightly, you don't have to worry about my family's affairs. Nan Manpei looked sad and said, old lady, I'll try not to talk too much in the future and try not to come to Li's house. The old lady frowned and said angrily, how can you say that? Is Man an outsider? The woman defended herself, Mom, that's not what I meant. The old lady said impatiently, don't just stand there. Take him back. Xianxia felt a fiery gaze on him. Looking in the direction of that gaze, he saw a young girl with bright eyes, Chen Qingyuan. She had a delicate oval face, and her skin was fair and supple. When he first met her, he remembered that there was still some baby fat on her chin. Chen Qingyuan looked at him silently. She was happy, excited, and tender. Bai Feng saw this scene and curled his lips. This girl was hopeless. Man, my family is full of troublesome people. If only you could come here more often. With you here, no one would dare to make a scene. The old lady muttered. Nan Manpei smiled and agreed. To the old lady, both of them were her flesh and blood. If there was a conflict, the most she would do was to punish them 50 times and then continue to make a scene. But what could she do? A stepmother was a stepmother after all. Could you ask her to treat her ex's child as her own son? Could you ask the child to be filial to her like his own mother? There were many things that could not be resolved, especially family matters. Why else would it be difficult for an honest official to resolve family matters? Her son was very tactful and had always been a bystander. No matter which side he sided with, the other side would be bitterly disappointed. Moreover, the relationship between Pei Ziki and Li Donglai's father was already very cold. When her youngest son was bullied by her eldest son or daughter, as a father, she had no choice but to stand up as a grandmother. Of course, she would side with her youngest grandson. After all, he was too young and could be easily beaten. Her daughter-in-law was also not easy to deal with. Without her secret instigation, would her grandson be able to stir up trouble like this? She had used emotional violence against her ex's son and daughter all these years. Therefore, the old lady especially liked Nan Manpei because Nan Manpei was generous and capable. Even her sister was not as good as her. In the past, a woman like this could stabilize the house and make the house peaceful. Nan Manpei would stay at the Li family for a few days every year. She would also bring Li Donglai and Pei Ziki home. That was one of the rare times when the Li family was able to reunite and live in harmony. The daughter-in-law of a humble family knew that she could not win against the other party, so she would be very obedient. Her grandson was also afraid of this and did not dare to be too arrogant. Xianxia looked at Nan Manpei, who followed the old lady, then at the group of familiar juniors. After thinking for a while, he asked the waiter to add a chair for the juniors. There were rich ladies and old ladies everywhere. He felt that it was not appropriate to sit there. Chen Qingyuan was overjoyed. She patted the empty seat beside her with her small hands and asked the waiter to add a chair there. Xianxia had just sat down when 8 or 9 young boys and girls shouted in unison, Qinggu! 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 It was as if some big brother was attending a banquet and the underlings were greeting him respectfully. It attracted the attention of the adults on both sides. Xianxia, Bai Feng said, hello, I'm Bai Feng, Bai Guowei's sister. Xianxia was stunned. He looked at this unfamiliar girl and was stunned by the name. Hello, you can call me Hei's King. Bai Feng. Xianxia felt that he might have offended this girl named Bai Feng. Not only was she glaring at him, but her face was also full of displeasure. It was just an ordinary joke. Could this girl not take a joke, or was she sensitive to her name and hated being joked about? There were such people, such as Chen Ergu, Li Erden, Du Ziding, Hao Nyobi, Lu Yifa, Ren Baqian, especially the latter. However, the name Bai Feng was still okay. It was quite ferocious. If the other party was a die-hard fan of the great Desolate Era novels, he might be able to gain the respect of the other party by announcing his name. Unfortunately, Xianxia was not a fan of the prehistoric novels. He wanted to tease her when he heard the name. He read all kinds of books, especially Liu Bei. After going to university, his worldview matured. He understood that he was just a salted fish. A salted fish would be a salted fish no matter where he went. Just like a loser in society, even if he traveled back in time 20 years ago, he would only remember that housing prices were going up, the stock market was going down, and the newspaper seller was going to become a supreme figure. That was all. Don't expect him to become the richest man in the world. If he had this ability, he would not be a loser. Therefore, Xianxia learned from his painful experience and bade farewell to the king of the jungle, Liu Bei. Chen Qingyuan saw him in a daze and thought that he was embarrassed. She glared at Bai Feng fiercely and blamed her for making her unparalleled hero lose face. Master Haizhe King, this soup is delicious. Chen Qingyuan leaned over and scooped a bowl of soup for Xianxia. Thank you. Xianxia received it politely. Oh, you don't have to be so polite with me. Chen Qingyuan frowned and looked unhappy. Xianxia was silent for a moment and frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Pour the wine. Chen Qingyuan immediately beamed with joy. She poured wine for Xianxia, picked up food, and sat obediently beside him like a beautiful wife. Xianxia was speechless. Suyu, I have found your successor. She's actually your long-lost sister, right? This scene inevitably made the boys and girls of the same age at the same table cry. After all, there were still many boys who were thinking about the little cabbage Chen Qingyuan, and there were probably even more girls who had a good impression of Xianxia. Xianxia had been impatient at the beginning. Later on, he was distressed by the fact that it was the hardest for him to bear the beauty's favor. Now, he was indifferent. His mental journey had changed a lot. It was not that he liked Chen Qingyuan. Perhaps he had a good impression of her. After all, she was a soft and cute girl. Even if he had a sister complex, it was hard for him to dislike her. However, it was still too early for him to like her, let alone love. He felt that when Chen Qingyuan was older, more sensible, and more sophisticated, this immature love would gradually be forgotten. After a few years, it would be great if they could meet, laugh, and chat. However, Xianxia didn't know Chen Qingyuan very well, so he didn't know how stubborn she was. She was actually a silly girl who was stubborn. Xianxia had unknowingly become the center of attention of the young boys and girls. The topic of conversation always revolved around him. The girls were curious about this and that, inadvertently bringing up the topic of conversation about him or bringing up all kinds of troubles. Then, they blinked their eyes and asked Xianxia what they should do. For example, people don't want to fall in love, but there are many boys chasing them. Xianxia, you men are so annoying. Xianxia said, No, we men don't hate you. We men just have a desire for knowledge and like to explore the depths of people. Another example, Qingge, you write songs so fast, it's amazing. People admire you so much. The internet says that you are a fast shooter, but I think you are a machine gunner. Xianxia said, as long as it's not a sniper, I don't care. Would I ever be able to get rid of this title in this lifetime? I want to wash my hands and never write songs again. Some people were more concerned about his private life and asked him if he had a girlfriend. Xianxia didn't answer. After all, this kind of thing was more sensitive. He glanced at Chen Qingyuan. The latter understood. She helped Xianxia peel the mantis shrimp and said crisply, Don't worry, I will strive to be your sister-in-law as soon as possible. Pei Ziki glanced at Chen Qingyuan secretly. Dong Lai, are you interested in working in my company during the summer vacation? Xianxia asked. Qingge, we are not in the same profession. Li Donglai scratched his head. Xianxia slapped his scalp. You got into a second-rate university and you are so proud. You have passed the 2 biggest exams in your life. But your life hasn't started yet. Before you step into society, you should never be complacent about your insignificant achievements. Facing Xianxia's nagging, Li Donglai didn't dare to be impatient. First, he respected Xianxia. Second, he was afraid that Xianxia would slap him to death. Li Donglai smiled and said, Yes. Study hard. I want to go to college every day. I will remember your teachings, Qingge. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that Li Donglai would remember the flirtatious words he said occasionally when he was chatting with others. In the future, he had to try to control himself in front of his students and not talk flirtatiously. Otherwise, when they met in the future, it would be a big scandal. One flirtatious words, and the other flirtatious words. Xianxia drank and ate under the service of Chen Qingyuan. He chatted with the teenagers who were 5 or 6 years younger than him. They got along quite well. Except for the big boss named Bai Feng, who didn't like to talk to him. Occasionally, he would talk to him, but it was to secretly stab him with a few words. Xianxia was puzzled. What's the meaning of this? We don't have any enmity, and we don't have any grudges. Why are you always at odds with me? Peiziki said, Sister Bai, help me turn the soybean stewed pig trotters over. I will get a bowl. Bai Feng turned the dishes and said, there are no more pig trotters. There are only soybeans. Peiziki said, soybeans are delicious too. They are especially fragrant when stewed. Suddenly, she stuck out her tongue and laughed. It's just that it's easy to fart when you eat too much. Bai Feng heard and laughed. You guys fart when you eat too much. I don't. I just burp. What it meant was, I am a little fairy. I don't fart. Qin Baobao often said, I am a little fairy. I don't fart. I am a little fairy. I don't have shit. I am a little fairy. I don't have leaks in my teeth. Xianxia thought that the opportunity had come. He coughed and pretended to be inquisitive. Maybe it's the fart that got lost. Peiziki, Bai Feng, the table was filled with low laughter. Ding. His phone rang. Xianxia took out his phone to check the message. It was from Nan Manpei. Go and propose a toast to my brother-in-law. Did I ask you to come over to eat and drink? You don't have any sense at all. Xianxia looked at Nan Manpei from afar. Coincidentally, she was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and Queen Bei glared at him. This will make me look snobbish and arrogant. But since Sister Man said so, I will reluctantly do it, Xianxia replied. Chen Qingyuan secretly leaned over to take a look. Xianxia gently lifted her crystal earlobe and laughed. Where did you learn the bad habit of peeping at such a young age? Chen Qingyuan said righteously, my mother used to look at my father's phone like this. Xianxia laughed. Your parents must have a bad relationship. Chen Qingyuan's face darkened. She bit her lip. Xianxia whispered, I'm sorry. Chen Qingyuan never got angry with him. She shook her head. Qingge is right. My parents have a bad relationship. Xianxia patted her head like a brother caressing his sister. Then, he poured the half-drunk snowball into Chen Qingyuan's glass. Ask the waiter to change your glass. He poured himself a glass of white snowball, picked it up, and walked to the main table. Chen Qingyuan looked at the glass in front of her. It was filled with transparent snowball. She licked her lips. Should she have a sip? No, she was too infatuated. However, she really wanted to drink it. Should she have a sip? At this moment, she caught sight of Peiziki's helpless gaze, which was filled with sorrow and hatred for her incompetence. She immediately blushed. She waved her hand and said, Waiter, change my glass. Peiziki curled her lips and said, Keep it. Secretly put it in your thermos. Quick, when no one is looking. Chen Qingyuan's face turned redder. She stared at her and said guiltily, Don't talk nonsense. Peiziki snorted. What do you like about him? You're so infatuated. He doesn't even like you. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to be infatuated with him? Chen Qingyuan said, That's strange. It's my business that I like him. What does it have to do with you? Peiziki said, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes. Stop it. I'm not your only best friend. Why don't you persuade others? You're always interfering with my freedom to love. Peiziki, do you need me to tell you what's on your mind? Qingge is handsome and charming. I'm a woman. I like men. Why wouldn't I like him? Peiziki said angrily, I know I can't stand you being so stupid. It's fine if you don't appreciate it. But you're still talking nonsense. I'm not going to care about you anymore. Chen Qingyuan spat and said, Bye-bye. The two pinched each other under the table a few times. Both of them grimaced in pain. Li Donglai said, Qingge is asking for a toast from an old man. Don't. How can Qingge bow to evil? Pei Ziki said, you're the evil one. Your whole family is evil. Li Donglai was stunned. Yes, my whole family is evil. Pei Ziki was speechless. Bai Fong chuckled. Your father is famous for not giving face. When others propose a toast, the most he will do is nod. He won't touch glasses. Taking a sip of wine is already giving face. Let's guess. Did Qinze ask your father to take a sip of wine? The others were deep in thought. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki were silent. With their father's personality, a nod was the most he could do. On the other side, Qinze walked to the main table with a wine glass. His actions attracted the attention of many people. For example, the juniors at Li Donglai's table and a few uncles at the main table. Qinze took a sip. Mayor Li, let me toast you. The burning sensation was like a burning knife. First, the taste buds exploded. Since the throat was burning. The wine was delicious, but it was also terrible. Let's see if you can drink it. Of course, it was like what the advertisements said, soft in the mouth, a thin line in the throat. It didn't exist. If it was soft in the mouth, it was something else. For example, yogurt. A thin line in the throat was even better. Ordinary people couldn't do it. The juniors looked over. The middle-aged man who looked like an uncle watched with great interest. Unexpectedly, Big Boss Li had a kind smile on his face. He picked up his glass and drank all the wine in it. The uncles at the table looked normal on the surface, but they were very surprised in their hearts. Mayor Li had given him a lot of face. Was this young man Nan Man Pei's boyfriend or what? Normally, a junior like Qinze could be ignored. At most, he was an excellent entrepreneur or an outstanding young man. It was already a blessing for such a person to be able to join the table. The act of toasting was actually very abrupt, because with his status alone, he did not have the right to do so. For example, if you were a small employee under Jack Ma's father and had no position or power, you would come with a glass of wine at the annual meeting and say, Old Ma, I'll drink this bowl of hot sh*tea, you can do whatever you want, who the f***ck are you? With the big boss's self-restraint, he would nod slightly and smile at you. But not only did the big boss smile at you, but he also drank it. If he was Nan Man Pei's boyfriend, it would make sense. Li Donglai said in surprise, the old man seems to value our Qingge a lot. Pei Ziki looked at Qinze in surprise. Chen Qingyuan was proud. Her expression said, the man I like is of course excellent. Qinze finished his toast and was about to return to his seat when an uncle suddenly pulled him and laughed. Don't go, sit down and chat with us. Then, he asked the waiter to add a chair. Qinze sat down blankly and was pulled by the enthusiastic uncle to chat. This unfamiliar uncle claimed to be Qinze's fan and liked his exaggerated and borrow 500 years from the heavens the most. Moreover, he even shouted loudly on the spot, causing the other uncles to clap and raise their cups to drink. Qinze felt that he was like a fire in winter that ignited the enthusiasm of the uncles. Uncle, how should I address you? Qinze asked awkwardly. Hey, you don't know me? The passionate uncle looked unhappy. Oh, you're whispering sweet nothings to my daughter. I'm right in front of you. Don't you recognize me? Qinze said in his heart, dare I ask, what is the relationship between your beloved daughter's name and me? The enthusiastic uncle said, you can call me Uncle Chen. My daughter is Chen Qingyuan. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at the table. Chen Qingyuan was looking at him with bright eyes. She seemed to be very happy that he got along well with her father. Qinze was speechless. When he looked at Uncle Chen again, he was a little reserved. In his eyes, was he the pig who had taken his family's cabbage, so passionate? Are you trying to set me up? I finally caught you. I asked Qingyuan to bring you home for us to meet, but you refused. Uncle Chen poured Qinze a full glass of wine. Drink 1 glass as punishment. After Qinze finished drinking, he said to everyone, my daughter didn't learn well in the past. She fooled around outside every day. We couldn't bear to hit her, and she wouldn't listen to us. Mom and I have been worried about this. Everyone chuckled. They were all from families that knew each other very well. They all knew that there was a problem girl in the Chen family. In fact, the children in their family might not be very sensible, but they were more restrained. They were not like Chen Qingyuan, who unscrupulously put on smoky makeup, went to bars, karaoke, and went out with the teenagers they were familiar with on motorcycles. Chen Fuxing patted Qin Zhe and gave him a thumbs up. It's all thanks to little Qin. Ever since I met little Qin, my daughter has stopped fooling around. She comes home on time every day and goes to bed at 10 o'clock sharp. Her grades have also improved steadily. As he spoke, he sighed. But there's a new problem. I don't know what kind of magic potion you fed her. The hint was obvious, so everyone laughed. They understood. The problem girl of the Chen family liked this young man. Big Bossly nodded and said, after Fuxing said this, I also have to thank little Qin. Donglai's results will depend on you in the future. Qin Zhe immediately said, I'll do my best. Donglai's aptitude is actually not bad. It's just that she didn't focus on her studies in the past. Chen Fuxing asked, what's going on? Big Bossly smiled and said, little Qin is Donglai's tutor. According to Li Donglai's original results, it was hard to say if he could go to university. Of course, he would definitely go to university in the end. How could the mayor's son not go to university? However, getting into university with one's own ability and getting in through connections were two completely different things. Whether it was in terms of face or long-term vision, one had to consider the whole life. Everyone was slightly stunned. They looked at Qin Zhe with a hint of admiration. Qin Zhe said humbly, it's all because of Sister Man's hard work. When he mentioned Pei Nan Man, there was a natural intimacy in his tone. This kid can't really have an affair with Nan Man Pei, right? If it was just a tutor, Big Bossly wouldn't give him so much face. It was very likely that he had an intimate relationship with Nan Man Pei. Everyone knew that kind of relationship. Actually, it wasn't. Big Bossly gave him so much face only because of Qin Zhe's identity, the son-in-law of the Wang family. Nan Man Pei told him. As for the inside story that the Wang family didn't like Qin Zhe, not many people knew. Even Nan Man Pei didn't know. The uncles at this table were the heads of various organizations in Shanghai. They were definitely not nobodies. However, they didn't know about the Wang family. There were so many rich families in Beijing. Unless they were sitting in a certain position, who would pay attention to their daughter's marriage? Little Qin, are you a singer, an actor, an entrepreneur, or a teacher? A square-faced, burly, and rough man smiled. Qin Zhe was stunned and didn't answer this question. Those who sang and acted were all celebrities, and celebrities were all entertainers. And this table was full of big bosses. Entrepreneurs were people who did business. And this table was full of big bosses. Teacher of the people. To hell with teacher of the people. He knew that he was just a tutor, but he still said the words teacher of the people. Was he mocking him? Qin Zhe was no longer the salted fish he had been in the past. He was able to discern who was speaking with hidden wisdom and who was speaking with sincerity and enthusiasm. For example, Uncle Chen, who might have been taken advantage of by him, actually admired him. Who was this person? His words were sarcastic. Had he offended him? Qin Zhe pondered and said, I'm just a successor of communism. The square-faced man, the uncles at the table were all stunned. Such an answer was very intelligent. The square-faced man smiled insincerely. Little Qin is quite humorous. You're very good at joking. Qin Zhe looked at Big Bossly in shock and said, Uncle Li, so the country has been joking with us? Such a meaningful question made everyone at the table fall silent. The square-faced man's mouth twitched. Qin Zhe smiled. Who cares if you're the son of a rich family or an official? In front of the successor of communism, you're all scum. That famous person on the internet, the son of the richest man, is called Wang Shizong. At most, he will be the successor of Wanda. I'm the successor of the party and the country. What's there to be proud of with a mere Wanda? It's not low-key at all. I'm the successor of a country. I'm the successor of socialism. Am I proud? Am I showing off everywhere? Idiot. Chen Fuxing laughed and joked. Little Qin, do you have a girlfriend? Qinzhe answered honestly, yes. Chen Fuxing was a little disappointed. The others looked enlightened. That's right, there was really something going on. Especially the square-faced man, his expression turned ugly. On the other side, old Madame Li asked curiously, Man, which family is this young man from? She felt that Qinzhe might have an extraordinary identity. Nan Manpei sat elegantly beside old Madame Li. She smiled more often than before and was gentler. She had restrained her cold and domineering manner. He's my business partner. He runs a few companies. They're not bad and have the potential to be listed. Nan Manpei said, he's not from any family. He's from an ordinary family. She looked at Qinzhe's table. At this moment, that guy was taking turns to play in circles. Then, he was competing with the square-faced man and drinking, one glass after another. Nan Manpei didn't expect Qinzhe to be so good at drinking. She didn't remember seeing him drunk. Of course, they didn't spend much time together. Instead, when he was a tutor, he ate at her house every few days as a tutor and cook. Nan Manpei liked Qinzhe's dishes very much, but she never praised him. Old Madame Li frowned. Is he your lover? The group of aunties laughed. Nan Manpei's face stiffened slightly. She said awkwardly, Old Madam, no, he's a friend. Old Madame Li had an I understand look on her face. She leaned in and whispered, You brought your friend here? Xianxia will drink with him? Nan Manpei smiled faintly. He really isn't. Old Madame Li said, It's best if he isn't. You're in your 30s and still not willing to get married. Are you still thinking about your ex-husband? Nan Manpei shook her head. No. Old Madame Li said, Well, I don't think so. I'm going to introduce you to someone today. Look, do you see that young man? He's handsome and his family is from Nanjing. His grandfather just retired from the military and he's not married. He's quite a match for you. Nan Manpei was speechless. She felt like she had been tricked. She followed old Madame Li's gaze but couldn't find the handsome man. That one, the one wearing a camouflage vest and a military green jacket. Old Madame Li pointed to her. Oh, that was a very strong man with a square face. He looked to be in his 30s, but he didn't really fit the word handsome. He was the kind of person that Nan Manpei would blacklist at a glance. Why would an ugly man marry a wife? Generally speaking, beautiful people wouldn't find a partner who was too average-looking unless it was for money. Nan Manpei was also a woman. She wasn't a VIP member of the Appearance Association, but she was a little obsessed with looks. Suyu and Wang Zijin were also obsessed with looks, but their taste wasn't limited to superficial appearance. They valued feelings more. But if you were too ugly, they didn't care about feelings. Qin Baobao was probably the one who didn't care about looks the most. As long as he was good-looking, it was fine. Since puberty, she had decided to hang herself on a somewhat good-looking crooked tree. Those stunning beauties just had to fall head over heels in love with an arrogant but average-looking man. They would never change until death. They were all made up by average-looking writers. It was just like the ancient writers who wrote about beautiful and enchanting fox immortals who liked to entangle with penniless and poor scholars. They were all poor scholars. At this moment, old Madame Li suddenly frowned and trembled as she covered her upper left abdomen. Nan Manpei was shocked. What's wrong? Old Madame Li showed a pained expression. It hurts a little. Man, help me. Nan Manpei was shocked and said, You're sick again? I'll call the doctor right away. Then, she shouted at the flustered woman, Why are you sitting there like a fool? Call your husband over. How old are you? Don't you know how to behave? Qinzhe was chatting with Chen Qingyuan's father. Chen Fuxing was actually a little mischievous. He set a trap for Qinzhe and coaxed him into toasting the elders at the table. And he couldn't use beer, he had to use white wine. Qinzhe thought to himself, as expected, he still has some opinions about me. Chen Qingyuan's pursuit of Qinzhe was a hot topic in a certain small circle. Even when chatting with outsiders, when they talked about Qinzhe, who was a hot topic in the entertainment industry, they would say, in our circle, there's a little girl who likes him very much and wants to throw herself at him, but he doesn't care about her at all. Chen Fuxing only had one daughter, and he treasured her dearly. Even if Chen Qingyuan made a fuss, he couldn't bear to hit her. Because of his concern for his daughter, he naturally heard a lot of rumors. Therefore, while he was grateful to Qin Zhe, he also felt resentment. This idiot, my daughter is so cute, but he turns a blind eye to it. Qin Zhe thought to himself, you're not Chen Fuxing, you're a holy paladin. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Even if there were 10 Qin Zhe at the table, he still wouldn't be a match for the other party. He had no choice but to beat them one by one. Starting from Big Bossly and a big fat uncle, the fat uncle praised, Little Qin, you're good at drinking. You're comparable to me in the past. I like young people like you who can drink and are forthright. I'll drink too. He drank half a glass of white wine and let out a long breath. I'm old, and my alcohol tolerance isn't as good as before. When I was in Shenzhen, I could drink 8 ounces per person. This was a very talkative uncle. Qin Zhe thought to himself, uncle used to drink a lot of Cantonese. I'm impressed. He drank another mouthful. Everyone cheered, and the scene was very lively. When the circle hit the square-faced guy, he reached out and pressed the rim of the glass. He glanced at Qin Zhe and said leisurely, I like to drink, and I'm also a drinker. I admire your alcohol tolerance. At this point, he paused. So. Qin Zhe stared at him, waiting for him to continue. It's not easy to drink with me. You have to drink me well before you can continue to circle. The square-faced man laughed. The uncles burst into laughter. This was the advantage of a wine table. It was suitable for bickering. Others might not think that you were insensible and might even kick up a fuss. They wouldn't kick up a fuss. They were all people of status. But if Qin Zhe didn't answer, it would seem too cowardly. Since the square-faced man dared to say so, it proved that he was very confident in his alcohol tolerance. Then, he bullied Qin Zhe and drank several glasses of white wine in a row. Qin Zhe smiled modestly. How do you drink it? He straightforwardly accepted the challenge and received a wave of kind applause. Let's drink 1 cup each. We can't go to the toilet during this period. Whoever surrenders first will stop, the square-faced man said. No problem. Qin Zhe was like a young boy full of fighting spirit. The square-faced man laughed. Great. He let go of the cup and used his eyes to signal Qin Zhe to pour wine for him. Boss, I'll pour wine for you. Qin Zhe poured wine for him and himself. The two clinked glasses gently and drank it in one gulp. The white wine was spicy and strong. The two of them sighed at the same time. It was the second cup. When they drank the third cup, the uncles couldn't help but cheer enthusiastically. Pei Ziki pouted and said, idiot, being coaxed like a monkey. Li Donglai frowned and said, don't be so arrogant. You're worried about him, aren't you? Pei Ziki was furious. Who's worried about him? Li Donglai, are you a dog? Li Donglai was confused. Why do you say I'm a dog? Pei Ziki, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Li Donglai, he and Pei Ziki had always had a small argument every day and a big one every 3 days. The relationship between siblings was the most difficult in the brothers and sisters series. The relationship between siblings was usually good. The elder sister would do makeup for the younger sister and help her dress up. If the elder brother really loved the younger brother, he would bring the younger brother to the big sword and personally open the door to a new world for the younger brother. The relationship between siblings was also easy to manage. The elder sister usually doted on the younger brother more. Occasionally, they would even kiss and sob. Just like Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. The relationship between siblings was very tricky. They either had an average relationship or quarreled all day. Even if it was the elder brother, it would be fine as long as there was love. Such a sister only existed in Japan. The soft and cute sister who called out Oniai-chan all day also only existed in Japan. Chen Qingyuan said worriedly, what if Qingge drinks too much later? Pei Ziki glanced at her. Isn't that good? You can sneak into his room and sleep with him. Chen Qingyuan touched her chin and seriously considered the feasibility of this matter. Over there, it should be the 5th cup. The square-faced man drank the fifth cup, which was longer than the previous 4 cups combined. After he endured the nausea and finished drinking, Xianxia immediately poured wine for him. I'll do it myself. He was tongue-tied. No, 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 I'll do it. Xianxia insisted on filling his cup. Come, cheers. Xianxia picked up the cup and drank again. The square-faced man was speechless. His face was red and he looked at Xianxia unwillingly. If looks could speak, he would say, "Why aren't you drunk? Are we drinking the same wine?" Seeing that Xianxia was about to pour wine for him again, he quickly covered the mouth of the cup. I'll do it myself, Xianxia said righteously. No, I have to do it. The square-faced man said, You don't have to be so polite. Xianxia said, I'm not being polite. What if you cheat and don't fill it up? The square-faced man was speechless. Sigh, forget it. We've drunk enough. Someone advised. That's at least half a kilo, right? Someone mumbled. At this point, they were all shocked. Everyone was an experienced drinker. The number of banquets they had drunk together was enough to circle the earth. They had never seen someone who could drink so much. From the beginning until now, he had drunk 1 cup after another. There were more than 10 cups, and all of them were full. The scariest thing was that his face was not red and he was not out of breath. He did not look like he was going to vomit at all. That was very scary. Xianxia shook his head and said, Fill it up. I have to drink you up first. There are still a few uncles waiting for me to play circles behind. The square-faced man said, Let's stop here. You can go play circles. Xianxia said, So you admit defeat? He suddenly stopped talking. Xianxia said, Fill it up. The square-faced man was speechless. His mind was not very clear now. He thought to himself, Why is this kid so insensible? He looked at Mayor Li in a daze. The mayor pretended to look at the scenery around him. Xianxia finished his 6th cup and looked at him provocatively. Old Tai, double tap 666. Bah, hurry up and drink, old Tai. We can still drink 1 cup after another. A weakling dares to provoke me? Don't you know that I'm the liver emperor? A real man should put his life on the line and drink directly. The square-faced man probably could not stand his provocative gaze. This time, he became a man and drank directly. Then, he rushed in the direction of the bathroom. Xianxia shouted behind him, Come back and continue drinking. Chen Qingyuan's father tugged at Xianxia's arm and said, Why are you two fighting so fiercely? Xianxia said in a low voice, He competed with me first. Chen Fuxing said unhappily, Even so, you can't be so stubborn. His family is a big boss in Nanjing. You should be more careful. Xianxia said, Thank you, Uncle Chen. I'm not going to Nanjing to earn money. It has nothing to do with me. Also, I didn't offend him. Why did he stab me? Chen Fuxing was stunned. Yeah, why did he pick a fight? This was a difficult question. Xianxia thought for a while. Maybe he's jealous of my good looks? Chen Fuxing was speechless. Xianxia said, I can't take it anymore. I have to go to the bathroom and vomit. My stomach hurts. His body was extraordinary now. After being tempered and nourished by the times are calling, his stomach felt a little uncomfortable after drinking so much white wine. Ding. Show your divinity, 13/15. Help Su Chunfeng relieve her pain and achieve the effect of shocking everyone. 500 points will be rewarded for success. Points will be deducted for failure. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his mind. Xianxia? What's wrong with this mission? Is there a bug in the system? Why did it give me a mission without warning? Who is Su Chunfeng? Xianxia said in his mind, System, you finally got a bug. You lowlife, hurry up and fix it. The system did not ignore him. It replied, It's not a bug. The system caught your desire to show your divinity in front of people. Since there's a chance now, I'll help you trigger it manually. Xianxia was speechless. This mission was triggered as if it was a joke. It shocked everyone again. There were 1.4 billion people in China, and they did nothing all day. They were either shocked or silent. Right, speaking of which, he had not done the Divinity Show series mission for a long time. The first mission in his life was the Divinity Show series. Then, after a year, he still had not finished this series of missions. Xianxia was a little ashamed. Xianxia said, "Who is Su Chunfeng? Do I know her? Let me see the mission details." The system said, Su Chunfeng, originally known as Su Chunfeng, is the owner of the devil fruit. She once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. Later, she turned over a new leaf and gave birth to 7 children with a snake demon. This is the origin of the Dragon Ball, Xianxia said. "You're so happy just from being naughty?" At this moment, Peiziki's stepmother hurried over and said, "Honey, Mom's stomach hurts. Maybe it's her old illness." Big Brotherly was shocked. He quickly got up and followed his wife to check. "Mom, how are you?" Xianxia asked with concern. It hurts here." The old lady pressed her right abdomen. "If it hurts here, it should be pancreatitis again?" Xianxia frowned. "Quick, call the doctor and send her to the hospital." "I've already called," Nan Manpei said. The right thing to do at this time was to call an ambulance. However, the old lady had a small team to take care of her life, including a private doctor, life assistant, and nutrition consultant. Since the old lady had just fallen ill, the doctor also came over. They were in the hotel room. When the doctor came over to check on the situation, they would send her to the hospital. It was always reassuring to have a professional by her side. "Old lady, do you want to vomit?" Xianxia came over and asked. But no one paid attention to him. Everyone was nervous and asked about the old lady's well-being. Peiziki and Li Donglai also ran over and stood by the side. No one cared about this kid who was just here to join in the fun. "Old lady, do you want to vomit?" Xianxia asked again. Still, no one paid attention to him. Nan Manpei said gently, "Old madam, do you want to throw up?" The old lady shook her head. "It just hurts." Big Brotherly comforted her. "The doctor will be here soon. Mom, bear with it." Xianxia squeezed through the aunties in front of him and pushed Peiziki and Li Donglai back. "Get out of the way, I'm going to show off. It's time to show off my real skills of showing off in front of the masses." "Can you call it showing off when you're a scholar? If she didn't vomit, then it's not a relapse. Maybe she didn't control her diet and ate too much," Xianxia said. "Kid, don't talk nonsense. How do you know it's not a relapse?" One of the aunties who was pushed by Xianxia reprimanded. "A relapse of pancreatitis is serious," Xianxia said. "The symptoms are vomiting and abdominal pain. If it's just abdominal pain, is it acute or chronic?" This time, it was Peiziki who answered him. "It seems to be acute." Xianxia came to a realization. He leaned closer to the old lady and said seriously, "It's okay. It's just that she's old and her organs are recovering slowly. She has intermittent pain, but it's okay." Regardless of whether they were sincere or not, everyone looked anxious and concerned, waiting for the doctor to come and check on the situation. However, this kid was self-righteous and talkative. He had some common sense and wanted to be in the limelight. That was the stupidest thing. Li Donglai quietly tugged at him with an awkward expression. The old lady was in so much pain that her face turned pale. Xianxia frowned and said, "The doctor isn't here yet?" Nan Manpei said, "He was outside just now. He's not in the hotel room. He's already on his way back." "Should we send her to the hospital first?" someone asked. Xianxia nodded. "No, wait. Send her to the hospital." They wanted to wait for the doctor to come, but the old lady was in great pain and the doctor was outside. No one present was a medical student, so they were afraid that it would delay the treatment. "Why don't I take a look?" Xianxia moved closer to Nan Manpei. This person, was he crazy about being in the limelight? The aunties and uncles frowned. Xianxia looked displeased. Xianxia immediately said, "I've studied medicine before. Sister Man knows." Nan Manpei was dumbfounded. The others were stunned and looked at Nan Manpei. Nan Manpei put away his blank expression and remained silent. Xianxia took the opportunity to squeeze to Nan Manpei's side and nudged her to the side. Elder sister man didn't expose me. Elder sister man really loved me. Xianxia gently pressed his finger on the old lady's upper left abdomen. Does it hurt here? The old lady nodded. He moved his hand to the side of his waist and gently pressed for a moment. Does it still hurt? The pain on the old lady's face did not change. Xianxia pressed her lower right abdomen for a moment. Does it still hurt? The author made a mistake in the previous chapter due to carelessness. He didn't expect to be immediately pointed out. The pain was in his upper left abdomen. Comrade Mao Zedong, please sit down. Mao Zedong's eyes are very dangerous. The old lady frowned. It hurts. Xianxia massaged her arms and back for a moment. How about now? The old lady's eyebrows relaxed. Are you feeling better? Xianxia replied with an "oh" and continued to massage various acupoints. Everyone looked at him with confusion, doubt, and surprise. The old lady sat on the chair and slowly relaxed from frowning to enduring the pain. A few minutes later, she didn't look like she was in pain anymore. In fact, she even felt a little refreshed. Xianxia stood on her left. His anxious expression slowly changed from half-squatting to relaxed and surprised. He also stood up. Nan Manpei and Pei Ziqi's stepmother were on the right. Nan Manpei looked a little dazed and looked a little cute. Xianxia followed the liver meridian to the gallbladder meridian and massaged it back and forth. Pancreatitis caused pain in the liver and gallbladder. Since the person was old and their organs were weak, Xianxia could help them sort out their qi and blood. It would have an immediate effect. Pancreatitis itself was a disease that required rest. Therefore, it was very effective to use traditional Chinese medicine techniques to nurse it. If it was any other disease, the patient would have been sent to the hospital. Treating pancreatitis was simple and troublesome. The real medicine was just an injection to suppress the secretion of the pancreas. However, the later recuperation was very troublesome. The patient couldn't eat or drink and had to rely on an-4 drip to maintain nutrition. This disease was caused by eating. It was commonly known as the disease of the rich and the elderly. Pancreatitis would turn into pancreatic cancer, which was one of the most painful cancers known to medicine. Xianxia said, "Old lady, you have to be careful when you eat. You haven't recovered from your illness." The old lady said, "I didn't eat much. I followed the menu." Xianxia said, "Did you eat meat?" "You can't eat meat. You're old, so the recovery period is slower than young people." The old lady said, "I ate a little." Xianxia nodded. "That's why you're in pain. Eat porridge for a month." The old lady replied, "Oh, young man, how did you treat me just now?" She asked the question that everyone present was wondering. Xianxia said, "The acupoint pushing technique in Chinese medicine is very simple." As he said this, he received a system prompt in his mind: mission completed. Reward, 500 points. How wonderful. Li Donglai wondered, "Qingge, how do you know Chinese medicine?" "You're from the finance department." This, he was accidentally exposed by his disciple. Xianxia looked at everyone and reprimanded, "We're the successors of communism. We have to know everything. If you don't have a few skills, how can you take over? By the way, I've been waiting for 24 years. When will I take over? Waiting online, urgent." Li Donglai was speechless. The doctor finally rushed back with a first aid kit. He pushed the crowd aside and asked, "How is the old lady?" Seeing that the old lady was safe and sound, the doctor was stunned. He pushed the frame of his glasses up the bridge of his nose and looked at Xianxia blankly. Xianxia nodded slightly and said, "There was a sudden pain in the upper left abdomen just now, but it's fine now." "Doctor, can you take another look?" The doctor was experienced. After hearing this, he knew what was going on. It's normal to have pain after recovering from pancreatitis, but if you don't recuperate well and have similar pain often, acute pancreatitis will worsen and become chronic. Everyone was relieved when they heard what the professional said. The doctor then briefly checked the old lady's body. There was nothing serious. He planned to stay and observe for a while to see if there would be any follow-up pain. Chen Fuxing laughed and pulled Xianxia to continue drinking. Xianxia said, "Little Qin drank a lot. It's about time." There was a hint of friendliness in his tone. By the way, why didn't Ihang come back? Li Jianya asked. The middle-aged man said, I'll go and take a look. He just wanted to go to the toilet. The doctor expressed his interest in Qinzai's Chinese medicine. He felt that he had met someone of the same kind, so he casually chatted with him. After realizing that he didn't know anything about Western medicine, he only talked about Chinese medicine. As expected of a private doctor, he was very knowledgeable and actually had a lot of knowledge about Chinese medicine. When Qinzai said that Chinese medicine relied on experience and took a long time to accumulate. Moreover, the background of the existence of Chinese medicine was an era when medical equipment was not developed. Therefore, it was inevitable that Chinese medicine would be overtaken by Western medicine. However, it was too much to say that Chinese medicine was a lie. The essence and magic of Chinese medicine couldn't be denied. The two of them agreed. Take pancreatitis for example. It was a terminal illness decades ago, but with the development of the medical industry, it can be cured. Times are improving, and medicine has also entered a new era, the doctor said. In the current medical industry, Chinese medicine and Western medicine have long been combined. However, serious diseases still have to be treated with Western medicine. For example, Chinese medicine can't do surgery, Qinzai said. They chatted happily. The doctor and Qinzai exchanged business cards. Orthopedics? Qinzai was stunned. The doctor's business card had many departments, and he was a well-rounded doctor. As a private doctor, you can't be limited to a single department. Otherwise, you won't be able to do well in this industry, the doctor said with a smile. I studied orthopedics in Germany and got a doctorate. Qinzai's small hand trembled. The doctor joked, in the future, if you have a serious injury, you can come to me. I'll give you a 50% discount. Qinzai's small hand trembled again. He tore it off. He would tear the business card off later. As the two of them were talking, the middle-aged man came back with a funny expression. Ihang passed out in the toilet and vomited all over the floor. He was lying on his own vomit. I asked the waiter to send him back to his room. Everyone immediately looked at Qinzai. How much alcohol could this guy hold? It seemed that he was fine. Qinzai said disappointedly, he can't drink after just a few glasses of white wine. He hasn't admitted defeat yet. Everyone was speechless. They suddenly felt that this young man was quite interesting. He was forthright when he drank and wasn't restrained or anxious. Combined with what he had shown just now, he was bold. Chen Fuxing thought to himself, no wonder Yuan likes him. However, although he admired Qinzai even more, Father Chen secretly dispelled the idea of supporting his daughter. This man was a little too outstanding. He didn't give his daughter a chance to speak at all. If his daughter got together with him, she would be bullied. Moreover, his relationship with Nan Manpei was questionable. A father was a very complicated and changeable person. To his son, what? You changed girlfriends again? Not bad, little brat. You're much more charming than I was back then. Keep up the good work. Try to sleep with more women. To his daughter, what? Your husband went to the brothel? Damn it, bring me my 40-meter-long broadsword. I'm going to chop that kid into pieces. Therefore, from the perspective of an elder, Father Chen admired Qinzai very much. From the perspective of a father, he refused. My little cabbage can't become a little vegetable. However, Father Chen didn't dare to talk to his daughter. It wasn't easy for his daughter to turn over a new leaf. What if she fell again? Father Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Qinzai. He heard from the little guys in his daughter's circle that this guy had rejected his daughter several times. However, when he was drinking and eating with her just now, he didn't show too much resistance. Did he have the same concerns as him? At this thought, Father Chen once again felt that Qinzai's character was good. During this time, Qinzai went to the toilet to vomit once. He vomited out the alcohol in his stomach, but he was still not drunk. Qinzai drank so much white wine in one go. If it were in the past, he would have collapsed on the ground and passed out. Unknowingly, he became the focus of the young boys and girls. A capable and handsome young man was always able to gain the favor of many young girls. They were just a group of minors. No matter how powerful their fathers were, their own age and experience limited them. When they saw a successful man like Xianxia, their eyes couldn't help but shine with stars. Just like when we were young, we especially admired and liked the big brothers and sisters next door. Chen Qingyuan, can you do it? If you can't catch up to him, I won't hold back. Someone said with a smile. That's right, that's right. Let's compete fairly. Didn't the netizens say that if you're capable, you should do it? We're going. Many young girls smiled and agreed. Chen Qingyuan said with a straight face, what are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. You are all flowers of the motherland. Don't learn from me. I am a man-eating flower of the motherland. Li Donglai was stunned. Chen Qingyuan's tone was becoming more and more like Qin Ji's. One is marked by the company one keeps. Was this the latter or the former? Dinner lasted from 8 to 9 o'clock. Xianxia noticed that the total price of the dishes did not exceed 5,000 yuan. The wine was also ordinary wine. There was no noble wine like Maotai, which was more gimmick than content. As expected, the details of politics were impeccable. Moreover, there was no discussion of politics at the dinner. It was all chatting and bragging. He originally wanted to use the river crab on his head to explore the general trend of Shanghai. After the dinner, Xianxia was dragged by Pei Ziki, Li Donglai, and the other teenagers to play a killing game. Qingge, are you drunk? Do you want to go back to your room to rest? Chen Qingyuan was not reconciled. Pei Ziki kicked her from behind. Brainless woman. In his state, you don't even have a chance to go back to your room to rest. Xianxia was sandwiched in a group of teenagers who were 5 or 6 years younger than him. Listening to their chatter, laughter, and anger, he inexplicably felt emotional. He missed his youth. Born in a big city, it was hard to keep friends. Those friends who were close to him when he was young, or classmates, went their separate ways after graduation. Or they moved away inexplicably and never saw each other again. And those children in Shujia town, if they met now, they probably wouldn't recognize each other. No one would remember him as a city boy who used to run under the sun and laugh in the fields. Thinking back, when Renta grew up, he probably wouldn't remember Brother Sun. One day, Lu Sun, who had grown up, saw a teenager. The teenager said, Brother Sun, it's me. Do you still remember the mistake I made in the melon field? Lu Sun pondered for a long time and suddenly realized, oh, you are Rentu. He was moved and felt that he saw his lost youth. The teenager said, no, I am Rentu. The story tells us two truths. First, people really get lonelier as they grow up. Second, Rentu also has dignity. Xianxia didn't have a good time playing. He should always be the first to be killed. At dawn, he died. At dawn, he died. At dawn, he was voted to death. This F***king game experience was extremely bad. In the past, when he played killing games with his sister, Qin Bao would always be the first to kill him, and Xianxia would fight back and kill his sister first. Either he died, or his sister died. But my sister and I loved each other and hated each other. What do you brats mean? I can kill my sister to prove my Tao, but I can't be bothered to kill you passers-by. These days, there were many people who killed their sisters to prove their Tao. The road had been taken. If one wanted to prove his Tao, he had to find another way and kill his sister to prove his Tao. He was a celebrity, a handsome guy, and the object of worship of boys and girls. The idol effect caused him to always be picked on everywhere. After playing for about an hour, Pei Ziki chased them away. The teenagers who didn't have enough fun mumbled and left unhappily. What, play for a while more? It's only 10 o'clock. Yes, I haven't killed Xianxia yet. Xianxia, Pei Ziki pushed them. Go, we are going to sleep. You can continue to play by yourselves. After chasing them away, Pei Ziki and Chen Qingyuan tacitly took out cards and said that they wanted to play double buckles. Xianxia didn't really want to play. He drank so much white wine that his brain was a little dull. He wanted to rest. But Chen Qingyuan and Pei Ziki seemed to have made an agreement. They hugged his arms on both sides and refused to let him go. They said that they wanted to play cards and play money. They wanted to gamble all their belongings and rip him off. After all, they were outsiders. The way they asked for money was very subtle. Unlike his Yingying monster, who said, "Brother, you are using your wife's money." Xianxia, how about 100,000? Yingying monster waved a knife over, is your future wife only worth 100,000? Even Wang Zijing could only pinch her nose and accept it. 100,000 was too little. His sister always tried to squeeze him dry. Oh, she was squeezing his little treasury dry. Xianxia had a lot of money at his disposal. Tens of billions. But the money he could spend was very little. The balance of his private bank card was controlled by his sister to within 1 million. Xianxia, who pretended that he was very rich, smiled and said, "Up to you. How much you can win depends on your ability." The rules of Fight the Landlord were starting from 200 yuan. Extra points for bombs. Xianxia and Li Donglai sat opposite each other. They were in one group. Pei Ziki and Chen Qingyuan were in the other group. They couldn't play cards for more than an hour. Chen Qingyuan and Pei Ziki's little treasury was emptied by Xianxia and Li Donglai. The two girls held hands and looked at each other with tears in their eyes. They were speechless. "Brother Qingge, can you give me back my money? This month has just started. My living expenses are gone." Chen Qingyuan pouted. Not only was her living expenses gone, but she also lost all her savings. "You drank fake wine. Why are you still so good at cards when you were drunk?" Pei Ziki complained tearfully. "Why?" Xianxia muttered, "maybe the two of you are slacking off on the path of evolution." Li Donglai couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Look at how much she likes you. How can you be so heartless?" Pei Ziki said. "I won't pay her back." "Not in this lifetime," Xianxia said. "You heartless thing. Qingyuan loves you so much." Pei Ziki said loudly. Love, the queen of balls, was so scary. She talked about love so easily. Xianxia was unmoved. Pei Ziki saw that it was difficult to get the money back. She pushed Chen Qingyuan and said, "What are you doing? You should say something too." Chen Qingyuan gathered her courage and stared at Xianxia. "Hey, Qingge, if you don't cherish me now, after this village." Xianxia looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Chen Qingyuan's courage was gone. She said weakly, "I'll wait for you in the next village." Useless thing. Pei Ziki slapped her onto the bed with a great stone-smashing hand. Girls had shallow eyes. They lost tens of thousands in one go. Their hearts were bleeding. They had to get the money back even if they had to make a scene. In the end, Xianxia gave each of them 1,000 yuan. The two little girls smiled through their tears. It was a game of cards. One had to admit defeat. Xianxia was a man of principle. He insisted on equality between men and women. In the room, Chen Qingyuan and Pei Ziki were whispering. They were probably discussing how to swindle some money from Xianxia to recoup their losses. On the balcony, Xianxia and Li Donglai were smoking. They sat on soft chairs, facing the window with their backs to the room. They looked at the dark night sky and talked about men's topics. They talked about life, dreams, and careers. What are your plans in the future? Do you want to follow your father's path or be self-reliant? Xianxia exhaled a puff of smoke. Let's see how it goes first. I'll probably follow the path he planned for me. The premise is that I have to work hard. Li Donglai said. After being hammered and sculpted by Xianxia, he had changed a lot in the past year. He had slowly lost his Junibu aura. Occasionally, he would look forward to his future. He was still angry with his father, but he was much more rational. However, it might take a few years to untie the knot in his heart. People would always grow up. No one would always be Chinibu. I'm not as good as you, Qinggu. You know how to plan for yourself and set goals. You have achieved so much at such a young age. Li Donglai did not hide his admiration and worship. Xianxia laughed until he coughed. After laughing, he felt a little sad. Where did the planning come from? The biggest plan in my life is to successfully complete my studies, get a good certificate, find a stable job, save enough money to get married, and then continue to save money to have children. It won't be too hard because I have my own house. However, I won't be too rich either. I'll have a big meal every weekend and travel during festivals. I'll be like this for the rest of my life. Because of his birth, he was born and lived in Shanghai. The people around him mostly talked about various kinds of security, social welfare, demolition, and finding a stable and profitable job through his relatives and friends. They did not talk about how he should work hard to become a millionaire or a billionaire. The richer the area, the less wolfish the people were. That's why the rich people in Shanghai were all foreigners. They had a secure life, good social welfare, and a house. They had not suffered much in their lives. Where did the wolfish nature come from? None at all. Moreover, how many people could succeed if they worked hard? Most people in Shanghai lived by the principle of being content with a small fortune. Then how did you get to where you are today? Li Donglai was puzzled. People are forced. Oh, it's this force, not that force, Xianxia said. Li Donglai chuckled and said, I know. People are forced. At the same time, they have to work hard for it. Xianxia was speechless. Comrade Mao Zedong, why are you so naughty? Li Donglai said again, Master, have you found the one who will work hard for you for your whole life? Xianxia said in annoyance, you talk too much. Li Donglai egged him on and said, the one inside is really not bad. She's pretty and smart, but she's also quite stupid. In the future, you can have a wife outside, but at home, you can have a wife. Xianxia sighed sadly. I might not be able to have a stupid woman in my life. Li Donglai obviously did not understand why he sighed, or perhaps he misunderstood. He said sympathetically, I know. What's so good about a girl? She doesn't understand romance. She's not as charming as the big sisters. Qinggo, I understand your taste, but I don't understand why a girl's first boyfriend can take everything away from her so easily. It's the same for the second and third boyfriend, but the man who marries her has to buy a house and give a betrothal gift? Xianxia said in annoyance, don't read the messy things on the internet. That's not how marriage is calculated. Li Donglai straightened his neck and said, but I think it's quite reasonable. Of course you think it's reasonable. It's because you haven't had a king girlfriend before. You won't think so after you've had a few girlfriends. Facing his disciple's misunderstanding, Xianxia felt that it was necessary to enlighten him, lest this guy become cynical. Love doesn't care about the past. Li Donglai would definitely not understand such an answer. It would be useless to say anything. This was the difference between having sex for a period of time and having sex for a lifetime. Such an answer was too vulgar and not conducive to his master's image. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, facts have proven the importance of work experience. Li Donglai, after they finished smoking, Li Donglai put out the cigarette butt in the ashtray and suddenly asked a question that surprised Xianxia. Master, what do you think of my aunt? Was the next sentence going to be my aunt's husband? Xianxia answered truthfully, your aunt is very good. She's beautiful, has a good figure, and is very feminine. It's just that she's a little old. If he answered this question from a rational point of view, his parents would definitely not agree to him marrying a 31-year-old woman. The age difference was too big. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia felt a murderous aura coming at him. He was stunned and did not dare to look back. Li Donglai turned his head in a daze and trembled in fear. He stuttered, Aunt, Xianxia, it was over. He was going to be drowned in the Huangpu River. Xianxia felt that he was going to die if he talked about a woman's age at the most sensitive stage of her life. He looked at Li Donglai for help. Li Donglai himself was scared to death. He did not know when his aunt was standing behind him. He heard footsteps, but they all thought it was Pei Ziki or Chen Qingyuan. Even so, he did not give up on Qinggo. Li Donglai looked at Nan Manpei, who was as calm as water, and then at Pei Ziki, who was gloating. He swallowed and said, Old Master Qin was a respectable person when he was alive. You can leave after burning some incense. He meant that he wanted to stay. After all, there were more people, and Xianxia could still be saved. Pei Ziki looked back at her brother and thought of the despair of emptying her little treasury. She sneered, Old Master Qin was a respectable person when he was alive. You can leave after spitting. Li Donglai. Xianxia. What an ungrateful woman. She was so young, but she had a heart as venomous as snakes and scorpions. Xianxia turned his head with difficulty and looked at Pei Ziki. Please return my 1,000 yuan. Bastard. He was looking at Pei Nanman. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice. She was rarely angry. Xianxia looked at Chen Qingyuan, hoping that she could help him resolve the awkwardness. Chen Qingyuan glanced at Nanman Pei. She was scared to death. Her eyes darted around and she stammered, "Qin Go, I'm so sleepy. I'm going back to my room to sleep. I'll play with you tomorrow." Xianxia was speechless. What a pompous woman. Just a moment ago, she said that she loved him. Love after Eggy was indeed cheap. Old Master Qin was a respectable man when he was alive. Why didn't anyone save him? The three of them retreated without any sense of loyalty. Before they left, they even pretended to be sensible and said that they shouldn't disturb Xianxia and Pei Nanman's discussion. Nanman Pei sat where Li Donglai was and stared at him coldly. Xianxia felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He was not afraid that Nanman Pei would beat him up. He was just embarrassed that he was caught gossiping behind someone's back. "Sister man, it's so late. Why are you still awake?" Xianxia laughed dryly. Nanman Pei glared at him. "Shut up. Go boil some water and make some tea." "Okay." Xianxia ran to boil the water. After boiling the water, Xianxia took out 2 disposable cups from the cabinet and made 2 cups with the cheap tea from the hotel. Nanman Pei looked at him for a while and asked curiously, "You drank so much. Aren't you drunk?" Xianxia waved his hand. "Drunk doesn't exist. I can even drink a bottle of white wine. Do you believe me?" Nanman Pei sneered, "Show off." Xianxia grinned. Nanman Pei sipped his tea and frowned slightly. For someone who loved tea, it was hard for him to swallow inferior tea. "Spend more time with them tomorrow. Remember to perform well during the meal. It's easy to get familiar with one's social network. Even if you can't make friends with them, you should at least be able to get acquainted with them. If you have any problems, you should be able to find a way to deal with them. Of course, it's up to you how far you can run it. Your brother-in-law is quite satisfied with me. If it's a small matter, don't look for him. If it's a big matter, don't look for him. What's the use of you befriending my brother-in-law?" Nanman Pei snapped. What he said made sense. They couldn't possibly go to him every time they encountered some trivial matters. After all, he was a big shot who dealt with thousands of things every day. Therefore, Nanman Pei's intention was to make friends with people who were powerful but not so prominent. "Chen Qingyuan's father is quite fond of me," Xianxia said. "Do you really want to be his son-in-law?" Nanman Pei had a half-smile on her face. "Of course not. I'm a loyal person." Xianxia finished speaking and saw Nanman Pei's hand tighten around the cup. The disposable cup was deformed by her grip. He quickly corrected himself, 3rd class. It wouldn't be fun if she splashed hot water on him. His somewhat handsome face would be ruined. He really didn't have the right to say the word 3rd class in front of Nanman Pei. Nanman Pei was stunned at first. Then, with a strange expression, she raised her eyebrows and said, "3rd class?" She remembered that except for a nominal girlfriend, Wang Zijin, and a real girlfriend, Su Yu, Xianxia had no ambiguous relationship with that woman. Although she and Xianxia didn't have much interaction in life, she was confident that she still knew and was familiar with Xianxia because Su Yu would tell her everything. She was so detailed that she complained to her that Xianxia's needs were getting stronger and stronger. She couldn't handle it alone. She would say this kind of thing. Then why was it 3rd class? Nanman Pei thought about it and realized that something was wrong. If Xianxia had a special intersection with any woman in his life, she might be one of them. She seemed to have shares in all the industries under the name of the little red guy. He also helped her to fight against her ex-husband. So, has this guy been coveting me? Otherwise, why did the little red guy's face change slightly? Nanman Pei's face darkened. She wanted to curse him 1,000 times in her heart. Xianxia's face changed slightly. He felt that he had said something wrong. In a moment of carelessness, he had included the wailing monster at home. It was a technical mistake. Just kidding. I don't like second class. I prefer third class. Xianxia casually said, if you can't win the third class, 3 lives, 3 days, and 2 sleeps, 1 day and 3 days, Nan Manpei was stunned. What do you mean by no more than 3? Xianxia, you can't win the third class. Maybe I drank too much and spoke too much. However, it's difficult to integrate into their small circle. Xianxia sighed with a serious face. I was inexplicably insulted by a guy today. The one who competed with you in drinking? Nan Manpei smiled. Yes, fortunately, I have some skills. He couldn't beat me in drinking. Xianxia was proud. If he didn't have some skills, how could he be the successor of communism? Nan Manpei showed a sly smile. That man is called Zhang Yiheng, from Nanjing. The old lady was going to introduce him to me. He may think that we have something to do with each other, so he made things difficult for you. I didn't expect him to fall. It saved me a lot of trouble. Xianxia said angrily, that's it? Insulting me? Nan Manpei took a sip of tea and said leisurely, isn't it enough? If a man hooked up with Suyu, would you insult him? Her family arranged a blind date for him, although Suyu and he didn't know each other, would you insult him? Xianxia was speechless. Of course, I'll fight back. I'll kill him. Sister Man was really a woman with great wisdom. With a simple sentence, she stabilized the brainless supporting role in the mouth of countless haters. If someone hooked up with Suyu, Wang Zijin, Qin Baobao, and Xianxia would definitely insult them. If I met the host of the cheating system, then I may become a brainless supporting role. I hope there are no cheats in the world. I know he's from Nanjing, so I insulted him. Anyway, I'm in Shanghai, and he's in Nanjing. Well, water doesn't interfere with river water. Xianxia said. Even if he did, you're a son-in-law of the Wang family. Are you afraid of him? Nan Manpei said angrily. Actually, I'm a fake son-in-law. Xianxia mumbled. Why do you say that? Nan Manpei looked at him curiously. Xianxia's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. The Wang family doesn't like me very much. Although they didn't say anything to me, I can feel the Wang family's cold attitude. Maybe it's because I'm a commoner whose ancestors have been bumpkins for 8 generations, so I'm not suitable for them. Nan Manpei analyzed, they didn't mock you in front of you, maybe it's because of their family upbringing and self-restraint. But they didn't make things difficult for you behind your back and didn't find a chance to make you retreat. It means that the Wang family doesn't completely reject you. They probably feel that you need to wait and see for a while. As long as you develop wretchedly and don't act recklessly, it won't be difficult. Xianxia was puzzled. Big sister man, why aren't you gloating? Nan Manpei said lightly, I can't interfere with whether Suyu can be with you or not. She's quite content now, knowing that you won't abandon her. If you have feelings, the marriage certificate isn't important. If you don't have feelings, the marriage certificate is just a decoration. I feel that you're better than my brother-in-law. Xianxia was silent. Nan Manpei egged him on, don't you want to hear about the Li family's gossip? Don't you want to know why Ziki and Dong Lai are so prejudiced against their father? Xianxia shook his head. Every family has its own difficulties. I'm too lazy to worry about other people's trivial matters. My own feelings are a mess. By the way, how's the acquisition of your VR equipment factory going? Nan Manpei asked. Looking at his face, Nan Manpei knew what was going on. Do you know that the industry is difficult? Do you have a feeling that you don't know where to start? Nan Manpei said in a vengeful tone, sure enough, you can't do anything without hair on your mouth. I wasted 100 million. Xianxia was not convinced and retorted, I don't have hair on my mouth, but I have hair down there. I'm much older. Nan Manpei raised her eyebrows and kicked him hard. I gave you face, didn't I? Nan Manpei said coldly, do I look like an old woman who's easy to bully? Xianxia, omega winky face flirtatious words are a disease that needs to be corrected. Xianxia rubbed his calf and looked at Nan Manpei's women's leather shoes. It hurts so damn much. He actually had a little plan in mind when he gave the task of acquiring the factory to his uncle. Or rather, a little scheme. As for what kind of scheme, he couldn't tell Nan Man Pei. Next door, in Li Donglai's room, Chen Qingyuan had just been summoned away by her father, leaving only the siblings in the room. Pei Ziki wore a pair of hot pants and sat cross-legged on the bed with her fair and tender legs. Li Donglai sat at the desk and smoked. Pei Ziki said angrily, "Li Donglai, can you stop smoking?" Li Donglai rolled his eyes. "Why can't I smoke in my room? Auntie already said that smoking is fine as long as it's controlled. Besides, I'm already an adult, not a minor like you. It's fine even if I have a girlfriend, but you haven't even graduated from high school. How dare you have a boyfriend? Auntie will break your legs." Pei Ziki laughed as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. "You want a girlfriend, you dummy." Li Donglai was furious. "Who are you calling a dummy? Do you believe that I'll beat you up?" Pei Ziki raised her small face. "Come on, whoever doesn't dare is a dog." Li Donglai chuckled. Yes. If I'm a dog, then you're a little bitch." Pei Ziki was choked speechless. She was sad and angry. Ever since Xianxia came, she couldn't win an argument against Li Donglai. The old Li Donglai was stunned and didn't dare to say vulgar words for fear of being beaten up by Auntie. He had always been at a disadvantage when it came to arguing. Now, Li Donglai was really good at arguing. His words were like needles, and he didn't use any dirty words when scolding people. It was as if someone had opened the door to a new world for him. Pei Ziki jumped off the bed and kicked Li Donglai with her bare feet. Li Donglai let her kick him. At most, he just rolled his eyes. In this respect, he was more gentlemanly than Xianxia. If it were Xianxia, he wouldn't say a word. He would first hit his sister with the stone-smashing hand, and then ride her. Qin Baobao was like a plump mermaid, struggling under her brother's crotch. But her brother had the sea-stabilizing needle. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make any waves. Seeing that his sister's anger had subsided after kicking him, Li Donglai threw himself on the bed, muted the TV, pricked up his ears, and listened for a while. Then he ran to the balcony and looked next door with a puzzled face. Auntie didn't beat Qinggu. She must have tolerated him for a long time. I once overheard her talking to Auntie Suyu on the phone. Auntie said, "That guy is asking for a beating. I've tolerated him for a long time. If it weren't for your face, I would have beaten him to death." Pei Ziki was shocked. "Xianxia and Auntie Suyu. You don't know?" Li Donglai laughed and said, "Look at your long hair and short knowledge, my silly sister." Pei Ziki gritted her teeth and said, "You say it clearly." She also tolerated Li Donglai for a long time. He said a few words and then he would be eccentric, or there were hidden needles in his words, or his mouth was flowery. People couldn't help but want to beat him. It was all learned from Xianxia, Pei Ziki secretly thought. The good-for-nothing Li Donglai, trying to build himself into Xianxia, whether a boy or a girl, it was worth celebrating to meet a good role model in adolescence that was worth imitating and learning. Unfortunately, Pei Ziki felt that the way he imitated was a bit off. He imitated Xianxia's flowery mouth and occasionally cheap bad habits vividly, but he imitated Xianxia's talent and ability. For example, some time ago, her aunt urged Li Donglai to study. She bought a lot of university textbooks and asked him to read a textbook in half a month. She wanted to check the content. As a result, Li Donglai finished reading in a week. Nan Man Pei said with relief and surprise, "So fast?" Li Donglai was arrogant at that time, with his nose in the air, and a very manly tone. Qingge said that if a man is not happy, how can there be a happy life? The beating was miserable. From the living room to the room, the whole villa echoed with Li Donglai's wailing. Pei Ziki could remember, the number of times her aunt beat her brother like this can be counted with one hand. The most recent time was in junior high school. Under the instigation of his bad friends, he lifted the skirt of the female head teacher. In those years, Li Donglai was a rebellious young man who was undisciplined and sulking at his father. He was a rebellious young man who was willing to degenerate. Li Donglai didn't know his sister's rich inner drama. He reviewed his dark history and said, "Aunt Suyu used to work in her own family's investment company. Later, she went out with Qingge to set up her own company. The relationship between the two of them was unusual. Suyu used to ask his aunt out to play every weekend. Now his aunt spent more time at home on weekends, which meant that someone occupied Suyu's aunt's weekend time. Coupled with Auntie's phone call, even a fool can figure it out. I've already told you that Qingge isn't interested in a silly girl like Chen Qingyuan. He's only interested in mature big sisters. Chen Qingyuan doesn't stand a chance. When she grows up to be a mature lady, Qingge might even have a child. Pei Ziqi's expression kept changing. If Qinze really got together with Suyu, then Chen Qingyuan would have no hope at all. Although Chen Qingyuan was very beautiful, Suyu was more delicate and mature. Even Pei Ziqi was envious of her long legs. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan is just an ordinary high school student. Her studies are not bad. Suyu is an overseas returnee. She is a strong woman who manages a company. There is no comparison at all. It's GG. Auntie is soft-hearted? Li Donglai muttered, I still want to see Qingge get beaten up. Pei Ziqi stared at him and curled her lips, Auntie can't beat Qinze. No. Li Donglai looked at her in surprise, you don't know how good our auntie is. As the closest relatives, Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi have heard about Nan Man Pei's background. Because that's also their mother's background, Nan Man Pei won't hide it. Li Donglai has seen Nan Man Pei's skills with his own eyes. Nan Man Pei has a fighting club under her name, which teaches taekwondo, sanda, and other training classes. Li Donglai once went to play with her and saw with his own eyes that in a competition, his auntie beat the 3 coaches in the club. They were all coaches who had learned a few skills. One of them could beat several ordinary people. Li Donglai's young heart was suddenly shocked. He vowed to learn a lot of skills like his auntie, laugh proudly on campus, and be chivalrous. But his auntie didn't allow it. This was the reason why he had been beaten into submission by Qinze. He wanted to learn a few skills from Qinze. Qinze did teach him a few skills. Li Donglai can usually beat 2 or 3 people of the same age. When did that happen? Why didn't I know? Li Donglai didn't believe it. Although Qingge is very powerful, he can't compare with his auntie, the goddess of war in his heart. Pei Ziqi laughed and said, you don't know this? My stupid brother, your knowledge is as short as your hair. Li Donglai, after Pei Ziqi retorted, she said proudly, it was my birthday. You were drunk and unconscious, and Qinze carried you back to your room. I asked him to go upstairs to help Auntie put away the clothes while I lay on the sofa and fell asleep. When Auntie came back, I went upstairs. Not long after, I heard banging sounds. I went upstairs to take a look. They were fighting fiercely. Auntie's skirt was torn apart, and he was wantonly humiliating her on the sofa. Wantonly humiliating her? Are you sure it's wantonly humiliating? Li Donglai was shocked. Of course. Pei Ziqi recalled the scene that night and blushed slightly. She gestured with her hands. He pressed Auntie down on the sofa like this and even carried one of Auntie's legs. Auntie's skirt was torn and exposed. But Auntie couldn't beat him and could only endure his defilement. Defilement? Li Donglai, degree, your rhetorical skills are really climax after climax. I saw Auntie being bullied, so I rushed up to help. I scratched and bit. Pei Ziqi said hatefully, Auntie said it was a competition, but I think Qinze took the opportunity to take advantage of Auntie. Otherwise, why would he carry Auntie's leg? He could have just beaten Auntie to the ground. Li Donglai was shocked. Auntie really lost? Pei Ziqi nodded. Oh my, so Qingge had held back when he taught me. After waiting for another half an hour, Nan Man Pei still hadn't come. Pei Ziqi felt sleepy and yawned. Why isn't Auntie out yet? I want to go back to sleep, Pei Ziqi said. Li Donglai hesitated. Why don't you sleep here? I'm not sleepy. I can still wait. After Auntie comes out, I'll sleep in your room. Pei Ziqi thought for a while and nodded. She lifted the blanket and crawled under it, curling up into a small ball. By the way, do you like Qingge? Li Donglai asked inexplicably. Pei Ziqi was stunned and said, do you want to die? Li Donglai lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled. Looking at the smoke rising slowly in the light, his eyes were in a trance. Actually, I like him. Qingge is handsome and has no lack of ability and talent. Isn't he the Prince Charming in a girl's heart? Just like Xianxia, you can't help but like him. Speaking of which, you and Xianxia met earlier than her. Oh, I'm not an albino scientist. All albino scientists in the world deserve to die. I don't believe that you really don't care about him. It's because of your disdain that I understand that you might like him. It's no big deal. Who doesn't look forward to a certain big brother or big sister in adolescence? I also look forward to Auntie Suyu. I want to marry a beautiful and cold wife like her in the future. But I know that it's just a longing. But don't fall so deep like Xianxia. I don't like her because her love is too humble. The last time we worked together to check the box office of A Journey to the West, when I came out of the toilet, I saw her crying on the sink outside, crying miserably. She's stubborn. She's stubborn when she's angry with her parents. She's also stubborn when she likes Xianxia. But liking a person is uncontrollable. Not liking a person is also uncontrollable. You can't think that Xianxia is heartless and indifferent just because he doesn't like her. Xianxia has already made it very clear to her, but she's like a moth to the flame. Who's to blame for crying so miserably? Li Donglai sighed faintly, but I don't want you to cry so miserably. You're my sister. I'd rather you betray others than let others betray you. Pei Ziki looked at him blankly. Li Donglai said, do you think Xianxia is poisonous? Why do all the little girls like him so much? I'm not as handsome as him, not as talented as him, not as smart as him, not as good as him, not as good as him in singing, not as good as him in earning money, not as strong as him in aura, not as good as him in fighting. Besides these, what's the difference between me and him? Where am I inferior to him? But I'm still a virgin. Damn it, what do I need this iron bar for? Psycho. Pei Ziki lifted the quilt and covered her head. She said with a slightly choked voice, who likes him? I won't like him. The room was completely quiet. Li Donglai was alone in a daze. Listening to Pei Ziki's slight snoring, his thoughts drifted. In the luxurious parent-child room at the end of the corridor, the family of 3 should be asleep at this time. He imagined the scene inside. The naughty child, who was always looking for trouble, was sleeping happily. The stepmother, who had always disliked him and his sister, was gently patting his son's back. Beside him was his dignified and silent father, who was leaning on the bed, reading magazines or government news. His mother passed away when he was in primary school. His father remarried half a year later. It was a shotgun marriage. Because of this, Li Donglai could not forgive his father. His father said that it was for the good of you and Ziki. You are too young and cannot live without your mother's care. Li Donglai said loudly at that time, you are fickle, and you might even have an affair. Otherwise, what's with the bastard in that woman's belly? You scum. His father slapped him on the spot. His aunt said that his father cheated his mother. His mother abandoned her huge family business and followed him to Shanghai. She was unfamiliar with the place and people, and they almost broke up. His mother loved him so much, but what did he do? Did he lack women? Couldn't he live without women? How long had it been since his mother passed away? Half a year later, that woman was already 3 months pregnant. Therefore, after his stepmother married into the family, Li Donglai made all kinds of trouble and looked for trouble. Looking at her wronged appearance, he was proud, like a little lion defending its territory. He was angry with his father in this way. But after so many years, he was just constantly exhausting his father and grandmother's patience. Over the years, Li Donglai had come to understand that this woman was really a scheming bitch. She was not like other stepmothers who were harsh with their words and even abused their stepson and stepdaughter. She had created the image of a weak stepmother for herself and silently endured the difficulties and willfulness of her stepson. She even never spoke ill of Pei Ziki and Li Donglai. But after her son was born and gradually grew up, the little brat gradually found trouble to take revenge on Li Donglai and Pei Ziki. Whether he was at a disadvantage or not, he would cry in the end. His father looked on coldly. He did not care about his younger son's bad deeds, nor did he care about his elder son beating his younger son. In the end, Li Donglai or Pei Ziki would definitely be scolded by his grandmother. In a family, if the elder bullied the younger, no matter what the reason was, the parents would definitely scold the elder. Because you were the elder brother and the elder sister, you had to act like an elder brother and an elder sister. Li Donglai did not hate his stepmother, only disdain. He and Pei Ziki were not born by a woman. No stepmother would like to make things difficult for her stepson. She was not a saint. He just could not forgive his father. In this world, there were two kinds of knots that were the most difficult to untie. The knots between father and son. The knots between lovers. Although he and Pei Ziki often quarreled and bickered, and both of them were very angry, their relationship was actually very good. Just like when he was beaten like a dog at the KTV, Pei Ziki would scream and be the first to rush up. And if Pei Ziki was hurt, he would fight with the other party without caring about anything. In a pretentious way of saying, this world is very cold, we hug each other for warmth. In a secluded part of the forest park, Nan Man Pei said in a cool and pleasant voice, "Xianxia, I don't want you to wear a condom." Xianxia said in a distressed tone, "No, Sister Man. It's safe to wear a condom. If I don't, I'll die." Sunlight shone through the branches and leaves and scattered spots of light on the ground. Nan Man Pei wiped the sweat on her forehead and said, "Don't wear a condom. It's not exciting." Xianxia said firmly, "No, it's too exciting. If I don't wear one, I won't last a minute." Nan Man Pei sneered, "You promised me that you'd listen to everything I say. I don't want you to wear a condom." Xianxia refused, "If you don't let me wear one, I won't stab you." Nan Man Pei hit him and said angrily, "Do you men talk like farts?" Xianxia was silent. He had to wear a condom for this kind of thing. Otherwise, someone would die. He didn't want to die so early. His sister wouldn't agree. Sister Ziwei wouldn't agree. His little Teddy wouldn't agree either. Nan Man Pei said disdainfully, "Useless. Coward." The park staff looked at them in confusion and said unhappily, "Do you two need help? If you want to argue, don't disturb our work." 20 to 30 meters in front of them, between the green branches of a tall tree, there was a hornet's nest. Recently, a tourist had been stung by a hornet in the forest park. The park staff investigated and found the hornet's nest here. This thing was very harmful and aggressive. Moreover, a sting could cause a person to feel pain for half a day. The emergency response was to apply soap water. Because the wasp's venom was acidic, alkaline soap water could neutralize the venom and reduce the pain. Xianxia said angrily, "You're not the one doing it. Don't be sarcastic." Coincidentally, Xianxia, Pei Nanman, and the others who were passing by saw the scene. Nan Man Pei pointed at the hornet's nest and said, "If you stab it down, this old woman will forget about what happened last night. Poking a hornet's nest or sinking into the Huangpu River, you choose." Xianxia patted his chest and said no problem, so easy. Nan Man Pei did not insist. He watched as Xianxia put on cotton gloves, a hood with a cotton net hanging down, and a military coat with the help of the staff. Then, he carried the ladder and walked valiantly towards Hornet's Nest. Nan Man Pei was not only accompanied by Pei Ziki, Li Donglai and his sister, Chen Qingyuan, but also Zhang Yiheng. They had just parted ways with their elders. After all, it was not fun to wander around the forest park with the elders. Young people preferred to play by themselves. Nan Man Pei was forcefully pushed out by old Madame Li. Mrs. Li said, "You young people should play together and improve your relationship." Nan Man Pei could not refuse, so he played alone with a group of juniors and brought Xianxia along. Xianxia was having a good time with a group of big shots. He was not reserved at all. After all, he was a young man who had talked to old Master Wang and said flirtatious words. This kind of scene could definitely be handled. Salted fish Zay was no longer the salted fish he used to be. In the past year, he had cultivated unparalleled confidence. No one said that his temperament was not worthy of his handsomeness. He was like a person who played games with cheats. He was not afraid of anyone. Zhang Yiheng was of average height, but he was very burly and had a valiant temperament. However, his slightly pale face ruined his masculine image. Zhang Yiheng accompanied Nan Man Pei and looked at Xianxia's back. He smiled and said, "This young man is very interesting." Nan Man Pei replied politely, "Yes, he can drink better." Zhang Yiheng suddenly felt very uncomfortable. When he woke up this morning, his head was so painful that it felt like it was going to split open. It took him a long time to remember who he was and why he was sleeping in a hotel. He recalled last night. He choked on a glass of erguatu and cried. It was all because of this young man. When he woke up this morning and had breakfast in the hotel, he found a few people who sat at the same table as him last night and asked them a few questions. He was right. Nan Man Pei had a special relationship with this young man. As for the extent of their relationship, he knew better than those guys. His old man had a good relationship with Xianxia. This time, he came to Shanghai for a blind date. Old Madame Li took the lead. At that time, she sent a photo of Nan Man Pei a few years ago. Zhang Yiheng liked him at first glance. Even though he knew that he was divorced, he did not mind at all. In this day and age, it really did not matter whether he was divorced or not. Which young people nowadays did not have a few exes? What was the difference between getting married and doing all the things that a married couple should do? Zhang Yiheng was divorced himself. He had a son who was not in primary school yet. After the divorce, he lived with him. Therefore, he did not care whether Nan Man Pei could bear children or not. In fact, he even felt relieved. If she did not have children, even if she was a stepmother, she would not be too bad to her stepson. When he saw Nan Man Pei last night, Zhang Yiheng was stunned by her. She was more beautiful and mature than in the photo. She had a unique temperament. This kind of woman was not an ordinary pretty girl from a humble family. Only this kind of woman was worthy of his family background. At his level, he needed a woman with a strong aura to set him off. If he married a pretty girl who was shy and self-abased wherever she went, it would be embarrassing no matter how beautiful she was. Probably because of old Madame Li, Nan Man Pei was always very polite to him. She smiled a lot, but there was a faint sense of alienation. It did not seem like she was going for a blind date. Zhang Yiheng thought for a long time. When he heard the conversation just now, he felt that it might be because of that young man. Just then, something happened in front of him. Xianxia finally reached the top of the ladder and reached the hornet's nest. But when he took the hornet's nest, perhaps because his gloves were too thick, he used too much strength. Pei Nanman and the group of people not far away could only watch helplessly as the hornet's nest was crushed by Xianxia's hand. The hornet's nest was made of mud, so it was fragile. In an instant, it splashed Xianxia's face. He had poked the hornet's nest. He felt that this figure of speech was weird. In the blink of an eye, the hornet's nest was boiling and buzzing. Xianxia screamed and jumped down from the 2-meter-high ladder. He covered his head and ran toward Nan Man Pei. Nan Man Pei's expression changed. The staff not far away cursed, "What the F*** CK, and ran away. The enemy would arrive in 5 seconds. If they did not run, they would not be crushed. Pei Ziki and the other young men and women were scared out of their wits. They screamed and ran in all directions. Zhang Yiheng thought to himself, "It's time for me to show off." He grabbed Nan Man Pei's hand and said manfully, "Run with me." After he finished speaking, he was stunned. He did not manage to hold her hand. In his line of sight, he saw Pei Nanman galloping away, her low-heeled shoes clicking loudly. She was fast. Was this woman a sprinter in the past? The thought rose in Zhang Yiheng's mind. Suddenly, he heard a buzzing sound. A hornet landed on his head, and then he felt a stinging pain on his scalp. The enemy was here. If he did not run, he would be crushed. Zhang Yiheng covered his head and caught up with Nan Man Pei. 10 minutes later, a group of people stood or sat in the pavilion outside the racecourse. They looked scared. The park staff brought soap water. Not many people were stung by the hornet's nest, but Xianxia was one of them. The rest were 2 young men, a girl, the previous staff, and Zhang Yiheng. The staff wanted to curse, but he knew that this group of people was not ordinary, so he held back. "Why did you join in the fun? Was it fun?" "It was not fun at all. My head is hurting." Xianxia sat in the pavilion and took off his short-sleeved shirt. His well-proportioned body attracted the attention of the girls. They kept looking in and out of his body. There was a big bump on his left chest. It did not look very harmonious. Chen Qingyuan stood at the side. Her heart ached. She wished that the hornet had stung her own chest. Chen Qingyuan was supposed to help her sweetheart apply soap water, but Nan Man Pei beat her to it. She was very unhappy, but she did not dare to say anything. Aunt Pei was an adult. How could she not know how to behave? How could she touch a man's chest so casually? Nan Man Pei helped him apply the soap water. Does it still hurt? Xianxia was flattered. Much better. Nan Man Pei frowned. Why is it so swollen? Wild hornets were very venomous. Although he was wearing a military coat, there were still gaps. Hornets were more terrifying than eels. They could enter any opening. When Xianxia was escaping, the hornet had entered his body. He only managed to kill it when he escaped to the pavilion. During this period of time, the hornet had injected Xianxia crazily. The injection volume was very scary. Otherwise, why would there be such a big bump? Pei Ziki mocked. Your chest looks like a woman's. Xianxia looked at her and retorted. Do you feel inferior? Your chest looks like a man's. Pei Ziki was furious. She kicked her little leg. Xianxia blocked it with his leg. The brat staggered and almost fell. Auntie, he bullied me. Auntie, he bullied me. Nan Man Pei glared at Xianxia. Xianxia grinned and touched the bump on his left chest. It still hurt a little. Was the hornet's venom so strong? He glanced at his crotch. I suddenly had a bold idea. No, 18 centimeters is scary enough. This idea is still very immature and can't be implemented. Otherwise, Suyu will cry. Xianxia saw the staff with a bitter look. He walked to the edge of the pavilion, sat on the steps, and handed him a cigarette. I'm sorry, I screwed up. Although I'm Heiai's king, I'm not an all-around player, and I occasionally make mistakes. The staff was very young, in his 20s, and he said insincerely. I understand, I'm just playing with my girlfriend. Nan Man Pei is very well maintained. She is mature and beautiful, fashionable and young. You can't see that she is 30 years old. In fact, a woman in her 30s is the most beautiful stage in her life. The most attractive age in a woman's life is 6 to 10 years old, 25 to 35 years old. Otherwise, how can there be two camps of lolicon and big sis? Young women are beautiful, but they are not seductive. In this world, only lolicon and big sis are eternal. Things like siscon are crooked. After a few simple words, the staff found that Xianxia was very gentle and easy to get along with, without the attitude of a big star. He had long since recognized Xianxia's identity. He was slightly agitated, cross it out and start over. But he didn't chase stars, so he didn't show too much fuss. Unless his sister is Qin Bao Bao, he will be very excited to ask for an autograph, and then show off in his circle of friends that he got the signature of the goddess. Maybe he will take a photo or something. Everyone is a man. What is there to be excited about? The same world, the same dream. The same gender, the same JJ. Xianxia said helplessly, yes, don't look at her very serious, occasionally she is not serious, I mean more willful. The staff smoked gloomily, but I'm unlucky. I'll be scolded by the manager later, and my head will be blue. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Sichuan lewd? Yes. I always like the Sichuan version of Mandarin. I think it's very Western. What's so Western about it? It's really Western. It's the first time I heard the effect of a talk show in Mandarin. Brother, what's your surname? Perhaps he felt that Xianxia was too down to earth. The staff threw him a little wink and laughed. The north wind blows, the autumn wind is cold. Whose wife is staying in an empty room? If you have trouble, I'll help. I live next door, my surname is Wang. Xianxia laughed. The staff also laughed. Xianxia lightly slapped his scalp. Speak properly. I don't live next door, but my wife's surname is Wang. Zhang Yihong frowned. There was a big bump on his head and a bite on his neck. The pain was secondary. The main thing was that he had suffered an unexpected misfortune. If not for this rascal's naughtiness and insistence on poking the hornet's nest, such a terrible thing would not have happened. The hateful thing was that he only had a bump on his chest. If it had been a woman, she might have been happy for a while. She did not need to spend money on treatment and was confident of being a woman. Why did he get stung on the head? Why did he have a horn on his head? Zhang Yihong was full of anger. He said unhappily, if you have time to chat, think about how to deal with the hornet's nest. Xianxia replied, the park staff has already done it. The staff member surnamed Wang nodded. My colleague will do it. Xianxia shrugged. That's right. By the way, can you teach me some Sichuan Mandarin? I'll go home and tease my sister. She'll definitely laugh like a mantis shrimp. It's so cute. When old Wang heard this, he was also interested. Sure, what do you want to translate? Xianxia said, I'll kill you with one punch. Old Wang was speechless. How am I supposed to translate this? Where are the people from Sichuan? Give me some pointers. Zhang Yihang hated two kinds of people the most in his life. 1. Self-righteous people who felt that they were invincible just because they had some small achievements. They looked down on everything and looked up at the sky. 2. People who commented all day long, the first post makes sense, the first post is the truth, the first post is so F*** correct, and then the number of comments was ridiculously high. He had painstakingly climbed to the first post, but the first post did not even say anything. His mentality exploded. Xianxia was the former. After earning some money, he felt that he was the most powerful person in the world. In fact, he knew nothing about power. Moreover, Xianxia had an ambiguous relationship with the woman he had taken a fancy to. Nan Manpei did not even soap him. He only did it for Xianxia. He even had to show off when he was wiping soap. If I threw a piece of soap, would you dare to pick it up? Zhang Yihang said sarcastically, if you don't have any skills, then don't do unnecessary things. You don't even know how to poke a hornet's nest. If you cause others to be stung by a hornet, don't you know how to apologize? Xianxia scratched his head. Didn't I say that? Hey. Didn't I apologize to you guys? The boys and girls replied, he did. They are all my men. Xianxia shrugged at Zhang Yihang. He did. Zhang Yihang was furious. He could see that Xianxia was deliberately looking for trouble. He was the only one who didn't apologize to him. He was clearly looking down on him. Understood. Sure enough, he had an unusual relationship with Nan Manpei. This kind of person, who always went against him, was the legendary brain-dead villain. Watch me find a chance to smack him in the face. You're just a kid with no background and no power. What are you trying to do with me? Let you understand the horror of the world in minutes. Li Donglai interrupted, Qingge is good at martial arts. He's doomed this time. Amazing skills? Zhang Yihang snorted. His laughter was full of disdain. He didn't hide his disdain. Xianxia said, it's my fault. It's so hot today. How about I buy some oranges for Brother Zhang as an apology? All of a sudden, she became sensible. Zhang Yihang was stunned for a moment. Old Wang snorted. His laughter did not stop, and scattered laughter followed closely behind. The few little fellows could not hold it in and laughed out loud as well. Only Nan Manpei and Zhang Yihang were a little confused. What was so funny? Kids these days really didn't understand. Although they didn't understand what was so funny about buying oranges, there was definitely a hidden meaning. Zhang Yihang's face darkened. He felt that his intelligence was insulted and he was being played like a monkey. However, Nan Manpei was sitting next to him. He couldn't act too ignorant. In his mind, he sent Xianxia to the death row and prepared to execute him after autumn. So boring. Chen Qingyuan walked lightly like a deer and came to Xianxia's side. Qingge, let's go horseback riding. There were many fun things in the forest park, such as horseback riding, go-karting, kayaking, Easter egg shooting, and so on. There were also many scenic areas. Xianxia turned to look at her. The deer was very beautiful, and it didn't have its hair done. Xianxia had never ridden a horse before. He felt that he could give it a try and was about to nod. Su Jian, let's practice. Li Donglai suddenly pushed a boy next to him. It was a boy wearing glasses. He shook his head. No. Li Donglai sneered. Trash, I'll only use one hand. Do you dare? He was so aggressive that the boy's face turned ugly. Li Donglai, do you want to hit people again? You're so annoying. You never stop. The boys and girls were either persuading or complaining. Nan Manpei frowned. Dong Lai. Li Donglai didn't care. He straightened his neck. Coward, are you coming or not? The boy wearing glasses didn't say anything. He looked at Zhang Yiheng for help. The Zhang family was not only close to the Li family, but also had many allies in Shanghai. The boy wearing glasses' uncle and Zhang Yiheng's father were comrades. That was why Zhang Yiheng could mingle in the Li family's circle of friends. Seeing this, Zhang Yiheng smiled and came forward to warm up the atmosphere. Speak nicely. You are all friends, right? Li Donglai retorted. It's none of your business. This was awkward. Li Donglai didn't give up. The boy wearing glasses didn't dare to practice with him. Li Donglai was famous for being a troublemaker. He was especially good at fighting. Zhang Yiheng looked at Nan Manpei. She was unhappy. She was worried that the naughty boy was hard to take care of. In fact, Nan Manpei didn't want to beat Li Donglai because there were outsiders present. It was like when a child was disobedient outside, the parents would at most scold them. They would rarely beat the child in front of outsiders. Well, if you want to practice, I'll come with you. Zhang Yiheng said. I've practiced before. Li Donglai ignored him. Zhang Yiheng laughed. Forget it. I don't bully children. Li Donglai couldn't stand provocation. He glanced at the disdain in Zhang Yiheng's eyes and nodded. Okay. The two left the pavilion and confronted each other on the side of the road. Pei Ziki pulled Nan Manpei's arm. Auntie, what's wrong with him? Nan Manpei patted her hand. Don't mind him. He's itching for a beating. The boys and girls in the pavilion played the role of onlookers. They were excited to watch the show. If Li Donglai's provocation was seen as a fight, then this was pure entertainment. Li Donglai lowered his waist. This was the most basic horse stance that Xianxia had taught him. The first thing to do in a fight was to stabilize the lower body. Only when the stance was stable could the punch be stable. After he stabilized his lower body, he threw a straight punch at Zhang Yiheng's chest. As Zhang Yiheng dodged to the side, he grabbed Li Donglai's wrist and pulled. Their strength was not on the same level at all. Li Donglai staggered and was tripped by Zhang Yiheng's outstretched leg. He fell flat on his face. Li Donglai was not convinced. He got up and fought again, but he was knocked down again after a few moves. It was a one-sided beating. The last time he fell, he was kicked in the stomach. Li Donglai couldn't get up for a while. Are you okay? Zhang Yiheng's kick was a punishment for this brat's arrogance. He pretended to slip up and reached out to help him up. But a hand was faster than him. It helped Li Donglai up first. TSK, TSK. You've been slacking these days. Xianxia patted the dust off him. What's wrong? Li Donglai said softly, that little bastard said that my aunt's butt is big. It'll be great to touch it. Li Donglai overheard the conversation between the young man with glasses and one of his good buddies. He said that Li Donglai's aunt was beautiful. Her butt was big, and it would be great to touch it. Everyone had talked about the flirtatious words between young men. Everyone had commented on the beauties that they met by chance or by their side. It was normal. But if the families of the people involved heard it, it would be awkward. They would quarrel and fight. Li Donglai said angrily, this guy is so meddlesome. I really want to beat him up, but I can't beat him. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder and smiled at Zhang Yiheng. Impressive. You've really practiced. Then, how about we spar a few times? The surprise came too quickly. It was like a tornado. Zhang Yiheng was excited. I've already put you on death row, and now you're jumping out on your own. Well, I'll take it as interest. That's not good. I don't know how to control my strength. Man, he said. He turned around and asked Nan Manpei with an intimate tone and expression. Pei Nanman sat there calmly. Her face did not show the slightest hint of anxiousness. He even grinned at Zhang Yiheng. Zhang Yiheng breathed a sigh of relief. He confirmed one thing. The relationship between this young man and Nan Manpei was not that good. Maybe they were just two friends who liked each other a little. They were more than friends, but not yet in love. Humph. I can fight 10 of them. Zhang Yihang had joined the army before, and he was not a volunteer. The training he received was incomparable to that of a regular volunteer. Moreover, he was a troublemaker in high school. He used to follow Ho Long Tao, the boss of his grade. In the words of the underworld, boss Ho Long Tao was charismatic and loyal. He was a good boss. The 6 brothers under his command were all dauntless. They were invincible in the whole school. Zhang Yihang was not outstanding back then. When he saw Boss Ho dominating the school, he thought enviously, when can I be as good as him? So he joined Boss Ho and became his henchman. As for now, he was still in the limelight, but Boss Ho was gone. It turned out that without a good father, one should not waste time in school. If one did not work hard when he was young, he would be a delivery boy when he grew up. Fighting had always been Zhang Yihang's specialty. It was time to show off his real skills. Not far from the pavilion, a fashionably dressed girl was holding a selfie stick. The camera was aimed at the pavilion. On the screen of the phone was a live broadcast. The comment section was flooded with all kinds of gifs. Hey, Xianxia seems to be fighting with that guy. Let's not go over and secretly take pictures. The girl's sweet voice said, I have to go further away. Otherwise, he might rush up and smash my phone. Or I can pretend to be a tourist taking a selfie and sneak up. The girl looked at the screen. I've decided to risk my life to get closer. Can everyone send gifts? But when she saw the almost identical comments on the screen, she was stunned. Yu Yu, formerly known as Li Yu, was a professional female streamer. She was from Suzhou and came to Shanghai to study. She was currently studying at Donghua University and came from an average family. She had been a streamer for half a year and quickly became popular because of her good background. Now the number of viewers in her streaming room was around 50,000. She could barely be considered a popular streamer. Li Yu's singing voice was average, and because she was in university, she couldn't sing and dance in a special room like other female streamers. Now she could not only pay for her living expenses and tuition independently, but also had a large amount of savings. But she didn't dare to confess to her family. Although her father's love was like a mountain, her father would still beat her. She only said that she was working part-time. Li Yu was very grateful for the live streaming industry and the platform. She could eat, drink, and make money. Such an easy job was rare. The only thing better than this was being a civil servant. They were both civil servants, but being a programmer was much more difficult. Most of the time she was doing outdoor live streaming, running all over Shanghai, and occasionally switching to a food live streaming. Today was the weekend, so she took a car to the forest park for an outdoor live streaming. Just now, she had seen Xianxia in the pavilion, and she had also taken a picture of his naked body into the camera. For a whole 5 minutes, the gifts didn't stop, and the number of viewers in the streaming room also skyrocketed. The little bitches in the comment section muttered, "Thank you for the streamer's welfare, my husband is the most handsome." One must know that there were very few females in Yu Yu's streaming room in the past. As a popular fried chicken, a top little fresh meat, Li Yu was very disgusted by people who said that Xianxia was a little fresh meat. She was also a fan of Xianxia. How could Xianxia be compared to those flirtatious bitches? He was not a little fresh meat, he was an old godfather, an existence that made people blush. At this time, Li Yu looked at the neatly organized comments in the comment section. It's over. The comments were more uniform than pickled cabbage. As a fan of Xianxia, she couldn't bear it and complained, "How is it over? Can you have some confidence in Xianxia?" The audience is laughing but not saying anything. This stupid streamer must have never seen Qin Baobao's live streaming. It's not Xianxia who's going to die. It's that guy who's going to die. Li Yu was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Can someone explain to me what's going on with Qin Baobao's live stream? Filming the live broadcast of the journey to the west. He's so good, he knocked someone down with one punch. Xianxia is really good. Through the messy replies in the comment section, Li Yu roughly knew the situation. During the filming of A Journey to the West, Qin Baobao played live broadcast. In that live broadcast, Xianxia also practiced with someone once and valiantly defeated him. Therefore, many fans knew that Xianxia knew a few fighting techniques. Was he that powerful, is my idol trying to defy the heavens? Liu felt that Xianxia was like showing off. Once one was immersed in it, it was impossible to stop. For a man to be so outstanding, it was indeed like poison to a woman. Since evolving into the Sea Swamp King, Xianxia has become more and more imposing. The above was purely an illusion. It was as if he was using the sea swamp silk and was becoming more and more confident. When someone provoked him, he did not mind teaching him a lesson. Salted Fish Lake would not do that. Salted Fish Lake was more gentle and reserved. He did not like to be calculated with people. You could also take it as cowardice, but please do not expose him. Salted Fish Lake also wanted to save face. When his disciple was beaten up, as a master, he could not sit by and do nothing. Otherwise, the cohesion of the sect would be reduced. He did not think that Li Donglai's provocation was wrong. Was sister man's but something that ordinary people could touch, tigers but was not to be touched. Never heard of it? Stupid system, come out. I want to ask you something. Xianxia summoned the system in his heart. The system ignored him. Sir System, I have something to ask. Xianxia rephrased his words. Nothing. The system responded. I want to beat him up now. Is there a mission? No. Huh? Why not? I have a psychological desire now. Did the host notice a phenomenon? Every mission is not guaranteed to be completed. The system said, missions that are guaranteed to be completed and missions that are impossible to be completed will not be triggered. Is that so? Nonsense. If you saw a pile of feces on the ground and suddenly wanted to step on it, the system would have to give you a mission. Points would be too easy to earn. Do you think I'm the stupid son of a landlord? That's an impossible mission, the system ignored him. Although he didn't manage to get the mission, Xianxia was actually relieved. What if he saw a pile of feces on the ground and did not want to step on it, but had a bold idea, such as tasting it? Ding, please eat 500 grams of hot feces. 100 points if successful. Corresponding points will be deducted if failed. Xianxia might become the first protagonist to level up by eating feces. Zhang Yihang said, I joined the army after finishing high school. I received strict military training and am good at fighting and capturing. However, I don't know when to stop. You have to be careful. He said this so that when he beat up Xianxia later, he would have an excuse to explain. I started practicing martial arts when I was 8 years old. It has been 16 years since then. I am proficient in internal martial arts and external martial arts, Tai Chi push hand, Ba Ji Beng, 7 injuring fist, and the lost finger Zen. In addition, my Nigong Heart Sutra is the times are calling. Xianxia said in one breath, I know when to stop, so I won't beat the shit out of you. Zhang Yihang was stunned by his words. When he heard the last sentence, he realized that he had been taken advantage of by the other party. Internal martial arts and external martial arts did exist and were not fake. However, most of the so-called Chinese martial arts masters were scammers because they were already so old. What a joke. How could they still be called masters at such an old age? Didn't they know that martial arts were afraid of the young? This was the same principle as Jianghu folk remedies. Folk remedies were real, but 90% of them were fake. Therefore, when people heard folk remedies, they subconsciously thought that they were scammers. At the end of the day, this was due to the lack of supervision of the country, which led to the prevalence of scammers in the industry. If Xianxia had not mentioned the Nigong Heart Sutra, Zhang Yihang might have been alarmed. Don't think that I don't know what the times are calling is. Are you the successor of communism? Zhang Yihang felt disdain in his heart. He looked at Xianxia's fit body and guessed that he trained in the gym. Perhaps he had strength, but his skills and speed were definitely not as good as his. I have been hitting people with bricks since junior high. My actual combat experience was trained by Boss Ho. Xianxia did not say anything. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Liu, who was not far away. He had seen this woman just now. She had been standing there secretly taking photos. It was a little annoying. There was a reason why celebrities hated paparazzi. It was not just because of privacy issues. When they were standing on the stage, they could take photos of them in any way they wanted. However, no one wanted a camera to be pointed at them in their daily life. This meant that they had to maintain their image at all times. They could not even pick their nose. Not to mention causing trouble when they were bored. Xianxia used to lie on the sofa and cause trouble when he was bored at home. He was scolded by his sister several times when she saw him. She said that it was unhygienic and unhealthy. It was understandable that his sister would think so. After all, there was a difference between men and women. It was legal for boys to cause trouble. They could cause trouble as much as they wanted. Otherwise, why would she say, "You troublemaker"? However, girls could not do that. After all, bacteria were pervasive. If a girl did that, what would it be called? Mua, watch me mend the sky with one hand. Double-click 666. Xianxia was not very happy to be secretly photographed, but he could not rush over and ask them to delete it. After all, if he forced them to delete it, there would probably be negative news reports tomorrow. Therefore, being a celebrity was sometimes really tiring. It required a lot of effort. He is looking at me," Liu exclaimed. She was a little happy and a little nervous. Will he come over and smash my phone? At this time, Xianxia waved at her. Wow, is he waving at me? Liu looked around, but there was no one around. Should I go over? After I go over, how should I hand over the phone? Go, get close to the big boss. Host, go over quickly. Why are you in a daze? I want to see Xianxia's bare face. Go, focus the camera. The comment section was full of encouragement. The audience in the live broadcast room was more excited than she was. They sent her a wave of gifts and urged her to hurry over. Liu trotted over with excitement and nervousness. When she approached, Xianxia asked, "Are you filming?" After seeing the screen of the phone facing him, his smile suddenly became gentle and his tone became easygoing. You're broadcasting. He thought to himself, damn, you're broadcasting behind my back. Can I? Liu asked timidly, his eyes shining brightly. Yes. Xianxia said, are you a female host? Liu nodded vigorously. Yes, my name is Liu. I'm a small host on the Salted Fish broadcasting platform. Xianxia nodded and stopped her from filming. He smiled brightly and said, hello, everyone. He waved at the camera. The next moment, the comments in the comment section jumped and the screen was full of gifts. Liu's face was full of happiness. Stand aside, I want to fight with my friends, Xianxia said. Liu stood obediently by the pavilion. When she saw Nan Manpei, her eyes lit up. She immediately aimed the camera at the people in the pavilion and greeted them as if they were close friends. Hello, everyone. No one paid attention to her. The teenagers glanced at her casually. Hey. Liu awkwardly moved the camera away. The eyes of the people in the pavilion made her feel the gaze of the big boss. A lively and beautiful girl like her was popular everywhere, but obviously the people in the pavilion were not so enthusiastic. Liu glanced at the phone. The audience in the live broadcast room was discussing the beautiful mature woman who had appeared for a moment. Some said that the two little girls were also very beautiful. Xianxia was happy in his heart. Oh, this little girl came at the right time. Isn't Xianxia a big star? Watch me beat him in the live broadcast. From a physical point of view, a man in his early 30s was the peak of his body. Teenagers and young people may be energetic, but their strength was not as good as his age. Then there was experience. Experience needed to be accumulated over a long period of time. How could Xianxia be the opponent of a veteran who had undergone strict training? The young boys and girls in the pavilion were watching with great interest. The female host of the Salted Fish broadcasting platform, Liu, held a selfie stick and looked forward to it. Xianxia nodded to Xianxia, indicating that he could attack. He didn't lower his waist and his muscles were loose. His casual posture made Xianxia raise his eyebrows. He ran a few steps, gathered his strength, and kicked toward Xianxia's lower abdomen. Xianxia still didn't move. His face was calm. If he stood with his hands behind his back, he would look like a master. When his foot was about to hit Xianxia's lower abdomen, Xianxia's mouth revealed a smile. This kick will make you spit out the wine you drank last night. Dementia. But at this moment, Xianxia was as still as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. He turned around to avoid the kick. At the same time, he exerted strength from his waist and swept his right leg. Xianxia's leg swept Zhang Yiheng's waist. It was like a whip hitting a sandbag, making a muffled sound. Zhang Yiheng, who weighed 160 kilograms, was instantly sent flying. Xianxia had used a lot of strength in his kick to send him flying. Otherwise, he would have fallen and been seriously injured. After all, he was a big shot who could break a bone porcelain cup with his bare hands. Zhang Yiheng fell to the ground and curled up like a mantis shrimp. He first felt a suffocating pain, the kind that was really breathless. Then he felt a sharp pain in his left waist. My kidney. My kidney. There were no cheers or cheers. The young boys and girls in the pavilion were a little confused. Finished? Why was it completely different from the fierce battle that he had imagined, where you gave a left hook and I gave a right hook, where you gave a black tiger a heart and I gave a monkey a peach? People usually had a few rounds of boxing. Here, it was over with one kick. They knew that real fighting was very intense. There was no such thing as teleportation or dodging. But it was too fast. Everyone was a little confused. It seemed that those who were related to Xianxia were especially fast, all kinds of fast. Before you could get into the zone, he would be finished with a whoosh. However, the visual effect of this kick was very shocking. A tall and sturdy man was sent flying with a bang. Nan Man Pei narrowed her eyes slightly. The layman enjoyed the show, but the expert saw the naked picture. What she saw was unparalleled strength and precise and ingenious control. This ingenuity was like aged wine. It could not be achieved without a few years of practice. This kid's strength increased again? That night, if it was Xianxia like this, Nan Man Pei knew that she would not be able to last more than 10 moves. She would be beaten until she cried and called for her father. Was he merciful at that time, or did his strength increase again? Nan Man Pei leaned towards the former. A person's fighting skills could be accumulated, but there was a limit to the growth of strength. How could he change so much in just a few months? He was not Long Out Yin. Influenced by Xianxia, Nan Man Pei habitually muttered in her heart when she encountered unreasonable people or things. He was not Long Out Yin. She had looked up Long Out Yin on the internet. He was a novel protagonist who ignored all logic and reason. He was used to describe some inconceivable or absurd things. That was what the internet said. If you don't believe me, you can do it. Unknowingly, the phrase "drown you in the Huangpu River" had become her own arrogant words. Pei Nanman felt a sense of loss. Li Yu recovered from the shock and found that the live streaming room was in an uproar. The speed of the comments was like the bullet screen. When she looked at the gifts again, she realized that her sweetheart had received more gifts than the sum of the gifts she had received in half a month of live streaming. In the eyes of tens of thousands of viewers, through the live broadcast on their mobile phones, they saw the burly man fly up and kick Xianxia. Xianxia didn't move at all. It was unknown how many female viewers screamed for Xianxia in front of their screens. Then, Xianxia turned around and swept his leg. His posture was handsome and his strength was fierce. Such a big man flew out like a sack. Compared to Qin Baobao's live broadcast on the set, this time sparring session was even more shocking and visually impactful. He was sent flying with a single kick. I think I've learned physics for nothing. It must be fake. It really doesn't make sense. If you say that it's possible to send someone flying with a kick, it's possible. However, sweeping someone away and kicking someone away are two completely different things. But that's the truth. This isn't a movie. Is a fast shooter a monster? This fast shooter is a bit rash. What's so strange about that? Didn't you see his muscles just now? Io, this old lady's maiden heart, I really want to lick it. Quick, shoot me. How is that man? Is he dead? The viewers in the live broadcast room were in a heated discussion. Xianxia reached out to help Zhang Yiheng and pretended to be very concerned. Are you all right? Io, look at me. I accidentally missed. Zhang Yiheng's face was pale. He ignored him and struggled to get up. Sitting on the ground, he gasped for breath. He had no time to care about what Nan Manpei would think of him. He had to recover first. When Qinzhe saw Liu coming over, he pretended to help him. Image was very important, especially for public figures. They must be great, glorious, and righteous. Otherwise, they would be easily patronized by God hegemon. There were many dead anchors and stars who were killed because of their arrogance and lack of control. Liu cried, "Idol, you're so powerful." Qinzhe smiled and faced the camera. "Everyone, please call me Wu Dao Grand Master in the future. It's time to change my image. I'm just a fast shooter, let it go with the wind." Qinzhe intended to take this opportunity to clear his name. Smart people always seized the opportunity to clear their names. It was so embarrassing to be called Wu Dao Grand Master all the time. The viewers in the live broadcast room responded, "Wu Dao Grand Master. Wu Dao Grand Master. Wu Dao Grand Master, I love you." Qinzhe was speechless. "I'm so stupid. Why do I always have to be entangled with a nickname, Steady Aura? Steady Aura." The nickname Wu Dao Grand Master was quite naughty, so fans and onlookers liked to call Qinzhe this way. They thought it was a teasing and a nickname. What kind of nickname was this? Wu Dao Grand Master, Prince Charming, and Little Freshmeat were not as interesting as Wu Dao Grand Master. This was the psychology of the masses. For example, many stars liked to criticize themselves on Weibo, which could make fans laugh and like them. That was the reason. But Qinzhe really didn't like this nickname. When he introduced himself in the future, he would say, "Hello, I'm Shuri Tian. What's your name?" "I'm Wu Dao Grand Master." Or, "Hello, I'm Qinzhe." "Oh, I know you. Wu Dao Grand Master." Inexplicably, he was given such a title. It was all Qin Baobao's fault. No matter how hard he slapped her, it wouldn't make up for his loss. He would definitely give her a good spanking when he got home. Nan Manpei walked over and stretched out her hand. "Yiheng, are you okay?" Zhang Yiheng's expression was terrible. He shook his head, held Nan Manpei's little hand, and got up. The left side of his waist hurt badly. He had the illusion that he was being cut in half. Nan Manpei said apologetically, "I'm sorry," he didn't hold back. As she said that, she turned her head and looked at Qinzhe. The moment she said that, Zhang Yiheng was mesmerized. But the words she said made Zhang Yiheng break down. He doesn't hold back in all aspects. "I've been troubled." Zhang Yiheng was speechless. It seemed like she said nothing, but it also seemed like she said everything. The art of language was filled with imagination. Zhang Yiheng got up quietly, rubbed his waist, and forced a smile. "My clothes are dirty. I'll go back to the hotel to change. You guys have fun." Nan Manpei nodded. "I'll call an electric car to pick you up." There was an electric car in the forest park that was similar to the ferry at the airport. After all, the park was very big. It was impossible to walk there. Zhang Yiheng waved his hand and left. For both parties, this blind date was undoubtedly a failure. Both of them were people of status. They didn't overdo it to save face. "Do you have a house?" "No." "Do you have a car?" "No." "Do you have more than $1 million in savings?" "No." "Then why did you go on a blind date? Are you a virgin?" "No." "Then why did you go on a blind date?" Only vulgar men and women would talk like this. They didn't hold back at all. Although these were the three essentials of a blind date, a car, a house, and money, one had to learn to hold back. In life, there were many things that could be said in a subtle way. This would not only show quality but also avoid conflict. For example, your wife gave you a green crown. Your father was furious. Your mother is seeking death. The grass in your grave is green. I invite your mother to go to Mount Wu together. The art of language was wonderful. Chen Qingyuan said, "Qin Ge, let's ride a horse." She glanced at Liyu's mobile phone and hugged Qinzhe's arm very schemingly. "Cameraman, quickly turn the camera over. I'll give you an extra drumstick tonight." Naive and sweet girls can't catch up with Prince Charming. If a girl is not scheming, how can she hook up with her sweetheart? Chen Qingyuan felt that this was an opportunity. Regardless of the consequences, she had to first set the status of intimate relationship. With so many people watching in the live broadcast room, there would definitely be screenshots. She would become Qin Ji's rumored girlfriend. It was beautiful to think about. Qin glared at her. Don't make trouble. He took back his hand. Chen Qingyuan felt wronged. Give me a hug. It doesn't cost you a penny. Only a ghost would give you a hug. Qin didn't care about gossip, but he was afraid of kneeling on the keyboard. He was afraid of being pinched to death by his sister. He was afraid that Suyu would pinch his JJ. Qin had been surviving in the cracks of his sister. This was like a man saying to a woman, give me a slap. It doesn't cost you a penny. Maybe I'll give you money. They came to the racecourse. The so-called racecourse was actually a 200-meter playground, a miniature version of the 400-meter track in the school. The track surrounded the fir trees. 2 horses, 2 trainers. Qin was pulled by Chen Qingyuan to run a circle. 20 yuan. The 2 horses trotted, and people bumped up and down on the back of the horses. Ha, Qin, don't you think we are like the Jianghu Rangers, the Condor Heroes? Chen Qingyuan smiled brightly. I think we are like 2 children. Qin said. Why? This thing is like riding a wooden horse, up and down. Ugh. Now that you mention it, it does seem like it. It's not romantic at all. When riding a horse, one's buttocks couldn't sit stably. Both feet had to be on the stirrups. Even so, the person was still jolting. Riding a horse was not romantic at all. On the contrary, it was a little empty because a horse was a living thing, not a car or a bicycle. In the TV series, riding a horse in the martial arts world should be very romantic. Let's accompany the mortal world and enjoy the prosperity of the world. Reality, let, me, us in the mortal world, urge, horse. 1 lap was soon finished. Chen Qingyuan was not satisfied yet. Qin saw Nan Man Pei's eager expression and asked, Sister Man, do you also want to ride a horse? Nan Man Pei nodded. Qin shouted, Li Donglai, give me your coupon. I'll ride around again. Li Donglai was speechless. Could it be that Qin has taken a fancy to my aunt? I tried so hard but ended up guarding against the wrong person. Yes, Qin has a big sister complex. He has no interest in little girls. Someone like my aunt is more in line with his taste. On second thought, it's normal. My aunt is so beautiful. Any man will have thoughts about her. But my aunt hasn't found a partner for so many years. Obviously, she doesn't have that kind of thought. Brother Qin was probably unrequited in love. Qin and Nan Man Pei rode side by side along the track. Nan Man Pei's eyes were sparkling. There was a little girl's excitement. She's already 30 years old, but she's still so unrestrained. She's imitating other girls' expressions. But she's very beautiful and cute. Nan Man Pei experienced the pleasure of riding a horse without any distractions. Qin silently turned his head and looked at her trembling breasts. The big breasts were a little naughty. Their trembling made one's heart itch. Cantwo Gil was hard. The scenery was beautiful. Qin nodded silently. He'll ask his sister to come and ride another day. After 1 lap, Qin got off the horse. Nan Man Pei didn't get down. Ziki, give me your coupon. Li Donglai, who had just finished buying his coupon, came back. Pei Ziki snatched her brother's coupon and handed it to the horse trainer. Nan Man Pei happily started the 2nd lap. Li Donglai was speechless. The whole section collapsed. I want to ride a horse too. I've never ridden a horse in my life. I've never even ridden a Western horse. You. Nan Man Pei ran half a lap before Li Yu got on the horse with the help of the horse trainer. She was still holding the selfie stick. She grabbed the saddle with one hand and smiled sweetly at the camera. I'm going to ride a horse now. Okay, didn't I always show you Qin? You can't ignore me. The horse trainer said, put away your phone. You can't broadcast riding a horse. Li Yu bargained. It's okay. The horse is so slow. The horse trainer said, no, you can't hold it with one hand. What if you fall? We are responsible for your safety. Liu looked at Xianxia. She didn't know anyone here. She only spoke a few words to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. Qingyuan, help me hold it? Chen Qingyuan said obediently, okay. Chen Qingyuan ran over and took the selfie stick from Liu. Liu smiled. Thank you, little sister. Chen Qingyuan nodded and quickly ran back to Xianxia. The horse trainer said, don't squeeze the horse's belly. Don't pull the reins. After that, he gently patted the horse's butt. Liu sat on the horse's back and rushed out with a whoosh. She immediately screamed. The horse had been running slowly for the previous few laps, but when it came to her, the horse suddenly charged. The two horses in the horse farm were trained. They were like machines on an assembly line, following a fixed program. The two horses had been running side by side, so the horse that Liu was sitting on subconsciously chased after Nan Manpei's horse. A family should be neat and tidy. Liu screamed and bounced on the horse's back. A horse that accelerated was a terrifying experience for someone who had no riding experience. So she subconsciously grabbed the saddle and squeezed the horse's belly with her legs. Don't squeeze the horse's belly, don't squeeze the horse's belly, the horse trainer shouted. Liu, who was in a panic, squeezed the horse even tighter and screamed. There was a small commotion. The live broadcast room was even more lively. The audience commented. What's wrong? Did the horse suddenly go crazy? The horse is running so fast. It's so scary. Yu, hold on tight. Don't fall. What's the horse trainer doing? Why don't you pull the horse? Idiot, you can't squeeze the horse's belly. This is an order to speed up. The horse she was sitting on quickly caught up with Nan Manpei, but it didn't stop. Instead, it rushed to the finish line and was ready to continue the second lap. The horse trainer had been waiting at the finish line. Taking advantage of the horse's passing, he rushed up and pulled the reins hard. The horse anxiously raised its hooves and stopped. Under the strong inertia, Liu screamed and fell forward from the horse's back. The horse trainer didn't expect the woman to be so weak. The horse had stopped, but she still couldn't steady herself. Liu was frightened. Her body was tense the whole time. As soon as she relaxed a little, she was thrown down by the inertia. The girls exclaimed, "Be careful." The audience in the live broadcast room saw Liu fall down face first because her feet were caught in the stirrups. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure dashed out. Before Liu fell, he reached out and caught her, carrying her in his arms. Xianxia looked at the pale and frightened girl in his arms. Are you okay? The track was not wide. A distance of more than 10 meters was just a sprint for him. Liu was still in shock. She thought she was going to fall and her heart was beating wildly. She didn't expect that someone would reach out and help her at the critical moment. When he saw that it was Xianxia, at this moment, a familiar line flashed in his mind, "My dream lover is a peerless hero." She looked at Xianxia's face in a daze, her heart beating wildly. The words were the same, but the mentality was completely different. Liu was slightly wet. Xianxia helped her up and asked, "Are you okay?" Liu quickly shook her head, her cheeks slightly red. "I'm okay. Thank you." Bao Bao was scared to death. Seeing that she was okay, the two horse trainers were relieved and went forward to ask and apologize with concern. If the tourists were really injured, the forest park would be responsible. But it was a false alarm, so the matter would be much lighter. Liu shook her head generously. "I'm okay." As she spoke, she peeked at Xianxia. If it were an unreasonable or thick-skinned tourist, they would have made a scene and asked for a sum of money or at least the money for the coupons. But just like men pretending to be generous in front of women, women would also pretend to be educated and reasonable in front of men. Chen Qingyuan heard the teenagers next to her breathe a sigh of relief and shout awesome, 666, and Qingge is mighty. She first cast an admiring look at Xianxia, then glanced at the people next to her with disdain. He is indeed the man I like. Sit down, it's basic operation. In the live broadcast room, the screen was full of gifts. Chen Qingyuan looked curiously. She only saw the constantly changing comments and gifts flying all over the sky. How much money did all these add up to? The comments were quite interesting. It's Xianxia, so fast. When did the fast shooter rush out? So fast. A hero saves a damsel in distress. Quick, cheer for the fast shooter. Xianxia is so charismatic. I really want to have a boyfriend like him. Wow, I feel more and more that Xianxia is a good person. It gives me a sense of security. I want a boyfriend like that too. 666, that's F** King Awesome. I was sweating for you just now. By the way, did anyone record it? Yes, I'm going to post it on Weibo. We've been recording the entire time, starting from the pavilion. Haha. After the nervousness, the viewers in the live broadcast room heaved a sigh of relief and started discussing the scene just now. The comments in the comment section were alternating wildly. If this was a computer, there would be a screen full of 666 comments, the kind that would cover the screen. Chen Qingyuan showed a happy smile. She liked to see people praise Xianxia. It was like when you took your pet dog out for a walk and passers-by praised, "Wow, your dog is so cute." At this moment, Chen Qingyuan saw someone talking about her in the comments section. Girl, let's be friends. Sister, are you a streamer too? What's your streamer number? Chen Qingyuan's dark eyes turned and showed a thoughtful expression. She looked a little cute and playful. I'm not a streamer. I'm just helping your streamer hold her phone. Kawaii. What a good girl. She's good at Syscon. Immediately, there was another round of comments, although it was quickly pushed to the top by Xianxia's comments. Chen Qingyuan whispered, "Let me tell you a secret." After she finished speaking, she waited for a few seconds and saw that someone in the comments section asked about the secret. Chen Qingyuan coughed. She wanted to say, I'm Xianxia's girlfriend. She wanted to forcibly crown herself. Then, this matter would become the headlines, the hot search, and maybe she could even become an internet celebrity. Of course, being an internet celebrity was not important. What was important was that her relationship with Xianxia would spread and the whole world would know. Actually, I'm Xianxia's girlfriend. Chen Qingyuan's tone was serious, as if she was announcing that the Chinese people had stood up. As expected, the live stream was in an uproar. There were all kinds of comments, scolding, questioning, and questioning. It was like a divine needle poking into a muddy ground and stirring it vigorously. The juice flowed and it was difficult to calm down. Chen Qingyuan's words had such an effect. Your brother seems to have sprained his hand. Go and have a look. When Chen Qingyuan was really proud and smiled sweetly at the camera, a hand pushed her from the side. It was Peiziki. Chen Qingyuan looked at her blankly. Brother? I don't have a brother. I'm the only daughter in the family. Since when did my dad get me an older brother outside? It's Xianxia, Peiziki said to the camera. She's joking with everyone. She's Xianxia's cousin. Chen Qingyuan, I'm not, Peiziki snatched the phone. Okay, you just like to joke. Give the phone back. She didn't give Chen Qingyuan a chance to explain. She ran away and handed the phone back to Liu. Thank you. Liu took the phone and was ready to act cute and pitiful to the audience in the livestream and ask for gifts. Asking for gifts in fancy ways was the self-cultivation and basic skill of a female streamer. But when she saw the comments section, she was stunned. The audience didn't comfort her or discuss the thrilling scene just now. So it's Xianxia's cousin. Xianxia's cousin is so beautiful. The elder sister is beautiful. Is the younger sister so beautiful too? Xianxia's cousin? Liu was confused. Was it the girl just now? Then she checked the number of gifts and was shocked on the spot. The gifts she received in one day were more than the total gifts she received in a month of livestream. No wonder everyone liked to freeload. It was too easy to make money. On the other side, Chen Qingyuan stared at Peiziki unhappily. Why are you ruining my business? His words sounded like a big bully asking a young hero who had pulled out his sword to help out when he saw injustice on the road. Peiziki said, don't mess around with this kind of thing. It's okay to be mischievous. But if you do it tens of thousands of times, something bad will happen. This was the same principle as playing with a little was good for the mood. playing with too much was bad for the body, and playing with too much was bad for the body. Everything had to be done in moderation. Xianxia is a public figure. His girlfriend has always been a sensitive topic. Don't be silly. It's okay if it's really his girlfriend, but you're a fake. Peiziki said, believe it or not, you'll be found out tomorrow. Do you know how terrible the fans are now? Do you want to be made into a joke, be abused on the internet, and even receive threatening messages? Chen Qingyuan said guiltily, it's not that bad. Peiziki lowered her voice. It's okay if you're found out, but don't implicate your father. Is your father's butt clean? Everyone is squatting in the toilet. His sh*t will never be clean. Chen Qingyuan thought for a moment. Then I'll go back and help my father clean the sh*t on his butt first? Peiziki was speechless. Xianxia held Nan Manpei's waist and helped her get off the horse. He asked, Sister Man, do you still want to ride? If you do, Ziki and Donlai's coupons will be renewed again. Nan Manpei shook her head. Forget it. It was a pity that they were not in the grassland. Otherwise, they could ride the horse and enjoy the speed and passion. Xianxia said, oh. He was a little disappointed that he could not enjoy the moving scenery again. In addition, he suddenly understood why some people liked to have sex on the horse. It was because it was too easy. The horse's power could replace the waist and save a lot of trouble. While riding the horse, he could also ride the big breasts. Nan Manpei said seriously, Xianxia, were you not serious at all that night? This could easily cause misunderstandings, so Nan Manpei said it in a low voice. Due to the limited number of times that he and Nan Manpei had been alone at night, Xianxia thought for a moment and understood. Yes, he answered honestly. If you go all out, how many moves can I take? Although she had expected it, Nan Manpei was still unwilling to give up and asked. Xianxia wanted to say, 3 seconds. On second thought, such an answer was too merciful. Moreover, it was too quick. He was now very sensitive to anything fast. I've never tried, so I don't know, Xianxia said. Have you ever met an opponent that you can't defeat? Nan Manpei asked. Being stronger than any opponent is the biggest worry in life. Xianxia sighed softly. Nan Manpei rolled her eyes at him charmingly. The unexpected incident did not extinguish the teenager's interest in writing. Xianxia and Nan Manpei stood outside the track, watching and chatting. Sister Man, have you seen today's headlines? Xianxia lowered his voice and asked mysteriously. As he spoke, Xianxia looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and there were white clouds. There was no shadow of the river crab god. I saw it. Nan Manpei nodded. How do you feel? How does your brother-in-law feel? Xianxia asked. It was good to talk to smart people. They could always easily understand the meaning of your words. Nan Manpei glanced at him lightly and said in a bad mood, eating gutter oil, worrying about Nan Manpei's heart. It seemed that Sister Man was secretive and did not want to discuss it with him. Xianxia could almost guess that if he continued to ask, Nan Manpei would reply, believe it or not, I'll throw you into the Huangpu River if you talk too much. Thinking about it, Sister Man was quite arrogant. Her body was upright. After everyone had experienced the pleasure of riding a horse, the group of people went elsewhere. Xianxia thought that Nan Manpei would go back. After all, she was here for a blind date. Now that the other half of the blind date had left, she had no reason to play with a group of kids. But she did not leave. Instead, she said that she wanted to drive a go-kart. The go-kart was a little far, and it would take time to wait for the electric car to pass by. So, the group of people rented the bicycles in the park. Liu happily planned to follow Xianxia and get gifts. Let's go. Don't follow us, Xianxia said. Anyway, we're all playing. Let's go together, okay? Liu said in a coquettish tone. No, I'll hit you again. Xianxia gently knocked on her head. Alright then. Liu clutched his head. With a disappointed expression. After all, she was a college student. She was much more cultured than those female anchors from Dongguan. If it were them, they would shamelessly follow Xianxia because they could earn money quickly. In that case, Xianxia could only go back to the hotel. The two parties parted ways and rode in opposite directions. They met by chance and parted. They might not meet again in the future. Life was always like this. You would meet people one by one, and then those people would become distant scenery. Life continued to move forward. No matter if it was happy or sad, it would never stop. But Xianxia did not know that he had gained a die-hard fan. For Chen Qingyuan, Xianxia was the most dazzling scenery she had ever seen in her 18 years of life. She was so engrossed in it that she couldn't extricate herself from it. She tried to retain it so that it would forever be a part of her life. For Nan Manpei, Xianxia was also a scenery. It was still bright, but the color was a little bright and yellow. Thinking of this, she turned her head and looked at Xianxia. The wind lifted his bangs, and on his angular face, there was a smell of sweat. It was a sunny day in August, and it was hot. Nan Manpei regretted wearing a bra when she went out. It was uncomfortable, but if she didn't wear it, it would be heavier and more uncomfortable. Moreover, she was wearing short sleeves, and when she walked, it would jump and jump. It was very naughty. She envied women with small breasts who went out unrestrained. If Qin Baobao was here, she might be able to reach a consensus with Nan Manpei. If Suyu and Wang Zijin were here, they might join forces to fight against the two shameless women. Halfway through the ride, everyone saw a little kid sitting under the shade of a tree by the roadside, holding a dead branch in his hand. He was small and looked very lonely and bored. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai's half-brother. Why was he here alone? He looked like a punching bag. Although they hated this brother, he was still a brother. He was still young and looked like he was separated from the adults. They couldn't just sit back and watch. Li Donglai stopped the car and shouted, "Little brat, why are you here?" The little brat raised his head and looked at him. He didn't appreciate it at all. "It's none of your business." "Hey, you little brat, if I don't beat you up for a day, your skin will itch." Li Donglai stretched out his leg and kicked him lightly, knocking him over. The little brat had always been hostile to his elder brother. He felt that he had been greatly insulted and pounced over. Li Donglai stretched out his hand and pressed it against his forehead. He waved his hands and bared his teeth, but he couldn't touch him. This scene was unbearable to look at. Xianxia coughed and said, "Donglai, don't bully children." Who knew that after Li Donglai let go of his hand, the little brat spat at him? Fortunately, Li Donglai reacted quickly and dodged it. "I'll ask Daddy to hit you," Little Wimp threatened. Spit, it was a child's signature move. Children who didn't learn this trick were unqualified children. Xianxia recalled a story. There was a kid next door who spat at everyone he saw. His parents spoiled him. Every time someone scolded him, his parents would say, "He's still a kid." One day, a narrow-minded guy was spat on by a child. He was furious, pried open the child's mouth and spat a mouthful of phlegm. Since then, the child had never spat again. However, Little Wimp was Big Boss Li's son. Who would be tired of living and dare to do this? Nan Manpei stopped the car with one foot on the ground and asked, "Why are you here? Where's your mother?" Little Wimp didn't dare to be disrespectful to Nan Manpei. He had suffered before, so he answered honestly, "My mother didn't let me come out to play, so I snuck out by myself." Nan Manpei heard this and frowned. "How long have you snuck out?" Little Wimp said, "Just for a while. All the things here cost money. I don't have any money." So he sat alone by the roadside and sulked. Nan Manpei took out his phone and called his mother, "Your son is with me. Come and pick him up." From the racetrack to the go-kart track. Little Wimp shouted, "Tell me, tell me." He pulled Nan Manpei's sleeve and tiptoed to snatch the phone. Li Donglai clicked his tongue. If it was him who did this when he was young, his aunt would have hit him with a chestnut. His stepmother spoiled him too much, causing him to have such a domineering and willful personality. Nan Manpei passed the phone to him. Little Wimp said, "Mom, I'm with my aunt. I want to go and play. Don't worry about me." On the phone, the woman didn't seem to agree. Little Wimp threw a tantrum, "I want to play, I want to play. Otherwise, I'll go home alone." After venting his anger for a while, he returned the phone to Nan Manpei, "My mother wants to talk to you." Nan Manpei took the phone and put it to his ear. Man, please take care of how. The woman said. Nan Manpei said concisely, okay. She hung up the phone and patted the back seat, get in. Little Wimp said, I don't want to sit in your car. Nan Manpei said, don't lie, you take him. Little Wimp immediately refused, I don't want to sit in his car. Nan Manpei looked at Pei Ziki, you take him. Little Wimp said, I don't want to sit in his car either. This brat, Nan Manpei's mouth twitched, but there are no electric scooters here. You can only take a bicycle. She could directly scold Little Wimp's mother without any pressure. However, Nan Manpei couldn't show any attitude to a 10-year-old kid. Moreover, he wasn't like Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, who were elder sister's children and could be beaten up as she wished. That little wimp pointed at Xianxia and said, I want to sit in his car. I'm so flattered. My charm isn't just limited to girls anymore, even children are looking at me with admiration. Nan Manpei nodded, then, can you give him a ride? Xianxia said, no problem, Sister Man. Little Wimp immediately climbed onto Xianxia's bicycle. The bicycles in the forest park weren't as snobbish as the shared bicycles. They had back seats. In the end, Little Wimp got on the back seat and said, let's go. Take me to have fun. I'll put in a good word for you in front of my dad. Xianxia, who was pedaling, was stunned, what? You want to suck up to my dad? Little Wimp said in a firm tone, there are many people who want to suck up to my dad. As long as you listen to me obediently, I can put in a good word for you. Otherwise, you're finished. This little wimp, Xianxia said in annoyance, which eye of yours saw that I want to suck up to your dad? Little Wimp said, it's not like I haven't seen people like you before. Each and every one of them wanted to give my dad a gift and ask him for help. My dad wasn't willing, so they gave me a gift. They begged me to talk to my mom, and then my mom talked to my dad. Seeing that Xianxia didn't say anything, Little Wimp said in disdain, what are you pretending for? Hey, this kid wants to beat me up. When they arrived at the karting area, the group stopped and bought coupons to play. The fun of karting was that there was no need to consider any traffic rules. You could drive as much as you wanted and take turns in all kinds of positions. As for those who didn't know how to drive, they could experience the thrill of driving. The operation of karting was not much different from a real car. There were 5 karting cars on the track. If there were more, the track wouldn't be able to accommodate them. Xianxia, Nan Manpei, Li Donglai, Pei Ziki, and Qinqing Yuan were the first to finish. Xianxia held the steering wheel and waited for the staff behind him to start the karting car with the key. He looked at Nan Manpei beside him and said, Sister Man, 3 laps. Let's race. Nan Manpei raised the corner of her mouth and said, what's the bet? Xianxia said, if I lose, I'll sleep with you. If I win, you'll sleep with me. Nan Manpei said, I'll sink you. Xianxia cut in and said, I'll sink you into the Huangpu River. Do you believe me? Nan Manpei said, if you lose, I'll kick you. If I win, I'll let you kick me. No problem. As soon as they finished speaking, they stepped on the accelerator almost at the same time. The 2 karting cars had the same horsepower and speed. It was just a matter of who was more experienced and who could take turns better. Xianxia soon realized that his driving skills were not as good as Nan Manpei's. When Xianxia turned, he first braked and slowed down before taking turns. Nan Manpei didn't brake. She just turned the steering wheel and drifted. Sister Man was indeed an experienced driver. She was ashamed. After 2 consecutive turns, Xianxia was half a car behind. However, he learned quickly and quickly became an experienced driver. He learned from Nan Manpei and drifted without braking. An experienced driver and a wanton person were the same. The former would rather die than step on the brakes. The latter would rather die than return to the city. On the 3rd lap, Nan Manpei was still half a car ahead of him. The result was set. Her lips curled into a smile. However, at the last turn, Xianxia turned the steering wheel violently. The front of the car hit Nan Manpei's car. Nan Manpei was at the edge of the turn. After being hit by Xianxia, the front of the car tilted and hit the edge of the truck's tire. Xianxia raced to the finish line. He turned his head excitedly, only to see Nan Man Pei driving back slowly. Her pretty face was gloomy and she looked very angry. They left the karting car. Although I won, I'm a man. Let's forget about the bet, Xianxia said. Nan Man Pei suddenly smiled and said coquettishly, come on, Sister Man is not afraid of pain. Use your strength, you don't have to take pity on me. Xianxia was speechless. Ha, ha ha, Sister Man, are you angry? Xianxia laughed dryly. No, I'm just waiting for you to kick me. Hurry. Xianxia lifted his leg and kicked her calf lightly. Nan Man Pei's smile disappeared. She gritted her teeth and said, Xianxia, you're really kicking me? Suddenly, a child's crying and scolding interrupted the two of them. Looking in the direction of the sound, little Wimp was pressed to the ground by Li Donglai and spanked hard. Nan Man Pei frowned slightly and was a little annoyed. What's wrong now? Chen Qingyuan stood at the side and said innocently, he spat at me. Nan Man Pei glanced at little Wimp and said unhappily, how, it's rude to spit. Little Wimp said, it's none of your business, it's none of your business. Nan Man Pei waved her hand tiredly and asked Li Donglai to get up. I'm too lazy to take care of this brat. Xianxia, help me look after him, she said. Huh? Why do I have to look after him? I'm not his father or brother. Take it as an apology for kicking me just now. I'll try my best to control the burning silence aura in my body. Little Wimp laid on the ground and did not get up, crying loudly. He looked so pitiful that even Xianxia could not help but feel pity for him. Why bother? Your mother is not even here, who are you crying for? Don't cry. You can't spit at people, you know? It's very rude. Xianxia helped him up. Giving birth to such a brat, the parents would be worried. No, the responsibility should be on the parents. Big Boss Li did not have the skills to educate children. Whether it was this brat or Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, when they first met, their personalities were so bad that they wanted to die. It was better not to have children in the future. Xianxia did not have the skills to educate children and had no experience. If he gave birth to a son and raised him wrongly, it would be painful. He would discuss it with his sister later. It would be better to have a daughter as the first child. Help me beat him up. Little Wimp pointed at Li Donglai and said to Xianxia. He's my disciple. Xianxia rolled his eyes. You should be more obedient. Pei. Little Wimp spat at Xianxia's face, quickly and accurately spraying venom. At that time, the spit was only a millimeter away from my face. In 0.01 seconds, it would have stuck to my handsome face. What the hell, old Master Qin, am not dead yet, and you're already spitting at me. Fortunately, the effects of the times are calling that Xianxia had painstakingly trained came in handy. Relying on his superhuman reflexes, he leaned back and narrowly avoided the venom attack. Venom attack from the brat, miss, this was like a high-level account with godly equipment facing a goblin with a wooden hammer. If the goblin stood still and let the goblin hit him, only a miss would appear on top of the goblin's head. Similarly, a high-level account with a light hit would be able to blast the goblin into pieces. Unfortunately, this was not a game. Not to mention that the brat was Big Brother Li's son. Even if he wasn't, Xianxia couldn't lay his hands on a child. It was the same logic as how a man couldn't bring himself to fight with a woman. Li Donglai could beat up his younger brother without restraint. He was his brother, and Xianxia was his elder. He couldn't beat up the brat in front of so many people. But if he didn't beat him up, he would be angry. The child couldn't understand such things as gentlemanly demeanor. Instead, he thought that Xianxia was afraid of his identity, so he became even more unscrupulous. Taking a deep breath, he sank his chi into his dantian and gathered it at the tip of his tongue. Pei. Pei. The venom hit him 3 times in a row, but Xianxia dodged all of them. Pa. When the brat was brewing the 4th mouthful of venom, Nan Man Pei finally couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him. It was just a small slap. It was very light, so it probably wouldn't hurt. The brat had obviously never been humiliated like this before. He met Nan Man Pei's cold eyes and turned to punch and kick Xianxia. Xianxia reached out his hand to block the brat's head. No matter how he punched and kicked, he couldn't touch him. I'm going to beat you to death. I'm going to beat you to death. You dog, you are a dog. My dog. I'll ask my dad to beat you to death. Xianxia's mouth twitched. This account was useless. He suggested that Big Brotherly delete his account and start from scratch. He had met a lot of naughty children. When he was in junior high school, a couple living on the same floor gave birth to a naughty child. The child was always swearing and had no manners or upbringing. Because the male owner was a middle school teacher, he often came to Xianxia's house to ask the old man, who was still a university teacher at that time, for advice and to discuss the great cause of education. That teacher might have been a good teacher, but he was obviously lacking when it came to educating his children. He was drinking and chatting in the old master's study, talking about national affairs, encouraging words, and talking about nobility. His son and Xianxia were playing in the living room. Actually, at that time, Xianxia was not very willing to play with the little brat, so his attitude was not very good. He accidentally angered the little brat, who threw things and scolded him. He even threw an apple at Xianxia's nose. Xianxia had a nosebleed at that time. At that time, Qin Bao Bao, whose cheeks had just lost their roundness and became thin and charming, heard the noise and came out. When she saw her brother, who she regarded as her exclusive property, bleeding from his nose, she immediately exploded. She gave him a violent beating. Since then, the naughty brat never came to Xianxia's house again. He was scared when he saw Qin Bao. The child was naughty and disobedient. What should she do? Just give him a beating and everything would be fine. This brat was spoiled by my stepmother. Li Donglai raised his hand and was about to slap him. Nan Man Pei stopped him. Speaking of which, she was temporarily taking care of the little brat. She was secretly taking care of the nephew who was not related to her by blood and then letting the nephew who was related to her bully the nephew who was not related to her by blood. With her upbringing and character, she could not do such a thing. She was even too lazy to educate the little brat. What did it have to do with her whether he was ugly or not? As long as she educated Li Donglai and Pei Ziki well, she would be satisfied. Perhaps it was because his aunt and siblings were not kind people. Without his mother's support, he did not dare to be too picky. He also felt that Xianxia was the same as those who came to ask for help and did not dare to offend him. Hence, he grabbed Xianxia and scolded, "You're a dog who comes to my father for help. I want my father to beat you to death." Li Donglai was furious. "I'll beat you to death." His ambition was not small. He even wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with his father. At this time, Nan Man Pei's phone rang again. She answered. Man, Mom is not feeling well again. Xianxia asked me to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Also, he received a call. There's something at the office and he has to rush over. You can bring Hao and Ziki back with you. Nan Man Pei said, "You're leaving now?" "Yes." "Alright then." Nan Man Pei hung up helplessly. The old lady was really too much. She came out to play when she was not feeling well. She went back to the hospital after playing around. "We have to go back." Nan Man Pei looked at them. "Grandma is not feeling well and your father has something to do at the office." Pei Ziki suggested, "Then let's go back later?" "I still want to experience kayaking." Nan Man Pei pondered. "That's fine too. Xianxia, keep an eye on him. Donglai drove here himself. He has a car." After Li Donglai was admitted to university, Nan Man Pei rewarded him with an Audi A6. Li Donglai, this idiot, had a low EQ. It was probably because he spent all his skills and talents on fighting. He often talked about finding a girlfriend. He was good at talking, but he was not good at acting. Otherwise, he would have driven the A6 to the entrance of the university to pick up girls. Xianxia was unwilling. He also wanted to go back, but if he left, Nan Man Pei would definitely be worried. This group of people were all children. He was the only adult and the elder. Hence, he said, "Don't worry. I'm an experienced driver and I'm skilled. I guarantee that everyone in the car will be in good condition." Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "Okay." Li Donglai immediately said, "Auntie, don't worry. I'm also an experienced driver." It's just kayaking. I've never used a paddle. I rely on the waves my whole life. Nan Manpei replied to him with a knock on his head. Be honest. Nan Manpei said angrily. After saying that, she left the karting venue. Pei Ziki added insult to injury. You don't have Qinzai's life, but you got Qinzai's illness. Li Donglai sighed. When can I be as outstanding as him? Pei Ziki sneered. It's hopeless. Accept your fate. Li Donglai was unconvinced. Master must have something up his sleeve. I'll go and ask him. Li Donglai humbly asked for advice. Qinzai pondered for a long time after hearing that. Li Shizhen's show. Li Shizhen's mischievousness. It depended on talent. It couldn't be learned. How about this? I'll say something. If you can understand it one day, you'll probably graduate, Qinzai said. Li Donglai put on an expression of listening attentively. Chen Qingyuan and Pei Ziki, who were beside him, also pricked up their ears. Qinzai said, You just started university. How's university life? I came back from Japan and wanted to make friends with you. Are you interested in Japanese girls? So, are you free this Sunday? Li Donglai was stunned. That's it? Qinzai nodded. That's it. Li Donglai looked at Pei Ziki and Chen Qingyuan. Did you hear anything? Chen Qingyuan, Qinga might want to say that university life is good. Pei Ziki, stupidly Donglai, Qinzai wants to introduce a girlfriend to you. Li Donglai was pleasantly surprised. Really, Qingu? Qinzai, sigh, how lonely it was to be an expert. Everyone experienced the thrill of karting, except for the women. Including the brat of the Li family. The brat's driving skills were a mess. He bumped all the way. Fortunately, the karting wasn't fast and there were big trucks on both sides. No matter how hard he bumped, nothing happened. For a 10-year-old child, this was a rare and excellent experience. After all, he couldn't be like the rich children abroad, driving a small car with a little girl and showing off at a young age. When he grew up, he would be even more arrogant. Under the leadership of Qinzai, a group of people rode to the kayaking area. The little brat naturally sat in Qinzai's car. The little brat raised his chin at a 45-degree angle. His face was full of pride and arrogance as if he was saying, Master gets on the sedan chair. Qinzai really wanted to beat him up. The kayak moved forward on the blue waves. The blue sky and white clouds were reflected in the water. Qinzai sat at the front of the boat and remembered that he went to the amusement park in Xishan with his sister and experienced many exciting games such as the haunted house and roller coaster. At that time, his parents were also with him. He was forced onto the roller coaster and pendulum by his sister. When they came down, his sister vomited. Qinzai's face was as pale as a ghost. In the haunted house, the staff jumped out at the corner to scare his sister. His sister screamed in a high decibel. Qinzai heard the staff cursing. Damn, you scared me. Although the light was dim, Qinzai clearly saw the staff's body tremble. At this time, he was suddenly kicked in the waist. Go away, I want to sit at the front of the boat. The brat ordered. You want to get beaten up again? Li Donglai, who was rowing the boat, scolded. Donglai, don't be so angry. Qinzai moved and gave the seat to the brat. When the brat grew up, whenever he recalled his childhood, he would probably say something like, My brother loved me very much when I was young. He liked to treat me to his favorite big mouth. Qinzai despised him in this aspect. My sister loved me very much when I was young. She liked to treat me to her favorite big mouth. One punch for one big mouth. The system came out to show off. The system usually didn't come out. It said that it was deducing the birth, process, and destruction of the universe. It claimed that it was different from those pretentious brats who only knew how to show off with the host. If one had to give an example, it would be the difference between a celebrity and a scientist. Qinzai tried hard to recall, but he couldn't remember the original name of the lowly system. He felt that it was looking for an excuse for its lowly status, and shamelessly gave itself the high hat of a scientific research system. If you want to hit a big mouth, you have to ask for my permission first. Qinzai said. Everyone is hitting a big mouth. The system said. Then this salted fish will have to be the enemy of the world. Xianxia said. What if it's a pretentious brat host that's hitting a big mouth? The system asked. Don't be afraid, just do it. Xianxia finished acting cool and hugged the system's thigh. Don't I still have you, the invincible system? The system said, I'm just a lowly one. This person. The system was invincible once it made fun of itself. Xianxia said, are you a defective product produced by the system's supplier? The system was angry. Don't mess around, I was born for the great world of scientific research. I'm different from those cheap commercial goods. Also, when I was born, I was awesome. But because my main purpose was scientific research, I was cut. Oh my, you scared this salted fish. Do you think you're Miyamoto? You think the invincible me can be cut again? After rowing the kayak, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Peiziki was satisfied and wanted to return to Shanghai to say goodbye to her friends. The little brat still wanted to play, but Li Donglai and Peiziki didn't care about him, so he vented his anger on Xianxia. When Xianxia wasn't paying attention, he ruthlessly kicked him. Dog, you're a dog. Poo poo poo. Venom triple strike. Although he avoided the saliva attack, the 10-year-old brat's kick still hurt a little. Xianxia tried to hold it in, but he couldn't. He was completely enraged. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't know the wrath of a king. When Li Donglai saw this, he could not help but want to beat his brother up. His face was burning. After all, he was a member of the Li family. He had no manners and rules at all. It was so embarrassing. Forget it, let's go home. Xianxia looked at the provocative little brat. The 4 of them left the forest park in an electric car and returned to the hotel. They went to the front desk to ask, found the hotel lobby manager, checked out and packed up. According to the original plan, they were going to spend the weekend in the hotel. However, he was a big boss after all. He always had endless things to do. Moreover, he was in a sensitive period recently. It was normal for there to be unexpected events. The entire Penguin was under surveillance. If you don't believe me, you can change the personal information of Weixin and Cuckoo. Whoever can do it, I'll livestream myself eating sh*t, eat a pound of sh*t, wait here, we'll drive over, Xianxia said to the little brat. The little brat ignored him and stood at the entrance of the hotel. A 10-year-old child could understand a lot of things. Moreover, he was born in such a family. His vision was definitely higher than that of ordinary children. When he said that Xianxia was a dog, he was referring to you or the Li family's dog. This was how it was shown on TV. In fact, since Xianxia became famous until now, the Li family had not done much. For Xianxia and Li Jianya, this was a friendship. Of course, the little brat did not understand this. He just said what he saw on the surface without restraint. Xianxia drove Li Donglai's Audi A6 out of the underground parking lot. When the bumper was raised, he looked back. There were no cars, so he stopped and asked the old man in the guard booth, "Sir, do you have a rope?" The old man first looked at the A6 logo and said kindly, "What kind of rope do you want?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Any kind of rope is fine." The old man said, "Yes." The Audi A6 left the underground parking lot and stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Xianxia pushed the door open and got out of the car. He stood beside the car like a butler and asked the young master to get in. The young master got into the car valiantly. He seemed a little surprised by Xianxia's sensibility and looked up at him. Then, he saw the scene in the car and was stunned. Bang! The car door closed. Xianxia quickly got into the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. His impatient look made him look like a human trafficker who was driving a van to kidnap children from the roadside. Inside the car, Li Donglai and Peiziki were lying askew in the back seat. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and they were wearing blindfolds. They were motionless like salted fish. At such a young age, little Wimp had already experienced this feeling and was completely dumbfounded. Li Donglai, Peiziki, he shook Li Donglai and Peiziki, but the 2 of them seemed to have fainted and ignored his calls. "What did you do to them?" Little Wimp glared at the back of Xianxia's head. "I didn't do anything." I just knocked him out. Why did you knock them out? Activating acting proficiency, Xianxia laughed wildly. Of course I'm going to sell it. Little wimp, if there was a camera at this moment, it would be able to record a 10-year-old child's dumbfounded, nervous, and scared expression. A 10-year-old child, facing such a sudden turn of events, was a little confused. He sat in between Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, and was stunned for a long time. I want my father to beat you to death. Little wimp forced himself to say. Xianxia laughed loudly, turned his head, and gave Little Wimp a wild and arrogant expression, completely like a villain in a TV drama. Your father can't find me. Since I dared to do this, naturally I'm not afraid of your father. His acting was a little exaggerated. A real bad guy should be reserved and sinister. However, the target was a child. He acted as a reserved and calm bad guy, and it was not effective. Little Wimp was obviously frightened by his expression, and subconsciously leaned back in his seat. Xianxia's expression was ferocious, and his tone was fierce. I'm going to sell your sister and brother, not to buy them as children, but to sell their organs. Little Wimp's eyes widened. Dig your brother and sister's heart out, dig out their eyes, dig out their intestines, and sell them all. You can earn a lot of money. Xianxia laughed sinisterly. Little Wimp was scared, and trembled. He said in a sobbing tone, don't sell them. Xianxia was stunned, and his tone was still fierce. Fine, if I don't sell them, then I'll sell you. Little Wimp cried on the spot. Woo-woo. Don't sell me, you can sell Li Donglai and Pei Ziki. Pei Ziki can be sold as someone's wife, someone worth more than me. Woo-woo. Burp. Xianxia saw Pei Ziki's mouth twitching from the rearview mirror. He did not hesitate to sell his brother and sister. This child had a future. Xianxia said fiercely, shut up, if you cry again, I'll tie you up like them, and dig out your heart and eyes. Your mother told you before, human traffickers are inhumane. Little Wimp immediately shut up, and his little shoulders trembled. Everyone had heard a joke or a warning in their childhood. You were picked up from the trash by your mother. Don't talk to strangers, be careful not to be kidnapped by human traffickers. Therefore, everyone's childhood was shrouded in the shadow of human traffickers. Little Wimp was no exception. He met the terrifying human traffickers that his mother spoke of. But I won't dig out your eyes, I'll ask your father for a sum of money to redeem you. As long as you listen to me and cooperate, you'll be fine. Otherwise, you'll be like your brother and sister. Xianxia said in a low voice. Do you want to have your eyes dug out and your heart dug out like your brothers and sisters? Little Wimp choked. No. He looked pitiful as if he wanted to cry but did not dare to. The car left Chongming and drove onto the Yangtze River Bridge. Xianxia did not say anything along the way. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai quietly adjusted their positions midway. They had been lying crookedly for a long time and they were tired. Not long after, Li Donglai's snoring sounded. He had fallen asleep. Little Wimp was in a state of nervousness and fear. His small body was straight and his eyes were slightly red. Sometimes, he would look pitifully out of the window. He was probably praying in his heart that Spider-Man or Superman would come down from the sky and save him. No, at his age, he should be praying to Big Bear, Bear 2, or Xianxia. Or, blah blah blah, Xiaomashyan? What grade are you in? After crossing the Yangtze River Bridge and entering Shanghai, Xianxia could not help but strike up a conversation. Little Wimp did not react. Do you want to have your eyes dug out? Xianxia threatened. Third grade. Little Wimp said in a sobbing tone. You're so small, I thought you were in kindergarten. Xianxia muttered. Where did you go to kindergarten? Huaqiao Kindergarten. Huaqiao Kindergarten was a famous high-class kindergarten in Shanghai. There were 7 or 8 branches. Xianxia had heard of it for more than 10 years. When he was young, he had hopes of entering it, but his family was not rich. The old man weighed in his heart for 3 seconds and said, A's brain is not good. Forget it, let Bao Bao in. Just like that, he passed by the famous Huaqiao Kindergarten that he had heard of when he was young. Then it's nearby. Xianxia said, do you want uncle to take you to the kindergarten to play? Little Wimp succumbed to his power and did not dare to object. Xianxia picked up his phone and put it down after a while. Soon after, the bell rang. It was actually the sound of his alarm clock. He plugged in his earpiece and answered the call. Hello. Yes, the matter is settled. The 3 children of the Li family are in my car. I'm coming over now. Ha ha ha, of course, this time we will definitely make a lot of money. They have so many good things on them, they can be sold for a lot of money. You mean Li Jianya's youngest son? He knows his place, what's wrong? Little Wimp's ears perked up as if he was being mentioned. Yes, I just asked. He's only 10 years old, 3rd grade. Oh, you said there's a client who's also 10 years old and wants a heart transplant? No problem, just dig out his heart and sell it for a good price, wahahaha. Just at this time, Xianxia turned into another elevated road, deviating from the direction of the kindergarten. In the back seat, Little Wimp's mind exploded. You said you wouldn't dig out my heart. Bad guy who doesn't keep his word. Let me down, let me down. Little Wimp threw himself in front of the car door and hit it with all his strength, crying, "This is not the car to the kindergarten. Mommy, save me." Sob sob sob, sob sob sob. Burp. Xianxia laughed arrogantly, "You can't get down, the car door has been welded shut by me." Ahahaha, the car door was already locked, and Little Wimp could not open it at all. In the car, Xianxia's arrogant and exaggerated laughter and Little Wimp's wails could be heard. Xianxia arrived at the hospital according to the address given by Nan Man Pei. At this time, Little Wimp had already fallen asleep. He could really cry, howling for 20 minutes. Then, he fell asleep, his head tilted on Pei Ziqi's belly. After he fell asleep, Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi did not have to continue acting anymore. They untied the rope and took off the eye mask. Pei Ziqi looked at Xianxia with a strange gaze, as if she was getting to know him again. Li Donglai called his stepmother to come over and pick him up. Xianxia said, "Then I'll leave first." At this time, it was time to leave and hide his identity. Otherwise, it would be awkward when they met later. Li Donglai urged him to stay. "Master, I'll send you back." Pei Ziqi kicked him, "Idiot." Xianxia took out the mask he always carried with him from his pocket, put it on, opened the door and got out, waving his hand, "No need, I'll take a taxi back." Before he left, he looked at Little Wimp, hoping that when Little Wimp went to junior high, he would be able to recall today's events and get rid of the shadow in his heart. In the future, when he scolded and spat at people impolitely, he could also think about today. Alright, it doesn't matter, I don't care if he changes or not, I'm happy anyway. How wonderful. A few minutes later, his stepmother came down from the hospital and walked to the Audi A6. She saw her son curled up in the back seat asleep. "Stop the car, let's go up together." The woman's tone was calm. After saying that, she carried her son. Little Wimp trembled and woke up immediately. It could be seen that even when he was sleeping, he was still tense. When he opened his eyes and saw his mother, he was stunned at first, then he started to wail. His voice was filled with tears, and it was extremely mournful. "Mom, save me, I don't want to be sold, don't dig out my eyeballs." Passers-by looked sideways. The woman's unfriendly gaze swept past Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi, and she said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Little Wimp cried loudly, "He wants to sell us, sell all 3 of us." Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi were caught and dug out their eyeballs and hearts, sob sob sob. He buried his head in his mother's arms and cried loudly. The woman was stunned. She looked at her stepson and stepdaughter, then looked at her son, and said gently, "Be good, don't cry, who is he?" He. Little Wimp couldn't call out Xianxia's name at all. "The person who came with Auntie, he wants to sell me, he wants to sell me," he said. The woman comforted him, "Be good, don't cry, turn around and look, brother and sister are all here." Little Wimp wiped his tears and turned his head to look, sigma, degree winky face. Li Donglai sat in the driver's seat, and Pei Ziqi sat in the passenger's seat. The brother and sister had the same paralyzed face, and they were expressionless. Li Donglai said, "He has been sleeping since he got in the car." Pei Ziqi said, "Maybe it's a dream." Li Donglai said, "It's probably a dream, he had a lot of fun today, he's tired." The woman asked, Qin. She came back with you? Li Donglai said, no, he's with Chen Qingyuan. The woman nodded, carried her son with difficulty, and turned to walk to the hospital. Little Wimp said, it's not a dream, Mom. The woman said, yes, it's not a dream, let's go upstairs to see Grandma. Little Wimp said, it's not a dream, it's really not a dream, sob. The woman said, yes, it's not a dream. Little Wimp, he felt so wronged, he wanted to make a scene. In the special ward. Old Madame Li sat by the bed and nagged her son impatiently. I told you I'm fine. It's just a little pain. I've been through worse in the past and didn't see a doctor. Li Xianxia said helplessly, Mom, you're old now. You can't be careless when it's just a little pain. They did a blood test and urine test, as well as an ultrasound. Everything was normal. Li Xianxia wanted his mother to do a full body checkup. Illness comes like a landslide, but goes away like silk. Old Man Li was infected with liver cancer for no reason. He was in the late stage when they found out and passed away after lying in the hospital for a few months. It was useless. Even if there were professional caregivers and medical teams, when the King of Hell called for you, even the 5-star red flag couldn't protect you. Nan Man Pei agreed. Old Madam, you should be more careful at your age. Old Madame Li didn't have a daughter. She treated Nan Man Pei like her own daughter and pulled her to the bed to chat. Li Xianxia listened in silence. He looked at his mother and sister-in-law's beautiful face from time to time. It really felt like a younger sister chatting with her mother. When he first met Nan Man Pei, she was 13 years old. He was just a small cadre in a small town. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. He had a son and a daughter. She was still single. Li Xianxia thought that it was probably because he was born with a bad temper. When he was dating her sister, Nan Man Pei didn't like him. Later on, he went to Shanghai to seek refuge with the Li family. In fact, Nan Man Pei never asked the Li family to do anything for her. However, as her brother-in-law, he had to be self-aware. How did the unself-aware brother-in-law get half of his sister-in-law's butt? Although Li Xianxia had no interest in his sister-in-law, he had to do his best to help her gain a foothold in Shanghai, regardless of whether it was for the sake of the friendship between the two families or for the sake of his wife. It was because of this that Nan Man Pei tolerated him all these years. Ziki and Donglai had resentment, but she didn't. Impossible. The woman carried her son in. It was a little difficult for the woman to carry a 10-year-old boy, but the little brat was sobbing in his mother's arms, making her unable to harden her heart and let go of her son. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai followed behind. Seeing this, the old lady frowned. Donglai, Ziki, are you bullying your brother again? Li Xianxia turned a blind eye to it. During his tenure, Li Xianxia was famous for his pragmatism. He was not an honest official, but he was definitely a good official who was influenced by his father. He had a good reputation in the government, but his attitude towards educating his children was thought-provoking. Li Donglai, Pei Ziki, and the little brat Li Hao had never seen their father scold them for doing something wrong, nor would he praise them for doing something good. Even when his ex-wife's children and his current wife's son were scheming against each other, he was just a bystander. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki's childhood had unlimited freedom and room for self-creation. It was not a good or bad thing. It might raise a child with a strong personality and charisma, but it might also raise a wastrel who could not do anything right. Old Master Qin was good at teaching and educating people, and he was also good at educating his children. He could reason with them and beat them with a stick. But be it Qin Zhe or Qin Bao Bao, they rarely did anything out of line in their childhood and adolescence, and they would not try things that others did not dare to try. Stealing their parents' pocket money to buy popsicles and lick them did not count. They were nailed to a certain frame and followed the rules of the frame. Look, the little brat thought it through and did not dare to do it. Sister wanted to let it go, but still did not dare to do it. It was really hard to tell which was good and which was bad. Dad, he wants to sell me and dig out my eyes and heart. The little brat cried to his father. Before Li Xianxia could say anything, the old lady frowned. What's going on? Who wants to sell you? The woman hurriedly said, It's okay, Mom. How fell asleep on the way back and had a nightmare. He's throwing a tantrum. He had a dream. The old lady heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. The woman smiled as if nothing had happened. Man, is Xianxia still in the forest park? Or did he go back to Shanghai? Man Pei caught a glimpse of Li Donglai from the corner of his eye. He was slightly surprised and said, I'm not sure. How still wants to play in the park, so I came back first. The woman said, oh. After sitting for a few more minutes, Man Pei said, Old madam, if there's nothing else, I'll go back. The old lady urged him to stay. Stay for dinner tonight. Man Pei shook his head. I'm still used to eating my own food. It suits my taste. She glanced at her nephew and niece. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki said in unison, Auntie's cooking is the best. It was so painful to lie against one's conscience. In the elevator, Man Pei said, what's going on? Why is How crying? Who wants to betray him? Pei Ziki betrayed Xianxia first. It's Xianxia's prank. He immediately described everything that had happened. He described it vividly, and even the little brat's cries were not missed. Li Donglai said, it's so satisfying. Xianxia has so many ideas. Man Pei was speechless for a long time after hearing that. This guy used a very popular online slang, Li Shizhen's skin. He had so many ideas. To put on a show for a little kid, should he say that he was bored or had a headache? Man Pei didn't put herself in Xianxia's shoes. If it were her being spat on and scolded by a little kid, over and over again. She didn't need to say anything. She would see him at the Huangpu River tonight. Leaving the elevator, Man Pei took out her mobile phone and opened a chat group. This group was not Xianxia's salted fish harem group. There were only 4 women in it. The meaning of its existence was to serve as a battlefield for Qin Baobao and Suyu's quarrel. Occasionally, Wang Zijin would get involved. Man Pei mostly watched. Sometimes, when she saw Suyu being attacked by 2 women and retreating, she would jump out and give a fatal blow for her best friend. Today's chat record at noon, cross-dressing big boss, it's so boring. The heartless little red guy hooked up with Man Pei and was taken to romantic Turkey by her. A little bird, damn brother complex, you can't live without Xianxia, right? Cross-dressing big boss, yes, what's wrong? A little bird, damn pervert sister. Cross-dressing big boss, Zijin, scold her for me Ching Zijin. Ching Zijin, in the face of ironclad facts, any attack I make is pale and powerless. Cross-dressing big boss, a little bird, cross-dressing big boss, Xianxia said that your company is going to shoot a TV series again, right? Cross-dressing big boss, yes. A little bird, reserve a leading role for me, not a small supporting role, but a big supporting role. Cross-dressing big boss, okay. A little bird, you actually agreed so quickly? Then send me the show. Xianxia only told her that Tianfeng was going to shoot a TV series and that he would still write the script, but he did not say that he and Qin Baobao would not act in it. Suyu thought that the siblings would still be the female lead. She couldn't wait to book a role, preferably with Qin Baobao. Cross-dressing big boss, but I have something to ask you. How much is Xianxia's monthly salary and bonus at Baoza Investment? A little bird, 7 million yuan. Cross-dressing big boss, so little? Shocked expression, Baoza Investment was Xianxia's most profitable company at present, half a notch higher than Tianfeng Entertainment. As far as Qin Baobao knew, most of Baoza Investment's shares were in Xianxia's hands, because it was the company he built single-handedly. It should be mentioned that Xianxia only received his salary and no bonus every month. The money was deposited in a company account for emergency use. For example, this time when he ran away with the money. A little bird, because now I am the major shareholder of Baoza Investment. Cross-dressing big boss, degree, Ching Zijin, degree, a little bird, I bought it from him a long time ago. Didn't he tell you? Cross-dressing big boss, I want to kill him. Ching Zijin, same. A little bird, that's it. Give me the script, I will look for a role first. Cross-dressing big boss, the electronic version of the script is at the company, not at home. There are only copies at home. A little bird, then I will come over. I can't help but want to see it. After hesitating for a long time, Nan Manpei chose to take a screenshot and send it to Xianxia. Xianxia's head was scorching, wearing a mask, and he waited for a while on the side of the road before he got a taxi. The summer in Shanghai was particularly hot. In addition to the hot sun, there were thousands of air conditioners delivering heat and tens of millions of cars emitting exhaust fumes. Just standing on the side of the road for a moment, he was sweating. A blue taxi passed by, Xianxia waved, and the car stopped at the side of the road. "Where are you going?" the taxi driver asked. "Royal View Mansion," Xianxia said. "Oh, you live there?" The driver looked at Xianxia through the rearview mirror in surprise. "Yeah." Xianxia nodded. "Which way to go, you tell me?" the driver asked. Xianxia said it again in Shanghai dialect. The driver replied with an "oh" and didn't say anything else. There was no problem in the conversation, but the driver was actually testing the passenger. If the passenger was not clear about the road, the driver could quietly take a few laps. How to quietly find out whether the passenger was a local was the professional cultivation of every taxi driver. This trick was very popular a few years ago, but it doesn't work very well now because even if the passenger is not clear about the road, he can use his mobile phone to navigate. With the development of technology, the drivers can earn less and less, which seriously affects the life and welfare of the taxi drivers. Evil technology, damn it. Xianxia leaned against the back seat, blowing the air conditioner, and felt alive again. My life was given by the air conditioner. The phone rang. Xianxia took out his mobile phone and found that it was a message from Nan Manpei. He crossed his legs and leaned against the back of the chair, the posture of a big boss. Opening the phone, it was a screenshot. Looking at it again. Salted Fish Zay was stiff and unconsciously put down his legs and straightened his back. It became the posture of a little rookie facing a big boss. "Suyu, what are you doing? Why did you tell them about the equity transfer? Do you think that by saying that you bought it, you can dispel their suspicions? Ridiculous, you know nothing about IQ. You pig teammate." And then? They are now, at this time if nothing unexpected happens, at home, in Royal View Mansion. That's Azure Field. We still have 15 minutes to reach the Azure Field and are on the way to our deaths. "Master, if you don't mind, why don't we drive around Shanghai?" Xianxia asked. The driver looked at him blankly through the rearview mirror and thought, is this passenger testing me? I didn't take a detour. I'll definitely send you back as soon as possible. The driver said. I don't mind if you take a detour. Driver? What was wrong with his brain? In the luxurious residence of Royal View Grand Garden, Qin Bao, Suyu, and Wang Zijin were sitting on the sofa, each with a tall glass in front of them. There was red wine in the glass and a large plate of half-melted ice cream. It could barely be considered ice cream. It was Qin Bao's failed creation. The cream was mixed with shaved ice, and the surface was covered with a layer of soft mango paste, like a pile of fresh hot shit. The three of them were playing cards and running fast. This time they didn't play with money. Suyu had suffered. If they played with money, she would be besieged by two women. The rules of playing cards were that whoever had the most cards in their hands at the end had to do a shameful thing according to the requirements of the winner. Zijin, she only has 2 cards. Let's join forces to trap her. Qin Baobao urged. Suyu's face changed. At this time, Suyu had 2 cards in her hand. Qin Baobao had the most, followed by Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin glanced around, her eyes looked up, pondered, and nodded, okay. Pair of 3. Wang Zijin played her cards. Suyu suddenly smiled and threw out the last pair of cards in her hand, pair of 8, I won. On Qin Baobao's face, the smile gradually disappeared. She stared at Wang Zijin with wide eyes. Wang Zijin looked shocked and innocent. Oh, I didn't expect her to be a pair in the end. I thought she was a single. I miscalculated. 3. Qin Baobao, you degree, go away, you fake best friend. Suyu laughed twice. Let me think about what to do this time. She guessed right. When there were no interests, the 2 best friends were not of one mind. If they played with money, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin would unite to ensure that the interests of themselves and their best friends would not be lost. But in normal life, the two of them were not united. Especially when they could see the other party embarrassed. Of course, Suyu herself had lost several times and was forced to do some shameful things. For example, just now, Qin Baobao made her crawl around the sofa 3 times. It was so shameful that she almost had a dog chain around her neck. There was the sound of a password being entered outside the door. A moment later, there was the sound of a key being inserted into the keyhole. With a beep, the door opened. Sweating profusely, Qinzhe returned home covered in dust. Qinzhe walked quickly into the house, looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no fighting or quarreling. Qinzhe finally chose to go home because he was worried. He was afraid that if he returned home late, the house would be torn down and he would have no home to return to. The thought of 3 women tearing down the roof together was scary. In the living room, the 3 women smiled happily at the same time, their eyes shining. Qinzhe, you're back. At this moment, Qinzhe had to let his imagination run wild. If it was in ancient times, when Qin Laoe returned to his mansion, there would be 3 women in brightly colored clothes who were as beautiful as flowers welcoming him respectfully in the central hall. Each of them revealed a beautiful smile. Laoe, you are back. It was beautiful just thinking about it. Qinzhe took off his shoes and changed into slippers, pretending to be confused. Suyu, why are you here? Suyu said, I came to read the script. Then take the script and leave. Why are you still playing cards? Suyu's eyes lit up and said, I got it, Qin Baobao, do 20 push-ups immediately, the kind with your chest on the ground. Qin Baobao covered her chest with one hand, clenched her fist with the other, and bit her lip. She looked very ashamed. Wang Zijin's eyes were bright and she was looking forward to it. Qinzhe was stunned. What's the situation? Qin Baobao looked at Qinzhe for help, but Suyu pushed her, hurry up. So, the sister reluctantly walked to the side and began to do push-ups. Wang Zijin and Suyu stood aside and urged her. Suyu said, this doesn't count, your chest is not on the ground. Qin Baobao, his sister was wearing a pair of shorts and a tight-fitting t-shirt. Her 2 slender and fair legs were tightly clasped together, outlining her ample bosom. Every time she bent over, her bosom would squeeze out an arc on the ground that would make one's blood boil. 2 balls, one up and one down. Constantly changing shape. What the hell? Playing cards? In addition, she should not be wearing a bra. Wang Zijin and Suyu looked at each other and were satisfied. This is the punishment for big-breasted women. What are you doing? Qinzhe struggled to look away from his sister's chest. Playing cards. Suyu said. The winner can order the loser to do a shameful thing. Wang Zijin said. Can I participate? Qinzhe's eyes shone like pure 24K gold. No. Wang Zijin, Suyu, and Qin Baobao said in unison. Why? Qinzhe refused to accept it. Because you are too evil. The 3 women said in their hearts at the same time. Moreover, they were hurting each other. As long as they thought of making Qin Baobao or Wang Zijin do shameful things, Suyu trembled with excitement. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin were the same. Qinzhe was a little lost. Qin Baobao finished 20 push-ups, panting and blushing. She shook her numb and swollen hands, rubbed her numb and swollen chest, gritted her teeth and said, again. Qinzhe was suddenly very curious about one thing. When men do push-ups, their chests will be sore. Do women feel the same? The chest is full of fat. Suyu won the second game. This time, Wang Zijin did not throw the game. Suyu had a good hand. Qin Baobao was very nervous. But this time, Suyu did not embarrass her. She pointed to Wang Zijin and said, 3 minutes of cheating. Wang Zijin's small face was white. Qin Baobao was surprised that Suyu did not scold her. Of course, she did not know that if it was before, Suyu would definitely catch Qin Baobao and scold her. But now, Suyu's hostility to Wang Zijin is actually more than Qin Baobao. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth, trembled, and sat down slowly. Qinzhe found that her delicate body was trembling slightly, and her face was not very good. Suyu said, split to the end. As she said, she pressed Wang Zijin's shoulder hard. Wang Zijin moaned and split to the end. A split. For 3 minutes, Wang Zijin struggled to hold on. Qin Baobao and Suyu tasted red wine and enjoyed the cold wind from the central air conditioner. 3 minutes later, Wang Zijin lay on the ground and could not get up. Qin Zhe hurried forward to help her. Is it that painful? He wondered. Wang Zijin grabbed Qin Zhe's arm tightly, and her small face was pale. She said bitterly, "This is the 6th time I've split. It hurts." Her walking posture was very strange, clamping her legs and following. It reminded Qin Zhe of Suyu when he lost his virginity for the first time. So, all the girls who have practiced the split can experience the feeling of losing their virginity in advance. Qin Zhe was a little annoyed. Why bother, forget it, as long as you're happy. The 3 women shuffled the cards and started the next game. Qin Zhe sat aside, made himself a glass of whiskey, lit a cigarette, and watched them play while being on tenterhooks. As a man, he should be like a stabilizing needle, able to suppress all storms. So, in order to prevent the sisters from fighting, he had to watch from the side, and by the way, he was a little envious of Long Outyin in his heart. Also, don't call me a scumbag, compared to those, incompetent, I'm much more manly. Ha ha ha, I won. Wang Zijin's voice rang out. Qin Zhe nodded slightly. Sister Ziwei played her cards beautifully. Her cards were not good, but she played them wisely, and it was a narrow victory. Then, who would she make do shameful things? Even though she and her sister were best friends, the 2 of them were always scheming against each other. Qin Zhe was actually eager to watch his sister play again, so that he could fully understand his sister's magnanimity. Wang Zijin snorted, "Suyu, do 50 squats and say, I'm poisonous as you do it." Suyu pouted. She was willing to admit defeat. She got up, stood in front of the TV, put her hands on her head, and squatted. As she did, she said, I'm poisonous, I'm poisonous." Qin Baobao hit her when she was down. "This B***TCH is poisonous." Wang Zijin agreed. "I think so too." Qin Zhe's face was full of tears. "It's not poisonous, really not poisonous. I swear on my integrity. I swear on my life." Qin Zhe watched his sisters come up with all kinds of ideas, such as Wang Zijin tearfully eating mango puree that was similar to hot poop. Suyu ate all the smoothies in 1 minute, then went to the toilet to vomit after eating, with tears in her eyes. His sister was asked to beat her chest 100 times like a chimpanzee. In an instant, the calm sea became turbulent. Wang Zijin and Suyu both had hateful and happy expressions on their faces, and it was easy to imagine their inner activities. So big breasts, are they showing it to me? Accept the punishment of small breasts, the amount of breasts you have. Fortunately, his sister's breasts were original goods. If she was like some stars, wouldn't she have to go to the hospital after beating? Qin Zhe was enjoying all kinds of benefits, and he was always envious. He wanted to participate and let his sisters see his imagination. He might as well play something more exciting, such as putting the fat girl on his head, or wearing a bra outside. Thinking about it made his nose hot. Another day, play such a game with Suyu. In terms of card skills, he should be better than Suyu. If he won, he would encourage Suyu to taste the lollipop. If he lost, what if Suyu encouraged him to taste his sister's juice? Thinking of this, Qin Zhe shuddered. Equality between men and women, equality between men and women. Suyu went to the toilet halfway. Qin Baobao sat in the middle, Wang Zijin sat on the left, and Qin Zhe sat on the right. Qin Baobao leaned on her brother's shoulder tiredly and sighed, "Why are you back today?" With Sister Ziwei present, he couldn't hug his sister's small waist and said, "Big Bossly has something to do, so he came back." Qin Baobao asked, "Well, did you get anything from this flattery?" Wang Zijin said unhappily, "That's unpleasant to hear. This is called networking. A's business is getting bigger and bigger in the future, and he must know more powerful people." Qin Baobao said sarcastically, that's right. My ace comes from an ordinary background, and he can only rely on himself in the future. He doesn't need to climb up the social ladder." "Oh, ace?" Qin Zhe was about to speak when he felt someone gently poke his waist. He lowered his head slightly and found that it was Wang Zijin's hand. She winked at herself and pouted. Xianxia understood and hugged his sister's small waist, but his hand secretly held Wang Zijin's hand. Wang Zijin's beautiful oval-shaped face revealed a sly smile like a little fox. Sister Ziwei felt that she had won the chicken dinner. Xianxia was speechless. This style was not what he wanted. At this moment, his phone rang again. There was a notification. So you sent a photo and a message, husband, do you want to do it? I will scream softly. Xianxia's small hand trembled, and his face changed. He put the phone on his sister's forehead, so that neither his sister nor Sister Ziwei could see it. Then he clicked on the picture. Xianxia was speechless. This was not the style he wanted. Xianxia comforted himself with tears streaming down his face. All the male protagonists in the world are incompetent, and I am the only one who is rough and hard. It was hard to imagine what his life would be like if Suyu lived with him. Suyu came out of the toilet quickly. She was just joking. She didn't think that she would really have sex with Xianxia. The moment her footsteps sounded, Xianxia and Wang Zijin retracted their hands at the same time, and Qin Baobao sat up straight at the same time. The three of them sat upright as if nothing had happened. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the sisters finally ended the day of hurting each other. Everyone was older than Xianxia, and there was nothing wrong with calling them sisters. It was impossible for him to take a fancy to a girl, not in this lifetime. But it was too empty and boring. He could only kiss or have sex with his sisters to maintain a normal life. After playing cards, Xianxia made ice cream for his sisters. The ingredients were all in the kitchen and stored in the freezer. How could a refrigerator match the high-end Royal View Park community? This was a super luxurious house that could compete with Thomson Reuters. After eating the ice cream, Suyu was about to leave. She was a little reluctant. Xianxia sent her downstairs. In the elevator, Suyu had a branded baobao on her shoulder and a script in her hand. This kind of women's bag, which was as small as a wallet, was completely decorative. It had no practical value and was damn expensive. At least 6 figures. She pouted. I also want to move here. In the face of such a difficult question, Xianxia said earnestly, do you want to face Qin Bao and Wang Zijin's 2 hateful and ugly faces every day? Wouldn't it be a juror's field every day? The sisters might not just play cards every day. No. Suyu smiled, her dimples shallow. But I can face your cute and handsome face every day. Good. Xianxia touched her head. Suyu narrowed her eyes, her face full of enjoyment. They took the elevator downstairs and arrived at the underground parking lot. Suyu looked around, pulled Xianxia to a corner without surveillance, and put her hot red lips on his without saying a word. The two of them had a 5-minute saliva exchange in the corner. Xianxia hugged Suyu's slender waist and teased her chest with his other hand. Really funny breast. Suyu brand tofu milk, great. Night. Come to my home. Suyu said, panting. I have to write the script at night. The company has already started casting. I have to finish the script quickly, Xianxia said. Because of the bra, he couldn't pick grapes. You can also write at my house. Suyu looked coquettish. Coming to your house is to eat grapes, not to write a script. Xianxia refused. Suyu was a very beautiful woman. Doing indescribable things with her was far easier and happier than writing a script. Xianxia found it hard to resist that kind of temptation. Xinghua Gilvan Galja. The two finished making out and walked toward the parking lot. Suyu reminded, when the box office of Journey to the West comes in, you should quickly ask Qin Bao to pay back the money. Our company lost a lot this time. Damn Jin Yoshin, if you catch him, you must throw him into the Huangpu River. She gritted her teeth. She must have learned the catchphrase from Sister Man. Xianxia said in his heart that he had already been thrown into the Huangpu River, no, into the sea. Light a candle, terrible Sister Man, he always thought that throw you into the Huangpu River was just a joke. A woman like Sister Man is very difficult to conquer. If you talk about the script, which one is good to play? The heroine will definitely not be me, right? So you wanted to hear Xianxia's advice. After all, he wrote the script. The script in her hand was not complete, only a part. Before seeing the ending of the character, Suyu did not rush to choose a role. Moreover, this kind of ancient palace drama was very good. If it was a love drama, there may be kissing scenes or something. It was very annoying. Even if there was a double, she was not willing. When the TV series was released, her face would kiss other men. She couldn't stand it. There was no such trouble in a palace drama. The theme was different, and there was no need for pretentious love. But, you can add some kissing scenes, Suyu said. Let's also have a hot kiss without a double. Xianxia was stunned. I don't act. Suyu? She raised her delicate little face and looked at Xianxia blankly. Xianxia explained, the filming period for a TV series is long. I don't have time to waste on the set. You also know that I have a lot of things to do. Also, I promised Yi Lu, the female artist I just poached, to let her be the heroine. So, my sister won't act. Anyway, she's salty like me and doesn't like to act in TV series. I think she's the only one who's busy filming outside and is worried about me. Suyu looked at the script and then looked at Xianxia. Her little face gradually turned ferocious. No wonder that little b***** Xianxia agreed so quickly. It turned out that she and Xianxia were not acting at all. Smash, Suyu imagined herself smashing the script and said angrily, then I don't want to act either. Xianxia expressed that he did not care. Suyu was not good at acting. She was not even as good as Wang Zijin's acting. A woman who had been pretending to be cold and depressed for a long time found it hard to let go of her emotions like an optimistic person. To put it simply, it was too boring. It was only when the two were deep in communication that Suyu was more open. She could act as a cold teacher, a cute student, and an obedient maid. Maybe her talent was in the wrong place. Ever since she got together with him, her personality became more and more cheerful. This was a good thing. Xianxia liked to see the optimistic and positive Suyu. He hated a depressed and oppressive life. It was just like how his unreliable uncle kept getting into trouble and his mother was sad all day. On the night they decided to sell the house, his mother cried for a long time and her eyes were red the next day. He and Qin Baobao did not even dare to speak loudly when eating. After Suyu got in the car, she started the car and lowered the window. She waved her hand, honey, I'm leaving. Another day. Xianxia waved his hand, another day. Returning to the house, Qin Baobao was reading a book, which was rare. Xianxia bought her a book called The Birth of an Actor. It was the self-narration of an old senior. It contained his feelings, thoughts, and experiences about acting. It was similar to the textbook on the 300 Postures of Pretentious by the current online author. You're back. Qin Baobao asked, you took so long to send someone back? By the way, we talked about some work matters. After all, the company was embezzled 300 million yuan. Xianxia said. It was not good to tell his sister that he had just had a body fluid exchange with Suyu, so the time was delayed. While talking, he glanced at his sister's long legs. They were white, slender, and straight. From the thigh to the corner, the curve was just right. Summer was so good, and he could see his sister wearing a pleated skirt. His sister's legs were irresistible. By the way, the company will be selecting actors in a few days. Do you want to check? Xianxia said. Forget it, there are professional directors and scriptwriters who will deal with it, Qin Baobao said, but do you want to let Yaya audition? Can I? So you can act, why can't our families Yaya? But we can't open the back door for her. Let her audition by herself, the effect will be better. The elder sister rolled her eyes cutely. Yaya's personality is too boring. Her family's sufferings over the years have made her a little dull and self-abased. It's because she's too much like a punching bag and is beautiful that she's bullied at school. That, Xianxia said, Wen. Yes, it's Wen. How do you remember it so well? Xianxia didn't explain at once. Of course, I remember it well. I also contributed a lot of children and grandchildren to her in those years. Wang Zijin was not in the living room. She was watching a TV series in her room. Xianxia opened the door and went in. Wang Zijin patted her two thighs. Come on, give me a massage. Xianxia closed the door, sat down by the bed, put Wang Zijin's two legs on his lap, and massaged evenly. I really don't know if I'm your boyfriend or your manservant, Xianxia complained. Sister Ziwei's legs, although not as long as her sister's, were also tight, and her body proportion was very good. Wang Zijin reached out and touched his head. Be good, come home with me at the end of the year. I'll ask my family's opinion. If there's no problem, we'll get engaged. Then? Xianxia asked, what if there's a problem? Xianxia had never enjoyed this kind of action of an elder sister touching her younger brother's head. The whining monster at home had always touched his head with the mentality of touching a dog's head with a smile. Wang Zijin said, if there's a problem, then there's a problem. Marriage is important. You have to consider your parents' feelings, but you also have to follow your own heart. At the end of the year, Xianxia fell into deep thought. If I don't do it well, I might die at the end of the year. Senior White, please protect me. I saw a lipstick yesterday. Buy it for me. Wang Zijin handed the phone to him and said shyly, I'll pay you back a little every day. Xianxia took the phone. It was a high-end cosmetic online store. If it was a cat store, Xianxia would have thrown the phone away and left on the spot. The price wasn't cheap. A lipstick actually sold for 5 figures. TSK, Sister Ziwei is becoming more and more corrupt. Okay, but Sister Ziwei, you also have to give me a gift. I can't always give you gifts. Shouldn't I give you gifts in return? Xianxia said. Usually, he would buy small gifts for Wang Zijin. On Valentine's Day, he would secretly give them to her. But Wang Zijin seemed to have only given him gifts on his birthday. Women didn't have any self-awareness in this regard. They only knew how to think about gifts from their boyfriends. Wang Zijin couldn't escape this pattern. Okay. Wang Zijin was in a good mood. She said sweetly, do you want a belt, a wallet, or a shirt button? He didn't lack belts or wallets. Men didn't buy luxury goods as often as women. As for shirt buttons, Suyu had given Xianxia 2 shirt buttons worth 100,000 yuan. This thing was frighteningly expensive. Xianxia had an idea. I want this. He searched for a moment on his phone and handed it to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin took a look. It was Durex. You could get a 10% discount if you bought the whole box. Zay winked. I'll give you one every day. Wang Zijin. You only know how to flirt, Wang Zijin said as she rolled her eyes. I'm not flirting. I gave you a lipstick worth tens of thousands, and you gave me a small gift worth tens of dollars. I'm not asking for much. Xianxia wrapped his arms around Wang Zijin's waist and pressed her against the headboard. His face was buried in her chest, which was not very big but was still quite big. Wang Zijin raised her hand and slapped him twice. Although you're ugly, you wish. TSK, this woman was really naughty. Until today, Xianxia still did not think that he could control Wang Zijin. She was too opinionated, and her good education prevented her from being like her sister and shameless Suyu. There was a saying, I'm not afraid of you being slutty, but I'm afraid of you being serious. After chasing Sister Ziwei for so long, the most outrageous thing he did was that night when she was handcuffed, he took out the 20,000 miles under the sea and rubbed it against her. Host, I have a trick here called Monkey's Intelligence Subtraction. Do you want to try it? The system jumped out again. Such a high-end function, can you do it? Is there going to be another version upgrade? Xianxia was shocked. Strictly speaking, I can only interfere with brainwaves, but it's not a true intelligence subtraction. That kind of rule involves the rules of the universe, and it's not something that a normal system can do. The system seriously found an excuse for itself. At this moment, Xianxia was very excited. He imagined countless scenarios of time stop. System, if you have this kind of function, then I think it's worth it no matter how many points I spend. Xianxia swallowed. Wang Zijin glanced at him with a smug look in her eyes. Sister was indeed charming. She was just lying there without showing off, but A's was already drooling. Well. The system's voice said, it's not that I can't do it, but this function doesn't require points. It requires a huge amount of energy, and it will drain your body. There might even be a bit of backlash. Xianxia. No need to explain, I understand. The system was speechless. I never had high hopes for a low-level system, because that would be an insult to my intelligence. The basic operations and skills of other people's cheat-like systems were taboo techniques in his system's eyes. How sad. Regarding purple crystal's development, I have an immature suggestion. Wang Zijin wrapped her legs around his waist, hugged his back with her small hands, and rested her chin on Qin Zai's head. Fortunately, she was only a B-rank boss. If she was a D-rank boss like his sister, who was 36 years old, Qin Zai would have suffocated. Tell me your immature suggestion. Maybe I'll have a bold idea, Qin Zai said in a muffled voice. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked her chest. Wang Zijin had goosebumps all over. She patted her head lightly and said coquettishly, "Don't mess around." She gently touched Qin Zai's head again and said softly, "Our Golden Shield antivirus users have exceeded 1.5 billion domestically and overseas, and the number of users in the client is even more. Let me tell you a secret, we make a lot of money, even more than Qin Baobao's Tianfeng and Suyu's Baoza. But I won't say it, he he he." She smiled like a sly little fox who had stolen a chicken. She squinted her eyes, and her fair and beautiful face had the innocence and sweetness of a girl who had licked a lollipop. Qin Zai was speechless. Making a fortune in silence, pretending to be poor. This was very Wang Zijin. "And then, what's your immature suggestion?" Qin Zai asked. "Don't you want to ask how much money we've made?" Wang Zijin was stunned. She was still waiting for Qin Zai to ask, and then she would throw out a shocking number to receive her boyfriend's praise. "Money isn't important, as long as you're happy." Qin Zai said, "Do you know, the moment I met you, I heard God whisper 4 words into my ear." Wang Zijin asked instinctively, "What 4 words?" Qin Zai said, "You can't escape from your doom." Wang Zijin stared at him blankly, her eyes gradually blurring. "Lighting, shine it over here, cameraman, focus the camera over here." Waha, good acting skills were indeed a godly skill in picking up girls. He didn't ask how much money he had made. He was the one who gave the purple crystals to Wang Zijin. No matter what happened in the future, he was the one who gave the purple crystals to Wang Zijin. It might be worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions, but Qin Zai didn't care. He had the confidence to not care. Even if he didn't have the purple crystals, he still had Tianfeng and Baozi. Even if he failed in the end and lost everything, he still had the system. It was a little low, but it was still the system. You couldn't treat the system that was kicked out of the group as the system. What if he didn't have the system? Would he be willing to give the purple crystals to Tianfeng? Would he be willing to give most of the shares to Suyu for free? Don't mess around. It was impossible for Salted Fish Zai to hook up with the 2 goddesses. Salted Fish Zai's fate was to be a silly boy under his sister's legs. No, he couldn't even get his sister. Forget about each other and live a peaceful life. That was his and his sister's fate. So I still have to thank you, low system. Every time Qin Zai reminisced about the past, he would silently thank the system from the bottom of his heart. Many times, but every time, he felt the same gratitude. The more salted fish he was in the past, the more grateful he was now. There were millions of salted fish in the world, but the system chose me. I accidentally became the saltiest one, hard and salty. I really am a man with great luck. So don't King blabber. I started a harem because of God's will. Hey, I want to make a game. Wang Zijin restrained the emotion in her eyes and said seriously, try a mobile game first. Smartphones are so developed now. An excellent mobile game, the income is not worse than online games, and the cost is less than online games. Qin Zai nodded slightly. Sister Ziwei seemed to have made preparations. But even if it's a mobile game, it's not easy to do well. There are millions of mobile games, and there are too few really outstanding ones. Qin Zai said. He couldn't exchange mobile game data or anything with the system. The points had to be used to deal with the risk of failure of the next task. Wang Zijin said, I've already thought about it. We can use it as a reference. She took out her mobile phone and searched in the App Store. She said, do you know the Parade of Frogs that is very popular recently? The mobile game in Japan is unexpectedly popular in China. She handed the mobile phone to Xianxia. Xianxia took it and looked at it. There was a software in the App Store. It had the same color, the same icon, and the same name. Parade of Pandas, a domestic product by Penguin. I've played it before. It has the same design, the same template, and even the color and background are 90% similar. It's a shameless plagiarized work. But this game is very popular in China. There are many people playing it. Penguin must have made a lot of money this time. They don't need the designers to rack their brains, and they don't need the scriptwriters to write the script. They just need a group of programmers to copy it easily and put it on the shelves. They can just sit there and collect money. Wang Zijin became more and more excited as she spoke. She put on a working people are the most glorious attitude. This is a huge business opportunity. There is no game that can't be plagiarized. If there is, then buy it. Xianxia, Sister Ziwei, has she been tainted by the big dive out of the industry so quickly? Brother Ma, please return the pure and innocent Sister Zine to me. Xianxia's face was full of tears. Sister. Ziwei had once again broken through herself and stepped into a higher level of life. She had gone from being a young lady to a veteran of the internet to a game designer. Sob, sob, sob. Wang Zijin was full of pride. This time, I'm definitely going to use King of Glory as a reference and develop a mobile game of my own. Xianxia shook his head. Don't, you'll be sued. Wang Zijin snorted. You think I'm afraid? Xianxia. Go, Sister Ziwei. Let Brother Ma also feel the fear of being plagiarized and the shame of being dominated by piracy. Piracy was a word that could never be avoided in China. Perhaps it could be beautified with the word pirated, but at the end of the day, it was still piracy. It was a world-famous pirated culture. It was really shameful to think about it. Don't blame foreigners for looking down on us. After all, we have too many things to complain about. It's just like how we look at those Hindustanis who treat trains as electric scooters and are looking for trouble. Then, in the eyes of foreigners, we are also labeled as pirates. Don't refute it. The biggest game company in China, a well-known listed company, started and made money from piracy. Even now, it was still tirelessly on the road of piracy and plagiarism. There was no way to refute it. Xianxia hoped that one day he could lead the world, clear the name of his motherland, and let the world know that Red Flag Nation didn't only have piracy. Just thinking about it made him happy. Stop, he couldn't go on indefinitely. With such a grand theme, if the system gave him a grand task of leading the world, Xianxia wouldn't have to wait until the end of the year to die. In mid-August, Xianxia wrote, copied, the entire script and revised and perfected it himself. I'm not copying, I'm just a porter from two worlds. On the road of clearing the name of my motherland, there will inevitably be some stains, but please don't mind. After all, the river crab law of the two worlds was different. Some things needed to be revised. For example, in his world, cleavage could be exposed in ancient costumes. But this time, the revision wasn't too big. It wasn't as big as when he wrote the Journey to the West script. He was a man, so he couldn't perfect a script adapted from a women's genre. Some classics in women's genre were simply toxic in the eyes of men. F***ck, a woman like you actually liked someone other than the male lead. That's too vicious. Shino is dead. I'll burn him if there's anything. F***ck, for such a trivial matter, you guys actually fought over dozens of chapters. Even Yua would be poisoned to death. Abandon the book, Xianxia patiently wrote down the script, but his heart was greatly traumatized. Several times, he couldn't help but revise some of the toxic points in his heart. But thinking about it, these toxic points might just be the high points of women. So after thinking about it, he gave up. Xianxia was full of anticipation. He ordered his plain-looking assistant to send a notice in the company's internal group chat. The leaders of the production team will have a meeting at 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon in conference room 3. You can't be late. After this notice was sent, Tianfeng fell into an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement. Tianfeng Entertainment's first TV series was about to be filmed. Conference room 3. Xianxia presided over this meeting alone. His sister, who used to play with her phone as a vase, wasn't there. Just now, she and Xianxia had a fierce fight in the office. The cause was actually a small quarrel. Qin Baobao wanted to eat a lollipop, but Xianxia felt that his sister loved to eat sweets too much. He said to her, "Look at your big breasts. If you eat high-calorie food, they will sag." Qin Baobao whimpered, "No one wants me if my breasts sag. You have to take care of me for the rest of my life." He didn't know what would happen in the future, but young women like to exercise. Big breasts don't sag. Moreover, his sister's 36D breasts can be lawless in front of domestic women, but in foreign countries, E and F cup breasts would appear small. Only those breasts would sag seriously. Hers was the best size. Xianxia said with disdain, "No one wants you, so you throw it to me? I'm not a spare tire. Get lost. I'll marry you to a redneck." Little redneck could be a derogatory term or a nickname, but redneck was definitely a derogatory term. His sister's mentality exploded. He pounced over and slapped her. His sister, who no longer had the advantage in strength, was pressed down on the sofa and bullied. Not only did she not teach her brother a lesson, but she was also taken advantage of for a long time. Her butt hurt like hell. In fact, the two of them often bickered, but not that kind of bickered. Going back 11 or 12 years, his sister had the advantage of developing first and could always beat his brother. Now, her brother could slap her to the sofa and not get up for a long time. At this moment, she threw a pack of tissues with tears in her eyes and scolded, "Get lost, get lost. Little rednecks are all bad things." Just like this, Xianxia came to the meeting alone. The touch of his sister's extremely elastic but still seemed to remain in his hand. He finally understood why some people compared a woman's butt to a peach. It was because it was really too similar. Xianxia came back to his senses and scanned the people in the meeting room. There were a total of 10 people, including the junior leader of his company's production team and the senior director and scriptwriter from Star Art. "Let me first welcome our 2 foreign aides." Xianxia smiled and said, "I've been busy recently, so I haven't had the time to get in touch with you too. How should I address you?" The middle-aged man with glasses got up and introduced himself. "My surname is Sun Wuda." Another lean middle-aged man with white hair, but it was hard to tell if it was natural or dyed white. He introduced himself, "My surname is Zhao Yuqian." Sun Wood. Zhao Yuqian, the name was given as if it was a joke. Xianxia suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and nodded. "Thank you for joining us. Everyone, please give us a round of applause." Pa, 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 pa. The sounds were endless, each more intense than the last. The 2 senior directors and scriptwriters from Star Art were actually very familiar with the junior leaders of the production team before this. They drank together, chatted together, and even fought together. Recently, the great sword industry has been revived. Even a wildfire can't burn it out, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. I'll only tell you about the benefits of the mail industry secretly. Don't spread it out. This is the script. Go back and take a look. Try to get all the preparatory work done within a week. Xianxia sent out a few printed copies of the script. There were a total of 4 copies. Mou had one, Zhang Wuda and Zhao Yuqian signed another one, and their scriptwriter signed another one. The others didn't need to look at the script. They were usually in charge of the production team, such as the lighting, equipment, and so on. They didn't need to look at the script. "Then, I'll leave the real yellow story to you guys," Xianxia said. 1 week should be enough, right? The other preparatory work had already started. The only thing left was the casting, because Xianxia didn't give them a complete script. Moreover, the main lead and important supporting roles were all artists under Tianfeng. This saved a lot of effort to haggle and bargain with outside artists. If you wanted to find outside artists, they would offer a price of 100 million. Of course, it was just an offer. You could bargain. This was much more humane than a store. When Xianxia returned to his office, he thought of something and called his average-looking assistant. "Send these 2 scripts to Yilu and Xianxia. Tell Xianxia that she can choose the role herself." Xianxia threw the scripts over. The assistant took the scripts and left. He was very sensible and didn't show any smile. Although I don't know why CEO Xianxia doesn't like me, as long as he's in the company, I'll obediently follow him and try not to appear in front of him. This was Qin Baobao's assistant's survival rule in the workplace. It was very simple, just a little sad. Humph. A soft snort came from the sister who was sitting on the sofa eating snacks and reading a book. After the sister finished snorting, she didn't see Xianxia move. She secretly peeked at him and found that he was focused on his phone. Humph. The sister emphasized. If it was salted fish Zay, he would be sensible and go over to flatter the sister and make her smile. Anyway, to salted fish Zay, the easiest thing in the world was to coax a sister. But Hai Zay King only glanced at her indifferently. Humph. The sister snorted and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Xianxia still ignored her. Humph. The sister snorted again. At the same time, she clenched her fists and rotated them from her lower abdomen to the top of her head. Then, she put her fists down and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Xianxia, wasn't this the signature pose of a fat woman on the internet? How did the sister learn such a naughty pose? It was surprisingly cute. Sister, what can I do for you? Xianxia asked. Kneel down and lick my feet. Qin Baobao's posture was domineering. Xianxia glared at her. Your butt is itching again. He got up and walked toward Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao shrank to the other side of the sofa in fear and said hurriedly, I'm just joking. Xianxia sat down and put the sister's long legs on his lap. He gently massaged them. They were cool, smooth, and elastic. It felt good to the touch. Are you really not going to act in a drama? Although the female lead role is promised to Yi Lu, there are still many outstanding characters in the drama. If you act well, you'll still benefit greatly from it, Xianxia said. Not interested. Qin Baobao shook her head. She thought to herself, and give you a chance to be alone with the wolf in the house, what a joke. With me here, you two can only flirt with each other. Once I leave, you two will become friends or something. She heard this from Xianxia. Qin Baobao wasn't going to take the blame. Xianxia's personal office. She held the script in her hands excitedly and looked at the ordinary-looking assistant. Really, can I really choose the role? The assistant nodded and added, the female lead definitely can't. Xianxia smiled. Of course I know that. Yi Lu is already half a step into the A-list. I know my limits. The assistant smiled. Xianxia said, Hua Fei. I want to choose Hua Fei. The assistant said, I'll help you inform the crew. With that, she left. Xianxia stayed in the office alone and read the script. The script was a very boring genre. It definitely wasn't as interesting as a novel. It wasn't meant for people to read. But to professional actors, a good script could make them obsessed and unable to extricate themselves from it. If they had a pen beside them, they would make many notes. Xianxia was a professional and had received systematic and formal training and education. She became more and more excited and felt that she had chosen the right role. About half an hour later, the office door was knocked twice before it was pushed open. Xianxia's manager came in. Her manager obviously wasn't the previous manager. The previous manager was from the original entertainment company. Xianxia and Su Jiao had a falling out with the previous manager. The current manager's surname was Zhou. She was a middle-aged woman who was assigned to her by Tianfeng Entertainment. The two got along quite well. After all, their interests were linked. They were bound together for good and bad. The manager was completely devoted to Xianxia. The manager said, I don't think the ending for the role of Hua Fei will be good. Xianxia had a small part of the original script and the manager had seen it too. Yes, I roughly went through the script just now. Hua Fei is considered the #1 villain. Sister Zhou, take a look. Xianxia handed the script to the manager. The manager took it but didn't look at it. She advised, if you want to return to the film industry, you should find some positive roles. This will help you build your image. Xianxia giggled. What image do I need to build? I'm not a newcomer. To me, roles don't differentiate between good and bad. Instead, they have to hit the soul. This villain role is very challenging and has a lot of scenes. It's almost as good as the female lead. As long as I can take this role, it won't be difficult to return to the film industry. You know Li Wei, right? Before she entered Tianfeng, she was only at the bottom of the B list. She was only slightly more famous than me. But she acted in 3 of Qin Zhe's movies and became more popular with each one. Today, she's already at the peak of the B list and half a step into the A list. This is the charm of Qin Zhe's movies. She repeated in her heart, it won't be difficult. Xianxia's small chest was burning with raging flames. As a professional and a top performer, she had once become famous in the entertainment industry. She even had the ambition to stand on the stage and win the title of Best Actress one day. But while her dreams were great, the reality was that she was a poor girl with anorexia. Now, she had a chance to clear her name. Just thinking about it made her excited. The script was good, very good. Even though she had been out of the film industry for many years, she still had this ability. Boss Qin was really a strange man. Being multi-talented wasn't enough to describe him. Yilu was just as excited as her. According to the news from Yilu's assistant, after reading the script, Yilu sang and danced in the office. Yilu's fame was about the same as Li Wei's. They were both at the peak of the B list and half a step into the A list. It sounded a bit like a half-step almighty or half-step emperor in fantasy novels. She had acted as the female lead in many movies and dramas, including war dramas. But it had been a long time since she had seen a script that could lift her spirits. There were many good dramas these years, but she had no chance to be the female lead. After the ups and downs in her career, she had a feeling that she would have another chance to rise up. This was her confidence in the script. Even though this confidence was mixed with a beautiful vision. The leaders of the production team spent about a day going through the script. The next day, they started the audition and choosing the roles. The audition would last for 3 days. The audition location was Tianfeng Entertainment's big dance studio. This time, it was open to all the artists. Tianfeng Entertainment had an unspoken rule that artists hated. The leading roles and important supporting roles in their movies and TV series were always provided to the artists under their company. This was understandable. After all, other entertainment companies were like this. With good resources and good roles, they would naturally think of their artists first. But Tianfeng Entertainment was so stingy that the roles they gave out were much fewer than other entertainment companies. But this time, it was a TV series. Naturally, there were several times more roles in a TV series than in a movie. Therefore, many artists came to audition, but they were all not very famous. Director, what do you think of my performance just now? A tall beauty with chestnut-colored curly hair stood in front of the director's desk. Her hairstyle was somewhat similar to Qin Baobao's. Her chestnut-colored hair was slightly curled at the ends. She also had a short pleated skirt. It looked like she was imitating Qin Baobao's clothes. Perhaps she thought that it would add to her image. Qin Baobao rarely dressed like this in public. After all, it was too casual. But she would post some photos on Weibo, such as wearing a pleated skirt or an off-the-shoulder dress, etc. But before posting the photos, she would discuss, approve, with her brother. Only when Qin Zhe felt that there was no problem and that it was not revealing would she post it. It was equivalent to a benefit for fans. This little artist had put in a lot of effort. Sun Wuda handed a resume to Zhao Yuqian. On it was the personal information of this little artist. Jiang Nan, female, graduated from Shanghai Drama Academy. Signed artist of XX Entertainment Company. Participated in productions. Director Zhao Yuqian glanced at it and said, "Go back and wait for news. I'll give you an answer in 2 days." The little artist in the pleated skirt nodded confidently and left the big dance studio. Director Zhao Yuqian and scriptwriter Sun Wuda looked at each other and kept this little artist in the inspection list. Actually, the female artist named Jiang Nan's acting was not outstanding. In fact, she had quite a few flaws. But so what? She's pretty. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were very willing to have in-depth discussions with beautiful little artists and guide them on how to steadily rise in the entertainment industry. You said it was too dirty? Don't mess around. This is how it is in this industry. Then, let's meet tonight? Sun Wuda said, "Director Zhao, have you talked to your sister-in-law yet?" Zhao Yuqian nodded. Yes, tell her that the crew is busy and won't be home for a few days. For people like them who often went out to film, it was common for them to go on long trips. Zhao Yuqian muttered, they're just a little older. Aren't there any fresh graduates? Zhao Yuqian preferred younger girls. It was probably because he had seen a lot of flirtatious women, so he was especially fond of pure and soft girls. Flirting. It was especially exciting to teach. Xianxia had already delegated most of the matters in the crew to the two of them. The newly promoted director, MOU, also had to learn from them. Absolute power should be enjoyed to the fullest. Following that, they auditioned for a few more roles. As long as it was a pretty little artiste, they would fold the bottom right corner of their profile and mark it. When he felt that there were enough people, Zhao Yuqian put a cigarette in his mouth but didn't light it. Instead, he said to Sun Wuda beside him, I have something to do in the afternoon. You stay here and watch. There aren't any particularly important roles. Although they were commissioned by the CEO to act as a friend, they couldn't be too careless with the casting. A few vases were fine, but if they were all vases, it would seriously affect the quality of the TV series. Just then, the dance studio door was pushed open. The person at the door hesitated and then seemed to be pushed from behind. She had no choice but to do something beyond her ability. Screenwriter Sun Wuda's glasses flashed with a sharp light. Director Zhao Yuqian quietly took out the cigarette in his mouth and sat down, as steady as a mountain. Suyu looked back and met the eyes of a few girls who got along well with her through the crack of the door. The girls winked at her and closed the door. Give me your resume, Sun Wuda said. Suyu calmed herself down and walked over with light steps with a straight face. She handed over her resume filled with personal information. Throughout the entire process, the two women, who were experienced in the field of flowers and swords, never left Suyu. From her face to her chest, from her chest to her small waist, from her small waist to her slender and straight legs. What role do you want to play? Sun Wuda glanced at the resume that couldn't be any simpler and handed it to Zhao Yuqian. He pointed at the words backup artiste of Tianfeng Entertainment. Zhao Yuqian looked back at him, indicating that it was fine. I only want the role of a palace maid. Just give me 15 minutes. Suyu pretended to be calm. 15 minutes? Zhao Yuqian frowned. Suyu quickly changed her words. 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes is fine too. I can act it out live. She looked as calm as an old dog, but she was actually panicking inside. She thought that she had disguised her strong in appearance but weak in reality expression very well, but of course, it couldn't fool the two experienced drivers. Zhao Yuqian, on the other hand, was thinking that it was impossible to make a deal with just 15 minutes. I see that you have good potential and look very smart. How about this? I'll give you a chance. There's a supporting role here that's not bad. I'll give you 20 minutes to act out this small scene. If there's no problem, I'll let you pass and give you the role. Suyu's appearance was elegant and beautiful. Her face was fair and rosy, and her lips were rosy. Her eyes were sparkling, and her nose without black hair made her look especially cute. In school, she was privately named one of the campus belles by the men. Can I? Suyu was overjoyed. Newcomer want to be popular timid. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda labeled her in their hearts. Such a girl was actually very easy to coax and deal with. Profit. Especially Zhao Yuqian. Although Suyu's figure was delicate and tender, he liked this kind of thing. Her small, protruding breasts were so tempting in his eyes. He wished he could shoot at the world. The little girl in front of him had an irresistible impulse from beginning to end. He really wanted her to experience a father's love. The part that Suyu got was a rich and colorful inner drama when a palace maid was worried about her master. It was a test of her acting skills, as well as a clarinet scene where she talked to herself. She had always had a good memory. After reciting it a few times, she memorized it easily. But perhaps because she was a little nervous, she stuttered a little. After reluctantly finishing this awkward scene, she looked at Su Yuqian and Sun Wuda anxiously and expectantly. Clap, clap, clap. What responded to her was intense applause. Zhao Yuqian said, so talented. Sun Wuda said, little girl, the crew needs talents like you. Suyu was overjoyed. She didn't want to come, but her cousin called her to come for the audition, so she came. When she said that she wanted to audition, the sisters in the backup artist group all teased her and pushed her over. Do I have a hidden talent in acting? Suyu didn't have a mirror in front of her. Otherwise, she would have denied this idea. Zhao Yuqian said, "Are you free tonight?" Suyu was confused. What's wrong? Sun Wuda continued, today's audition is about to end. Director Zhao and I will represent the crew to treat the artists who passed the audition to a meal. You must come. We don't want anyone to find excuses to avoid it. Suyu thought about it. She still had the habit of going home immediately after school. If she didn't go home after work, her mom and grandma would be worried. But since she was working now, she had to focus on her work. She would call her mom and grandma later to explain that she had to work overtime or something. CEO's office. In the spacious room, Qin Zhe and Yi Lu sat on the brown leather sofa. Qin Baobao leaned against the office chair and stared coldly at her brother and Yi Lu, who were talking about the script not far away. This was a rare woman whose legs were comparable to hers. Humph, your legs are long but you're ugly. Your legs are so ugly and you still want to seduce my brother. No wonder Qin Baobao looked jealous. Yi Lu didn't hide her admiration for Qin Zhe at all. Her gaze made Qin Baobao recall how Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe back then. Why was it back then? Yi Lu was wearing a short-sleeved shirt that exposed her shoulders and three-quarter pants. Her legs were long and straight. They were indeed beautiful legs that could compete with Qin Baobao. She specially came to talk to Qin Zhe about the script. Knowing that he wouldn't be following the crew, she wanted to use the limited time to familiarize herself with the content of the script as soon as possible. She also wanted to ask about the details of how to act. Qin Zhe was surprised when he saw the script filled with summaries. This woman who claimed to be his fan was actually such a hard-working actress. Every time Yi Lu talked, she couldn't help but look back. She only saw Qin Baobao leaning against the office chair like a big boss with her eyes closed lazily. But why? Did she feel like there was a thorn in her back? She couldn't see that when she turned around, Qin Baobao would stare at her back with her dead fish eyes. If looks could kill, all 10 sets of revival armor would be on cooldown. Qin Zhe was facing his sister from the side, so he already saw her gaze. His sister with dead fish eyes actually had a cute contrast. Women. Reality proved that being broad-minded wasn't really being broad-minded. Men. The system sneered. The system was more naughty recently, more naughty, more naughty. What does it have to do with you? Qin Zhe listened to Yi Lu's question while replying to the system. The system said, you're surrounded by long-legged beauties and have long-legged sisters looking at you with jealousy. You're feeling very smug. I think there's a chance to lose the mission. Qin Zhe said, *T chance. There's no chance. As the host, I recalled the fear of becoming a vegetable because I didn't have enough points and the humiliation of being dominated by the system's missions. The system said, host, do you want a mission build Long Out Yin's harem? I think you'll be able to marry 9 wives in the future. You'll be as outstanding as the famous Tang Bohu. Qin Zhe was slightly tempted, but he quickly suppressed the restless thoughts in his heart. The system gave out missions with inducements. Was it driven mad by my lackadaisical attitude? Qin Zhe would of course reject such an overboard mission. Don't joke around. If I want to start a harem, all the female artists and singers in Tianfeng can be ridden by me and suck their breasts. As for me, Hai Zhe King, I'm not afraid at all. Why should I be bound by your mission? Lastly, Tang Bohu doesn't have 9 wives. Who told you that Tang Bohu has 9 wives? I think it's some joker called Zhou Xingxing, the system answered honestly. At this moment, his phone rang. It was his cousin Suyu. Hello, cousin. I passed the audition. When Qin Zhe picked up the call, Suyu's happy voice could be heard. It was crisp, pleasant, and soft. Not bad, Qin Zhe praised. Suyu added, the director said I have good potential. Not bad. Qin Zhe smiled. There was a moment of silence. Suyu was a bit disappointed that she didn't hear her cousin's sincere praise. Her cousin loved to touch her head when she was young. He would touch her head whenever they didn't like each other. Did you tell Auntie and Grandma? Xianxia asked. No, no. Suyu said softly. Am I the first person you tell the good news to? Xianxia was surprised. He and his sister didn't like to go to their uncle's house to have such an unreliable uncle. Their attitude was cold. At the same time, his cousins also had some grudges against him and his sister. The relationship between cousins wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. It was mainly because he didn't remember much about his childhood. In his childhood, his sister took up 99% of the space. He only vaguely remembered that his relationship with his cousin was pretty good. Suyu hung up the call in disappointment. Then I won't bother you anymore. Xianxia said, okay. Call me if you have any problems. Yilu sat quietly at the side while he was on the phone. Yilu said, CEO Qin, you spent a week writing the script? Xianxia nodded. Why? Yilu shook her head. I just find it hard to believe. Writing such a script in a week was already hard to believe. Without considering the time, just the quality of the script made her, a capable actress, gasp in amazement. Oh, he was a fast shooter. He wrote songs so fast too. Xianxia pretended to be pretentious and said lightly, not exactly a week. I've been quite busy these past few days and couldn't find the time. I only wrote the beginning. I started working hard the day before yesterday and the script was ready. Yilu was stunned. So, this should be the basic operation of a fast shooter? Basic, don't be stupid, sit tight. A man could not be a fast shooter, but this man who was a fast shooter felt so charming. Oh, men. Qin Baobao muttered disdainfully. Oh, women. Xianxia heard it and sneered. The older sister glared at him fiercely. Due to the presence of outsiders, she didn't PK with her younger brother in real life. Otherwise, she would definitely teach this little pervert a lesson. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Suyu carried her backpack and took a taxi to the hotel. Suyu had never stepped into a hotel of this level before, so she was a little nervous and timid. She pulled on the straps of her backpack, took a deep breath, and stepped in. She went to the private room according to the address in the text message and knocked on the door. You're here. Sun Wuda opened the door. His face was red, and it looked like he had drunk a lot. Suyu stood at the door and pecked at his head. The moment she entered the room, she was stunned. It was different from the scene she had imagined of a group of people sitting around a table. The private room wasn't big because the table itself wasn't big. There were only 3 people at the table. The scriptwriter Sun Wuda, the director Zhao Yuqian, and a beautiful older sister with makeup, fake eyelashes, and chestnut-colored curly hair. Come in. Sun Wuda pulled her in. Suyu was invited to sit beside Zhao Yuqian. When Suyu saw Sun Wuda return to his seat, she hugged the older sister's waist. Director, is it just us? Suyu asked timidly. Yeah, only you and her passed the audition, Zhao Yuqian said. Tisk, little sister is so pretty. Jiang Nan smiled. Hello, sister, Suyu replied. Both of you are good seedlings worth nurturing, Zhao Yuqian said as he wrapped his arms around Suyu's waist. Suyu noticed it, so she turned sideways and blocked it with her elbow. She looked at him with shock and vigilance. This scene made Jiang Nan burst into laughter. She raised her glass to dissolve the awkwardness. Director Zhao, let me toast to you. Zhao Yuqian didn't mind and raised his glass with a smile. Zhao Yuqian knew that picking up girls was like cooking, so he didn't show too much of a desire. For the rest of the time, Zhao Yuqian, Sun Wuda, and the others toasted each other, ate, and chatted. Suyu was forced to drink a few cups. Her little face was burning hot and had an intoxicating blush, which was especially attractive. When her face was full, Suyu stopped drinking. At most, she would take a sip. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda tried to persuade her a few times, but the little girl resisted. Zhao Yuqian gave Jiang Nan a look. The latter understood. Sister, let me toast to you. Let's get along well after we join the crew. Jiang Nan raised her glass. Suyu couldn't refuse her, so she took a sip. Jiang Nan finished her glass. She was a good drinker. Let's drink. Cheers, everyone. Suyu had no choice but to drink. She frowned. The smell of beer made her very uncomfortable. It didn't taste as good as Nutri-Express at all. Who would have thought that this cup of wine would be like two women who started a conversation? Jiangnan said, do you like Qinze? Suyu nodded. Of course, she liked him since she was young. He was a gentle and easy to get along with cousin. Jiangnan raised her glass. Come, let's have another toast. I like Qinze too. So they had another toast. Jiangnan continued, don't you think President Qin is amazing? He can do whatever he wants. This is talent. Ordinary people can't compare to him. Among my sisters, there are many who want to marry him. I say, they're all daydreaming. If someone as cute as my sister can climb up in Tianfeng in the future, she might even have a chance to catch President Qin's eye. Such a topic could easily resonate with little girls. It was like a bourgeois woman talking about luxury goods and cosmetics. Jiangnan was very experienced. Suyu smiled awkwardly but politely. Sister, this isn't ancient times. If cousin likes me, the whole family will explode. Boom, the whole family was shocked. Actually, it would be fine to just laugh it off, but Suyu didn't have that kind of social experience. She felt that it was impolite not to reply, so she said, actually, he wasn't like this before. He was even a little stupid. In terms of IQ, her sister could look down on Qinze. Her cousin could also look down on him. Although Suyu wasn't a top student, she was still a student. For someone like Qinze, who had worked so hard to muddle his way into an above-average grade, it was indeed ordinary. He could get into the University of Finance and Economics purely because of his grandfather's hard work. He also used his connections to get in through the back door. Otherwise, due to the admission limit, he wouldn't have been able to get in. Uncles love education plus the low cutoff score for locals plus the back door. Suyu knew all this. Jiangnan frowned slightly. She didn't like what she heard and deliberately said, I'm angry. I'm Qinze's fan, you know? Your words offended me. It was half true. She was indeed Qinze's fan. Suyu was a little embarrassed. Jiangnan said, drink. Punish yourself by drinking 3 glasses. Otherwise, we won't be sisters. Becoming sisters without a word was something that both the boys and girls were quite disgusted with. For example, when the author was in junior high school, he always heard a group of people calling themselves brothers and sworn brothers. It was very awkward. Suyu forced herself to drink 3 glasses. She let out a loud burp. Her face was even redder, and her eyes were a little blurry. It was about time. Zhao Yuqian said, Yu, do you know how many people fight to get a role in Boss Qin's movies, even if it's just a small part? Suyu nodded. She really didn't know. Suyu said. Boss Qin's movies are very good. She always felt that calling him cousin Boss Qin was very strange and awkward. Every time she didn't pay attention, she would say cousin and then stop. It should be Boss Qin. No one knew that this introverted and shy girl was Qinze and Qin Baobao's cousin. But even if you are good seedlings, there are many good seedlings in the world. Zhao Yuqian paved the way and painted a big picture. As long as you make a name for yourself, earning money will be like running water. The hard life you had before will all become fleeting. Wearing high-end clothes, walking the red carpet, driving a luxury car with a chauffeur, escorting bodyguards, and a group of crazy fans. You have good looks. As long as you are willing, you will definitely make a name for yourself. Suyu nodded happily. She didn't understand the meaning of Zhao Yuqian's words at all. What you get is proportional to what you put in. Becoming a celebrity is not an easy thing. Zhao Yuqian nodded in satisfaction. Then you know what to do? Suyu nodded and said crisply, I will act well and work hard. Zhao Yuqian, Sun Wuda, Jiangnan, did this girl really not understand, or was she pretending not to? Zhao Yuqian thought for a while and said, how about this, after dinner, follow me to the room upstairs and we can talk about the script. Suyu exhaled and said, okay. Halfway through, Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian went to the toilet. This girl is a little innocent. Sun Wuda pushed open the cubicle door one by one. After making sure that there was no one there, he said. That's what makes it interesting. Zhao Yuqian stood in front of the urinal and looked at his bloodshot eyes. Did you bring the medicine? Sun Wuda nodded. Yes, I will give you one later. But I feel that it's not easy to persuade her. Did she agree? Zhao Yuqian waved his hand. She drank so much that she agreed to it half-heartedly. At most, I will chat with her in the room. Sun Wuda said, will it cause any trouble? I'm worried about Tianfeng. What can happen? Zhao Yuqian let out a long sigh. It's like this in our line of work. Tianfeng is untainted. Look, Mo, you didn't say anything. In the entertainment industry, only good female artists can make a name for themselves. Qin Baobao is an exception. But how many Qin Zhe are there in the entertainment industry? When Zhao Yuqian first entered this line of work, he didn't see many chaste women. There were still a few. But slowly, they were all soaked in the industry. He used to like a small-time actress many years ago. At that time, he was still doing odd jobs on the set. The assistant director was his relative. Later, the small-time actress met him and complained tearfully to him. Zhao Yuqian was very angry and went to reason with the director. The director didn't say anything. But that night, he was slapped a few times by the assistant director. The next morning, he saw the small-time actress he liked coming out of the director's room. She had dark circles under her eyes, but she was smiling contentedly. Zhao Yuqian knew that there must have been an indescribable deal last night. He felt that he was really stupid. Because of his relative, he wasn't kicked out of the set. Zhao Yuqian said, oh right, are you coming later? Sun Wuda said, you go first. I'll come later. But I'm afraid she's young and can't take it. I think we should change to a big suite. Bring Jiang Nan too. Her persuasion might be better than ours, Zhao Yuqian said. Good idea. When they were in Star Art, these two partners had developed the habit of working together. After dinner, Suyu followed Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda upstairs to talk about the script. Jiang Nan also went with them. Turn off your phone, in case a call comes in later and disturbs us, Sun Wuda said. Okay. Jiang Nan smiled and took out her phone. She demonstrated in front of Suyu and turned off her phone. The three of them looked at Suyu. Suyu hesitated for a moment. I have to tell my family. If I don't go home late, my mom will be worried. Suyu had never seen the world and didn't even have working experience, but she was not without EQ. She felt that this matter was a bit unreliable. But since it was her cousin's company, she didn't care too much about the twists and turns of the entertainment industry. She didn't want to talk about the script, but her other sister had agreed. She didn't have the courage to refuse. People with little experience and thin skin were easily led and didn't know how to refuse. Zhao Yuqian said, just say that you want to talk about the role and rehearse. Tell your mom not to worry. Suyu nodded and rubbed her temples. Her head hurt and she felt like vomiting. Cousin, I'm talking to the director about the script in the hotel, Liyue Hotel on Longhua Street. Is that okay? After sending the message, she said that she felt nauseous and wanted to go to the toilet to vomit. She didn't receive any messages from her cousin in the 3 minutes she came out of the toilet. Did it mean that there was no problem or that he didn't see it, so you didn't think much about it? The alcohol made her brain numb and she couldn't think carefully. Zhao Yuqian pretended to be relaxed. Is your phone off? Yes. Let me see. Suyu took out her phone and showed it to him. Zhao Yuqian pressed the button and the screen didn't light up. He nodded with satisfaction. They went upstairs and opened the door to a spacious suite. This should be the most luxurious suite series in the hotel. There was a balcony, a living room and 2 rooms. After Jiang Nan entered the room, she threw her bag on the sofa in the living room and smiled flirtatiously. I'm going to take a shower first. She glanced at Suyu and winked at Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian. Suyu was confused. Let's go to the room. Zhao Yuqian put his arm around Suyu's thin shoulder. Suyu took a step back and kept her last hope. Where's the script? Zhao Yuqian sneered. Sun Wuda said, there's no need for a script. In the film crew, or even in this industry, if the director wants you to act, you can act. Whether or not you have acting skills or a script, it doesn't matter. Su didn't say anything and just looked at him. Sun Wuda continued, therefore, the director's words are very important. They are so important that they can determine the life and death of a newcomer. Do you understand? Su shook her head. Sun Wuda clicked his tongue. Alright, you'll understand in the future. Little girl, have you ever had a boyfriend? Su shook her head again. The two of them looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Why did you choose to be an artist? Sun Wuda asked in a casual tone. To train myself, Su said. It was her wish to train herself during the summer vacation. It was her cousin's wish to have her come for the audition. According to her own heart, being able to get along harmoniously with the backup artists was already something worth celebrating. Her recent goal had already been achieved. She didn't have high expectations for herself. You've never thought of making money? Sun Wuda asked. Making money, of course, Su said. With her family's financial situation, if she could earn some money to support the family while working in her cousin's company, her mother would be very happy. That's right. Sun Wuda sighed. But money isn't easy to earn, right? No matter what industry it is, it's not easy to earn money. Celebrities are just like writers. Not only is it difficult to earn money, but there are also a lot of haters. After saying a lot, Sun Wuda saw that he was almost done laying the groundwork. He said directly, to be honest, as long as you're willing to communicate with us for a night, you can take the role. Also, if you want to act in the future, we have a quota. Just give us a call. As you know, our director Zhao is a famous director. Su wasn't stupid. It was self-evident what a night of communication meant. A 17-year-old girl who was underage and hadn't been exposed to the dark side. She was afraid and at the same time angry. I don't want to act, I don't want to. Su turned around and left. But Zhao Yuqian, who was beside her, pulled her and made her stumble. Sun Wuda quietly blocked the door. A wave of dizziness and nausea hit her. Su's body stiffened. Her cherry mouth panted, and she exhaled a breath that reeked of alcohol. She was like a frightened elk, looking at two wolves. Zhao Yuqian could use force and was confident that he could eliminate the hidden danger, but he was still doing the final thinking. Don't be nervous. Let's talk. Zhao Yuqian said, it's not a big deal. Everyone has become. You can't accept it now because you haven't been exposed to it. Jiang Nan is bathing in there. There are too many girls like her. Why are they willing, but you're not? Are you nobler than others? No, they're the ones who have experienced the scenery of the top of the mountain and seen the world that ordinary people can't see in their lifetime. The world of money, the beauty of money, the rich life that people can't extricate themselves from. Zhao Yuqian said, there are many artists who are willing to take off their clothes, but it doesn't mean that you'll have a chance. Your starting point is higher than theirs. As long as you're willing, you can sign the contract now. You'll enjoy a lot of things, such as fame and fortune. You'll be different from the girls in school. Not only will you enjoy their envious gazes, but you'll also have endless money. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to paint a big picture first. Su said loudly, I'm going back. You go away. She glared at Sun Wuda. Unfortunately, her delicate appearance didn't have much lethality. Instead, it made the latter stiffen slightly. TSK, the first time was unfamiliar, the second time was familiar, but the first time was often the hardest to overcome. If he let go now, this girl would hit a wall a few times. Who knew, she might be obedient next time. Zhao Yuqian didn't want to wait for the next time. He wasn't Tian Feng's director, so he couldn't just leave after filming this movie. If he could get the most out of Tian Feng in the shortest time possible, that would naturally be the best. Tian Feng needed experienced directors and scriptwriters like them. They were here to help. While getting a handsome reward, they couldn't let go of other benefits. Just like cutting fat, the more benefits they could get, the better. He gave Sun Wuda a look. The latter nodded. Su gripped the straps of her backpack tightly, like a small beast baring its teeth. I don't want your help. My cousin is Xianxia. Xianxia and his sister's bedtime activities were eating desserts and playing cards. Their phones were left in the room. The more successful a person was, the less they cared about their phones. Those who spent their days hugging their phones were people who lacked both mental and physical energy. But it wasn't too late. About 10 minutes later, he saw Suyu's message. His scalp went numb. He dialed the number while running out of the room. Qin Baobao was in the living room. She saw him running across the living room and changing his shoes in a hurry. What are you doing? Going out so late at night? His sister asked. F***ck. Qin cursed. His phone was turned off. Qin Baobao chased him to the entrance and asked nervously in a low voice, what's wrong? Yeah, might be in trouble. Yeah? Qin quickly changed his shoes. Damn it, isn't she playing a small role? The director seems to be trying to take advantage of her. Didn't you inform the crew? What the F***ck? Did Xiaolong need to take advantage of her? Only an idiot would take advantage of her. But Yaya was too inexperienced. She could easily be led astray. Qin Baobao's expression changed slightly. Didn't you forbid me to say it? Everyone knows she's your cousin. What is she training for? Qin was stunned. He couldn't remember clearly because he had never cared about these things. If Suyu came to the company to gain experience, then so be it. Anyway, when a person achieves success, his relatives can do whatever they want. He had the ability and could provide convenience for them. He had never paid much attention to this cousin of his. So she was auditioning for a Xiaolong role. She didn't need to be good at acting for a Xiaolong role. Her small face was enough. Besides, Tianfeng was his company. He was the boss. His territory was dark under the light. Qin Baobao shouted anxiously, I'll go with you. Where are we going? Qin said, Liyue Hotel, Longhua Street. Qin opened the door and left. Qin Baobao was in her pajamas. She didn't even change her slippers and chased after him. She entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. The siblings' expressions were unusually ugly. Qin Baobao wanted to ask when it was, but seeing that her brother had been on the phone, she didn't dare to disturb. The message was from 10 minutes ago. Qin was a little panicked. He had to make the time difference. Otherwise, even if he went now, the dishes would be cold. But Suyu's phone was turned off again. Talking to the director about the script? Which director? Qin was calling Mou. If it was him, Qin would let him know that there was a line in the song, a broken chrysanthemum, full of wounds. It wasn't a joke. The call went through immediately. Qin said in a low voice, You're at Liyue Hotel? Mou was stunned. I'm at home, truth? What's wrong, Boss Qin? Give me Zhao Yu's phone number. Immediately, send me a message. With that, he hung up. About 30 seconds later, when the elevator reached the first floor, a message came in. In addition to Zhao Yu's phone number, there was also a question mark from Mou. Qin didn't reply. He pressed the number and dialed. Zhao Yu and Sun Wuda looked at each other, full of smiles, but it was just a sneer. Sun Wuda teased, Is Qin Baobao your cousin? Suyu nodded vigorously. Zhao Yu laughed and said, Good girl. Actually, Qin is my long-lost son. Don't be afraid. Come to the room with your uncle tonight for a chat. What a funny little girl. Zhao Yu stood up and tugged at her. Listen to me. You're rich and famous. Many female artists dream of being with you. If you don't, then you're not obedient. What can a little girl like you do to us? His phone suddenly rang. Zhao Yu frowned and took it out. It was an unknown number. He hung up. It rang again. Again. And again. Maybe it was something. People of his status often received calls from unknown people, but it wasn't the kind of trashy advertising or sales calls. It could be looking for cooperation, gifts, and so on. What's the matter? He was calm. Zhao Yu, I'm Qin, said the other party. President Qin? At first, he was stunned, then he put on a smile. It's so late. Why are you calling me? Are you at the Liyue Hotel? Zhao Yu? How did he know? You want to sleep with my artist? Well, Zhao Yuqian didn't know how to answer the question of seeing through but not saying anything. Did you do it? His tone was cold. I'm asking you a question. He shouted. No, no, Zhao Yu's body trembled. He was shocked. Suyu is my cousin. Wait for me at the hotel. The call was cut off. The phone slipped on the floor and made a muffled sound. Zhao Yu's face was pale. I'm Qin Zhe, Suyu is my cousin. Zhao Yuqian felt a rumbling sound in his mind, as if thunder was echoing. It's over. It's over. She's really Qin Zhe's cousin? Why would Qin Zhe's cousin come to the audition? She's relying on her own abilities. Don't be ridiculous. Who would rely on their own abilities if they had connections? This isn't a TV series. What's wrong? Sun would have frowned when he saw his strange expression. Zhao Yuqian stared at Suyu in a daze. Her face was flushed red. She should have looked seductive. Now that he looked at her again, she was as vicious as a snake. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have just said that you're Qin Zhe's cousin. You pretended to be an ordinary backup artist and came to the audition. You even hid your identity. You're really Qin Zhe's cousin? Zhao Yuqian's face was dark as he asked bitterly. I am. That's why I'm not afraid of you. Suyu gave herself courage. On the side, Sun Wuda froze. His heart skipped a beat. He turned around and looked at Zhao Yuqian in disbelief. Just now. Qin Zhe called? Sun Wuda's voice was trembling. Zhao Yuqian didn't say anything. He sat on the sofa with his head lowered. His hands were restless as he scratched his head. Sun Wuda was silent for a few seconds. Then, he grabbed his bag and left. Where are you going? Of course. Why are we still here? Zhao Yuqian looked exhausted. He told us to wait here. Sun Wuda was speechless. So, should we go or not? Even though the two of them were experienced in life and society, they were at a loss of what to do. Their boss's cousin was an unspoken rule. They were embarrassed and scared at the same time. It was like an employee who saw a super hot girl in the company and bought roses to court her. He said flirtatiously, "Beauty, the moment I saw you, I was like a programmer who found a loophole." He didn't want to do anything but fix it. Then, the beauty said, "I'm your boss's cousin." Coincidentally, his boss was right beside him. But with Qin Zhe's identity and status, he was a big capitalist in the entertainment industry. Did he dare to leave? The two of them looked at each other in silence. Sun Wuda put down his bag and sat on the sofa. Just say it's a misunderstanding. We don't work for his company. At most, we can just quit. Zhao Yuqian said in a hoarse voice. He was emboldening himself and his partner. We can look for Director Huang. Doesn't he have a good relationship with Qin Zhe? With this relationship, he won't do anything. Sun Wuda said. The two nodded at the same time. Zhao Yu calmed himself down and felt less panicked. Why haven't you left yet? He looked at Suyu. If this girl left, the situation would be much better. I'm not leaving. Suyu glared at her. My cousin is coming, right? His words became much more righteous. He was like a child who had lost a fight. One moment, he was crying because he felt wronged, but when his father came, he arrogantly said, "This is my father." It was exactly the same. About 5 minutes later, the door lock clicked. Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian, who were sitting on the sofa, shuddered. It wasn't the door, but the bathroom door. Jiang Nan, who had just finished showering, came out in her pajamas and was drying her hair with a dry towel. The scene in the room stunned her. Shouldn't it be done by now? But now, the two men were sitting on the sofa dispiritedly. The girl was standing valiantly, glaring at the director and scriptwriter. When she heard the noise, she first looked at herself and then glared at the two men. What's wrong? Jiang Nan was confused. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda didn't say anything. Jiang Nan could only say, "Little girl, it's your turn to go in." Suyu said disdainfully, "Disgusting." What do you mean? I just think you're disgusting. Jiang Nan was so angry that she laughed. If you're not disgusting, why don't you leave? Why are you standing here like a fool? Suyu retorted, why should I leave? I'm waiting for my cousin. Your cousin? Jiang Nan sneered. Shut up. Zhao Yuqian shouted. Jiang Nan, an aggrieved expression. I didn't say anything wrong, right? Then I'll go to the room first. Jiang Nan said in a muffled voice. You don't have to go. Put on your clothes and leave, Sun Wuda said. What do you mean? Jiang Nan's expression changed. Are they changing their minds? Are they not going to let me act anymore? Her expression changed several times. Anger, indignation, annoyance, and other emotions. She went back to the bathroom without a word. When she came out again, she had already put on her clothes and high heels. She picked up her bag and walked out expressionlessly. The sound of her high heels clacking against the floor was crisp and clear. When Jiang Nan walked to the door, there was a loud knock on the door. Pa, 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 it was very loud and very heavy. It was obvious that the person knocking on the door was very impatient. This time, it was him. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda's expressions were extremely ugly, and they were a little uneasy. Jiang Nan was about to go out when she turned the doorknob and opened the door. A man in short sleeves and big shorts, and a bare-faced woman in pajamas. Seeing the two people outside the door, she was stunned, and then she was pushed away forcefully. Although she was pushed away so violently that her high heels slipped and she fell on the floor, she wasn't angry. Instead, she was confused and stunned. Unbelievable. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. Qin Zhe rushed into the room. He saw that his cousin's clothes were still intact and her face was still flushed red. His tense heart finally relaxed. Yeah, are you okay? Why are you here? Qin Baobao grabbed Suyu and gritted her teeth. Did they bully you? Did they touch you? Suyu shook her head. No, they said they wanted to talk to me about the script, so I came up. Qin Baobao was relieved. She wanted to scold her, but this was not the right place. She held her in her arms and glared at the two people on the sofa. Zhao Yuqian braced himself and got up. Boss Qin, this is a misunderstanding. What he got in response was a kick to the heart, and he was sent flying half a meter. Zhao Yuqian lay on the floor and vomited. He vomited everything he ate and drank. The sour smell spread. Qin Zhe, you. Sun Wuda's face changed. Qin Zhe slapped him with the back of his hand. Sun Wuda staggered a few steps and fell, and then he was punched and kicked by Qin Zhe. Bang, bang, bang. There was a commotion. Glasses, ashtrays, fruit plates, backpacks. He smashed everything he could get his hands on. Their heads were bleeding and they looked miserable. Qin Zhe looked at them one last time. He didn't scold them or say anything. Instead, he walked to his sister and asked Suyu, "Are you okay?" Suyu shook her head. Women should be instinctively afraid and disgusted when they saw a fight. But the sisters were starry-eyed. When they were in trouble, having a man by their side to solve the problem gave them a sense of security. Both sisters felt safe. Jiang Nan was still standing at the door. She witnessed the whole process of Qin Zhe beating people up. Her mind was in a mess. This girl. What was her relationship with Qin Zhe? These two idiots had slept with Qin Zhe's relatives. It was over. She felt that she might be banned from the entertainment industry. Who are you? You're blocking the way. Qin Zhe looked unfriendly. This woman still smelled like shampoo and her hair was wet. It was obvious that she was the kind of woman who used deals to climb her way up. There were many such things in the entertainment industry. Tianfeng Entertainment didn't have any at the moment. He and his sister were involved in almost all the movies produced by Tianfeng Entertainment. So, things like unspoken rules wouldn't happen in his crew. If it was a mutual affection deal, Qin Zhe wouldn't care. But if it was his cute cousin, he couldn't. My name is Jiang Nan answered subconsciously. She stepped aside and made way. She was a little scared. What if he hit her? Qin Zhe stopped in his tracks. He looked at her and said unhappily, "Did you write Dragon 5? If not, why are you so unrestrained? Go back to writing." I've waited for 2 years. Jiangnan? Zhao Yuqian lay on the ground for a moment. He heard the door close twice, and the suite quieted down. After making sure that everyone had left, he groaned and got up. His clothes and face were stained with vomit. His companion, Sun Wuda, was also lying on the ground, moaning and clutching his stomach. Zhao Yuqian struggled to get up and helped Sun Wuda up. They endured the pain and dizziness and walked into the bathroom. The tiles in the bathroom were wet and full of water. Zhao Yuqian slipped and fell. He held back his tears and stood up straight. In the mirror, both of them looked miserable. Their clothes and pants were stained with filth. Their heads hurt and blood flowed down their cheeks. Their scalps must have been broken. One was a famous director, and the other was a veteran screenwriter. They had never been in such a miserable situation. At least not for many years. F***ck. Sun Wuda cursed and grabbed a dry towel to wipe his face. Don't wipe it. Zhao Yuqian stopped him and said in a low voice, we'll call the police and solve this through legal procedures. Can it work? Sun Wuda hesitated. I don't care, Zhao Yuqian said fiercely, he's a public figure. This is enough to make him suffer. Remember the artists who were sentenced for beating people up a few years ago? Fine. Sun Wuda said angrily, we didn't do anything. He was the one who beat us up. He immediately called the police. The police station was not far from here, so they were dispatched quickly. 3 policemen knocked on the door of the hotel room. Both of them were filthy and had blood on their faces. They looked pitiful. What happened? Who beat you up? One of the policemen asked. Xianxia, Zhao Yuqian said. The policeman nodded slightly. Where are you from? Where do you live? Xianxia, the boss of Tianfang Entertainment, Zhao Yuqian said. The policeman nodded. He suddenly froze. If he didn't hear wrong, it was Xianxia from Tianfang Entertainment. That Xianxia? How did you fight? Tell us what happened. The policeman perked up. It was definitely not gossip. Zhao Yuqian was silent for a moment, then looked at Sun Wuda. We were talking about the script with the company's female artist, and then he rushed in and beat us up, Sun Wuda said. After that, he saw the subtle look in the 3 policemen's eyes. What are your names? Zhao Yuqian. Sun Wuda. The 3 policemen suddenly understood. Sun Wuda didn't know him, but Zhao Yuqian had heard of him. He was a very famous director. The director, the female artist, discussed the script. The police comrade suddenly understood. Yes, we are professionally trained police officers. No matter how gossipy something is, we will never gossip unless we can't help it. Who is the female artist who discussed the script with you? The police officer asked. He could not hold it in any longer. Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian were silent. Cough cough. Another policeman coughed and said, I'll take you to the hospital first, then we'll go to the police station to record your statements. Zhao Yuqian said in a deep voice, we're definitely just lightly injured. Arrest Xianxia immediately. Let's go to the hospital first. Whether or not it's a minor injury, we'll file a case first. Then, we'll wait for the judicial department and the hospital to appraise it, the policeman said. The car drove through the night, leaving a long and fast shadow on the road illuminated by the street lamps. Inside the car, the ceiling light was on. Qin Baobao and Suyu sat in the back seat. Qin Baobao comforted her cousin softly. He didn't have the heart to blame her. The director invited you to drink and discuss the script. Why didn't you give me a call? Xianxia said. I did send a text. Suyu sat up straight like a primary school student. Her small face was slightly nervous and pale. Then why didn't you tell me in advance that you wanted to drink? I was just a little careless and you were almost fooled. I did call you. Suyu lowered her head and said in a low voice, you didn't want to talk to me. She felt so wronged that she wanted to cry. You must have been scared. Xianxia sighed. You've seen the rotten side of society. If you encounter anything in the future, be careful. Be vigilant and keep a distance from anyone's kindness and enthusiasm. Suyu said, okay. Xianxia drove his cousin home and stopped outside the neighborhood. It was a rare night with a cool breeze. It should have been comfortable, but the three of them were in a bad mood. "Cousin, aren't you and cousin going up? Grandma misses you." Suyu was sent to the gate of the neighborhood by Xianxia and Qin Baobao. "Not going." Xianxia smiled bitterly. How could he be in the mood to see grandma? "You, don't tell aunt and grandma about this," her sister reminded her. "Okay." Suyu nodded. She turned around and walked a few steps. She stopped, turned around, and stared at Xianxia. "Cousin, thank you." After that, she looked like a swallow returning to the forest. Xianxia hugged his cousin in his arms and touched her head. Silly girl. She didn't know if she was wronged or frightened. Her thin and delicate body trembled slightly. Suyu reluctantly left her cousin's arms. She lowered her head slightly and walked into the neighborhood silently. You! Xianxia suddenly shouted. Suyu stopped. "In the future," Xianxia said loudly, "if anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat them up for you." Suyu walked into the darkness with her head lowered. You, if anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat them up for you." After so many years, this sentence seemed to have traveled through time and floated into her ears again. The street lights in the neighborhood sprinkled a dim yellow light, illuminating the 2 lines of tears on Suyu's cheeks. "Tsk, you, this silly girl. She's still the same as when she was young." Qin Baobao's foxy face flashed with anger. "She's been closer to you since she was young. The few people in grandma's family are all the same." Qin Baobao had been beautiful since she was young. She was as arrogant as a peacock. When she was in junior high school, she liked to read novels, but she didn't have enough money. The main reason was that buying books was too expensive. Coincidentally, there was a bookstore next to Suyu's school. She could rent it for 10 cents a day. Qin Baobao would ask Suyu to rent books for her every day. When Yuyu was in the 5th grade of primary school, she would first take the bus to her aunt's house and send novels to her cousin once a week after school. It was obvious that someone's bad habit of bullying others didn't only apply to her younger brother. "Why are you jealous?" Xianxia said angrily. "Bah, I'm not jealous." Qin Baobao glared at him. She then gritted her teeth and said angrily, "You hit them too lightly. These 2 scumbags." If Xianxia hadn't found out about it early, it might have caused a big mistake. How could the siblings face their parents, uncle, aunt, and grandma? They also couldn't face Suyu, who was interning at his cousin's company. He didn't care about her at all. He shouldn't have kept her identity a secret, or told her about the ways of the entertainment industry in advance. They looked calm on the surface, but in fact, they were scared. Hitting people can only vent your anger, but it won't solve the problem. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "This matter isn't over yet. You watch." A's. His sister suddenly called him in a very gentle voice. "Xianxia, yes?" Qin Baobao gently hugged his waist. "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" As he spoke, Xianxia looked around to see if there were any paparazzi following them. He didn't find any at the moment. Then he looked at the guard booth. There was only a guard who was sleeping on the table. He didn't know if his surname was Qin. "Thank you for working hard for me so that you won't be a salted fish anymore." If the word salted fish didn't exist, I would be touched. "Thank you for working so hard to buy the entertainment company for me." This sentence was more pleasant to hear. "Thank you for not finding a girlfriend for me." This sentence was a little scary. "Sister, let me pretend that I didn't understand." Qin Baobao continued, "If it weren't for you, I would probably have to leave the entertainment industry." It was inevitable that a woman with her looks and no background would be able to continue smoothly in the entertainment industry. It was almost impossible for a woman like her to have a smooth career. She wouldn't accept the unspoken rules, so the only way was to leave the entertainment industry. Fortunately, I have a good brother who can be soft and hard. Usually, he was a salted fish, but at critical moments, he was surprisingly reliable. Qin Baobao recalled all the difficulties and troubles she had encountered along the way. It seemed that every time, as long as she whined in front of her brother, he would be able to help her solve it. "Sob sob sob, help me write songs. Sob sob sob, be my guest singer." Sob sob sob, do a kissing scene with sister. She whined all the way to the peak of her life. There's nothing to think, you're my sister. Xianxia said, my parents are not as close as my sister. Then, do you want to practice a kissing scene with sister? Qin Baobao looked up. The wind lifted her forehead hair, and her beauty was unparalleled. Xianxia glanced at her half-opened red lips and was quite tempted. Eating the rouge from my sister's mouth every other day, I'm probably the world's most honest, ghost, younger brother. But not now. Who knew if a paparazzi would suddenly jump out and say, ha ha ha, I finally caught your little secret. Wait to be hospitalized 70 years after the founding of the country, the biggest and most sensational news in the entertainment industry. There was no escape. Qin Baobao saw that he was silent and her heart sank. She said anxiously, I haven't practiced kissing for a long time, I'm a little rusty, have you forgotten what happened last time? Xianxia lowered his voice. The paparazzi's eyes are everywhere. Even if they weren't here now, they couldn't be careless. The paparazzi might be late, but they would never be absent. They had to be vigilant at all times. Qin Baobao immediately pushed her brother away and looked around guiltily. Xianxia, don't look, sister. You're making us look like we're having an affair. I have a small stove, but I never ride it. The siblings reached for their phones at the same time. Qin Baobao forgot that she was wearing pajamas and didn't bring her phone. Xianxia's phone rang. The caller was a landline, an unknown number. Xianxia picked up the phone. If it was a spam call, he would immediately hang up. Hello, is this Mr. Xianxia? This is XX police station. It was a woman's voice. It's me. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. You're suspected of intentional injury. Please tell us your address. We need to take you to the police station to assist in the investigation. No need, I'll come over now. Xianxia said. There was a moment of silence. Okay. Sister's skirt fluttered. Who's calling? Xianxia smiled and said, the police station. I'm suspected of intentional injury. I may have to go to the small dark room. Did those 2B* cheese call the police? Qin Baobao's face darkened. Yes. Maybe they felt indignant. After all, I hit them. It's only right for them to call the police. Xianxia said nonchalantly. In a society ruled by law, there was a price to pay for hitting someone. Especially in a big city like Shanghai, it was not a place where you could do whatever you wanted. Xianxia was also a celebrity. It was easy for him to get into trouble if he hit someone. Therefore, he did not understand how those big shots who beat up the east, west, south, north, and south could resist the police. Will it be fine? Qin Baobao was a little confused. Anyway, you know so many people. Your network in Shanghai is so extensive. Xianxia said seriously, what nonsense are you talking about? The river and crab are shining in the sky. The flowers are smiling at me. The birds are saying, good morning, good morning. You are a law-abiding citizen. Qin Baobao was speechless. Xianxia said as he got into the car. If I really committed the crime of intentional injury, I will accept the punishment. Although the country has always been afraid of me and wanted to kill me before I was born, I still love the red flag. Qin Baobao was amused by him and laughed. How many times have you used this joke? Xianxia started the car and glared at his sister. Don't say it out loud. If you don't say it out loud, the readers will not think of it. The phone rang again. Qin Baobao leaned over and fumbled in Xianxia's pocket. She took out the phone. It's Zijin, she said and picked up the phone. Hello, Zijin. Baobao, what's going on? The police came to our house just now and said that A's is suspected of intentional injury. They asked him to go back to assist in the investigation. When they didn't see him, they asked me for his number. Wang Zijin's tone was calm. He beat up 2 scumbags and they called the police, Qin Baobao said, but Ace looks very confident. It seems that everything is fine. Oh, I'll hang up then. Wang Zijin said, I'm watching an anti-Japanese drama about my grandson and my soldiers. The call ended. Xianxia was speechless. Aren't you going to say a few words of consolation, fake girlfriend? Heartless wolf. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks at her brother. See, it's still your biological sister who loves you. Okay. Qinzhe nodded perfunctorily as he recalled the details of what happened just now. His attack shouldn't have been too heavy, right? However, it was hard to say whether or not it was intentional injury. After all, my control was still far from being comparable to that of a king. If I attacked with hatred, I might not have controlled my strength. First, I'll suppress this matter, then use my connections. I'll abide by the law, abide by the law. Perhaps his relaxed expression made his sister relax as well. She even had the mood to play with her phone. After all, she even knew Qinzhe's phone password. Oh right, what did you mean by what you said to that woman just now? His sister asked. Who? Jiangnan, you don't need to know. Just remember this, Qinzhe said in a deep voice, Jiangnan's old bastard is heartless. I will live and die with the monsters. Qin Baobao replied blankly, okay. The police station was a little far away. Even if there was no traffic at night, it still took them half an hour to drive. Qinzhe parked the car and entered the police station hand in hand with Qin Baobao. At this time, there was no one on duty at the reception desk by the door, but there was someone behind the glass counter. Anyone who had been to a police station would know that the layout of a police station was similar to that of a bank and other institutions. The policeman on duty glanced at the two and asked, report or surrender? Qinzhe said, surrender. Oh, what? The policeman on duty was stunned. He looked carefully at Qinzhe and Qin Baobao and recognized them. In this day and age, there were not many people who did not know this pair of siblings, unless they were old people who did not pay attention to the internet and celebrities. You come with me. The policeman on duty walked out from behind the counter and led Qinzhe and his sister to the electric door on the other side. Previously, it was just a place to receive reports and inquiries. After entering the electric door, it was the real police office of the police station. Qinzhe and his sister followed the policeman on duty to the second floor. It was almost 10 o'clock at night. Other than the policeman on duty, there was almost no one else. The policeman on duty knocked on the office door. Old Chen, they're here. The middle-aged policeman who was dozing off at the desk woke up. He turned around and hurriedly stood up and greeted, please come in. Little Li, come here and take a statement. Little Li? Coming. A young policewoman walked out from inside. She had good facial features, a round face, and a capable ponytail. When she saw Qinzhe, she was a little stunned. Her eyes were fixed on Qinzhe's face. Little Li was a fan of Qinzhe. Little Fresh Meat was originally popular with girls, and Qinzhe was the more unique one. Every song of Qinzhe's was saved in her phone and computer. For Qinzhe's A Journey to the West, she went to watch it every day for a week. Her boyfriend, who had always been obedient, was quite dissatisfied with this. He felt that his girlfriend was too obsessed with Qinzhe and was very jealous. Officer Chen said, pour 2 cups of tea. Qinzhe originally thought that interrogation. He was suspected of a crime, so there should be an interrogation. On TV, he was locked in a small dark room, interrogated one by one, and then there was a one-way glass wall. Behind the wall, there was a small leader watching the interrogation process. In the end, it was just the 4 of them sitting in a row in the office. Little Li was responsible for recording the conversation on the computer. This was because the incident itself was just a fight. The hospital's test results were not out yet. Qinzhe was only suspected, not really breaking the law. After entering the name, gender, and age according to the procedure, Officer Chen said in a deep voice, Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda reported you to the police. What is the reason? Qinzhe said, they wanted to sleep with my company's backup artist, a 17-year-old girl, underage. Little Li said, bah, scum. Then Qinzhe, are you injured? Qinzhe said, no. Little Li said, that's good. Ahem. Officer Chen had to remind her. Focus on recording. Give me a detailed account of what happened. Qinzhe immediately told her what happened. About 15 minutes later, the investigation ended. Officer Chen sent the siblings out of the office. Before the hospital and the judicial organization's injury report comes out, I hope you will stay in Shanghai and cooperate with us, Officer Chen said. No problem. By the way, where's the toilet? Go straight, turn right at the end. Xianxia said to his sister, wait for me in the car first? Qin Baobao shook her head. Here. Xianxia went straight to the toilet and stood in front of the urinal. He took out his phone and his belt. Soon, the call he made was connected. Little Qin? A middle-aged man's mellow voice came from the other end. Yes, it's me, Uncle Bai. Xianxia laughed enthusiastically. What's the matter? The man laughed. There's some trouble, Xianxia said. There's an ignorant director who wanted to sleep with my company's backup artist. She's an underage girl. I caught him and gave him a good beating. I'm still at XX police station now. Those two seem to have gone for an injury examination. I'm not sure if they crossed the line. You're the big boss of the Public Security Bureau. Can you give me an idea? TSK, let's see what you plan to do about this. Do you want to settle or pursue the matter? I want to kill those 2B asterisk cheese. Uncle knows. Let's wait for the injury examination results first. Okay, goodbye, Uncle Bai. After a few simple words, the call ended. Uncle Bai was Bai Guowei's father. They had drunk and chatted at the hotel in the forest park a while ago. Oh right, he also had a notorious daughter called Bai Feng. She just didn't like him. He didn't know how he had offended her. Xianxia now had a network of connections in Shanghai. As long as he didn't get involved in prostitution, gambling, and drugs, he could do whatever he wanted. First wave, second wave, third wave. Rowing a boat didn't need a paddle. The Wang family's connections didn't need to be used at all. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. That was why Wang Zijin was so calm. Having many friends meant that he could do whatever he wanted. However, it was better to fight less in the future. He couldn't be bothered to bully ordinary people. For example, if he dared to hit the two people tonight, they would dare to call the police. He envied those big shots who beat up people with power and status. They didn't have to worry about legal liability. Hacks, at the same time, he despised those who had a good social status, money, power, and connections, but chose to swallow their anger after being attacked by the main character's people. Low Hacks. What did you call me for? The system asked. I didn't call you, Xianxia replied, you can continue to hibernate and AFK. It's none of your business. The system said, oh, I'll continue to deduce the mysteries of the universe. It's been a while since I triggered a mission. Xianxia said, okay, Sir System. He turned around and saw Officer Chen standing at the door. The two of them nodded and smiled as if nothing had happened. When they brushed past each other, Officer Chen said, do you want me to send you off? Oh, she even said you. Xianxia shook his head and smiled politely, I have a car. Thank you. Officer Chen was just saying it casually to make a good impression. When Officer Chen returned to her office, Xiaoli was excitedly posting on her WeChat moments to show off that she had met Xianxia. She was full of praise and joy, but she didn't say what had happened because of privacy issues. Officer Chen was thinking. Someone with the surname Bai? The big shot of the Public Security Bureau, who could it be? The director of her police station wasn't surnamed Bai. Looking further up, there didn't seem to be anyone. Xiaoli, do you think there's anyone with a surname Bai in our organization? Huh? Xiaoli was confused, leaders in the organization? Is there? You're a clerk, you should know better. I don't think so. Xiaoli thought for a while, oh, the second in command of Shanghai's Public Security Bureau has the surname Bai. He's called Bai Xiqing. Officer Chen was shocked. It shouldn't be that person. Do you think Xianxia knows that leader? Why do you say that? I heard him calling Uncle Bai in the toilet just now. He's from our organization. No way, the two of them looked at each other. Xiaoli was shocked, Xianxia, a big boss with a net worth of tens of billions. It doesn't seem impossible? At noon the next day, a piece of news was posted online. Hashtag Xianxia beat up the famous director Zhao Yuqian. Hashtag Xianxia might be held responsible for his impulsiveness. Hashtag what happened. The grudge between Xianxia and Zhao Yuqian. Hashtag this matter couldn't be hidden at all. Not to mention other things, just Tianfeng's side couldn't hide it. The director and scriptwriter didn't come to work during the preparation of True Yellow Legend. After asking, they found out that they were resting at home and were too ashamed to come back. When they asked again, the big boss beat them up. The news spread like wildfire and quickly spread throughout Tianfeng Entertainment. Whether it was the ordinary employees, executives, or cleaning aunties, everyone was discussing this matter. The popularity of this gossip was even more attractive than topics like why do old sows howl every night? Why do old ladies in their 80s have their underwear stolen? Is it the distortion of human nature or the decay of morals? A few people noticed that among the backup artists, there was a girl named Suyu who didn't come to work. Maybe she was on sick leave, that was the guess of the backup artists. Mou was actually the one who knew the most. Last night, CEO Qin called him and asked if he was at Liyue Hotel. As someone who had been in the workplace for a long time, he knew what was going on even if he used his toes to think. At this moment, he was still a little scared. If he was also involved, he would have been done for this morning. Mou had been in this industry for almost 10 years. Although he wasn't like some big directors who would hide every time they met a beautiful woman, among the top directors, there were one or two who were famous for being slutty. The number of female celebrities who had slept with them could circle the earth. But he wasn't a gentleman either. In this day and age, where would there be a gentleman? If the situation allowed it, he would be more than happy to open a room with the female celebrity to talk about the script. However, both CEO Qin and CEO Qin disliked this kind of phenomenon and explicitly forbade it. Therefore, even if the company's executives wanted to, they didn't dare to be too flamboyant. At most, they would contact the female celebrities in private. After all, they couldn't stop the female celebrities from working hard to improve themselves. If they forced them, it would be over if they were found out. Speaking of which, only Xianxia and Qin Bao had such confidence and ability. Would another entertainment company be able to do it? There was a lot of discussion about this matter online. It would definitely make the headlines and become a trending topic. This kind of thing was much more exciting than having an affair, getting her hair done, or sleeping with her manager. It was about Xianxia and a famous director. Fighting. You may be held criminally responsible. Every word was filled with excitement and gossip. Xianxia is up to something again? What's going on this time? Why are they fighting for no reason? It has to be fake. So far, neither Xianxia nor Zhao Yuqian have come forward to say anything. But there's no clarification either. Besides, there's so much news. It can't be groundless. If this is true, then Xianxia might be in trouble. Intentional injury, even if it's only a minor injury, will put him in jail for a few months. Then, they will be banned. Fighting is considered a banned artist. Ah? Does that mean we won't be able to hear Xianxia's songs in the future? Of course. The banned artists have no choice but to appear in front of the public in any form or production. They are completely banned. Under the huge public opinion, it meant huge traffic. The online media and paparazzi were like flies that smelled rotten meat. They swarmed excitedly and clamored. Soon, someone secretly took photos of Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda with bruises and bandages on their heads. Their actual injuries were not clear, but their appearance was very scary. Now it was lively. All the major online media platforms pushed all kinds of relevant information in time. There were articles and videos. While confirming the truth of the incident, they were also guessing and analyzing the troubles and difficulties Xianxia would face. For example, being locked up in a small dark room. For example, being banned. Then, the entertainment empire that he created would go into decline. Through the exaggeration of the editor and relevant people, it was clear and reasonable. Some people even said that Xianxia's era was over. He had only been famous for a short year, but Xianxia's name was known to everyone. He created the legend and era of a fast shooter. Especially the industry insiders in the entertainment industry and countless songwriters. Whenever they recalled the past year, they would think of the shame of being suppressed by a fast shooter and the fear of not being faster than him. Some people gloated and felt proud that they were finally no longer suppressed by a fast shooter. Some people regretted that a musical genius of a generation might have to bid farewell to the entertainment industry. It's over. The loyal fans felt a chill in their hearts. They really beat people up and they looked quite miserable. If they were to pursue legal responsibility, Xianxia might really have to go to jail for a few months. The anti-fans were overjoyed. Bah, this kind of person should be banned. Young success, arrogant and reckless. He should pay the price for beating people up. Ban him, hurry up and ban him. I like director Zhao Youqian's work very much. This time I will support him no matter what. I strongly request that Xianxia be banned. It's wrong to beat people up for no reason. They are all adults and should pay the price for their actions. So, Xianxia is done for. Old Master Qin was a respectable person when he was alive. Burn some incense before you leave. Lu Xun once said that China people are ignorant and arrogant, inferior and proud. It's so disgusting that it makes one's hair stand on end. I can't make up any more stories. Lu Xun is more wrong than Doi. Anyway, we just need to ban Xianxia. There were too many people waiting for the follow-up of this incident. However, this matter could not progress too quickly even if Xianxia was secretly pushing it. According to the normal process, the case verification, investigation, and injury evaluation by the Judicial Department should be done in half a month. The government could not be blamed for not doing enough. China was so big and there were so many things to do. They were very busy and did not provide private services. Similar government agencies such as hospitals, it was said that medical treatment was free for Americans and the government would pay for the medical expenses. However, you definitely did not know that from the time you got sick to the time you queued up, you would have to go to the crematorium 100 times. It was not a joke. Hence, most Americans who had some money would choose private hospitals, the kind that spent money. Xianxia could not possibly wait for half a month for such a trivial matter. He asked people to speed up the process and strive for the evaluation results. Even if there were connections, it could not be done in a day or two. The evaluation was not a big deal, but the process had to be followed. This was the most time-consuming process. In these 2 days, Xianxia received many calls. His friends in the entertainment industry, his friends in real life, and especially his university roommates. They called to ask about the situation. They were not the gossipy type but were concerned about his situation. The friends people made when they had nothing were the most precious. Then there were the calls from his parents and grandmother. Xianxia told his parents the truth but not his grandmother. Qin Ma was worried about his situation. She asked him to see if he could reconcile. If he could pay some money. It was better than going to the police. The old master only said 3 words, "Good call." In the villa, Zhao Youqian and Sun Wuda were on the phone. "You've seen the news online, right?" Zhao Youqian asked. "I've seen it. It's impossible for this matter not to leak out," Sun Wuda said. Seeing Xianxia being criticized miserably on the internet, the two of them felt a sense of satisfaction from revenge. However, in reality, they did not want this matter to be exposed. Things like the unspoken rules would ruin their reputation and embarrass them. He didn't make a statement? He didn't criticize us. Zhao Youqian found it hard to understand. He probably wants to wait for the injury report to come out before he talks to us in private. So, he should leave a way out, Sun Wuda analyzed. If it were not for the beating incident, the two of them really could not afford to offend Xianxia. But now, they did not panic. At least, they did not panic before the injury report came out. After a few words, Zhao Youqian asked, "Did you pick up the call from President Huang?" "Yes, he wants to be the middleman and let us settle it in private with Xianxia 100 million, or don't even think about settling it in private," Zhao Youqian demanded. "Can it work? 100 million is not a lot to him. And once our injury report shows that it's a minor injury, he's finished." "Okay, then, you'll talk to President Huang?" "Of course, I'll talk to him." Xianxia received a call from Huang Yizong on the morning of the 3rd day. "These two bastards, I'll teach them a lesson later." Huang Yizong's tone was angry. Before you send people over, don't you know what kind of person they are? Xianxia's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Hey, that's childish. Huang Yizong said, which director in the entertainment industry is a gentleman? Do I need to say something that's common? Isn't your company like this? Alright, I'm sorry for asking, Xianxia said. What's the matter? Just an apology? This matter has made us brothers look bad. It's okay, we'll settle it ourselves. Huang Yizong coughed softly, cleared his throat, and said, I thought about it. Although they did something wrong, it's not good for you if this continues, whether it's your reputation or the subsequent lawsuit. Before I made this call, I talked to Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda. They're willing to settle it in private, but they want 100 million in compensation, 50 million each. Xianxia, I think it's a good deal. 100 million, do you really think that my money grows on trees? People don't even dare to sell their diamonds at such a high price. What, are you two made of ginseng fruit? Xianxia had already lost 300 million this month. If he had to pay another 100 million, he would definitely lose a lot of money. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Xianxia expressed his gratitude, and then refused. I refuse to settle it in private. Tell them to wait. He had to wait for the injury report to come out. If it didn't constitute intentional injury, there was a set of procedures. If it did, there was another set of procedures. So, he had to wait for the report to come out. This was the reason why he hadn't responded to the heated public opinion on the internet. He didn't want to say anything before the report came out. Huang Yizong, why do I feel that both sides are difficult to deal with? Anyway, this condition of mine is still valid. Before the court accepts the complaint, I can help you with this. Huang Yizong sighed. You're on your own. Thanks. Xianxia hung up the phone. After dinner, they asked you to go upstairs to read the script, right? The bespectacled fat policeman sat behind the glass counter and asked while typing in the computer. Yes. On the other side of the glass, Suyu sat upright with her legs together and her hands placed on her lap. During that time, did they give you explicit hints to sleep with them? No. Suyu tried hard to recall and shook her head. They just said that I'm a good seedling and that it's not easy to be an actress. The fat policeman nodded. His fingers nimbly tapped on the keys, making crackling sounds. After a while. What happened after that? After that, they asked me to go to the room to talk about the script. Suyu lowered her head slightly. Her face was slightly red and burning. The girl was thin-skinned and felt that it was too embarrassing. You wanted to talk about the script with them? The fat policeman chose his words carefully. The meaning of his words was actually asking, are you willing to do a deal? It was not good to be too direct. After all, the other party was just a 17-year-old underage girl. Suyu's expression was blank. The fat policeman said helplessly, are you willing to do that kind of deal? No, I'm not willing. Suyu quickly shook her head. What did they say after they went upstairs? They said that if I sleep with them, they will give me the role. Suyu's face was red and her voice was weak. Tell me the details. Okay. A few minutes later, the fat policeman said, last few questions. Did they do anything to you? There were a few times, but I avoided them. Then, after they talked about that matter, I wanted to leave, but they blocked the door and wouldn't let me go. They even pulled me. Suyu said angrily. Understood. The fat policeman typed and finished. We have filed a case here. We will send them a message later. You go back and wait for the news. Suyu nodded and got up. Then I'll leave? Goodbye. Goodbye. After leaving the police station, Suyu slowly exhaled and looked up at the national emblem. The national emblem seemed to be shining and exuded a kind of aura called King Tyrant. Using Xuanhuan language to describe it, condense the fate of all living beings, inherit the essence of history, and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Under the mandate of the heavens, the words spoken were all heavenly laws. For example, after the founding of the country, no one was allowed to become a spirit. Once this decree was issued, the words would become law. Look, which animal dared to become a spirit? They were all suppressed. A sense of pride that came from being born as a human involuntarily rose in his heart. Except for single dogs. Except for the programmer ape. Her cousin's car was parked by the roadside outside the police station. The car window was lowered slightly, and wisps of green smoke curled out. Xianxia's face was too eye-catching. It was inconvenient for him to go out in public, so he stayed in the car. Under the scorching sun, Suyu quickly walked to the car, opened the door, and got in. "Are you done?" Xianxia reached his hand out of the car window and flicked the cigarette ash. "It's done." Suyu's voice was soft, crisp, and a little sweet, just like her flower season. In a few more years, her voice would be less crisp and sweet, and more magnetic and gentle. Her voice was good for singing, but unfortunately, she was not talented enough. She always sang out of tune, just like Wang Zijin. What a pity. Otherwise, Xianxia would consider training her. In this day and age, anything could be more profitable than being a star. Being a civil servant, crossed it out. And judging from Suyu's appearance, she was not traumatized, but she definitely had a new understanding of the filth in the entertainment industry. Let's leave it to fate. Will the police arrest them? I wasn't bullied. Is it a false accusation to sue them for attempted rape? Suyu asked weakly. Timid and introverted, Suyu's biggest flaw. A girl with such a personality would be at a disadvantage when she got into a relationship and started a family. She was so pretty and delicate. Qin Baobao and Suyu's personalities were completely opposite. In terms of personality, Xianxia preferred his cousin's type, gentle and delicate. His sister's personality was too bad, mischievous, and narrow-minded. No, that was used to describe men. Narrow-minded, possessive. Easily jealous. She thought of herself as a fairy. Whining. There were so many of them that they could fill a basket. Don't worry, your cousin will take care of it. Just cooperate with me when I need you. When it comes to acting with me, don't pretend you don't see it, understand? Oh, send her home. Xianxia flicked the cigarette butt out of the window and started the car. Suyu only said that she was on leave and didn't tell her mom and grandma the truth. Other than being embarrassed, she also wanted to cover up for Xianxia. It was embarrassing to say that his cousin encountered such a thing in his company. Did Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda think that the unspoken rules were common in the industry, so they selectively forgot about it? Did they think that after being beaten up, they would take the initiative? Did they think that nothing would happen if they didn't do anything to Suyu? Yes, nothing would happen, but even if nothing happened, Xianxia could still do something. If Suyu was really led by the two of them, it would be classified as luring a girl to have sex. Luring a girl to have sex was not illegal, but it would be morally condemned. If she resisted, it would be classified as rape. In the current situation, the charges might not be established, but as long as they were involved, it would be enough to make them suffer. This move was taught to him by Big Boss Bai. After all, it was not good to pin the crime on them, because Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were well-known public figures. Xianxia would be stupid to suppress them with his power. Unless he was already the son-in-law of the Wang family, or the descendant of a legendary big boss. Cousin, why didn't you respond online? Many people said that you hit people and became arrogant, even more arrogant than a newspaper seller. Suyu hesitated for a long time. I will. It's just that this is the first time I've encountered such a thing, so I can't understand what to do. I want to wait for advice from an expert, Xianxia said. The expert he was referring to was Uncle Bai. He had just finished a call with him this morning. Suyu nodded. Xianxia sent Suyu home and drove to Tianfeng Entertainment. A phone call summoned the plain-looking assistant. 2 things. Do it immediately. The assistant looked like he was all ears. First, release a statement on the company's official Weibo, condemning Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda for sleeping with underage female artists. Second, hurry up and contact a well-known film and television director in the industry. 3 days. I want to see them in 3 days. Focus on 3 days, Xianxia said. Understood, President Qin. The plain-looking assistant took his leave. You're finally going to clarify things? Qin Baobao, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa and playing games on her phone, turned her head and shouted. Yes, sister. I already know how to deal with this trouble, Xianxia said. That's good. Come, let's go solo? Qin Baobao chuckled. Sister's skills have improved a lot recently. Xianxia was stunned. He went over to take a look and found that his sister was playing a mobile game that imitated Honor of Kings. The style was different, but the controls were the same. These days, anything could be pirated. Anything that was popular would be pirated. This game? Chaos World, his sister said crisply. The characters in it are all legendary figures. It's quite fun. The controls are the same as Honor of Kings. Last year, there was a mobile game called Honor of Kings that was very famous. However, Xianxia and his sister did not play it because last year was a turning point in their lives. They both gave up on League of Legends. Who knew that that period of time was the final glory of League of Legends? Thinking back, it was quite melancholy. After all, the siblings spent a year and a half of their youth in that game. What's so fun about this kind of imitation game? Xianxia said disdainfully. Are you sure you don't want to play it? There are quite a lot of people playing it. Qin Baobao was dead. No, her game character was dead. She looked up at Xianxia and said, it's a mobile game developed by Purple Crystal. Xianxia, there was no game that could not be copied. If there was, then he would buy it. Sister Ziwei's impassioned voice rang in his ears. Sister Ziwei had finally taken that step. Let me download it and take a look, Xianxia said. It was hard to believe. How long had it been? Wasn't making a game a waste of time? With a few clicks, 10 to 20 minutes would be over. Those who said they took more than half an hour were inexperienced. Because that was the ability of the Teddy Kidney Pregnant Me. Even if it was plagiarism, it would not be so fast. The only possibility was that Sister Ziwei had been planning this for a long time. That day, she was just reminding him. After all, whatever path the company took in the future, she had to inform him, the founder, loudly. Xianxia thought to himself, damn, although I gave you Purple Crystal, Sister Ziwei, you can't let yourself go like this. Like Brother Ma, you will be criticized behind your back in the future. The company's network was fast. It downloaded in 10 seconds, registered, logged in. His sister pulled him to sit down and started the game excitedly. 2 people solo. The old rules were that the first to destroy 2 towers or die more than 3 times would be considered the loser. Xianxia chose Zenyuanzi, a girl in a busty, crab, Taoist robe. God knows why Zenyuanzi was a girl. The designer may have some misunderstandings about primitive characters. While playing, he looked at the details of the skills. His sister played a mage. She stepped on a lotus platform, Guanyin in white fluttering clothes. The skills were very gorgeous. Lotus flowers and willow branches flew together. Xianxia persisted for 2 minutes and was exhausted to death by his sister. Qin Baobao pinched his thumb and middle finger and gave out the signature thick laughter of a green tea bitch. Your sister is still your sister. Your uncle is still your uncle. Xianxia curled his lips. In the next game, he was exhausted to death again, and then a tower was destroyed. Xianxia died twice and lost a tower. Guanyin stepped on the lotus platform proudly. Suddenly, a girl jumped out from the grass diagonally. She simply used a set of combo moves and killed him instantly. Qin Baobao's eyes widened. Got it? Got it. Qin Baobao put away her pride and played seriously. But at this time, she was no longer playing under the tower. She had to follow the army line to Xianxia's second tower. Zenyuanzi burst out of the bushes again. Qin Baobao has learned his lesson this time. He has low HP and flashes away before he dies. Xianxia followed her with displacement skills. He beat her all the way, killed her under the tower, flashed away, and pushed the tower. Qin Baobao bit her lip and stared. Bastard, I pushed your tower and chased after your sister halfway. The result of the solo game was undoubtedly Xianxia's victory. Qin Baobao's hand speed was good. She was better than other women, but she couldn't beat Xianxia, who had a unique skill. The times are calling. Xianxia patted his sister's shoulder and looked at her pouting expression. He said earnestly, your brother is still your brother, but he will occasionally become your father. Then, Daddy, do you dare to play a second round? Qin Baobao was unconvinced. Wow, this daddy is so coquettish. Holy Paladin will definitely like it. Come on. Xianxia said. The outcome was predictable. After familiarizing himself with the skill, Xianxia finished off his sister as quickly as possible. I lost again. His sister knelt on the sofa, her body lying down softly with her butt sticking out. The dress wrapped around her round and perky butt, making it look like a full moon. Xianxia thought of a picture he saw online for some reason. It was a girl's back view with an extremely perky butt that was no worse than his sister's. It was clear that there were still many awesome people in the world. There were endless beauties. There was a comment below, "This is the most beautiful butt I've ever seen. Promise me, don't use it to poop." It exploded instantly, outshining everyone else. If this was applied to Xianxia himself, this is the longest, thickest, and scariest weapon I've ever seen. Promise me, don't use it to pee. With that thought, Xianxia smiled happily. After finishing the game, Xianxia sent a message to Wang Zijin, "I played the company's mobile game. Have they started making it long ago?" A few minutes later, Wang Zijin replied, "Yes, they've been making," guilty expression, "for 2 months. Sure enough, she's already started her horse learning plan behind my back." 2 months. Although Xianxia didn't know much about online games and mobile games, he knew that making a mobile game in 2 months was as crazy as those authors who wrote 10,000 words a day. Considering that it was plagiarism, it was understandable. It was like writing a 3,000-word novel and typing a 3,000-word novel. Of course, the former was brainless, and the latter was faster. What do you expect? Nothing, it's just practice. If it's good, I'll continue to operate it. If not, I'll cut it. I played the game. It's quite fun, and they put a lot of effort into making it. Hee, because your sister killed 2 programmer apes to worship the heavens. Killing programmer apes was good. Programmer apes were the best offerings to worship the heavens. If there were programming apes in ancient times, there would be no need to worry about droughts and floods. They could guarantee a bountiful harvest every year. Back then, he was determined to become a programmer, but unfortunately, he was led into the finance department by his grandfather. "How are things going?" she asked without thinking, and Xianxia knew what she was talking about. "I just brought Yaya to the police station today." "Alright, try to follow the procedure. Don't use your privileges and don't do anything unnecessary. Recently, things have been tense." "Understood." That afternoon, Tianfeng Entertainment's official Weibo released a statement. On the night of August 22, Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda used their power and authority to force our company's reserve female artist, a minor, to have sex with her. Our company's president, Xianxia, rushed to the hotel to take the female artist away after hearing the news. Our company once again announces that from today onwards, any artist who cooperates with Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda will forever be blacklisted by the company and all collaborations will be rejected. A few hundred words. Like a meteorite smashing into the already turbulent internet, it set off a huge wave. First, this Weibo post received widespread attention. The number of comments exceeded 10,000 in half an hour. Then it was reposted and became a trending topic on Weibo. Next to it was #Xianxia beating people #. At night, all the major internet media platforms and mobile apps released articles and videos about this incident to gain popularity. This statement revealed 2 pieces of information. First, it indirectly explained the reason why Xianxia beat people up. Second, Tianfeng Entertainment wanted to ban Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian. When the netizens saw this statement, they were all stunned. There was actually such an inside story behind the Xianxia beating people up. They were all waiting for the follow-up of the incident. Unexpectedly, they received another piece of shocking news. All crows are black. The director and screenwriter are dogs. These 2 used to have unspoken rules with female celebrities. They have a criminal record. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda are scumbags. They won't even let an underage girl off. F***ck, so that's what happened. Beat them up well. Support Xianxia. It's best if they are beaten to death. Xianxia is really a clear stream in the entertainment industry. The public opinion quickly changed. The people who criticized Xianxia for being young and frivolous and beating people up disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by cheers, angry voices, and angry voices. There were also people who expressed their doubts. They said that without evidence, they couldn't believe it easily. After all, the entertainment industry was famous for its public relations. It was common for people to distort black and white. No one suspects that Tianfeng's public relations is behind this? That makes sense. It's also possible that Xianxia is trying to clear his own name. Remember how Little Elk washed her hair some time ago? Inexplicably, the blame was placed on Little Elk's best friend. The two of them kept quiet and kept a low profile, perfectly removing themselves from the storm. Most people just wanted to watch the show. Everyone only pursued the more exciting news, but very few people thought about the whole story. If you look at the whole story from the beginning, it's terrifying. Their public relations ability is too strong. In the office, Yi Lu and Xianxia sat on the same sofa, scrolling through Weibo while eating desserts. High-calorie desserts. You should gain weight, Xianxia said. It was all for the role in True Pornography. Yi Lu had a sharp oval face. She would be beautiful and fashionable in modern clothes, making people's eyes light up. However, she couldn't really pull off ancient costumes. Hence, she had to make her face rounder so that the audience wouldn't miss the show too much. Xianxia and Yi Lu were just acquaintances. They met when they were filming a variety show in Hangzhou. Ever since they were poached to join Tianfeng, their relationship improved rapidly. They had the intention of hugging each other. The two talked about cosmetics and fashion. They went to the beauty salon and talked about Xianxia. Weibo, look at Weibo. Xianxia screamed. What Weibo? Yi Lu asked and picked up her phone. Our company's official Weibo. Xianxia was excited. Yi Lu opened Weibo and checked the official Weibo. Her mouth opened slightly and her beautiful eyes widened. So that's why he hit someone. Yi Lu thought. CEO Qin is so domineering. He's going to ban Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda. Xianxia sighed and then frowned. These two are so disgusting. They won't even let an underage girl go. Because of this, the entire production process was stopped. While the two of them were studying the script, they were also worried about whether they could successfully start filming. If they started filming, would they be able to film well? Because of this, they even complained about Xianxia. After all, he was the one who hit people. No one said what happened. Most of Tianfeng's artists and employees only found out about the cause and effect of this when the company's official Weibo released the statement. Only he has such confidence and dominance. When he banned Zhao Yuqian, he rejected almost all of Star Art's artists. At the same time, it also ruined our chances of working with Star Art. Yi Lu said. But it gives you a sense of security, right? Xianxia said. Yi Lu nodded silently. Female artists like them felt especially safe when their boss was such a man. Because of the hidden rules in the entertainment industry, even if they could avoid it, they would be tired of dealing with it. When Xianxia publicly expressed his attitude and set an example, would the other executives and directors still dare to openly violate the hidden rules, unless they didn't want to continue working in Tianfeng? But I'm also very disappointed. Xianxia smiled evilly. Such a handsome boss. If he doesn't want to sleep with me, I want to sleep with him. Yi Lu added, and talent. The two of them smiled at each other. It was like a man talking about a beautiful woman. She had big breasts and a perky butt. Then, they smiled at each other. In the afternoon, in the villa. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were drinking. Sun Wuda put down his phone. The netizens' comments just now made him very angry. What made him even angrier was that Xianxia rejected the idea of compensating them privately. He's really fearless. The public opinion online is so big. Even if he has connections, can he remove himself from it? Yes, we're using the hidden rules. But is that illegal? Which law says that we can't use the hidden rules? Sun Wuda drank a mouthful of wine. Ban us? Zhao Yuqian sneered. Xianxia is really arrogant. Who does he think he is? Guangming Bureau? Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were from Star Art, but Tianfeng Entertainment still wanted to ban them. How overbearing was that? Star Art celebrities definitely wouldn't refuse to work with them. Which meant that Tianfeng and Star Art were going to turn against each other. The injury report isn't out yet? Zhao Yuqian asked. Sun Wuda, it'll be out tomorrow. There was something that he didn't say. In this day and age, everyone knew a little about the law. Even if they didn't know, they would still check it. Whether it was enough with minor injuries or not, they knew in their hearts. They weren't as confident as before. The doorbell rang. Zhao Yuqian's wife walked past the study and the living room to open the door. There was a delivery man at the door. Zhao Yuqian, please sign for it. Zhao Yuqian's wife signed for it and closed the door. He entered the study and threw the list on the table. It's yours. Zhao Yuqian ignored his wife. He took the list and opened it. 2 days ago, he was beaten up. His wife looked distressed and angry. Because she didn't know why he was beaten up. Today, after Tianfeng Entertainment's official Weibo released a statement, his wife exploded. Of course, she couldn't do anything. What could a woman who was a full-time housewife do? He bought the house, earned the money, and raised the children. What could she do? Opening the list and taking a look, Zhao Yuqian's expression gradually froze. He looked at Sun Wuda, who was drinking leisurely, and said bitterly, the police station has issued a summons. What? Zhao Yuqian gritted his teeth. The police station has issued a summons. We have to go again. Why? Attempted rape. On the second day after Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda gave their statements at the police station, there was news on the internet that they had been summoned to the police station for investigation. They were suspected of rape. It was obvious how powerful the paparazzi were. Not only them, but also Xianxia and his sister's house were surrounded by paparazzi 24 hours a day. 2 vans were parked outside the community. One was empty, and the other had 5 people in it. Only the driver was still staring at the gate of the community. The 4 of them were playing cards, and the seats were scattered with Grandpa Mao notes. King Bomb. If you win, pay, pay. Laughter and curses were heard. The winner gave cigarettes to the loser and then shuffled the cards. Damn it, we've been here for 2 days and we didn't get any news. A guy with a cigarette in his mouth took a deep breath and cursed. If you want to dig out valuable news from the siblings, you have to be patient. The guy who shuffled the cards said, Old Chi and I have been here for 3 months. We get a guaranteed salary every month and nothing. Right, Old Chi? Old Chi in the driver's seat nodded. Yes, they are different from other celebrities. Then we came here for nothing? Look at Zhao Yuqian's colleagues. The news they dug out today is enough for them to eat for a few months. The other 3 looked like they had bad luck. The paparazzi in the car didn't come from the same studio. They gathered together because they were too free these 2 days. Brother, you've been here for 2 days. You've been digging for information about Xianxia and Qin Bao, right? Brother, you're the same. Hey, colleagues. Let's talk? Just like that, they gathered together. The other 3 new paparazzi asked the 2 seniors, is there really no useful information? No. The guy who won the cards, whose surname was Zhu, sighed. Have you seen the news about their private affairs in the past few months? Although they often dominate the headlines and trending searches, it's always a quarrel. That's true. I heard that Wang Feng cried tears of jealousy every time he saw their headlines. We've come for nothing. I'll tell the boss later that we should just leave. Old Chi, who was in the driver's seat, retracted his gaze, took out a cigarette and lit it. He said faintly, we also want to withdraw, but the boss won't let us. He said that if we continue to squat, we will definitely gain something. The other 3 were interested. What do you mean? They knew who the boss of the other party was. He was very powerful. It was said that he was the one who exposed the hairstyling incident. With his excellent professional skills, he had dug out a lot of hot news. Among Jiao Baoyu, 2 of them were his masterpieces. The boss said that no one is absolutely perfect. Everyone has secrets. This is the creed of our line of work. Even if you don't see it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Even if it doesn't exist now, it doesn't mean it won't exist in the future. Everyone fell into deep thought. That's a matter for the future. Shall we come again in the future? TSK, if you don't squat now, you will have nothing to do with me in the future. That makes sense. Everyone was talking at once. Let me tell you, in the near future, there will definitely be hot news. The man with the cigarette said, how old is Qin Baobao now? 26 years old. In the entertainment industry, this age is still very young and immature. But for a woman, it's time for her to fall in love. If we continue to squat, we will definitely be able to get some hot news about Qin Baobao and her mysterious boyfriend. What if she doesn't find one? Someone asked. She's not Guanyin Bodhisattva. Is she pure of heart and few desires? The cards are shuffled. Let's continue. If Xianxia knew that there were so many paparazzi eyeing them covetously, his knees would probably go weak. He would not even dare to flirt with his sister outside. So far, he and his sister had been acting quite well. Although Ying often hugged his arm, this kind of intimate action showed that the relationship between the siblings was very good. Hugging his arm was much more open than holding hands. Things like holding hands could not be done too often in the country. They could try it when they go to Turkey. Wasn't there a song that went like this, I want to take you to romantic Turkey? Then, we can hold hands and act cool together. This afternoon, Xianxia had two things to do. First, there was a reporter interview later. Second, he wanted to meet a well-known director in the industry to let him take over the production of True Yellow Legend. The public opinion that he, Zhao Yuqian, and Sun Wuda had triggered on the internet had almost come to an end. From being attacked by people and blindly followed by netizens to revealing the truth of the matter, he had deliberately arranged for people to wait outside Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda's house, as well as outside the police station to capture their backs as they entered the police station. It was actually an operation to manipulate public opinion. Public opinion really did not have the concept of justice and truth. It was very easy to be led by others. Fortunately, Xianxia had a good public relations department. Also, he represented justice and truth. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda could not beat him. Now, the internet was full of people attacking the two. Some people said, hurry up and die. Go back to your mother's womb and do it again. Some people said, this kind of people pollute the entertainment industry. I hope the Bureau of Guanming will ban them. Some people said, Xianxia is doing great. I will always support him. Some people said, netizens. Then, Xianxia posted 2 injury reports on his Weibo. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda's injury reports. Fortunately, it did not constitute a minor injury. In fact, even if it was a minor injury, he could use the operation of the king to settle it. However, this matter damaged the harmony of a harmonious society. Xianxia omitted all the indescribable things. I'm not sister man. I'll throw you into the Huangpu River all day long. Stupid woman. At 2:00 in the afternoon, a few reporters came to the company as promised. Xianxia summoned them to the big conference room. Qin Baobao's assistant personally served tea and left without saying anything. Xianxia also ignored her. He did not even know the name of this assistant. He did not know her surname. Her surname might be Xiang. President Qin, what is your attitude towards this unspoken rules incident? The reporter asked. My attitude is already very clear. Xianxia said righteously, unspoken rules are the most controversial topic in the entertainment industry. It is also the most criticized area. I think it's a very bad behavior. But if everyone does it, won't you appear to be a maverick? And I remember a female celebrity once said that unspoken rules are a trade where everyone takes what they need. The reporter was nitpicking. I can't change others, but I can change myself. At least in my company, in my territory, unspoken rules are not allowed. I can guarantee all artists here that all resources can be obtained with their own abilities, and not by selling their bodies. This is my personal attitude, and it will also be Tianfeng Entertainment's attitude. We should create a healthier and more positive industry environment. Celebrities speak with their acting skills, directors speak with their works. In this aspect, Hollywood is better than us. The moon in foreign countries is rounder than in China. It's too extreme, but it makes sense. At present, the domestic market environment is getting worse and worse. While the industry is developing rapidly, it has also gone astray. Directors and investors are keen on hyping up IP, and entertainment companies are keen on selling false personas. They only care about the image of the artists and have no requirements for acting skills. The reporters kept asking questions, fighting to put the microphone next to Xianxia's mouth. Then the topic was brought up to Qin Baobao, who was ignored at the side. Baobao, can you talk about your feelings about A Chinese Odyssey to the West? Qin Baobao was at a loss for a moment. She attended this interview as a vase. I'm quite satisfied. Qin Baobao smiled politely. Those who have watched A Chinese Odyssey to the West should have been touched by your love. I have a question that I've always wanted to ask. You don't have a boyfriend yet, right? Is Xianxia your ideal partner? The reporters perked up. This topic was more interesting than resisting unspoken rules. Xianxia, Qin Baobao, the siblings looked at each other. Suddenly, there was a sense of panic as if he had received a fatal blow. Xianxia was shot in the knee. First of all, it should be the love between Xianxia and Joker. Then, why did you ask this? Qin Baobao asked. Because we have watched A Chinese Odyssey to the West, we can all see that the look in your eyes when you look at Xianxia is not just acting. There is definitely true love in it. The reporter who asked the question said, that was the most amazing acting I have ever seen. It was not the scene of life and death, but the scene in the cave where you silently stared at him. The last time I was stunned was in If I Become Memories, when you cried in the room. He said, I always feel that your love scenes are very amazing. The reporters nodded. It seemed to be true. Xianxia thought to himself, amazing? Don't say it. Do you believe that I will throw you into the Huangpu River? Qin Baobao smiled and said, how to grasp the psychology of a character is the self-cultivation of an actor. Perhaps it is because I have acted in too few scenes and have only worked with Xianxia that you have the misconception that we are very amazing. Actually, that is not the case. The reporter immediately asked, then do you have any other works in the near future? The ones that are not with Xianxia? I heard that you are preparing for a TV series. Qin Baobao said, I'm not acting in it. The reporter said, is Xianxia also not acting in it? Qin Baobao looked at Xianxia helplessly. This person is so amazing. Kill him first in a team battle. Otherwise, we will lose for sure. Xianxia added, I am not a celebrity and will not be active in the entertainment industry for long. But we are indeed preparing to start filming a TV series soon. This will be Tianfeng's first attempt at creating a TV series. The reporter said, the script was also written by CEO Qin? Yes. The script for Journey to the West was also written by you. The same goes for the TV series. We are looking forward to the day when you become a director and act in it yourself. Xianxia chuckled. It's actually quite easy for me to do that, ding, Divinity Show 1515. Within 3 months, you have to direct and act in a movie. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 5,000 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount, the system's voice said. Damned salted fish, I finally got my chance, the system said happily. The smile on Xianxia's face disappeared. CEO Qin, do you mean that you intend to direct and act in Tianfeng's next movie? The reporter's eyes lit up and he stood up. Xianxia looked at his sister silently. That's right, this person is too amazing. Let's get rid of him first. CEO Qin? Don't say anything, Xianxia said angrily. Sit down and let the comrade behind you say something. After the interview, Xianxia, who was mentally and physically exhausted, asked his sister to send them off. According to the usual practice, everyone was given a red packet. Actually, it was fine even if they didn't give out red packets. This interview was recorded in video mode and every word and action was recorded in the video. But as for the unspoken rules, there was no choice. There were unspoken rules everywhere in the world and they couldn't be completely blocked. If the water was too clear, there would be no fish. If a man was too cheap, he would be invincible. For example, Lu Shu. Xianxia knew that he was not as despicable as Lu Shu. Thus, he occasionally had to follow some unspoken rules that did not hurt him. Qin Baobao sent everyone to the door and returned to the office. She found her brother scratching his ears and cheeks like an irritable monkey. She thought that her brother was uneasy because of the question just now. She went forward to comfort him. No matter what the reporters say, we are open and aboveboard. Don't bother. Xianxia couldn't help but glance at her, thinking about the meaning of his sister's words. What did she mean by open and aboveboard? Whether we are open and aboveboard, doesn't his sister know? Forget it, I can't be bothered. Xianxia wasn't worried about the interview with Mao Zedong. He was worried about the system's mission. Mission details: no cheating, no letting others write the script. Please use your own talent to self-direct and self-act in a movie that doesn't belong to If I Become Memories. Although compared to those real cheats, Xianxia's cheats were as insignificant as a small patch. But cheats were cheats after all. No cheating meant that he couldn't redeem the script in the points market. Not letting others write the script meant that he couldn't adapt the popular IP like If I Become Memories. I don't have the ability to complete a script on my own. I don't have the experience of being a director. I'm just a funny salted fish struggling under my sister's crotch. Xianxia was a little flustered. He had the panic of being beaten back to his original state after getting rid of the system. He felt that the system must want to get rid of him and then happily change the host. What a rebellious system. You can do it, the system said in his mind. You are no longer the salted fish you used to be. Even if you lose me, your physical fitness, your knowledge, your experience, your intelligence, and your range of knowledge are far beyond that of a normal human. In fact, you've long become a Superman in another sense, but you subconsciously feel that you're still a salted fish. You can't do anything, you're just one of the millions of mediocre mortals. So, host, whether or not you can get rid of the title of salted fish depends on this mission. Xianxia, I don't want to get rid of the title of a salted fish. I want to get rid of the title of a fast shooter. Do you have any ideas? The system was silent for 3 seconds. Let's continue talking about salted fish. Xianxia said unhappily, I say, can you not always give me these messy missions? At least give me a series of missions. This makes it hard for me to perform. The system said helplessly, the divinity show is a series of missions. You spent an entire year to complete the first series of missions. In other words, you spent an entire year in the novice village with the village chief who gave out the beginner missions. Your rhetorical skills are problematic. Your language was taught by your physical education teacher, wasn't it? The system said, don't change the topic. At the end of the day, it's because you don't have any dreams. If you want to destroy the entertainment industry, or destroy Big Ma and Little Ma, you won't need to perform anymore. Xianxia said, then I'll choose to perform. The system said, salted fish. Xianxia said, you're the salted fish. I had a dream in the past too. My dream was to be a D-cup, but now, the system said, I don't have OCD, but please finish your sentence. Otherwise, you'll look like an idiot. Xianxia sighed, but now I'm still an airport runway, and my sister has become a D-cup. The system said, so your dream is to get her? Xianxia was speechless. Breast-grabbing dragon claw, I'll use both my hands to fulfill your dream. At 4:00 in the afternoon, the well-known director in the industry arrived as promised. The director's surname was Zhen, and his name was Zhen Deswang. This fame was like a joke. His parents were really careless. Xianxia met him alone in the meeting room. Chairman Qin, the reason why I'm here is because of the script. Director Zhen went straight to the point. It sounded arrogant, but he was actually flattering Xianxia without leaving a trace. For example, there was a video online where my future father-in-law said that my daughter was unruly and willful, and that she was bad. Then the male lead slapped him and said angrily, don't talk bad about my wife. Not only was the father-in-law not angry, he actually admired him. That was what it meant. Of course, this was just a video, so don't imitate it. Otherwise, the single dogs would be overjoyed. The only regret is that I can't choose the roles myself. Director Zhen said. The female lead and some important supporting roles will remain unchanged. As for the other roles, Director Zhen can decide on your own. Xianxia smiled. Zhen Deshuang was asking for benefits. The director, investors, scriptwriters, and other big shots could decide on the roles. This was a huge power, and because of this, they could sleep with celebrities. Of course, the benefits were definitely not limited to sleeping with celebrities. This kind of cultured director liked to sleep with women the most. Since ancient times, those who called themselves cultured were all Dumas. In ancient times, if you didn't go to a brothel, you would be embarrassed to call yourself a scholar. Reciting poems in a brothel and discussing the world's major events was carefree. But now, brothels were illegal, so the backbones of all scholars were broken. Lamentable, lamentable. In modern times, a literary big shot once said that his greatest wish in life was to sleep with a few women. If one wasn't a loss, two would be a gain, and more than three would not be a waste of his life. That was the general meaning, so there shouldn't be any misinterpretation. Salted fish say, since the big shots said so, why are they calling me a scumbag? Currently, the main lead and important supporting roles have been finalized. You want to use some unimportant supporting roles to sleep with them? Only a fool would agree to sleep with you. Zhen Deshuang understood and smiled, not mentioning the matter again. Chairman Qin, when do you think is the best time to start filming? The sooner, the better. After that, the two discussed some details and were satisfied with each other. Xianxia asked the female assistant, who seemed to have the surname Xiang, to bring the contract in and sign it on the spot. Xianxia turned back and continued to think about his mission. To finish a movie in 3 months, he definitely couldn't choose something as coquettish as Xianxia or mythology. He also couldn't choose some brain-burning mystery or mystery script. Ignoring the box office, if he wanted a good reputation, it seemed that only romantic or literary films were the best choices. But he and his sister already had a youthful pain movie, and it was in this genre. First of all, the audience would be tired of it. Moreover, Xianxia himself wasn't cut out for this kind of script. Actually, there was a genre that would be very popular and would definitely have a good reputation. For example, Tokyo Hot. For example, a bento. It would definitely have a good reputation. Xianxia returned to the office and asked his sister, who was sitting behind the desk and reading documents, Bao Bao, what kind of movie do you think has a good reputation? Qin Bao Bao's delicate body trembled and she inexplicably blushed. Crazy, Bao Bao is for you to say that? Lunatic, crazy. It was as if a bolt of lightning had split open his mind, bringing with it a tidal wave of inspiration. Generally speaking, for a movie that had a good reputation and a movie that didn't make a hit, the more unpopular the better. Romantic, hipster, hot-blooded, paranoid, crazy. A movie with these elements, if it could be made with the essence, would have a good reputation. Xianxia had seen a movie before. The entire movie was shot in one room. It was a heart-to-heart talk between a female technician and a male drifter. It was a very artistic and cold film. The box office wasn't high, but the movie had a good reputation and won an award in the end. Xianxia felt that he could make a movie with a crazy theme. There were many such movies in the country. Some were flops, some did well at the box office, but they belonged to the unpopular series. The key was that as long as you made it crazy, paranoid, and capture the essence, it would be easy to get a good reputation. Bao Bao, let's make a movie. Her delicate body trembled and she was angry. Bao Bao, who are you to say that? I'll hit you if you say it again. Sister, let's make a movie. What movie? I've thought of the theme, but not the script. Give me half a month. Oh. His sister responded and continued to look at the documents. He remembered that when he called her sister last year, she would shiver and have her hair stand on end. Now, she was calm. If he called her Bao Bao a few more times in the future, she would probably get used to it. Indeed, when it came to going offline, one just had to get used to it. Xianxia couldn't help but think of Wang Zijin. That sister's offline was a little difficult to break through. His greatest achievement so far was to rub shoulders with little Fatty in between. If it wasn't for little Fatty, his little brother wouldn't just rub shoulders with her, but would fight on the spot. For the whole day, Xianxia didn't do anything. He hugged his sister's laptop and watched a movie with a crazy theme. He came to a conclusion that the only way to make a movie with this theme was to have schizophrenia. At night. Xianxia's interview was quickly uploaded to various major media platforms. My attitude is already very clear. Unspoken rules are the most controversial topic in the entertainment industry, and it's also the most criticized part. I think this is a very bad behavior. I can't change others, but I can change myself. At least in my company, my territory, I don't allow unspoken rules to appear. The bullet screen slid past. Netizens praised Xianxia for being a clear stream in the entertainment industry. These days, everyone knew about the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, but no star or director had discussed it in depth. Because it was inconvenient to say, if you scolded, your peers would be unhappy. Moreover, how many of them could be untainted? If you didn't scold, the audience would question you and criticize you. Most of the time, you chose to avoid talking about it. Xianxia was probably the first to stand up and criticize this behavior in recent years. He wasn't putting on a show. He was really disgusted. Because of his sister, he changed his way of doing things in the beginning so that he could protect his sister from the unspoken rules. In the second half of the video, during the segment where the reporter asked Qin Baobao questions, the bullet screen was obviously several times more popular. Netizens joked that this was a series where lovers finally became siblings. To be honest, Xianxia and Qin Baobao are quite compatible, if you don't consider their sibling status. Let me tell you a secret. Qin Baobao has a brother complex. The crazy brother flaunting has already exposed her brother complex. I'm always envious of them. They have such a good relationship. They are the model siblings in the entertainment industry. This reporter is crazy. He's always looking for trouble. Look at Xianxia's embarrassed face. I don't think he's looking for trouble. I know what the reporter is talking about. After watching Journey to the West, I really felt that there was no problem with them being a couple. There was no sense of disharmony at all. That gaze is so classic. It's definitely true love. The person who said it was probably just joking, but the person who watched it was a little flustered, probably because of a guilty conscience. At midnight, the air conditioner blew cold air. In the room, under Qin Baobao's recommendation, Wang Zijin pulled Xianxia to watch the video together. Salted Fish Zay said angrily, "Isn't there a real name system on the internet? I'm going to sue them for slander. My girlfriend is obviously Sister Ziwei." Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin exited the video software expressionlessly, locked the screen, and crawled under the quilt. Sleep. Salted Fish Zay, then can I sleep here? Aren't you afraid that your sister will check the room? What's there to be afraid of? Slap her to death. Oh, men. Then, there was a muffled sound under the quilt. Xianxia crawled under the quilt and hugged her slender waist from behind. The summer quilt was very thin, and his abdomen felt her firm and perky little butt. Can I rub against you? Get lost. Wen City. This was a city full of controversies. The city's infrastructure could only be considered third tier. It was not even as good as some small counties, but it had produced many rich people. Since the reform and opening up, this city, which had always been mediocre in history, rose and became the pioneer of China's private economy and the front line of reform and opening up. The rich people who left Wen City had a strange phenomenon. They did not seem to be interested in returning to the city where they grew up. Other than returning to the city during festivals, they spent most of their time outside. They bought houses outside, started companies outside, and developed their businesses outside. The people of Wen City had a special characteristic. When they became rich, they liked to bring their relatives to make money together. They were very united. In other places, when you brought your relatives to make money, it was rare for them to part on good terms. It was common for them to set up their own businesses. It was good enough that they did not poach you. Black Crystal Building. On the top floor, in an office that was nearly 100 square meters, Su Guang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of wine in his hand, overlooking the prosperous central business district. On the leather sofa behind him, Su Yao flipped through a magazine. There was a glass of Yamazaki water cut in his hand. Yamazaki water cut. Ace taught me how to drink it. It's not bad. Su Guang raised his glass. The ice ball in the glass reflected a diamond-like light. Try it. When Su Yao heard this, he immediately took a small sip from his cup. He was not used to drinking this. The wine was brought by Su Guang. This morning, he suddenly visited, and Su Yao pushed away a few meetings to accompany him. He did not feel that it was a pity. Money was endless, but the number of old friends was limited. In this world, like old wine, the only things that could change over time were old friends. Back then, we were poor boys with nothing. Now, I still have nothing, but you are worth tens of billions. Su Guang sighed. We grew up in the same village. You only scored a few points more than me. Su Yao corrected him. It's not just a few points more. You barely passed, and I got full marks every time. This is the difference between a top student and a bottom student. Su Guang rolled his eyes. Did the bottom student eat your food? Su Yao sneered. The bottom student took my money. A few million. Su Guang chuckled. We are brothers. We've been friends for decades. Besides, you used to be a man who wanted to be my brother-in-law. Su Yao frowned. Does your brother-in-law agree with what you said? Su Guang was speechless. If my brother-in-law heard this, he would probably give me a big slap. And because I owed him too many favors, I didn't dare to fight back, just like when I was young. I was too cowardly when I was young and felt that I couldn't beat Qin Jianzhong. There was a reason why Su Guang didn't like the old man. The man behind him had been secretly in love with his sister since they were young, and Su Guang had grown up with him. Naturally, Su Guang would side with him. It was just that this guy was too cowardly. He had always buried that love in his heart and treasured it like a treasure. But was there any value in not saying it out loud? Later on, Su Guang met Qin Jianzhong, the man who was filled with the aura of a scholar and a little ruffian. Only then did he know that this was his sister's taste. It was over. Su Yao had no chance at all. On the day of his sister's wedding, Su Yao came to attend her wedding. At that time, he was still a loser and had nothing. He watched his sister, whom he had liked for many years, and another man walk into the wedding hall expressionlessly without saying a word. After the wedding, he dragged Su Guang out to drink. As he drank, he started crying like a fool. Su Guang said, "Why bother? My sister is 6 years older than you. You don't match at all. Did you develop this sister complex habit from Sister Ru, who you depend on for survival?" He was beaten up. Then, the two men cried together like fools. Why are you looking for me this time? You can forget about borrowing money. I won't lend you money in the future. Su Yao said. There is something I need your help with. Ace gave me a task. He probably wants to use this as an excuse to punish me. Su Guang explained the task that Qin Zhe gave him in detail. He said helplessly, you know that although I have been out for so many years and have a lot of bad friends, there aren't many brothers who can really help me. Then reject it. Find a job and take on the responsibilities that a man should take. Su Yao said. Don't. It wasn't easy for me to get back on my feet. Can you bear to see me continue to fall? You have a lot of connections and have a lot of connections. You can definitely help me. Su Guang said bitterly, you don't know. After that kid became a big boss, he became very arrogant. He doesn't care about me anymore. A few days ago, he called me and scolded me, saying that I'm useless. You're really useless. How much can you eat? You're already 40 years old. You should be satisfied. Su Yao said helplessly, can't you just work in peace? Su Guang took a sip of wine, smacked his lips, and said proudly, it's impossible for me to work. It's impossible in this lifetime. I don't know how to write or be a boss. I can only follow A's and maintain a decent life. Su Yao was speechless. Whatever, as long as you're happy. I'll keep an eye on this for you. I'll give you an answer in a week. Su Yao took small sips of wine. The morning sun shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. His back was straight, and his hair was already slightly gray. A man in his early 40s was at the peak of a man's charm and career. Even if his body was declining, he shouldn't have gray hair so early. It was obvious just by looking at Su Guang. With his thick black hair and handsome appearance, when he went upstairs just now, the female employees kept looking back. Su Guang was overjoyed. We're brothers in this lifetime. Is this how it should be? Su Yao said in a low voice, I want to meet him. Su Guang's smile gradually disappeared. Su Yao said, it's just a meeting. Su Guang's smile gradually became ferocious. Su Yao said, really? Su Guang sighed. Why? Why? You're still as stubborn as before. Don't disturb their peaceful life. Sister and brother-in-law respect each other and love each other. Ace and Bao Bao have a good relationship. Their family is harmonious. What does it have to do with you? But since you asked, I'll agree. Who knows, I might even meet Ace's girlfriend. I'm not sure if she counts as a girlfriend. Su Guang sighed. This guy isn't loyal enough when it comes to relationships. He's not like me or you. He paused for a moment and didn't continue. Although Su Guang was good-looking, he wasn't a womanizer. Otherwise, with his looks, the number of rich women who would throw themselves at him would be uncountable. He could rely on his looks to make a living, but he chose to rely on his strength. In the end, he failed for more than 10 years. When God opened a window for you, he would also close the door. It made sense. Knock, knock, knock. There were a few knocks on the door. Su Guang and Su Yao both fell silent. After a few seconds, Su Yao said, come in. It was a 17 or 18-year-old girl who pushed the door open. She was dressed fashionably, with curly hair and no makeup. Dad, Uncle Su Guang. The girl greeted them and sat down on the sofa. She hugged Su Yao's arm and asked, when will my acceptance letter come? Su Yao said lightly, probably in a few days. The girl didn't ask any more questions. She let go of her father's arm and played with Su Guang. TSK, TSK. My niece has grown up. Not bad, not bad. Su Guang laughed. Have you become prettier? You look 60% like your dad. How am I pretty? The two guys who were a few rounds apart in age were fooling around without restraint. The girl's name was Su Yanyan, Su Yao's eldest daughter. She had graduated from high school and was going to college in September. Su Yanyan's grades were not bad, but they were still far from Fudan University. However, this girl was determined to go to Fudan University in Shanghai. She didn't dare to argue with Su Yao, so she went to her mother. In the evil capitalist society, the cutoff points and whatnot were just floating clouds. Su Yao had no choice but to ask his connections to get her an acceptance letter. There was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve. If there was, then it was not enough. After that, Su Yao asked his daughter why she wanted to go to Fudan University. If I go to college in Shanghai, I can meet Xianxia. I can take a picture with him and get his autograph. Su Yanyan replied. Su Yao was in a bad mood. Yanyan, I didn't bring much money with me. I came to Wen City on my own. My boss didn't reimburse me. How about you lend me a few thousand? Su Guang said shamelessly. Huh? I don't even have my pocket money for this month. I'm not lending it to you. I know you have some money. Be good, just a few thousand. I'll help you get Xianxia's autograph. Su Yanyan giggled. You're bluffing. If you can get Xianxia's autograph, I can lend you 100,000. I'm not lying. If you lend me 100,000, I'll let Xianxia go on a date with you. Really? Can I really go on a date with him? Then I'll give you all my money. Su Yanyan smiled. She and this father of hers liked each other very much. Perhaps it was because he didn't have the dignity of an elder. Every time they met, he would smile and even bring her gifts. Su Guang didn't learn much, but he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Every time he was rejected by Su Yao, he would go to his house and ask for money. Ahem. Su Yao coughed twice. He thought helplessly that Su Guang didn't know how to act like an elder. He was too casual about his life and work. He lacked rigor and wolf nature. That was why he was such a failure in this life. For example, when the economy was in recession, he advised Su Guang to withdraw his funds first and wait for the market. In the end, this guy didn't listen and lost everything. Reading was too important. Reading wasn't about books. It was about knowledge and thinking. Thinking determined the way out. Su Yanyan transferred $10,000 to Su Guang and waited for him to bring back Qin Zai's autograph. Actually, she didn't expect him to really get the autograph. It wasn't like people from Shanghai could definitely meet Qin Zai, let alone get an autograph. But she just liked this handsome uncle. After Su Yanyan left, Su Guang held his phone and smiled happily. "I'll transfer this $10,000 to my daughter as her pocket money," he said. "Do you have any shame?" "I'm taking all the money. I'm making a legitimate deal. I'll give her a stack of A's autographed photos." Su Guang sighed. In the blink of an eye, Yan Yan is also going to college. "How's your little brat's academic performance? Is there any hope of getting into college?" Su Yao answered bluntly, "There's hope for a diploma mill." Su Guang gloated. "Hey, these two kids of yours aren't smart at all. It's not like you. Although my Yaya isn't as smart as her cousin, I never have to worry about her studies. The same goes for her brother. Although I lost to you, my daughter and son are smart." Haha. Su Yao glanced at him and sneered. "Did you really win?" Su Guang was stunned. He shook his head and laughed. "Not as good as him." Qin Zai had been in a state of madness for the past few days. He wrote the script until late at night and then pushed it all back to the beginning. He racked his brains to come up with the plot and highlight the distinctive parts of the script. Difficult. Super difficult. The system did not leave him much time. He could not be like other screenwriters, spending months or even years to come up with a script. Cross it out. If screenwriters put in so much effort, there would not be so many bad movies in the country. Although he was a science student, he was good at writing essays. After all, he was a big shot who won an award in junior high. He was the pen man who enjoyed the envy and admiration of the girls in his class. But writing essays and writing scripts were two completely different things. Previously, he did not find it difficult to modify the scripts of Journey to the West and Legend of the True Yellow. Instead, he was complacent because he found the logical loopholes in the scripts. It was not difficult at all. It was just that. When he started to write a script from scratch, he realized that it was a very difficult and brain-burning task. His current situation was like the difference between traditional writers and web writers. Traditional writers could spend a few years writing slowly. They had enough time to settle down and deliberate. Web writers, on the other hand, had to write 2 chapters a day. They had to write until they ran out of ideas, until their kidneys were weak. They had to write every day without hesitation, then the readers would say, "Boring, I give up." Damn it. The best way is to experience the feeling of schizophrenia. The system gave him an idea. It's not that. I can't write the script now. Qin Zai was troubled. I know nothing about schizophrenia. That's right. Even if you're good at acting, you don't know how to act. The system said. So, can I withdraw the mission? You're thinking too much. Schizophrenia patient, Qin Zai murmured a few times and walked to the mirror in the wardrobe. He looked at his tall and handsome face in the mirror. He saw a big handsome on his face. How could he be a Prince Charming if he was not handsome? Stop joking. He kept thinking, what was a schizophrenia patient like? Crazy? Extreme? 2 selves. He closed his eyes and opened them a few seconds later. Miss, from the first time I saw you, I knew that you were the other half of my life. At this time, Qin Zai's eyes were deep and meaningful. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression was focused and affectionate. Buddha said that the 500 times we looked back in our previous lives, we only passed by each other once. I believe that we must have an inseparable fate in our previous lives. In the next moment, Qin Zai's affectionate and focused expression collapsed. His meaningful and deep eyes turned ferocious. Ha ha ha, Xiao Bai. Qi, it's your blessing that I have taken a fancy to you. Be obedient and wait for me to f***ck in the future. Buddha said that if you look back 500 times in the previous life in exchange for passing by in this life, in our current situation, we must have f***ket each other until the end of time. Wahahaha, scream all you want, even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. No one can escape from the Hei's king's crotch. Wild laughter echoed in the room. At this moment, he saw a figure at the door from the corner of his eye. Ha 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 ha. Burp. Xianxia's laughter suddenly disappeared, as if someone had grabbed his throat and choked him. He turned his head stiffly. It was Sister Ziwei. Standing at the door was Sister Ziwei. Damn, why is she standing at my door in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? I didn't close the door? Wang Zijin stared at him blankly. Her expression was strange and complicated. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, and sluggishness. Translated into one sentence, I didn't expect you to be such a dog. I didn't disturb you, did I? Wang Zijin hugged the pillow in her arms tightly and said timidly, I'm just passing by. I'll go back to sleep first. Sister Ziwei turned around and fled as if her butt was on fire. It was so embarrassing. Xianxia reached out his hand and made a gesture to ask her to stay, but in the end, he was too embarrassed to say anything. In the room, there was a dead silence. It's so embarrassing, I'm just acting. I'm just trying to experience being a schizophrenia patient. However, it was precisely because he was proficient in it that he could imagine how terrifying his face had been when it had crumbled just now. Would it leave some sort of psychological trauma on Sister Xian? This was even more embarrassing than being caught by his girlfriend playing with poop and licking his nose in private. 2nd Battalion Commander, where's your Italian cannon? Shoot me, shoot me. I don't have the face to see anyone. How should I say this? Although your acting was a bit exaggerated, you did manage to grasp the madness of schizophrenia patients. The system comforted him. Xianxia. Wang Zijin slipped back to her room, covered her head and fell asleep. She told herself that it was an illusion, that what she saw just now was an illusion. However, the image of Xianxia's ferocious and deranged face lingered in her mind. Is he really A's like that? Is he that scary? This feeling was like having a virtuous and cute girlfriend, only to find out that she was actually a crazy woman. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't feel at ease. So she slipped out of her room again and opened the door to Qin Baobao's room. The three of them never locked the door at home. It was especially convenient for a night attack. At 11 o'clock at night, Qin Baobao was already asleep. She was covered with a thin blanket, with her back facing the door. One could vaguely see the beautiful curves of her body. Wang Zijin closed the door, turned on the lights, lifted the blanket and got into bed. She shook Qin Baobao awake. What's up? I was sleeping soundly. Qin Baobao opened her eyes in a daze and mumbled unhappily. There's something that I don't know if I should say. Wang Zijin hesitated. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Sleep, sleep. Qin Baobao pulled the blanket over her head and nudged her butt. But I don't feel confident if I don't say it. Wang Zijin said mysteriously, it has something to do with A's. Qin Baobao poked her head out of the blanket. Her messy hair covered half of her face. On the other half, a pair of bright eyes could be seen. She asked, what's wrong? Wang Zijin said carefully, I just saw him in the room. Qin Baobao was invigorated. She chuckled and said, he was having sex in the room? Brother is a 24-year-old man and has never had a girlfriend. He must be thirsty, he. Wang Zijin knocked her lightly on the head and said unhappily, it's much scarier than that. Just now, when I passed by his door, I saw him standing in front of the mirror. His expression was horrifying, and the words he said were unbearable. Then, he started laughing. In short, he looked like he was crazy. Of course, she would not say that she was hugging a pillow and preparing to sleep with her brother. Recently, they had been sleeping together every day. Either Xianxia or Wang Zijin would crawl over in the middle of the night. In any case, Qin Baobao was in good health and did not usually wake up at night. In the morning, she would wake up late, so their little actions would not be exposed. Wang Zijin was afraid of being F***ked, but she also wanted to be intimate with her boyfriend. Sometimes, she would even take the initiative. Oh. Qin Baobao pulled the blanket over her head. Wang Zijin was speechless. Oh? Wang Zijin pulled the blanket down and pinched her daughter's face. Is your brother crazy? Why are you so calm? Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and said, he must be acting. What do you mean? Wang Zijin asked. He said that he wants to film an unpopular but well-received movie. The theme is about mental patience. Didn't you notice that he has been daydreaming recently? He is thinking about the script. Don't make a fuss. Sleep, sleep. It's not good for a woman's skin to stay up late. I don't have a boyfriend yet. I need to take good care of myself. She pulled the blanket over her head again. Is that so? Wang Zijin was enlightened. She heaved a sigh of relief. There is nothing wrong with my boyfriend. Are you going to sleep? If not, go back to your room. If you want to sleep, turn off the lights. Qin Baobao pushed her best friend's belly. Go to sleep. I haven't slept with you in a long time. You must be missing me. Wang Zijin chuckled. Pa. The lights were turned off. Wang Zijin quickly crawled under the blanket and hugged Qin Baobao from behind. She said fiercely, "Little girl, who are you showing off your big breasts to? I will help you rub them and see if they are fake goods." Qin Baobao shrieked, "It hurts. Don't pinch. Ouch. Who are you showing off to with such a big butt? Oh, it feels good to touch." Wang Zijin, stop fooling around. I want to sleep. Why are you so naughty today? Rub against me. Rub against me before you sleep. Where did you learn such dirty words? Your brother. At the end of August, Qin Zhe received a call from his uncle, saying that he had found a suitable VR manufacturer in Shenzhen. Shenzhen, a bit far. In fact, Qin Zhe's ideal location was in Shanghai, but Shanghai was a city with a strong smell of money. It was definitely the best choice to engage in finance in Shanghai. However, the R&D and innovation of such high-tech products were first in the coastal cities. Among the coastal cities, Guangdong and Shenzhen were the best. Shanghai was a bit worse. Each of the first-tier cities in China had different characteristics. The best way that Qin Zhe and Suyu discussed was to buy a factory in Shanghai, then acquire a team in other places and move the chassis to Shanghai. However, this kind of situation was more troublesome. It was equivalent to building a team. Shenzhen was too far away from Shanghai. Executives may not be willing to leave their hometown, let alone ordinary employees. But because it was too far away, Qin Zhe's team was currently all in Shanghai, and Shenzhen was not easy to manage. Baozi Investment. Suyu, come with me to Shenzhen tomorrow. Qin Zhe said, my uncle found a VR equipment manufacturer willing to sell. I heard that the equipment is good, but because of long-term poor profitability, the investors did not play, causing the manufacturer to be short of funds. They are struggling at death's door and intend to sell it. Suyu thought that it was finally time for her to appear. She had been sitting on the bench for a long time. Is your uncle reliable? Suyu's tone and expression were like a little daughter-in-law who was disgusted with her unreliable relatives. The people of the inspection team sent the evaluation report. Qin Zhe logged into his personal email, opened the email, and pushed it to Suyu. There were financial statements, asset evaluations, equipment evaluations, etc. Most of the pros and cons were included. The final answer was a red tick. However, the acquisition price required the boss to personally negotiate and field inspection. In the end, it depended on the boss's wishes and the results of the negotiation. Let your assistant buy a ticket, Qin Zhe said. Halfway through, he didn't seem to remember the name of Suyu's assistant. He was the president of Baozi, but he didn't have an assistant himself, or Suyu was his assistant. Suyu had two assistants, both of whom were older, in their 30s. They looked very good, much better than her sisters, but they were a little older, and their figures were a little out of shape. Wearing an office lady suit, they couldn't look graceful and sexy. Oh, women. In some ways, they were all the same. Suyu grabbed the landline on the table and dialed the phone. Help me book 2 tickets. I will arrive in Shenzhen before 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The departure time will be after 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. You decide. After hanging up, she said, I still have something to do at the company. I'll try to get it done by tomorrow morning. There's no rush, right? You didn't ask your 2 assistants to go? You're just a troublesome light bulb. Why are you calling him? Xianxia nodded, thinking that it would be great if he could have a private jet one day. In the morning, he would go to Turkey to show off. In the afternoon, he would go to Japan to eat Japanese food. In the afternoon, he would go to Paris to experience the most romantic city in Europe. Then, at night, she would bring her sisters to Beijing to breathe in the smog. She would be full and happy. The villagers are really bad. The air pollution is caused by our lack of straw. The office fell into a quiet state of work. Suyu occasionally went out for a while, then came back and continued to read documents and sign. During this period, there was a short meeting, probably to explain tomorrow's matters. Xianxia was holding a notebook and writing a script in the office. Since Baozi was on the right track and flourishing, he was a bit like a hands-off shopkeeper. The company was managed by Suyu, and the business was handed over to the department manager. As a boss, he needed to do everything by himself. The boss was like this. When he started a business, he poured his blood and sweat, laid a foundation, and then handed it over to his subordinates to manage and operate. It was a bit similar to the ancestors in Xuanhuan novels. They lived in seclusion for a long time. Once something happened to the family, they would jump out to turn the tide and help the building to collapse. What are you writing? Suyu didn't know when she sat next to him and leaned over to look at the screen. Script, Xianxia said, I'm writing a script. After the acquisition is over, I will concentrate on writing the script, and then make a movie. Then can I be the heroine? Suyu's eyes were shining. This is not a romance film, Xianxia scratched his head. I don't have a heroine. Let me see your script, Suyu said. Xianxia's script was just a draft, outlining a general story framework. The hero in the story had a bad childhood. His father was a gambler. Because he owed a huge amount of money to loan sharks, he hid all day and lived the life of a stray dog. Later, he was caught by the forces of loan sharks and sunk in the Huangpu River. The one who sunk him in the Huangpu River was a ruthless strong woman. Hey, your character is based on Sister Man, right? It must be her. I'm going to send the script to her. Suyu laughed. Is it really good for you to hate Sister Man so much? Do. You want to be a widow at a young age? Xianxia glared at her. Then the protagonist's mother went crazy. She wandered around the village all day, with disheveled hair. The protagonist lived silently, went to school, and took care of his mother. One day, when he came back from school, he found that his mother had been defiled by a ruffian in the village. She was pregnant for 9 months and gave birth to a daughter. It was undoubtedly a devastating disaster for a family that barely survived and relied on the government's relief. Wow, it's the kind of literary film at first glance. I hate tear-jerking movies. When I wrote novels, if I wrote a little bit of abuse, I would call it poison. Suyu frowned. I'm not writing a novel, I'm making a movie. In the unpopular movies that win in content, this kind of plot is nothing. Xianxia said. He's not making a comedy, and he has no comedy talent. The system's task is to complete a movie independently. If Xianxia has comedy talent, he will make a comedy. Maybe it will be a box office hit. During this time, he has studied many movies with excellent reviews. First of all, the content can't be plain. There must be twists and turns and bitterness in it. His father was sunk in the Huangpu River, and the family lived happily with the subsistence allowance. This part was scrapped. Xianxia has to admit that he actually plagiarized. No, how can a scholar's matter be called plagiarism? It's reference. He referred to a short clip of a movie that he saw when searching for similar movies in the point store, and then modified it and added it to the script. That's it? So you held the mouse and pulled it down. The script ended here. Just a beginning. She looked at Xianxia speechlessly. I can't write it, I'm stuck. Xianxia scratched his head. Wisdom limits my imagination, and I can't guess the world of schizophrenia patients at all. The reason why he was stuck was that he didn't know the specific symptoms of schizophrenia patients, their words and deeds, their state after the illness, and what they imagined. You need to go out for a walk, or go to a mental hospital for a field trip. Suyu suggested. It makes sense. Xianxia nodded. He turned his head and kissed Suyu on the cheek. Sure enough, Behind a successful man, there is a smart woman. The plane crossed the blue sky and the white clouds. Xianxia, sitting by the window, looked down. Houses, fields, and high-rise buildings became mini models. During the flight, the fuselage would have a stronger shake and tilt. The scenery was very good. Xianxia held on for a few seconds and pulled down the window cover. It was terrible, and he always felt that he would fall at any time. Taking a plane was not a good thing for people with acrophobia, but Xianxia felt very excited while his heart was beating wildly. The feeling of both fear and yearning. Do you have acrophobia? Next to him, Suyu's eyes were bright, as if she had found something interesting. Yes, didn't I tell you? Xianxia took off his mask and took a sip of water. His beating heart calmed down a little. What does acrophobia feel like? Suyu asked. She didn't have acrophobia. Why do you think there is such a symptom? It's like people who don't get carsick. It's hard to understand when they see someone vomiting because of sitting in a car. It's the kind of. Xianxia put the mask back on and tried to describe. The heart will jump to the throat, the breath will be blocked, the legs will be soft, and sometimes it will be accompanied by breathing difficulties. Suyu tilted her head, thought about it, and wondered, isn't this the feeling when you and I have sex? Xianxia, is this the feeling? Suyu whispered, it's true, every time I have sex with you, my heart beats very fast, and you hit me so hard that my breathing is intermittent. After that, my legs are soft. Xianxia, it turned out that the symptoms of acrophobia were the same as the feeling of having sex. The long posture. Husband, would you like to bungee jump with me? Suyu whispered. Psycho. Xianxia rolled his eyes. But Suyu couldn't see it. He was wearing sunglasses, blocking his eyes. You really love Wang Zijin more. If she asks so, you will definitely agree. Suyu pouted and looked pitiful. No, if she asks for this, I won't agree. Xianxia waved his hand, what if I die suddenly? Even if Wang Zijin asks so, he will refuse. Bungee jumping makes him feel weak in the legs. In his life, he has only ridden a roller coaster with his sister. But at that time, they were brother and sister, and after they came down, both of them became mentally retarded. Xianxia leaned against the seat and closed his eyes to rest. Last night, he thought about the script and wrote intermittently until 2 o'clock in the morning. At 5:30, he got up for a morning run with Sister Ziwei. He felt a little tired. Physically, he was okay, but mentally, he couldn't bear it. Suyu felt a little bored and happened to see a girl in the next seat watching Journey to the West on iPad with relish. After Journey to the West was taken off the shelves, the online version was put on the shelves and sold for a high copyright fee. This girl can sit in first class, and she is certainly not short of money, but she still watches Journey to the West, which shows that she really likes this movie. Your country's movies, the special effects are very good, but the plot is not good at all. Next to the girl, a foreign man said. I think it's very good. The girl said. I've seen this film, and the logic is not very good. The foreign man said. This is a mythical love movie, not a mystery movie. The young girl retorted. The two of them conversed in English. Behind the young man and woman, another blonde foreigner with blue eyes said, I've seen this movie. Several actresses are very beautiful, but the plot is not good. The special effects are good. His judgmental tone was filled with disdain. The girl turned her head and said unwillingly, China's box office is the first, and it broke the record. That's because Hollywood's blockbuster happened not to be released at the same time, otherwise the first place would always be in our country. The foreigner behind him was a little older, but only relatively speaking, he was at most 30 years old. And its foreign box office should not be good. China's movies don't sell well abroad, but your country's market is very big, so even if the quality of the movie is not good, it can sell high box office. It was really an irrefutable statement. The foreigner also specially checked the box office of A Journey to the West on the internet. After that, he showed his mobile phone to the girl and proudly said, Look, the box office is very average. The girl curled her lips and did not speak. Suyu added a sentence and asked the girl, Do you also like to watch A Journey to the West? The girl was obviously stunned. She turned her head and looked at the beautiful sister who was a little blind. She smiled politely and said, "Well, I'm a fan of Xianxia." "Well, I'm also a fan of Xianxia." Suyu nodded. "Really? Do you like his movies or songs?" "I like both. I listen to every song of his and watch every movie." In this way, the chatterbox was opened. The two of them were separated by a woman and chatted in a low voice, trying not to disturb the people around them. The first-class seats were large, but the space was not big, but there were few seats. They spoke in a low voice and did not disturb others. Talented and good-looking little fresh meats were always especially popular with girls. There was a very strange phenomenon in the entertainment industry. Although little fresh meats and popular actresses couldn't escape the evil hands of trolls, 90% of the trolls were male creatures. Female fans were higher quality than male fans, although there were often people who scolded women for being brainless and blindly chasing stars. The people who said these words were all envious and jealous male comrades. After the male comrades finished trolling the little fresh meat and the female actresses, they trolled everything. Xianxia listened to Suyu's fancy flattery. His face was burning, and he felt embarrassed. However, the girl seemed to have found a kindred spirit. They talked about everything from music and movies to Xianxia's private life. Suyu said, "Xianxia is a man with a very clean private life, unlike other little fresh meats, who are shining on the screen, but their private life is very debauched." The girl nodded. It could be seen that Xianxia had a good reputation. Suyu added, "We are both siblings. Compared to Xianxia, I am extremely dissatisfied with Qinbao. She was just a vase. She didn't know anything except singing. You see, from the beginning of the singer program until now, she had relied on her younger brother to become rich and famous. Other than being pretty, she has no other redeeming qualities." She tried her best to criticize Qin Baobao. The girl said, "Qin Baobao is also okay. She sings well and her acting skills are good." Suyu was dissatisfied. "Where is she good? Her acting skills are not even as good as mine. Singing? Oh, can she be popular without the songs written by Xianxia?" Seeing that she was a little angry, the girl weakly echoed, "I also think Qin Baobao is too beautiful." Suyu smiled. "I listened to your accent. Are you also from Shanghai?" The girl said, "Yes, I studied in the United States and now work in a foreign company. They are my colleagues." This time they went to Xingqing for a project inspection. While talking, she always felt that Suyu was a bit familiar. That kind of feeling of déjà vu, but she clearly didn't know Suyu. If she watched Journey to the West again, she could recognize that Suyu and Xianxia were the same person. Even if a woman is born beautiful, there is a world of difference between makeup and no makeup. Suyu and Qin Baobao are beautiful enough, but if they wear makeup, it will make Xianxia feel a little dreamy, thinking that such a beauty should only exist in the painting. Even if a woman with a very ordinary appearance, with a little bit of makeup skills, she will become a beauty in minutes. How many local tyrants who rewarded female anchors with a lot of money were heartbroken when they met? They strongly urged the government to list makeup as a crime of fraud. Suyu said, "We are not only from the same hometown, but also have the same experience. I also studied in the United States." She didn't say that she had a doctorate and a master's degree. She only said the school. "You are also from Yale?" The foreigner behind the girl said in a surprised tone. "Yes." Suyu turned her head and gave her a polite and reserved smile. The foreigner was very happy, made a self-introduction in English, and reached out her hand. Suyu didn't reach out, but nodded and smiled. She didn't like this foreigner, who just belittled Xianxia's movie. She didn't mean to shake hands with him. Shaking hands is the etiquette of communication, but we are not friends, and we don't intend to make friends. If we shake hands with anyone, wouldn't Boss Su be tired to death? Suyu's approach didn't make the foreigner retreat, but they started to talk. He did graduate from Yale University, and he could always talk about topics that interested Suyu. They talked about the school environment and some interesting rumors that had been around for a long time. For example, a certain coffee shop outside the school was sold, and you can't drink that flavor of coffee anymore. For example, a certain senior became famous and became an outstanding alumnus in the photo cabinet. Listening to their conversation, Xianxia felt like he was listening to an interesting story from another world. It was indeed different from the universities in China. The foreigner was a little older than Suyu, so he was a senior. He was good at flirting with girls. He asked Suyu for her number, although Suyu didn't give it to him. Taking advantage of the gap between Suyu drinking water, the two foreigners communicated with their eyes, and the other foreigner pouted at Suyu. The foreigner behind the girl immediately got up, walked over, and said in broken Chinese, "Hello, can you change your position?" He was talking to Xianxia, but Xianxia was sleeping and didn't know. The foreigner pushed him on the shoulder, and he opened his eyes and looked at him blankly. "Can you change your position?" The foreigner repeated. "No." Xianxia said. "Is it different?" The foreigner said, "She and I are alumni, and we want to chat." "Thank you." Xianxia was disgusted by his confident tone. He remembered that when his sister was still working in a foreign company, she complained to him one day that foreigners were particularly difficult to get along with. Their words often had "thank you" and "good," but you couldn't feel the slightest sincerity. It was as if those words were just words, but in fact, they were very domineering, especially the executives in the company, who were always used to being superior. Xianxia had no idea about this. From the perspective of an experienced theorist, he comforted his sister and said, "That's because the superiority of foreigners is innate. More than 10 years ago, they were even more domineering." "I'm sleeping." "It's very rude of you to disturb me," Xianxia said in not very fluent English. His English was not bad, and he could read foreign books, but his spoken English was terrible. The Westerner muttered a slang and turned around to go back. Suyu whispered, "He said you are a dog." Xianxia didn't believe it. "Nonsense, do foreigners know the word dog?" Suyu said, "It means that." Xianxia sneered. "Is this the quality of a foreign famous university?" Suyu joked, "Well, the moon in foreign countries is the roundest. Foreigners are all highly qualified talents." "You speak in a strange way." Xianxia pinched her thigh. On the other side, the foreigner muttered discontentedly. The girl muttered with her foreigner companion, which meant that Suyu and Xianxia knew each other, so it was normal that they wouldn't change seats. Suyu sighed. "I miss the days abroad. Is there someone or something worth remembering there? I don't have many friends abroad." Thinking about those years, it was very lonely to be alone in a foreign land. But, after all, it was a part of my life. Suyu wanted to lean her head on Xianxia's shoulder, but the seats in the first class were very spacious, unlike the seats in the economy class. She couldn't lean her head on Xianxia's shoulder. Otherwise, her neck and waist would be broken before they reached Shenzhen. Everyone would have feelings about the days of studying, but Xianxia wouldn't have such feelings for the time being. He had only graduated a year ago. Maybe in a few years, he would also sigh about the years when he was a passerby in the University of Finance and Economics. That was his lost youth. He really missed the past, unknown and carefree, unlike now, where he was the center of attention. It was really tiring to be a celebrity. Such a feeling. "What about now?" Xianxia asked. "Now, of course, it's good in China. With you, I have nothing to be dissatisfied with." Suyu rolled her eyes. "Sensible." Xianxia touched her head. Obviously, she was older than him, but Suyu acted like a girl who needed love and pampering in front of him. Xianxia still enjoyed this feeling, although he was a sister complex. Xianxia took a nap on the plane and was suddenly awakened by the noise. Suyu looked around, but because the economy class and first class were blocked by the door, she couldn't see the outside scene. The girl next to her got up, opened the door and looked outside, turned her head, and spoke English to another foreigner, and then the two went out together. With Xianxia's poor English hearing, he could roughly understand, XX and the people outside are quarreling. Just at this time, he wanted to pee. Out of the Chinese mentality, he said, "I'll go to the toilet and eat melons." Suyu nodded and didn't join in the fun. She just said, "Come back and chat with me." "Xianxia, you talk like an ant in Beijing." He stepped out of the first-class cabin. There was someone in the first-class toilet. Xianxia's intention to watch the show after going to the toilet fell through. Then he went to the economy class toilet. The aisle of the economy class only allowed one person to pass, so Xianxia found that the way to the toilet was blocked. Many people in the economy class straightened up and poked their heads out to watch the conflict. The two air hostesses were trying to mediate. One of the two parties involved in the conflict was the top student from Yale University in the first-class cabin, a foreigner. The other was a gentle-looking middle-aged man wearing glasses. I just went to the toilet and he kept knocking on the door. After I came out, I said a few words to him and he even pushed me. The man explained to the stewardess with an agitated expression. He obviously did not understand English, and the foreigner's Chinese level was limited to simple communication and daily greetings. If he was angry, he had to rely on his mother tongue. Xianxia roughly understood. The foreigner was probably in a hurry to go to the toilet. There was someone in the first class, so he came to the economy class. In the end, he found that there was still someone in the economy class, so he knocked on the door. There was nothing wrong with this person having 3 urgent needs. But his behavior of knocking on the toilet to urge him to go angered the middle-aged man in the toilet. Anyone would be angry. So the two quarreled, and it seemed that the foreigner even pushed the middle-aged man. The two air hostesses tried to communicate with the foreigner, but they could only speak a few words of English. Then a tall stewardess stood on the side and struggled to communicate with the foreigner in English. Although every airline interview had an English conversation assessment, the level was not too high. From high school to university, this was just a domestic flight. The foreigners were cursing and swearing. Even those who didn't understand English could hear them shouting F***CKU. Sorry. The girl in the first class squeezed over with another foreigner and said, "He is my friend." "What's wrong?" "Your friend quarreled with someone. Can you tell him to go back to his seat first?" "We are in the air, so let's go back to our seats first," said the air hostess. The girl communicated with the foreigner in fluent English. The foreigner shook his head, pointed at the middle-aged man, and mumbled something. The girl's face showed anger and displeasure. She looked at the two air hostesses and air hostesses. "My friend said that person insulted him. You have to give him a satisfactory answer." The middle-aged man was furious. "Who insulted him?" "When I went to the washroom, he knocked on the door with all his might. Everyone outside heard him. He made me feel uneasy when I went to the washroom. When I came out, I said crazy and he pushed me." The foreigner said in English. The girl translated, "You're occupying the toilet. Don't you have any civility?" The middle-aged man's eyes widened. "Using the toilet is called occupying?" Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Kong Bao hurriedly said, "It's just a small matter. Forget it, let's hurry back." The Westerner stood still and spoke in English. Even ordinary people could recognize the curse words that were mixed into his words. The girl said, "My friend asked him to apologize." The middle-aged man couldn't believe it. Why? They had been quarreling for a while. Once the mood of watching the show passed, the passengers couldn't take it anymore. After all, the economy class wasn't big. Who could stand a group of people standing next to you, chattering and tugging? Can't you just apologize? It's not a big deal. He's not a girl. Is it so hard to say sorry? It's so annoying. Apologize to him. After all, he's a foreigner. Our countrymen have manners. The surrounding passengers were all talking at once. The middle-aged man straightened his neck. What's there to apologize for? It's not my fault. I haven't asked him to apologize yet. Pretentious. Security, don't just watch. Hurry up and get them to leave. It's so annoying. The passenger said impatiently. The air hostess looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Why don't you apologize to him?" The middle-aged man was stunned. Another air hostess persuaded, "Let's not lower ourselves to the foreigner's level. They might be serious and don't know how to be tactful. Why bother?" The foreigner who came out with the girl said, "Apologize." He said it in Chinese. The two foreigners pursed their lips. They had been in China for so many years and had always received the best treatment and the best environment. When they had difficulties, there would be a bunch of Chinese colleagues to help them. When they had gatherings and fun, there would also be a bunch of people around them. They had lost a bicycle in China and the whole country had mobilized to help them find a car. In their own country, who would care, They did not spend a single cent and enjoyed top-notch VIP treatment. Awesome, in their own country, they could not enjoy such treatment at all. When they encountered trouble, they had to solve it themselves. If they cursed, the women in their country would despise them for being impatient. But in China, it was not like that at all. When they cursed a few times, a bunch of people would laugh and give them a thumbs up. Come on, that was clearly a swear word in their country. China was so good. Although it was a foreign country, they felt like they were the masters. When foreign dogs came over, they could look down on the local dogs of China. They waited for the middle-aged man to apologize. They did not know much Chinese. Otherwise, a sentence would have appeared in their minds, "Call me daddy." The middle-aged man looked around. The passengers on both sides of him looked impatient and annoyed. He looked at the air hostess and also wanted him to apologize. Their tone was very gentle and patient when they spoke to the foreigners, but when they spoke to him, their tone became very normal. But because it was too normal, it showed the difference between the two sides. Why? Am I wrong, just because they were foreigners, but this was China? Weren't they all Chinese? We have the same skin and the same pupils. Only then are we on the same side. Shouldn't they be on my side? Why did their family blame their own family when they had a conflict with others at home? Why? F***CKU. The middle-aged man roared angrily. His face was red and his neck was thick. He looked like an angry clown. In the eyes of most of the passengers, he was a clown. After all, they had stayed in China for a few years. They could still understand the two words F***CKU, just like how most of the Chinese knew how to say F***CKU. Say that again. The foreigner pushed the middle-aged man's shoulder, causing him to stagger. The middle-aged man wanted to fight back, but he was stopped by the air hostess. Two air hostesses blocked both sides. The middle-aged man was blocked by the air hostess. He listened to the warning, "Don't cause trouble. Otherwise, you will go to the police station when you get off the plane." The foreigner cursed, F***CK. Then, he changed to broken Chinese, F***CK your mother. As if still angry, he cursed, "Chinese pig. Chinesepig Chinesepig Chinesepig." Each curse was harsher than the last. The younger air hostess's face flashed with anger, but she held it in. They were staff, not passengers. If they did something reckless now, they would be fired by the manager later. It would be fine. The reason was that they treated foreign friends rudely, tarnished the country's reputation, and caused a bad impact. The surrounding passengers were angry, disdainful, and indifferent. There were all kinds of people, but no one stood out to meddle. It did not concern them, so they did not care. There were also people holding up their mobile phones to take videos. If the video was uploaded to the internet, it would cause public anger, but most people who were boiling with passion on the internet would choose to be aloof and indifferent when they encountered such a thing in reality. They were commonly known as keyboard warriors. "I think you should take back what you said just now and apologize to us," a voice interrupted. It was full of energy and instantly attracted everyone's attention. It was a young man wearing a mask and sunglasses. The foreigner recognized him. He was the very rude man in the first-class cabin. His small request was rejected. This was a very ungentlemanly Chinese man. He was far inferior to his friends and colleagues in China. "What does it have to do with you?" His broken Chinese was domineering. Xianxia pushed the air hostess aside and stood in front of the girl and the foreigner, saying, "Because you scolded me." The foreigner did not react, and neither did the passengers. "Chinese pig." Xianxia said, "Take back that sentence, apologize, and I forgive you." Looking for trouble. The foreigner was stunned at first, but he cleverly avoided the topic and said something in English. The girl beside him listened and translated. He said that the China people united to bully him. "He wants to file a complaint against you." The foreigner looked at Xianxia arrogantly. According to his experience, as long as he threatened to file a complaint, most Chinese people, not including individual investors, would choose to compromise. Because foreigners like them had a high status in China, unreasonably high. If they complained together, Chinese people's complaints would be ignored, but foreigners' complaints would be taken seriously. "Sir, please go back to your seat." The air hostess looked at Xianxia with dissatisfaction. Xianxia was silent for a moment. He scolded us and said that Chinese people are pigs. Sir, please go back to your seat, the air hostess repeated, and then said, we will handle it ourselves. Xianxia ignored him and looked at the foreigner. Apologize. Chinese pig. The foreigner was firm. I'm warning you, others will attack you, the air hostess warned. But as soon as he finished speaking, the foreigner next to him was kicked away. He crashed into the passenger seat on the side, and in an instant, there were screams. Xianxia pounced, pressed the guy against the passenger, and punched him. 2 air hostesses went to stop him. Like the police subduing a criminal, they pressed down on his shoulders and tried to twist his hands behind his back. Unfortunately, their strength was not comparable to Xianxia's. Instead, they staggered. It was chaos. Many people took out their phones to take videos. Another foreigner saw the situation and went to help. Taking advantage of Xianxia's unpreparedness, he launched a sneak attack and punched him in the head. It hurt a little. Xianxia stood up angrily and glared at him. His sunglasses fell off, revealing half of his face. Then, for a moment, the cabin fell into a strange silence. Everyone was looking at him. Everyone was looking at him. There were all kinds of expressions. Astonishment, shock, disbelief. Their expressions froze on their faces. Especially the girl who was with the foreigner. Her mouth was wide open and her eyes were wide as she stared at him in a daze. Of the 2 air hostesses, one was still lying at the feet of the passenger, and the other was standing firmly beside Xianxia. But they all saw Xianxia's face. Xianxia. End of chapter 572. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.